Dong. The deep chime of the peak bell echoed through the Juyan sect's 9th peak, reverberating like a war drum across the mountains. This was the summons of the peak master. Upon hearing it, the disciples dared not delay. They moved swiftly toward the main hall of the 9th peak, which stood tall at the summit, shrouded in mist. The grand structure radiated an immortal presence, its architecture exuding majesty and authority. Yet, as they entered the vast hall, a sudden silence fell upon them. Standing in the center was a man clad in black. He stood as straight as a sword, his sharp features resembling a sculpted jade. His deep eyes gleamed like the night sky, framed by arched brows. His black robes and flowing hair only enhanced his unrestrained aura, and the faint smirk at his lips carried a hint of arrogance. Handsome? Unquestionably. Yet, none dared meet his gaze. The disciples instinctively lowered their heads, avoiding eye contact as they moved to the sides of the hall. Moments later, a fragrance drifted through the air as a figure in crimson robes entered. Xiao Hong'ai, the 9th peak's peak master. Seated at the highest point in the hall, she was a celestial beauty with an icy expression. A single glance at the scene before her, and her red lips parted to speak. Jiang Chen, you are unworthy of being the eldest senior brother of the 9th peak. The hall trembled. Her voice was like a winter storm, cold, sharp, and merciless. Merely because second junior brother failed to greet you properly, you severely injured him. Third junior sister fortuitously obtained a jade spirit grass to break through her bottleneck, yet you stole it from her. Fourth junior brother is simple-minded, yet instead of guiding him, you publicly mocked him for your own amusement. Such misdeeds are endless. Her words were like daggers piercing the silence, and the disciples shivered. Yet, the true storm arrived with her next accusation. But all of this could have been overlooked. After all, you have contributed to the 9th peak. Her gaze turned piercing. But Jiang Lianyue has just joined the sect. She has the potential of an empress, the hope of the 9th peak, perhaps even the entire Juyan sect. As the eldest senior brother, you should have guided her, protected her. Her voice dropped to a chilling whisper. Yet how could you disregard all propriety and decency, using the pretense of delivering medicine, to commit the act of voyeurism? Whoa! The hall erupted in shock. Voyeurism? Peeping on Jiang Lianyue? The disciples and elders gasped, their gazes snapping toward Jong Chen. Admiration. Disbelief. Schadenfreude. Jiang Lianyue wasn't just any junior sister, she was a legendary talent. At 3, she started body tempering. At 7, she entered spirit induction. By 15, she broke through to core formation. And within a month of joining the Juyan sect, she had stepped into the human core realm. Her beauty was otherworldly, making even blooming flowers seem dull in comparison. Especially those long, slender legs, unforgettable to anyone who had seen them. And Jong Chen had dared to do what every male disciple could only dream of. A mix of admiration and mockery filled their expressions. Serves him right? Jong Chen had long angered both heaven and man, bullying his junior brothers, teasing his junior sisters, acting arrogant and domineering. If not for Xiao Hong'ai's favoritism, he would have been expelled long ago. Now, retribution had arrived. A hush fell as Xiao Hong'ai's voice echoed once more. Jong Chen, do you admit to these crimes? Her icy gaze bore into him, filled with disappointment and pain. Jong Chen's heartfelt sigh. Yes. Everything she said was true. He had done all of it. But not by choice. This was his 10th life. The same life, over and over. When Jong Chen first transmigrated, he realized he had entered a fantasy novel as the villainous eldest senior brother. Without a system or a cheat, a villain was nothing but cannon fodder, doomed to be trampled by the protagonist. Naturally, Jong Chen refused to accept such a fate. So, he tried to change it. He worked to become a righteous and respected senior brother. But no matter how much he sacrificed, no matter how many times he protected, guided, or even bled for his fellow disciples, the world always twisted him into the villain. He remembered each life. The first life. Fourth junior brother was trapped in a bottleneck, his mind on the verge of collapse. Jong Chen risked his life to retrieve a heavenly treasure to save him. But just as he emerged from the secret realm, he was ambushed and fell unconscious. The protagonist arrived, effortlessly defeated the enemies, and delivered the treasure himself. Result? The grateful fourth junior brother saw Jong Chen as a neglectful senior who didn't care. The second life. Jong Chen showered second junior brother with kindness. When he was pursued by enemies, Jong Chen alone protected him for 100 days. When his core shattered, Jong Chen sacrificed his own foundation to restore it. But in the end, the protagonist whispered, he's only doing this to steal your innate Dao bone. Result? Second junior brother hated him even more. The third life. Third junior sister was naive, constantly falling for schemes. Jong Chen protected her, shielding her from danger time and time again. Yet, the protagonist merely smirked and said, eldest senior brother pretends to protect you, but he's really after your treasures. Result? She fled in fear, forever wary of him. The fourth life. Jiang Lianyue. Her cultivation caused unbearable cold poison to rage through her body. Jong Chen spent 100 days crafting a pill to suppress it. But when he entered her residence to deliver the medicine, she was bathing. And so he became a peeping Tom. Every life. Every single life. No matter how much he fought to be righteous, fate cast him as the villain. By the 10th life, Jong Chen understood. The world was never meant to be fair to him. Compared to the son of destiny, the protagonist, he the villain would never be trusted. So why fight it? Why struggle? This time, he embraced his role. He bullied his junior brothers. He teased his junior sisters. He even peeked at Jiang Lianyue bathing on purpose. Jong Chen's smirk deepened. That's right. His voice rang loud and clear. I did all of it. He paused, then added lazily. Besides, junior sister Jong does have a rather fine figure. Whoosh! The uproar was deafening. At that moment, a string of text flashed in his mind. Host's actions conform to the villain's character setting. Reward, 1 breakthrough pill. Jong Chen chuckled. If the world wanted a villain, then he would give them the greatest villain of all. Breakthrough pill? Jong Chen's mind momentarily blanked. Compared to his previous lives, something was different this time. A string of text flashed before his eyes the moment he embraced his role as a villain. As long as the host's actions conform to the villain's character setting, you will be granted ascension to another world upon your death in the grand finale. Jong Chen's expression remained calm, but inwardly, he wanted to laugh. No, he wanted to curse the system's entire ancestral lineage. 9 lifetimes. 9 reincarnations of suffering, humiliation, and unjust deaths. And now, only in this 10th life, when he had given up all hope and truly became the villain, did the system finally awaken? Even worse, the system didn't even change the ending. This world was determined to be malicious towards him. Had it appeared earlier, perhaps Jong Chen would have still tried to change fate. But now, his only goal was to escape this damned cycle and ascend to the next world. Since the only path to liberation was to follow the original villain's fate and die at the protagonist's hands, so be it. The system seemed to be aware of his thoughts because it had begun rewarding him whenever he played the villain's role. This breakthrough pill was just the beginning. Meanwhile, in the hall, the atmosphere was electric. The disciples and elders still hadn't recovered from the sheer audacity of Jong Chen's words. He didn't just admit to his crimes, he did so with arrogant righteousness. Even worse, he teased Jiang Lianyue right in front of everyone. Such shamelessness. Such unparalleled boldness. Wasn't he afraid of being crippled and expelled from Juyin sect? They all turned towards Xiao Hong'ai, their peak master, waiting for her judgment. Xiao Hong'ai was furious. Her slender fingers clenched tightly, her breathing unstable, struggling between anger and reluctance. Seeing this, a soft voice broke the silence. Master. A figure in a flowing white cloud-glazed dress stepped forward. Jiang Lianyue. This is eldest senior brother's first offense. He has managed the 9th peak for many years. Let this matter go. Murmurs rippled through the hall. Jiang Lianyue pleading for Jong Chen. Given the sex rules, expulsion was inevitable. But she could see that Xiao Hong'ai was hesitating. Since she had just joined the sect, it wasn't wise to be too aggressive and damage her relationship with her master. So, she spoke on his behalf. A sigh of relief escaped Xiao Hong'ai's lips. Even she didn't understand why she had taken Jong Chen in all those years ago. She had personally guided him, hoping he would mend his ways. But instead, he had grown even worse. And what angered her the most? It wasn't just that Jong Chen bullied his junior brothers and flirted with his junior sisters. It was that even she, his own master, wasn't spared. Lately, she had noticed the way Jong Chen's gaze lingered on her. That slight frivolous gleam. That infuriating smirk. This disciple was truly beyond saving. Xiao Hong'ai shut her eyes, taking a deep breath to suppress her emotions. This would be the last time she protected him. If Jong Chen refused to change, their master-disciple relationship would be truly over. When she opened her eyes again, her expression was colder than ever. Her voice carried a weight of finality. Considering your past contributions, you will be spared from expulsion. However, you will still be punished. Boom! A surge of spiritual energy erupted from her body, crashing into Jong Chen like a collapsing mountain. Pfft! Jong Chen vomited blood, his vision blurring. A sharp, agonizing pain shot through him as his core formation shattered in an instant. His cultivation, crippled. He staggered, clutching his chest. Above him, Xiao Hong'ai's voice wavered as if she, too, was struggling with this decision. From today onwards, you will watch your words and actions. As the eldest senior brother of the 9th peak, you will shoulder your responsibilities properly. If you cause another incident, I will personally hand you over to the Hall of Enforcement. A collective gasp filled the hall. The Hall of Enforcement where mercy was non-existent. This was her final warning. Jong Chen wiped the blood from his lips. Thank you, master. His voice was hoarse, but steady. Though she crippled him, Xiao Hong'ai was still one of the few who had protected him through 9 lifetimes. Even if he had to play the villain, he still wanted to save her. A doomed fate. Jong Chen knew the original story well. The foolish protagonist would soon enter the Juyin sect, slap faces, show off, and charm women left and right. Xiao Hong'ai, Jiang Lianyue, many others. But the story was never completed. Halfway through, the author abandoned it, and a ghostwriter took over, ruining everything. For some reason, this brain-damaged ghostwriter decided that the protagonist's path to enlightenment involved killing every female character that loved him. Without even holding hands, they all died. In every reincarnation, Jong Chen had tried to stop it. But each time, he failed. The protagonist's halo was too powerful. Not only did none of the female leads believe Jong Chen, but his interference only helped the protagonist shine even brighter. In the end, he was the only one punished. Not this time. Now, with a system, he could grow strong enough to break the cycle. Even if it meant making Xiao Hong'ai hate him, he would find a way to keep her alive. If words couldn't save her, then He would destroy her physical body and seal her soul for 100 years. It would earn her hatred, but at least she wouldn't die for the protagonist's enlightenment. As for the others, they were on their own. 9 lifetimes of scorn, ridicule, and betrayal had made him tired of seeking their approval. A final mockery. A strange sourness filled Xiao Hongai's chest as she looked at him. For some reason, she couldn't shake the feeling that her disciple had suffered something terrible. Her voice softened. Jong Chen, it's not too late. She stood up, her tone surprisingly gentle. As long as you return to the right path, you will still be my disciple. She turned to Jiang Lianyue. Have you thanked junior sister Lianyue? She gave you this chance. Jong Chen obediently bowed. Thank you, junior sister. Jiang Lianyue hesitated, then sighed. No need. Just, don't waste master's kindness. Jong Chen's smirk returned. Really? Jiang Lianyue nodded. Jong Chen chuckled. In that case, junior sister surely wouldn't mind that I took a few of your personal belongings while I was peeping, right? Jiang Lianyue's face darkened. Xiao Hongai's expression froze. But before she could explode, thump, Jong Chen's injuries erupted. His vision blurred, and he collapsed unconscious. The hall fell into silence. The disciples exchanged looks. Even at death's door, he still had the energy to be shameless? Truly, their eldest senior brother was beyond saving.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The night was enveloping, with a bright moon hanging high in the sky. Jiang Lianyue returned to her dwelling alone while her brows knitted with intense disgust. She had never seen such a shameless person. If it hadn't been for her being new to the Juyin sect and her master's kindness towards him, she would have taken action when Jong Chen made those disrespectful remarks today. After rummaging through her place, Jiang Lianyue's disgust deepened. Sure enough, they were gone. Several of her personal garments had actually disappeared. She had hoped that Jong Chen had a shred of conscience left, that his offensive words were just nonsense, but to think, he actually stole her personal garments? The mere thought of Jong Chen with her personal clothes and not knowing what he would do with them made Jiang Lianyue feel nauseous, her skin crawling with goosebumps, and an urge to vomit surged within her. Jiang Lianyue was on the verge of going mad. When had she ever been so humiliated in her life? At this moment, she even felt an impulse to kill Jong Chen. It took her a long time to gradually calm down. She was born with the potential and destiny of an empress. It would be a loss if she let such matters disturb her composure. I will gouge out your eyes if there's a next time. Jiang Lianyue made up her mind. Immersing her mind, she began to cultivate. Soon, Jiang Lianyue sensed something was wrong. She hadn't even started her cultivation technique, yet the spiritual energy in the room had already begun to gather. She intended to open her eyes to check, but suddenly she lost control of her body and couldn't move. Such a bizarre situation filled Jiang Lianyue with panic. She subconsciously thought, could it be that Jong Chen had sneaked in again and tampered with her in some way? But this thought was quickly dismissed. Jong Chen's core formation was destroyed today, and his cultivation had fallen to the lower 4 realms. With such injuries, it would take at least 10 days to half a month of rest before he could even walk. Moreover, the ability to sever her connection with her body was definitely not something a cultivator of the lower 4 realms could achieve. Just as Jiang Lianyue wondered if someone from the Zhang family had infiltrated the sect to take revenge for Jong Chen, a blindingly dazzling white light exploded in her sea of consciousness. As the white light faded, Jiang Lianyue found herself in a void. Below her was the Juyin sect, surrounded by immortal mist and cranes soaring. What's going on? She was bewildered. Then, dense golden lines appeared before her eyes, converging and outlining to form 3 large characters. First life. First life? What does that mean? Jiang Lianyue was even more confused. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and she found herself appearing out of thin air in the main hall of the 9th peak of the Juyin sect. The hall was filled with disciples, the elders wore smiles, and Xiao Hongai, seated at the head, was also beaming like a flower. In the center of the hall, Jiang Lianyue saw herself. At that moment, she was holding a cup of spiritual tea, kneeling before Xiao Hongai, her expression as indifferent as ever. Lianyue greets master. Good, good, Lianyue, from now on, you will be my disciple, Xiao Hongai. Although you have the potential of an empress, your temperament is too indifferent. You must build good relationships with your senior brothers, and if you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask your eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother. Yes, the eldest senior brother of the 9th peak. Although his talent is not as good as yours, he is also 1 in 10,000, and his cultivation is above yours. Lianyue remembers? Is this the scene of my apprenticeship? In the void, Jiang Lianyue was startled. She remembered the events of that day vividly, naturally recalling what happened next. She clearly remembered that Jong Chen appeared right after that. Jong Chen was not only verbally inappropriate towards her but even his scoundrel eyes roamed all over her body. That was their first meeting. And from this first meeting, Jiang Lianyue was certain that her eldest senior brother was a shameless scoundrel beyond description. Master, rest assured, since junior sister has taken you as her master, she is like my own younger sister. We, as senior brother and sister, should work together to strengthen Ninth Peak and defend the righteous path of Juyin. A young man dressed in white appeared, raising his hand to help up the image of herself. This person was Jiang Chen. Upon seeing him, Jiang Lianyue in the void immediately furrowed her brows and felt a strong sense of disgust in her heart. But soon, she noticed something was off. Cultivators have excellent memories and do not make trivial mistakes. She clearly remembered that Jong Chen was dressed in black on that day, but now he was in white. She clearly remembered that Jong Chen spoke frivolously with a look of lust on his face that day, but now, the white-clothed Jong Chen had a friendly smile, his eyes were clean, and his every action was like that of a neighborly elder brother, making one feel warmth and familiarity. A younger sister? I'm used to being alone, so senior brother need not trouble himself. In the image, Jiang Lianyue brushed away the hand of the white-clothed Jong Chen with a cold expression. Junior sister, you shouldn't say that. Since I am your eldest senior brother, it's only natural that I should take care of you. The white-clothed Jong Chen still smiled. Take care? You? Jiang Lianyue looked disdainful. Due to my cultivation technique, I sometimes suffer from cold poison and need a 5th-grade fire impurity pill to suppress it. Could senior brother give me a few? This. The white-clothed Jong Chen was taken aback, scratching his head and saying, your senior brother, am not skilled in the way of pills, but I can make a trip to Elixir Peak and find some for junior sister. Is your so-called care using other people's things to look after me? Jiang Lianyue retorted. The white-clothed Jong Chen fell silent. Seeing this, Jiang Lianyue in the void felt embarrassed. Although this was not the scene from her memory, it still made her feel the urge to slap herself. How could she be so sarcastic in response to someone's kindness? Even though the person was Jong Chen, he was not Jong Chen from her memory? But soon, Jiang Lianyue felt that this was indeed something she would do. When she first joined the Juyin sect and took Ninth Peak's Peak Master as her master, her personality was arrogant and her nature cold. This was because she was surrounded by those who coveted her talent and looks from a young age. It took quite some time for her to understand a bit of human warmth and worldliness after feeling the sincerity of Peak Master Xiao Hong'ai. Suddenly, the scene changed. At the Juyin sect's Elixir Peak, Jong Chen appeared in the pill room, still dressed in white. He held a pill recipe in his left hand and kept making gestures in the air with his right hand, clearly controlling the spiritual fire in the furnace with his own vital energy. Maintaining this posture, he sometimes frowned in deep thought and sometimes murmured to himself. Fire Impurity Pill, a 5th-grade spiritual pill. Its main ingredient is the melting heart fire Ganoderma, combined with mysterious spirit grass and 7-colored ancient vine, refined to suppress cold poison and temper fire attribute cultivation techniques. When refining the fire impurity pill, the spiritual fire undergoes 79 changes, and after being refined for 49 days, a pill embryo can be formed. The pill embryo has many impurities, and if one wants to successfully condense the pill, one must use pill fire to draw it out, otherwise, it will explode. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the pill furnace trembled and shattered, and Jong Chen instantly turned black-faced after facing the aftermath. Pfft! Jiang Lianyue, suspended in the void, couldn't help but burst into laughter upon seeing the scene. What kind of person does this? It was just a casual jest of hers, yet he actually took it seriously and came to learn pill refining. The fire impurity pill is a 5th-grade spirit pill that can only be refined by a 5th-grade pill refiner. Even if Jong Chen has talent, it's impossible for him to become a 5th-grade pill refiner in such a short time. But that's not all. Ordinary pill refiners would commit the pill recipe to memory before starting to refine it, but not Jong Chen. He had the audacity to refine while reading the recipe. Look, didn't he cause an explosion in the furnace? After her laughter, Jiang Lianyue was certain, he is definitely not the eldest senior brother from my memory. Several months later, I've finally succeeded. Jong Chen inside the pill room was extremely excited. Jiang Lianyue, who had been watching for months, felt the same. Although the image of the detestable eldest senior brother from her memories would occasionally surface when she looked at Jong Chen in white, the disdain in her heart had significantly lessened as time passed. Over the past few months, Jong Chen had entered the heart of Elixir Peak to refine the fire impurity pill, enduring the pain of the fire impurity pill entering his body and burning his heart. While refining pills, he would work tirelessly, often collapsing from exhaustion. Yet, he would continue refining upon waking up. When the furnace exploded, he looked dejected and was even injured by the aftermath. But soon after, he would summarize his experiences and start refining again. He repeated this cycle, never giving up until he became gaunt and his expression turned vacant. During this time, Jiang Lianyue couldn't bear to watch and kept shouting, I don't want the pills anymore. Stop refining. But Jong Chen couldn't hear her, immersed in his pill refining. Therefore, Jiang Lianyue was perhaps even happier than he was when the pill was finally made. How wonderful it would be if you really were my eldest senior brother. Jiang Lianyue murmured to herself while watching Jong Chen in white leave with the pill, still not understanding the situation but feeling a great ripple in her heart. Then, the scene shifted again. The rain poured heavily that night. Jiang Lianyue appeared in her own residence, where she saw herself curled up in bed, shivering due to the onset of the cold poison. It was clear that with the fire impurity pill used up, she had to rely on sheer willpower to resist the cold poison. It's okay, eldest senior brother will bring the medicine soon, Jiang Lianyue comforted herself. She knew all too well. When the cold poison flared up, the chill would penetrate her organs as if she were plunging into the abyss, even threatening to freeze her soul. The cold and the pain was enough to destroy one's sanity, making one wish for death. At this moment, all Jiang Lianyue could do was pray that Jong Chen would arrive quickly to save her. Suddenly, the figure of herself in the scene moved. Despite being frozen stiff and pale, she struggled to get up and, with all her strength, made her way towards the back of the white crane spirit screen. No, don't do it. Jiang Lianyue's beautiful eyes widened as she shouted anxiously. She knew what she had to do, because this event perfectly matched the memories in her mind. As expected, in the scene, she moved behind the screen to remove her clothes, intending to step into the steaming spiritual water that had been prepared. Accompanied by the sound of clothing slipping off. Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open, a gust of wind swept through the room, and the force was so strong that it knocked down the screen. The next second, Jong Chen in white burst in, shouting, "Junior sister, are you okay? I heard your cold poison flared up, so senior brother has brought the fire impurity pill." His voice stopped abruptly. The sight before him made Jong Chen freeze, and the version of herself in the scene was also stunned. "Get out." Then, an extremely cold voice filled with boundless rage rang out. The scene shifted to the main hall of Ninth Peak. Jong Chen, you are unworthy of being the eldest senior brother of the Ninth Peak. Merely because second junior brother did not greet you properly, you seriously injured him. Third junior sister fortuitously found a jade spirit grass, which could have helped her break through her bottleneck, yet you snatched it from her without hesitation. Fourth junior brother is simple-minded, and as eldest senior brother, it would have been fine even if you didn't care for him, yet you still mock him in public for your amusement. Such evil deeds are too numerous to record. All this could be overlooked. As the eldest senior brother of Ninth Peak, you have indeed made some contributions. But Jiang Lianyue has just joined the sect and she has the potential of an empress. She is the hope of the Ninth Peak, perhaps even the entire Juyin sect. As the eldest senior brother, you should have taken care of her, yet how could you? How could you disregard propriety, righteousness, shame, and use the pretense of delivering medicine to commit the act of voyeurism? The familiar words and situation tore at Jiang Lianyue's heart in the void. In the scene, Jong Chen in white kept explaining, trying to prove his innocence, but everyone still accused him due to his past misdeeds. Jong Chen, how could you do this? An elder was furious. It's not like that. Jiang Lianyue in the void kept shouting. Jong Chen, no more excuses? Everyone knows you are ignorant of the ways of pill refining? Even with your exceptional talent for cultivation, it's impossible for you to have produced a 5th-grade fire impurity pill in just a few months. Another elder scolded. It's true, I saw it with my own eyes. You all misunderstand eldest senior brother, he's really good at pill refining. Jiang Lianyue in the void shook her head desperately. Disciple, it's not that I don't trust you, but the elder from Elixir Peak has sent a message saying you've never been to Elixir Peak. Xiao Hong'ai sighed. Master, this is a slander. That Elixir Peak elder has a grudge against eldest senior brother, he's distorting the truth. Jiang Lianyue in the void was so anxious she was practically jumping up and down. Whenever someone questioned Jong Chen, she would explain on his behalf. But despairingly, no one could hear her. Jiang Lianyue in the void cried. She squatted and wept helplessly on the ground with teardrops sliding down her cheeks. Why did no one believe in eldest senior brother? He was innocent. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. If master cannot bear it, then let this matter be overlooked. However, eldest senior brother must still be punished. Though we need not cripple all his cultivation and expel him from the sect, at the very least, his core formation must be destroyed. Such a malicious heart. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lianyue abruptly stood up. She wanted to see who it was that could be so cruel to her eldest senior brother, but when she saw the face of the person speaking, Jiang Lianyue was stunned as if she was struck by lightning. Because the person speaking was none other than herself. Her mind was flooded with myriad thoughts, and Jiang Lianyue collapsed to the ground. She wanted to explain this to Jong Chen but realized that she was the cause of the misunderstanding. If she had even a shred of trust in Jong Chen, it would not have escalated to convening the Ninth Peak Assembly. If she had listened to even a fraction of Jong Chen's explanation, she wouldn't have caused his core formation to be destroyed. Boom! A tremendous spiritual force appeared. Jong Chen spat out blood, his core formation was destroyed. After the punishment was administered, the crowd left with angry stares. Jong Chen stepped outside the hall in a stagger while letting the torrential rain soak him, his complexion pale as paper. It's okay, everything is all right. Leaning slightly, Jong Chen in white whispered, this is just a misunderstanding. Junior sister and master will eventually believe me as long as I explain properly. I'm not the villain, I don't want to become the villain. With those words, darkness fell before his eyes, and he unconsciously collapsed into the muddy ground. Although several disciples passed by, not one of them paid him any heed. Jiang Lianyue was silent. She came to Jong Chen's side and sat curled up beside him. Despite the downpour on her head, she couldn't feel the cold rain, nor could she comprehend the torment that Jong Chen's heart was enduring at that moment. Why did you rush to save me, yet the fire impurity pill in your hand disappeared without a trace? Why did the Elixir Peak elder twist the truth due to personal grudges when you have been at Elixir Peak for months? Why did a gust of wind blow the screen over by coincidence when you burst into my residence? And why did the cold poison in my body suddenly vanish at the moment of the incident? All of this gives me a feeling. Hey, eldest senior brother. Jiang Lianyue wanted to tell herself. All of this was an illusion. The eldest senior brother in her memory wasn't this affectionate nor this pitiable. But as the scenes continued to shift, she found herself irresistibly drawn in. It seemed to be her life and also Jong Chen's life. Jiang Lianyue just watched quietly, no longer screaming nor no longer indignant. All she could do was to cry with Jong Chen when he was in pain, sit by his side when he was in despair, and furiously berate those who misunderstood him as heartless and ungrateful. This included herself. One day, a youth with an ordinary appearance but destined for great fortune named Lin Feng joined the Juyin sect. He was not as handsome as Jong Chen, yet he managed to attract everyone's attention. His thoughts were sordid, yet he was able to make many female disciples feel affection for him. He did many bad things, yet it seemed as if the heavens looked after him, turning his misdeeds into blessings. For instance, Jong Chen went through great hardships to find a white jade cold bed for her. This bed was mystical. Sleeping on it could completely suppress the cold poison in one's body and even transform the poison into power over the years. However, when he brought out this bed, he was mocked by Lin Feng. This was because the cold poison in Jiang Lianyue's body had just been resolved by Lin Feng using a precious treasure, which had an even better effect. And this treasure was the accompanying cold jade of the cold bed. Both were originally located together. The cold bed was there when Jong Chen found them, but the cold jade was hidden. Lin Feng followed and the cold jade revealed itself to him. It's unreasonable, but that's what destiny is. Lin Feng's following from the beginning was with the intention of reaping the benefits. Such situations are common. Although always mocked and faced down by Lin Feng, Jong Chen never gave up and continued steadfastly. To others, this might seem like the behavior of a sore loser, but Jiang Lianyue is very clear that this is not the case. Because Jong Chen was like this not only with her but also with other junior brothers, junior sisters, and fellow sect members. Jong Chen, her eldest senior brother, had always just wanted to take care of his junior brothers and sisters. But all of this, under the influence of Lin Feng and various coincidences, was labeled as sycophantic, jealous, lusting after beauty, villain, and other such tags. How unfair is heaven? The most ironic thing was that Jiang Lianyue, who understood everything and despised Lin Feng, saw her own self in the vision getting closer and closer to him. More than 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye. By this time, Jong Chen was abandoned by everyone, and his reputation was in ruins. Not only was he expelled from the Juyin sect, but even the Zhang family was destroyed. Alone with his sword, he sought a duel with Lin Feng, determined to fight to the death. He knew he was no match for Lin Feng, but he still went resolutely. Everyone witnessed that battle. Jong Chen was going crazy with anger. With every sword strike, he carried a heart full of resentment, and with every strike, he was filled with despair. Before dying, he looked at Lin Feng, his voice filled with sorrow. "Spare them." Jong Chen pleaded, but not for himself. Who exactly were the them he referred to? Jiang Lianyue did not understand. It wasn't until 100 years after Jong Chen's death that Lin Feng still couldn't ascend to immortality. As he raised his butcher's knife toward her, she finally understood. It turned out that Lin Feng cultivated the heartless blade. One must be heartless to ascend, and he must kill a woman to prove his deo? Jiang Lianyue finally laughed after watching herself being killed by Lin Feng's blade in the scene with a look of horror and shock. She laughed out loud for the first time in over 100 years. Haha, serves me right? That's a good death. Having observed the images for a century, she had wanted more than once to kill herself. Because she truly deserved to die. The space twisted, and darkness engulfed everything around. Is it over? Jiang Lianyue murmured and let out a long sigh. She still didn't understand what these scenes meant, but she really didn't want to watch them any longer. She couldn't bear to see her eldest senior brother suffer for her anymore, nor did she want to see that detestable version of herself. But things didn't go as she wished. A ray of light appeared, growing increasingly dazzling, like the scorching sun. It instantly dispelled the darkness. What came into view was still the Juyin sect. Golden lines emerged, converging once again to form 3 large characters. Second life. No, let me go. I don't want to watch anymore. What are you trying to tell me? Jiang Lianyue covered her head while shaking it frantically. For 100 years, she stood by as an observer, feeling pain for Jong Chen and blaming herself for her own foolishness. For 100 years, these negative emotions tormented her incessantly with no outlet for release. Another 100 years, and she feared she would go mad? You experienced a little over 100 years in one life, while he has endured nearly 1,000 years across 9 lives. This sentence appeared directly in Jiang Lianyue's mind. 100 years? 1,000 years? 1 life, 9 lives. Jiang Lianyue suddenly looked up, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She thought of something, yet couldn't believe it. I need to find eldest senior brother. This time, she actively sought out where Jong Chen was without waiting for the scene to change. After much effort, she finally found him at the back mountain of Juyin sect, wearing white robes, his smile still the same. Learn from the past. Today is the day junior sister Lianyue joins the sect and her cold poison will flare up in half a month. This time, I must go ahead of time to avoid running into her bathing again. That feeling of watching them die in the dark, not again? Leaning against an ancient tree, Jong Chen murmured to himself. Hearing this, Jiang Lianyue nearly collapsed. She finally understood. This was not an illusion but reality. Her eldest senior brother had endured the torment of 1,000 years over 9 lives and misunderstandings, all to protect his junior brother and junior sister, to save her life. Just as she had thought. The scene changed again, and another 100 years unfolded. In this life, Jong Chen learned from the lessons of the past life, trying to change the fate of everyone by going earlier to reduce misunderstandings and other issues. But, after 100 years, the situation remained the same. A single spare them made Jiang Lianyue burst into tears again. 3rd life, 4th life, 5th life, 6th, all the way to the 9th life. During this time, Jong Chen grew accustomed to being misunderstood, no longer bothering to argue when questioned. He grew used to others' disdain, merely smiling indifferently when faced with their scornful glares. He grew used to his own fate, and even if he failed again, he would only show a bitter expression. But there was one thing that never changed. At the moment of his death, despite being covered in wounds and filled with resentment and anger, he would still say, "Spare them." 10th life. It was still the Juyin sect, still in the back mountains. Jiang Lianyue found Jong Chen. After nearly 1,000 years, she didn't know how many times she had cried and how many times she had broken down. Eldest senior brother, let me die, let us die, please, we don't deserve this, we really don't. Kneeling before Jong Chen, Jiang Lianyue had cried herself into a tearful mess. She had enough. Enough of this sky, heaven, enough of this earth. Enough of this world. This world was full of malice towards her eldest senior brother. Why should her eldest senior brother suffer all this hardship while that despicable Lin Feng could roam freely between heaven and earth? Could all this be because Lin Feng was the son of destiny? The protagonist of this world? The most hateful was herself. Even if Lin Feng was protected by fortune, even if he was the son of destiny, it was true that the one who hurt Jong Chen the most was her. She was blind. I'm tired. The low murmur of Jong Chen stopped Jiang Lianyue's crying abruptly. Jiang Lianyue slowly lifted her head, only to see her eldest senior brother smiling madly. Let them die? Since everyone thinks I'm the villain, then I'll just be one. After all, it's heaven's will. Only then did she realize. Jong Chen, who had always been dressed in the 10th life, abruptly ended. When she came to her senses, Jiang Lianyue was still in her own room, and it was deep into the night outside. Standing by the window, she gazed blankly at the sky. 1,000 years of events were vivid in her mind, leaving her with only deep remorse and guilt. Suddenly, she drew the long sword from the table, placing it against her neck and intending to end her own life. Although she had no memory of it, she, like the other junior brothers and junior sisters, had indeed tormented her eldest senior brother for nearly 1,000 years. Such sin could only be cleansed with her own life. But just as her delicate fingers twitched, a flash of light suddenly shot forth, knocking the sword from her hands. Alas! A deep sigh echoed as the peak master Xiao Hong'ai appeared beside her. Why go to such lengths? You are destined to be an empress. How can you devalue your own life because of someone else's mistake? Xiao Hong'ai said. Do you think I want to take my life because eldest senior brother saw my body? With an expressionless face, Jiang Lianyue coldly retorted. Isn't that the case? Xiao Hong'ai was taken aback. Heh. Jiang Lianyue let out a cold laugh, then suddenly stood up, roaring, not only do I deserve to die, but so do you? You call yourself a master but you don't even understand your own disciple. How dare you? Xiao Hong'ai was furious. She didn't understand what this was all about, but she could feel that Jiang Lianyue had clearly lost all respect for her. Master, please leave. This place cannot accommodate 2 people who deserve to die. Jiang Lianyue's voice remained cold and indifferent. Xiao Hong'ai was stunned again. She wanted to leave immediately, but worried that Jiang Lianyue might do something rash, she sighed and said, I don't know what difficulties you are facing, but suicide is just an escape. Your enemies will laugh, and your loved ones will cry. These words finally touched Jiang Lianyue. In her mind, 2 voices emerged. One was Jong Chen's dying wish for Lin Feng to spare them. The other was the laughter of Lin Feng committing murder to prove his deo. She didn't want to upset her eldest senior brother. Perhaps in this life, the eldest senior brother would no longer care about their fate, but he certainly wouldn't want to see her commit suicide. She also didn't want to make it easy for Lin Feng. Through 9 cycles of reincarnation, if Lin Feng killed the eldest senior brother 9 times, she would kill him 1,000 times, 10,000 times? Even if he was the son of destiny, she wanted to try. Only by doing so could she truly wash away her sins. With this thought, Jiang Lianyue got up and left. Where are you going? Xiao Hong'ai asked. Jiang Lianyue paused, her expression as cold as frost, and replied indirectly, You are better than me. Although we share the same fate, at least you truly cared for eldest senior brother. With those words, she vanished from sight. Xiao Hong'ai was left completely dumbfounded. After a while, she could only guess that perhaps her favoritism towards Jong Chen had chilled Jiang Lianyue's heart. But what could she do? After all, he was her eldest disciple, and unless he was completely hopeless, she really couldn't bring herself to cripple his cultivation and expel him from the sect. Alas! With another sigh, Xiao Hong'ai also left. On the mountainside of the 9th peak, amidst towering ancient trees, stood a wooden pavilion. This was where Jong Chen lived. Originally, as the eldest senior brother of the 9th peak, his residence was on the right side of the main hall, where the spiritual energy was most concentrated. But Jong Chen moved here on his own some time ago. At the time, many speculated that Jong Chen did this because he felt unworthy of being the eldest senior brother and voluntarily demoted himself. Now Jiang Lianyue understood. The reason was that Jong Chen wanted to distance himself from his junior brothers and sisters and live a quiet life alone. The silver light of the bright moon sprinkled across the ground as Jiang Lianyue stood alone in front of the wooden house. She knew that Jong Chen was still unconscious at that moment. After 9 lifetimes spanning 1,000 years, she had come to understand most of the plot and knew that the failure of this time's core formation would leave Jong Chen bedridden for more than 10 days. Screech. She pushed open the door to find the room dark, lit only by a few flickering lamps. Deep inside the wooden house, Jong Chen was still dressed in black, lying on the bed in a spread eagle position, his breath rising and falling slightly. Jiang Lianyue's nose tingled with a sudden sourness as she approached the bed. It was her fault again that her eldest senior brother was lying unconscious. Although in this life, Jong Chen had indeed committed the act of peeping, that was not an issue at all to the current Jiang Lianyue. 9 cycles of reincarnation, a millennium of time. Looking back, the one who had been kindest to her and whose initial affection remained unchanged for 1,000 years was none other than the eldest senior brother before her. Perhaps to Jong Chen, she was only a senior brother's younger sister, but 1,000 years of observation had etched the name Jong Chen into her very marrow, unforgettable in life and death. Jiang Lianyue knew she had no right to stay by eldest senior brother's side. Because of her foolishness and ignorance, she repeatedly hurt eldest senior brother's heart. But if Jong Chen was willing, she was ready to give her all. Bending down, Jong Chen's cheek was close to her. Jiang Lianyue raised her hand to brush away a strand of black hair and said, "Eldest senior brother, I'm sorry, Lianyue was wrong." After speaking, tears fell from her eyes, dropping onto Jong Chen's cheek. Scenes from 1,000 years surfaced once more, and the sound of sobbing continued unabated until the dawn's first light and the rising sun. Jiang Lianyue had thought that after crying for 1,000 years, she had cried enough. But now she realized, she hadn't cried enough at all. Whenever she thought of the things Jong Chen had suffered, her heart ached as if being cut by a knife, and she could hardly breathe. She wrapped her hands around Jong Chen's right hand, pressing his palm to her cheek. While feeling Jong Chen's warmth, Jiang Lianyue said again, "Eldest senior brother, don't leave Lianyue behind. Lianyue will atone for her sins. Lianyue won't let anyone hurt you again. If heaven does not accommodate you, I will wield my sword against it. If earth does not accommodate you, I will swing my sword to split it. Against all the immortals in the heavens and the great emperors in all directions, just one word from senior brother, and even if my soul perishes, I will slay immortals and destroy emperors for you. All I ask is, I am the villain. All of you should die." Jong Chen's sleep-talking interrupted Jiang Lianyue's murmurs. Hearing this, Jiang Lianyue smiled and said, "All right, senior brother has protected me for 9 lifetimes. It's my turn this time. Since senior brother wants to be the villain, then I will join senior brother, and we will kill them all." 1,000 years of self-reproach, 9 lifetimes of guilt. At this moment, she had already been crushed by various negative emotions. Had Xiao Hong'ai not appeared in time, she might have already taken her own life with a sword. Although indifferent in personality, the Jiang Lianyue of the past was never cruel or ruthless. She probably didn't even realize that she had actually gone mad and turned dark. More than 10 days later, Jong Chen awoke from his coma. Although his injuries had not yet healed, he had regained the ability to move. He stretched lazily while sitting on the edge of the bed. In this life, although he was the villain and his core formation was still destroyed, he felt extremely relaxed. His gaze swept around the room, and he saw several translucent white pills on the wooden table, each emitting a halo of energy. Without needing to look closely, Jong Chen already knew the name of this elixir, 4th grade spirit renewal pill. Its effect was to quickly restore spiritual energy and allow cultivators with shattered core formation to re-enter the core formation realm. Master. A pang of inexplicable pain struck Jong Chen's heart. Through 9 lifetimes, he would have his core formation destroyed by Xiao Hong'ai, and in each life, Xiao Hong'ai would personally leave several spirit renewal pills before he awoke. Jong Chen had always known that his master truly cherished him. Deep love, severe discipline. When Xiao Hong'ai was completely despaired, believing that her eldest disciple was beyond redemption, her reaction was very intense. Jiang Lianyue and the other junior sisters and brothers simply despised him to the extreme. But Xiao Hong'ai, she destroyed Jong Chen's cultivation and expelled him from the sect. She wouldn't allow anyone to mention Jong Chen's name in her presence. When she learned that Jong Chen continued to commit evil deeds after leaving the sect, she even prepared to deal with it. In terms of physical harm, Xiao Hong'ai's treatment of Jong Chen was far worse than that of any junior brother or sister. In every life, Jong Chen was left with an unstable Dao heart and deep-seated frustration by his own master. Yet all these frustrations would dissipate like smoke before death. "My disciple, I am not a good master. It is my failure to teach you well." Because every time Jong Chen closed his eyes, he would see Xiao Hong'ai rushing towards him in tears, her peerless face full of heartbreak, yet still holding him tightly in her arms. "Master, don't cry, this disciple will still save you in next life." Recalling all this, Jong Chen's heart ached as if a knife was cutting it. The main reason he could endure, misunderstood, blamed, and killed by the protagonist for 9 lifetimes, wasn't it to save Xiao Hong'ai's life? He was not a masochist. But he couldn't just watch his master die tragically. It wasn't until the 9th life that Jiang Chen finally understood. He couldn't fight against the heavens. In another sense, wasn't his master and the many junior brothers and sisters also trapped in a cycle of 9 lifetimes? What was the same was that they were all trapped in this world, tormented over and over again, and then died. What sets Jiang Chen apart is that he has memories, while others do not. Rather than fighting the inevitable, he decided to make this life the final one. Jiang Chen was tired, both mentally and physically. Aside from his master and the Zhang family, he no longer wanted to care about anything. He simply wished to quietly face the end and then ascend to another world. In fact, he had other considerations. If he could return to this world after ascending, he would make sure to tear the protagonist into 1,000 pieces and feed him to the dogs. Although the likelihood of this was extremely low, sigh. Jiang Chen slowly exhaled a breath of stale air to calm his emotions. He had to maintain his villainous persona and face his grand finale to ascend from where he was. This also meant that he had to follow the plot whether he liked it or not. In the original story, the protagonist Lin Feng's apprenticeship was still a month away. Now, what Jiang Chen needed to do was to quickly restore his cultivation level, establish his villainous persona, and gain some benefits from the system to ensure he could survive until the end. Although relying on the system's rewards to become stronger and thus torment the protagonist to change the world was a viable strategy, the consequences of failing the mission were unknown, and Jiang Chen did not dare to try anymore. After 9 cycles of reincarnation, he had had enough. If he were to fall into the cycle again and lose the system, he would be completely trapped in this cycle of reincarnation. It would be an endless loop of suffering. No longer indulging in wild thoughts, Jiang Chen picked up the spirit renewal pill on the table and swallowed it. Previously, he had been at the earthly origin, but his core had been destroyed, and his cultivation had plummeted to the lower 4 realms. The core that had shattered in his danshan had devolved into a mere sea of spiritual energy. This was the sea-splitting realm of the lower 4 realms. The lower 4 realms consist of body tempering, spirit induction, qi cultivation, and sea splitting. To enter the path of cultivation, one must first use medicinal herbs for body tempering, then draw in spiritual energy through techniques for spirit induction. As the spiritual energy becomes denser, it can be transformed into a force to manipulate various magical treasures and practice offensive secret techniques. On this basis, cultivators need to constantly wash their danshan with spiritual energy, cultivating the spiritual bed into a sea, reaching the final realm of the lower 4, the sea-splitting realm. To advance from the sea-splitting realm to the core formation realm, one must refine and compress the sea of spiritual energy until a core is formed in the danshan. The core formation realm is divided into 4 stages: initial formation, human origin, earthly origin, and heavenly origin. For an average cultivator, it would take 100 years of arduous cultivation to condense a core from the lower 4 realms. Even for those with excellent talent, it would take decades. Jiang Lianyue reached human origin at the age of 18, thus she was considered a potential empress. Jong Chen had been cultivating for over 20 years, a 1 in 10,000 talent. Although he was more advanced than Jiang Lianyue before his core was destroyed, his foundation was unstable due to frequent pill consumption, resulting in a less solid core. However, this destruction of his core allowed him to solidify his foundation. After ingesting the pill, the nearly depleted sea of spiritual energy in Jong Chen's body instantly became active, greedily absorbing the medicinal power like parched land welcoming rain. As the medicinal power was consumed, the sea of spiritual energy became more and more full. Seeing that there was little medicinal power left, Jong Chen swallowed another spirit renewal pill. The 2 pills were quickly consumed, and after the last bit of medicinal power was devoured by the sea of spiritual energy, it was as vast and magnificent as an ocean. Jong Chen had planned to stop there, but then he remembered the system reward, the breakthrough pill. This pill was also a 4th-grade medicinal pill, embodying the principle that there can be no construction without destruction, and it was an essential pill for cultivators in the lower 4 realms to condense their cores. The medicinal pills in this world were divided into 9 grades, with the 1st grade being the lowest and the 9th the highest. Each grade was further divided into low, middle, high, and perfect quality. It was said that there were also superior and divine quality pills, but these had not been seen for 1,000 years. The breakthrough pill awarded by the system was of perfect quality. The reason why perfect quality is called perfect is that it contains no impurities. Not only is the effect stronger, but there are also no side effects. After some thought, Jong Chen swallowed the breakthrough pill. At present, his strength was too weak. He would have no deterrent power at all if he were to reveal his cultivation level of the lower 4 realms in front of other disciples. The original character in the story was well aware of this, which is why he secluded himself for over a month after his core formation was destroyed, only re-emerging in the core formation realm on the eve of Lin Feng's apprenticeship, ready to show himself to others. Jong Chen certainly didn't want to waste over a month for no reason. He still wanted to work on establishing his villain persona. Indeed, this action might change some of the plot, but that was of little consequence. After all, his mission was to meet his demise with a villainous persona, not to avoid altering the plot. He needs to reap as many benefits from the system as possible before ascending. As long as Lin Feng didn't die, he could complete his mission at the grand finale and ascend on the spot. This was precisely what Jong Chen was least worried about. After all, if the Son of Destiny could die so easily, he wouldn't have gone through 9 cycles of reincarnation with each ending the same way. Several days later, Jong Chen appeared at the gates of 9th Peak. He was still dressed in black, with a smirk that was not quite a smile, his gaze lingering on the female disciples coming and going. 2 underlings followed behind Jiang Chen while nodding and bowing, their faces full of flattery. Eldest senior brother is truly eldest senior brother. You can even peek at Jiang Lianyue bathing without severe punishment. Correct your words? Was that peeking? It was clearly Jiang Lianyue seducing eldest senior brother, so he had no choice but to comply. Look at my mouth. Please forgive me, eldest senior brother. You know I'm too blunt and not good with words. Speaking of which, eldest senior brother is truly awesome. The core formation was destroyed, but in just half a month, eldest senior brother has returned to the core formation realm. Such talent is truly 1 in 10,000. 1 in 10,000? He's clearly got the bearing of a great emperor. Do you think I don't know that? Tone it down, will you? Eldest senior brother prefers to keep a low profile. Won't the whole world know if you keep talking like this? Look at me, I just can't help but express my admiration for eldest senior brother. The 2 underlings kept up their flattery, and Jong Chen listened with relish, completely immersed in their praise. He wasn't actually bursting with vanity. He just thought these 2 had a way with words and could even go on to perform in grand operas. Eldest senior brother, your junior brother is ignorant. Why are we standing here? The underling on the right suddenly asked. Jong Chen immediately gave him a disdainful look after hearing this. Of course, he was here so that everyone at 9th Peak could see that their eldest senior brother had returned. Just as Jong Chen intended, he could better establish his villainous persona that way. When the disciples entering and leaving 9th Peak saw him, they all froze for a moment and looks of shock appeared in their eyes. Obviously, Jong Chen's rapid return to the core formation realm had exceeded almost everyone's expectations. After a brief moment of astonishment, the disciples gritted their teeth and stepped forward, bowing and saying, "We've seen eldest senior brother." Only after receiving Jong Chen's nod did these disciples dare to quickly walk away and breathe a sigh of relief. The incident from last time was still fresh in their minds. The second senior brother had been severely injured for failing to greet eldest senior brother and was still bedridden to this day. Damn it, life is going to be tough from now on. As they left, the disciples couldn't help but grumble inwardly. "You, what are you staring at? I'm talking to you? Come here." Jong Chen randomly pointed at a disciple and shouted. The disciple he pointed at was a newly admitted one, thin and with delicate features. First, he pointed to his own nose to make sure if Jong Chen was speaking to him. The disciple then reluctantly stepped forward and bowed, saying, "What would eldest senior brother like to command?" "Did you just curse me in your heart?" Jong Chen asked, narrowing his eyes. "How did? That's impossible." The newly initiated disciple was startled, quickly changing his tone. "I have no such thoughts. I think eldest senior brother is kind and self-disciplined. My admiration for eldest senior brother is like a raging river, impossible to stop. Whenever I see eldest senior brother, I always..." At this point, the new disciple's expression faltered, and he even let out a slight sob. Crying. Jong Chen pressed with a blink. "It's because I always think of my late father. To me, eldest senior brother is like a brother and a father. Though not related by blood, you are closer than family to me." The new disciple covered his face, finally breaking into tears. Seeing this, Jong Chen was baffled. He had never expected this. He didn't anticipate that this batch of 9th Peak disciples would be so eloquent. And their crying seemed so genuine. Through the gaps between his fingers, the new disciple caught Jong Chen's expression and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Ever since he learned that the second senior brother had been beaten, he had been practicing the words he just spoke every day so he could use them at the crucial moment. Judging by Jong Chen's expression, it seemed he had passed the test for today. The wicked will get their due. Sooner or later you will be stripped of your cultivation and expelled from the sect. He also silently cursed in his heart. "How dare you?" Jong Chen suddenly erupted in anger. "Seeing me reminds you of your deceased father? Dare to curse me to die? Hey, beat him up." Host's actions conform to the villain's character setting. Pill refining experience points plus 10%. The new disciple was dumbfounded. Could that even be a reason for him to be beaten? He wanted to explain himself, but as soon as Jong Chen's 2 lackeys heard the order, they rolled up their sleeves and rushed over, swiftly leaving him with a bruised nose and a swollen face. "Haha, get lost." Jong Chen waved his hand, letting out the trademark laugh of a villain. As if granted amnesty, the new disciple immediately scrambled away. Eldest senior brother is awesome. You could tell right away that the new disciple had ill intentions. The slightly taller lackey gave a thumbs up. Another disciple was about to agree when his pupils suddenly shrank. In the distance at the gate of the peak, a young girl in a white cloud-glazed dress with her black hair coiled up approached, her stunningly beautiful face covered in frost. The girl moved gracefully, her slender legs accentuating her enchanting figure, so beautiful it was almost otherworldly. Jiang Lianyue. Jong Chen's pupils constricted. Seeing Jiang Lianyue, he wasn't surprised. After all, this was the gate of the peak, and anyone could appear. He was just puzzled. Although Jiang Lianyue usually had an aloof demeanor, she had never been as cold as she was now. The icy aura emanating from her was like a glacier of 10,000 years. Just one glance was enough to make one feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Eldest senior brother, seeing Jiang Lianyue's demeanor, "I fear she does not come with good intentions," the lackey warned. Jong Chen thought the same and prepared to leave. He hadn't forgotten that he still had some of her personal items. What if Jiang Lianyue was here to claim them? Should he give them to her or not? If he gave them up, it would mean losing face as a villain under the watchful eyes of others. Even if he doesn't give in, it seems he can't refuse. After all, although Jong Chen has re-entered the core formation realm, he is only at the initial formation stage of his core formation, and he's no match for Jiang Lianyue, who possesses the cultivation of the human origin. After glancing indifferently at Jiang Lianyue, Jong Chen turned and headed back to his peak. Seeing this, a look of urgency flashed in Jiang Lianyue's eyes, and the frost on her face suddenly melted. She had been handling affairs on another peak today, but as soon as she heard that Jong Chen had recovered and appeared at the 9th peak, she rushed over immediately. Her purpose was to take another look at Jong Chen and to have a conversation with him. But Jong Chen's aloofness and decisiveness when he turned away pained her heart so much that she couldn't bring herself to utter the words she wanted to say. She knew that the current eldest senior brother must dislike her. If there was anyone to blame, it was herself for hurting him too deeply. During this time, Jiang Lianyue had considered telling the eldest senior brother that she knew everything. But in the end, she dismissed the idea. Let the eldest senior brother live as he wishes in this life. No one and nothing should affect him. Jiang Lianyue murmured silently in her heart, just as she sighed softly and was about to leave as well. Nephew Jiang, don't be in such a hurry to leave. A voice tinged with mockery rang out. Following the voice, a cold light suddenly burst forth in Jiang Lianyue's beautiful eyes. A strong murderous intent filled her mind, spreading to her limbs and causing her entire body to tremble uncontrollably. The person who appeared before Jong Chen had a horse-like face. More precisely, it was a middle-aged man wearing a gray and white elixir robe, with small eyes, a pointed nose, and a face like that of a horse. True to his name, he was called Mau, an elder of the elixir peak of the Juyin sect. TLN, Ma, in Mau means horse. It was he who twisted the truth in each of Jong Chen's 9 reincarnations, claiming Jong Chen had never visited the elixir peak and thus pinning the crime of peeping on him. It was also he who conspired with the protagonist Lin Feng to drug Jong Chen, causing him to lay hands on his 3 junior sisters and then catch him red-handed. As a result, Jong Chen was stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the Juyin sect. He also colluded with the protagonist to report the fall of the Zhang family's old ancestor to the imperial dynasty in secret after Jong Chen's cultivation was destroyed and he was expelled from the sect. This led to over 10,000 golden cavalry descending from the sky and annihilating the Zhang family of 106 members. The reason being nothing more than Mau feeling that Jong Chen's behavior was improper and that his usual remarks towards the female disciples of the elixir peak were frivolous, making him unworthy of being a disciple of the Juyin sect. Isn't that ridiculous? In his 9 reincarnations, Jong Chen had always tried to change others' perceptions of him. But no matter what he did, it only intensified the aura of the villain around him, attracting the hostility of those who considered themselves upholders of justice. Looking back at the plots of his 9 reincarnations, the only ones who stood by Jong Chen were the Zhang family. Yet in the end, the millennium-old Zhang family who never done anything wrong was also branded as villains. When they were massacred, not a single righteous person stood up to denounce the injustice. With the scenes of the 9 reincarnations vivid in his mind, Jong Chen clenched his fists, his eyes also brimming with cold light. If he was destined to be the villain, then he would be the villain? If this was considered righteousness, then he would annihilate it? With his eyes slightly closed, Jong Chen slowly exhaled. According to the original plot, he was indeed a villain, while Mau was portrayed as a paragon of virtue, intolerant of even the slightest fault. If that was the case, then he would reclaim his persona. Only this time, Mau would see what a real villain was like. He would learn what cruelty was. Jong Chen would not make a move against Mau here because he was not foolish. Although the cultivation of the elixir peak elder was not high, Mau still possessed the cultivation of the human origin. Even if he forcibly made a move, even if he had the ability to kill him in the end, someone would appear to stop him. Nephew, Elder Mau, don't flatter yourself. I am a true disciple of the 9th peak, and my master is the peak master. Merely an elder of the elixir peak. Where do you get the qualification to call me nephew? What, do you wish to be considered equal to my master? Jong Chen asked coldly. Mau was immediately rendered speechless. Embarrassed and annoyed, he scolded directly, Jong Chen, I am, after all, an elder of 1 peak, and although you are a true disciple, you are still a junior? Such disrespect not only shames 9th peak but also disgraces our Juyin sect. What an arrogant claim. Mau, you are just a mere elder of the elixir peak. Do you think you can represent the entire Juyin sect? Jong Chen retorted sarcastically. Mau was at a loss for words again. Not wanting to engage in a war of words, Jong Chen snorted coldly and was about to leave with a flick of his sleeve. Just then, Jiang Lianyue approached slowly from a distance. Mau was overjoyed and said amiably, Niece Jiang Lianyue, your 9th peak eldest senior brother has no respect for his seniors and behaves despicably. It's rumored that he has even made inappropriate advances toward you. In that case, come with me to the Hall of Enforcement to expose his crimes. I will see that justice is done for you. Hearing this, Jong Chen's expression darkened. Although the matter had already been dealt with within the peak, he would likely face punishment again if it really got to the Hall of Enforcement. Then, his master might have to bail him out again? That's what Mau was thinking too. Now, not only 9th peak but also the other peaks of the Juyin sect were aware of Jong Chen's actions. The Hall of Enforcement hadn't intervened simply because this was an internal matter of 9th peak, and they had to give face to Xiao Hong'ai. However, they would have a reason to get involved if there was a victim who took the complaint directly to the Hall of Enforcement. And for a disciple like Jiang Chen, who tarnished the sect's reputation and violated its rules, the Hall of Enforcement was never lenient. Even with the backing of the Zhang family, it would be the same. Meanwhile, Jiang Lianyue. She ignored Ma Wu's smug look and walked straight up to Jong Chen. Tears shimmered in her eyes, and a sweet smile played on her lips as she softly said, "Lianyue greets eldest senior brother." That smile melted glaciers of millennia and revived the grass and trees. That smile could make all flowers look dull, with the whole world becoming merely a backdrop. Jong Chen was stunned. Ma Wu was also dumbfounded. The two juniors beside Jong Chen had their mouths agape in an O shape. What was going on? Just yesterday, Jiang Lianyue looked at Jong Chen with disgust in the main hall. How come she was smiling so beautifully today? Everyone in the Juyin sect knew that Jiang Lianyue and Jong Chen had a terrible relationship. But now, to any discerning eye, it seemed that her affectionate eyes only had room for Jong Chen. Junior sister, there's no need for formalities. Overwhelmed with shock, Jong Chen instinctively responded. He was the most confused of all. Even if it were 9 lifetimes of reincarnation, 1,000 years of time, he had never seen Jiang Lianyue show such an expression toward him. For a moment, he had no idea how to react. Ma Wu was the first to snap out of it and shouted, "Niece Jiang Lianyue, you have the bearing of an empress? Do not get too close to such a disgrace to our sect, lest you be led astray." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lianyue's smile vanished, and her fair cheeks turned cold as ice again. A disgrace to the sect. She repeated these words as her aura began to surge violently. A visible chill emanated from her feet, spreading 1 zhong, 2 zhong, until it covered dozens of zhong. In an instant, the area within 10 zhong of the peak gate was enveloped in cold air, turning it into a wintry landscape with withered vegetation and frost everywhere. Those disciples with decent cultivation had to circulate their spiritual power to resist the cold invading their bodies. The ones with lower cultivation were already affected by the cold, almost frozen into ice sculptures. Jiang Lianyue didn't care about her fellow disciples. She opened her right hand, and her purple mansion trembled as an ice jade cold sword appeared in her grasp. TLN, purple mansion equals spiritual reservoir within a cultivator's body. Today is your day of death. Staring at Ma Wu, Jiang Lianyue's voice was like a vengeful ghost. Ma Wu was completely flabbergasted. He wondered if Jiang Lianyue had mistaken her target. If she really had the intent to kill someone, shouldn't it be directed at Jong Chen? Why are you doing this, niece Jiang Lianyue? Is it because this scoundrel has been stirring up your mind? You are still young. Do not be deceived by the wicked and turn against your own people. Ma Wu urgently tried to dissuade her while stepping back. Without a doubt, the scoundrel he referred to was naturally Jong Chen. Little did he know, that very remark intensified the murderous intent emanating from Jiang Lianyue. Whoosh! A cold wind suddenly rose, and Jiang Lianyue's graceful figure disappeared amidst the cold breeze. When she reappeared, she was already behind Ma Wu. The ice jade cold sword swung, and several streaks of icy sword chi formed, beautiful yet deadly, each one targeting Ma Wu's vital points. A sense of danger surged within him, and Ma Wu swiftly turned around. Seeing the sword chi already upon him, he let out a low shout, and pill fire burst from his 7 orifices, converging into several fire snakes and attempting to melt the icy sword chi. He had overestimated himself and underestimated Jiang Lianyue. One was an elder of Elixir Peak, and the other bore the bearing of an empress. Although they were of the same realm, their combat abilities were clearly not on the same level. The icy sword chi quickly slashed through the fire snakes while carrying the surrounding spiritual energy and shot forward through the air. Everything happened too fast, leaving Ma Wu with no time to react. He hadn't expected it. Just one move? He, an elder of Elixir Peak, was about to be directly slain by Jiang Lianyue? At the moment of life and death. Enough. A red streak of light came from the clouds above 9th peak and landed in front of Ma Wu. Xiao Hong'ai was completely dumbfounded. In fact, she had been monitoring everything with her divine sense from the moment Ma Wu appeared at the entrance of 9th peak. She knew all too well that many disciples and elders harbored extreme disdain for Jong Chen, and she worried that Jong Chen might lose control and do something outrageous. But the outcome? It wasn't Jong Chen who made a move. It was Jiang Lianyue. Although it was just one move, each sword chi was aimed directly at the vitals, leaving no room for mercy. This was right in front of the gates of 9th peak inside the Juyin sect. Even if Jiang Lianyue and Ma Wu had a great feud, they shouldn't have fought here. Ma Wu was an elder of a peak, and Jiang Lianyue would not escape punishment even if she had the potential of an empress if he were killed. After all, the potential of an empress is important, but the sect's rules are the foundation of the sect's establishment. They are not to be trifled with. With a wave of her sleeve, the several streaks of icy sword chi dissipated on their own, and Xiao Hong'ai voiced the thoughts of everyone present. Lianyue, have you gone mad? Mad. Jiang Lianyue was not surprised by her master's arrival. Her expression went from indifferent to uncontrollably emotional in a second, and she yelled as if she's mad. It's not me who's mad, it's this world. Xiao Hong'ai was speechless. Mad, she had really gone mad. Jong Chen was also stunned. At first glance, these words indeed sounded like the ravings of a mad person. But why? He didn't believe that his fifth junior sister was so fragile that merely being seen by him could cause her rationality to collapse and plunge her into madness. Step aside. Jiang Lianyue's voice returned to its cold tone as she stared directly at Xiao Hong'ai. Those two simple words sent a shiver through Xiao Hong'ai's heart. She heard a threat, and she also felt murderous intent? An unmistakable, cold murderous intent? Do you intend to strike me if I don't step aside? Xiao Hong'ai couldn't believe it. Her answer was the ice jade cold sword. The cold sword trembled, absorbing the chill from its surroundings and blossoming with clusters of blue ice flowers. The ice flowers fell from the sword, landing on the ground and gathering at Jiang Lianyue's feet. They continued to extend, overlap, and bloom until they finally merged into one, forming a massive blue ice flower that lifted Jiang Lianyue up. Standing atop the ice flower, Jiang Lianyue's beautiful eyes were vacant, as if they contained countless twinkling stars. A profound and majestic aura emerged from within her. Under the influence of this aura, the world transformed momentarily. The green grass and plants bowed down, ancient tree branches swayed, ice and snow melted, and the earth trembled. Disciples with lower cultivation levels were immersed in the aura, their minds affected. They felt an urge to worship Jiang Lianyue after looking at her standing on the blue ice flower. Jong Chen had a feeling. At this moment, Jiang Lianyue was like an empress, looking down upon the world. And the blue ice flower beneath her feet was like the throne of an empress? Have you truly gone mad? To unlock the imperial essence within you, intending to self-destruct. That's the foundation of your path to becoming an empress. Xiao Hong'ai was so shocked that her face turned pale. Specifically, the difference in cultivation talent between Jong Chen and Jiang Lianyue was negligible. The most direct evidence was the small gap in their cultivation levels. Before his core formation was destroyed, Jong Chen was even a realm ahead of Jiang Lianyue. However, the reason Jiang Lianyue could assume the posture of an empress was not due to talent but because she was born with a congenital imperial essence within her. Once unlocked, it carried a hint of the imperial might. If the imperial essence were to self-destruct, Xiao Hong'ai could still resist, but Ma Wu would undoubtedly be the first to die under the imperial might. All the lower realm disciples of the Juyin sect would have their souls annihilated in an instant. Even those in the core formation realm would hardly survive if they didn't have the talent and foundation like Jong Chen 1 in 10 at best. And afterward, Jiang Lianyue would also end up a cripple due to the dispersion of her imperial essence and the collapse of her Dao foundation. Lianyue, stop now. There's still time. Xiao Hong'ai shouted anxiously. Jong Chen watched coldly from the sidelines, his expression indifferent. The Juyin sect? Even if it were destroyed, he felt no emotional fluctuation. After 9 cycles of reincarnation, this sect gave him no sense of belonging. If it weren't for his master being here and the protagonist coming to this place to become a disciple, he would have left the sect long ago in this life. Under the imperial might, even cultivators of the higher realms could only protect themselves. Although Jong Chen was in the core formation realm, the Zhang family was a 1,000-year-old family, and he happened to have an item that could resist the imperial might. Only Xiao Hong'ai knew about this. After 9 cycles of reincarnation, the junior brothers and sisters would gradually come to know, but that was a story for later. As long as Xiao Hong'ai and he were unharmed, he didn't care even if the entire Juyin sect was destroyed. Gradually, the majestic aura grew denser, and the imperial essence showed signs of exploding. Xiao Hong'ai was so anxious that her mind was in chaos. Seeing that Jiang Lianyue had no intention of stopping, she could only laugh at herself. What a failure of a master I am. Jong Chen refused to change and was gradually deviating from the right path. Jiang Lianyue had boundless prospects, yet for some reason, she fell into madness, and now she was even willing to self-destruct her imperial essence and become a cripple just to kill someone? A sense of powerlessness arose. Xiao Hong'ai floated off the ground and went straight to Jiang Lianyue. Tears welled up in her eyes as she said, Lianyue, I don't know what you've been through, but I can't stand by and watch you become a cripple and the Juyin sect turn into a sea of blood. I've removed all my defenses. If you insist on this, then let your master go first. As her voice fell, the imperial might seem to pause for a moment. But it was just for an instant, and then it returned to normal. Clearly, Jiang Lianyue had given her answer. Even if it meant killing her master, she was determined to kill. At this point, she wanted more than just Ma Wu's life. She wanted to turn the Juyin sect into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It was sensing this murderous intent that Xiao Hong'ai had removed her defenses, to stop her with her own life. Boom. The imperial might vibrated, and the alarm bell of the Juyin sect's main peak rang out suddenly as if sensing a crisis for the sect. Several streaks of light shot out from the main peak, rushing over. Seeing this, Xiao Hong'ai shook her head helplessly. It's useless. Even if the Juyin sect old ancestor were to break through his seclusion, he could only protect a few peaks from being affected if Jiang Lianyue was determined to self-destruct the imperial essence. Today, a great disaster looms over the Juyin sect. As a master, I have truly failed. Xiao Hong'ai resigned herself to fate, closing her eyes in despair. Just as the imperial might was causing heaven and earth to tremble and the aura of death enveloped the entire Juyin sect. Jiang Lianyue, you lunatic! Stop it right now! Jong Chen roared in anger. I don't care if you destroy the Juyin sect, but take a good look. Before you, stand your master. Master cannot die, at least not in front of me. If you kill her, I will chase you to the ends of the earth and make sure you are buried with her. So stop it right now. He was truly frantic. Although he had witnessed Xiao Hongai's death more than once, it was always after his own death. Lin Feng was the son of destiny, the darling of this world. He killed Xiao Hongai, and Jong Chen tried to save her 9 times, always ending in failure. This time, he had finally seen a glimmer of hope, but was he to just watch as Xiao Hongai died in front of him? He would never allow such a thing to happen. Hearing this, Xiao Hongai turned back and looked at Jong Chen with indulgent eyes. Her disciple, although straying further from the righteous path, was truly concerned about her at this moment. But alas, how could Jiang Lianyue possibly heed Jong Chen's words? Just as the thought crossed her mind, Xiao Hongai suddenly opened her eyes, because that unshakable imperial might was actually slowly dissipating into the heavens and earth under Jong Chen's screams. The Juyin sect had once again returned to tranquility. Xiao Hongai and the others felt a wave of relief wash over them after reflecting on the moment that had just passed. No one knew why Jiang Lianyue had changed her mind, the only certainty was, after she gently landed, she murmured softly like a child who had made a mistake, "Master cannot die." Hearing this, Xiao Hongai was deeply moved. She quickly stepped forward, embracing Jiang Lianyue in her arms and crying tears of joy, "Good disciple, fear not the madness. Master will help you stabilize your Dao heart. I will definitely save you." Held in Xiao Hongai's embrace, Jiang Lianyue offered no response. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Jong Chen, followed by a radiant smile. Jong Chen was completely stunned. Like Xiao Hongai, he believed that Jiang Lianyue must have been traumatized, which was why she had fallen into madness. Imagine, what does it feel like to be stared at by a madwoman? And what does it feel like when a madwoman smiles at you? And once more, imagine, a madwoman capable of destroying heaven and earth, who once loathed you but is now smiling at you, and not just any smile but a beautiful one. What kind of feelings would that evoke? At this moment, all Jong Chen could feel was his scalp tingling. Meanwhile, several streaks of light were still rapidly approaching. Xiao Hongai's brow furrowed slightly as she went to meet them. Jong Chen knew that these streaks of light must be the sect master and the senior elders. All he could hope for now was that the senior elders would quickly take Jiang Lianyue away and lock her up. Otherwise, he really couldn't bear the feeling of being watched by a madwoman. However, Jong Chen was to be disappointed. Whatever Xiao Hongai had said, the streaks of light quickly returned to the main peak. Jiang Lianyue was also surprised by this. She had thought that she would definitely be locked up this time. If that were the case, she would have to threaten them by exploding her imperial essence again. After all, she would rather be killed than never see Jong Chen again. As for others thinking she had fallen into madness, Jiang Lianyue feels it doesn't matter. After watching 9 cycles of reincarnation, she felt she had never been so clear-headed. She didn't care about what others thought. The onlooker is confused. To be precise, darkening, falling to the dark side, and falling into madness are similar. Both are triggered by some kind of stimulus, leading to a drastic change in temperament, becoming extremely cold-blooded, and behaving in incomprehensible ways. At the slightest disagreement, she would turn the Juyin sect into a river of blood, which is both a sign of darkening and of madness. Otherwise, with Xiao Hongai's cultivation, she would naturally be able to see at a glance whether Jiang Lianyue was truly clear-headed. "What did you say to them, master?" Unable to contain his curiosity, Jong Chen asked Xiao Hongai. "I said Lianyue doesn't want to hurt me, and only by staying by my side can she restrain herself and not explode her imperial essence again," Xiao Hongai replied. She couldn't help but straighten her back as she spoke, clearly very proud of herself. This made Jong Chen chuckle, and he responded, "Master, there's no need to straighten your back. You've always had a good figure." Xiao Hongai's expression immediately darkened, and her recently improved opinion of Jong Chen plummeted once again. What she didn't know was that the reason Jong Chen was so brazen was precisely to solidify his image as a villain. After 9 cycles of reincarnation, his actions caused Xiao Hongai to change her opinion of him for the better more than once, but these changes would again fall through due to various evil deeds and coincidences. This made Xiao Hongai in agony. Even if Jong Chen had died, she still filled with regret and blamed herself. She always believed that it was all her fault as a master. Jong Chen's plan was simple. Rather than letting Xiao Hongai live with guilt forever, he would rather embrace the villain label and show Xiao Hongai that this was his true nature. No need for her to feel guilty. This was also part of the original story. "How dare you speak to your master like that? Go back and reflect on your mistakes." Xiao Hongai was furious and immediately scolded him. "All right." Jong Chen turned back cheerfully with his hands behind his head. Jiang Lianyue thought for a moment and followed him with small steps. Xiao Hongai wanted to stop her but then dismissed the idea. "It's good to let Lianyue watch over him to keep him from speaking out of turn. Anyway, I can rush over immediately if something happens." She thought it was a good idea. "Thank you very much, 9th Peak's Peak Master." Mau, who had been scared stiff, bowed in gratitude. Actually, he had wanted to leave earlier, but he didn't dare to as Jiang Lianyue hadn't left. Just thinking about the scene from before sent shivers down his spine. "Elder Wu, there's no need for such formalities." Xiao Hongai made a gesture as if to help him up. With a sense of relief from having survived a disaster, Ma Wu said, 9th Peak's Peak Master, I think Jiang Lianyue has gone mad, and it must be because of Jong Chen. You should investigate this thoroughly and call upon the Hall of Enforcement if necessary. Quiet. Xiao Hong'ai interrupted coldly, the affairs of ninth peak are none of Elder Ma's concern. I know how to teach my disciples. My apologies for speaking out of turn. Ma Wu bowed again. Xiao Hong'ai's protectiveness of her disciples was well known throughout the Juyin sect. However, he believed that sooner or later, Xiao Hong'ai would see through Jong Chen's despicable nature, strip him of his cultivation, and expel him from the sect. Alas! With this thought, Ma Wu sighed deeply in his heart. People like him, who truly cared for the sect without any personal bias, were rare in the Juyin sect. At the mountainside of Ninth Peak, in front of a wooden pavilion. All the way, Jong Chen felt a chill down his spine, and now that he had arrived at his dwelling, he could only turn around helplessly. Fifth junior sister, Master has ordered me to reflect on my mistakes. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to keep following me? What's inappropriate about it? Jiang Lianyue feigned confusion. Didn't eldest senior brother also think that Lianyue has gone mad? Then just treat me as if I'm mad, and naturally, there's no need to reason with a mad woman. Being mad is the biggest problem, okay. Jong Chen complained inwardly. Perhaps he could predict the behavior of a sane person, but how could he predict a mad woman? What if Jiang Lianyue went crazy and decided to attack him with a sword? Believe it or not, I'll hit you if you don't leave. Jong Chen clenched his fist again, looking fierce and threatening. I don't believe it. The current eldest senior brother can't beat me. Jiang Lianyue shook her head with a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Jong Chen was speechless. Although it was true, was there really a need to say it out loud? Do you think villains have no sense of embarrassment? While mentally complaining, he actually observed every frown and smile of Jiang Lianyue. Her eyes were clear, and her logic was still sharp. No matter how he looked at her, she didn't seem like a madwoman. Could it be that this woman wasn't crazy? Pretending to be insane and stupid just to kill me? Jong Chen secretly speculated. In the end, he decided to give it a try. Junior sister, this place is secluded, and now it's just you and me, a man and a woman alone. It's natural that your eldest senior brother starts having some improper thoughts. As he spoke, Jong Chen took a step forward while extending his hands and wiggling his fingers. With a pair of eyes full of lechery, he ogled Jiang Lianyue's body while showing a grin. Seeing such behavior, he believed that any normal woman would be scared away. But what happened next left Jong Chen frozen in place. With a slight blush on her cheeks, Jiang Lianyue wriggled into his arms like an eel. She buried her head in Jong Chen's chest, her delicate hands clinging to his waist as if afraid of losing him. With the soft and fragrant beauty in his arms, Jong Chen hadn't even begun to fully appreciate the sensation when he saw Jiang Lianyue's shoulders trembling slightly, her voice barely audible. As long as eldest senior brother is willing, Lianyue is okay with anything. Alas, it seems my fifth junior sister has truly gone mad. Jong Chen looked up at the sky with a face full of regret, yet his hands still wandered around. Host's actions conform to the villain's character setting. Congratulations on obtaining the superior grade spiritual weapon, the Flame Blood Dragon Sword. In the end, Jiang Lianyue was still driven away by Jong Chen. It wasn't that he didn't want to do something, but the risk was too great. Who knew whether Jiang Lianyue's madness was intermittent or permanent? What if she suddenly regained her clarity in the midst of excitement? Wouldn't that mean the end of his life? However, why would she go mad for no reason? The original plot didn't mention this. Could it be her retribution? Jong Chen thought with schadenfreude. Through 9 cycles of reincarnation, he always reminded himself that the misunderstandings and cold looks from his junior brothers and sisters were not intentional but rather influenced by this world and the protagonist's halo. Even so, he still couldn't help but feel resentment. After all, 1,000 years of countless cold stares and accusations would chill even a volcano. Returning to the wooden hut, Jong Chen's thoughts moved, and a crimson blood sword emerged and hovered in the air from his core formation. The sword was over 3 jong long, with a blood-red blade as if congealed from blood. The hilt was entwined with 2 flame dragons, fierce and imposing. This was the superior grade spiritual weapon he had just obtained through the system, the Flame Blood Dragon Sword. Cultivators who open their purple mansion and condense their core formation can store spiritual weapons within it, nurturing them year-round. In this world, common spiritual weapons are categorized into low grade, middle grade, and high grade, with superior and divine grades above them. The Juyin sect, as a first-class sect in the central domain, has a divine grade spiritual weapon as its sect's treasure. Most core formation realm cultivators typically only possess a middle-grade spiritual weapon. Before Jong Chen's core formation was destroyed, he nurtured a high-grade spiritual sword in his purple mansion. When the core formation is discarded, this superior spirit sword also perishes along with it. As for the superior grade spiritual weapons, they are mostly in the hands of cultivators from the upper 4 realms. Xiao Hong'ai has a red whip, which is absolutely powerful. Holding the Flame Blood Dragon Sword, Jong Chen can instantly feel the energy contained within it is too violent. If a cultivator from the lower 4 realms were to touch it, their sanity would be devoured in an instant. Even for him, holding it for a long time poses the same danger. Jong Chen's eyes narrow slightly as he falls into deep thought while continuing to nurture the sword in the core formation. Ma Wu, this man who opposes him must die, but if he were to simply kill him, it would not quench Jong Chen's deep-seated hatred, so he decides to take another approach. 100 li south of the Juyin sect, there is a city called Qingxi City. That night, more than a dozen burly men each dressed differently take advantage of the cover of darkness to sneak into the city. The group moves along the alleyways, eventually arriving in front of a large estate. This place is the Ma family residence. Inside live the descendants of Ma Wu, along with their parents, spouses, and children. The young master has ordered that not even the chickens and dogs of the Ma family shall be spared. The Zhang family is cautious in its actions and never makes any mistakes. Shouldn't we seek the approval of the family head before carrying out such an act? You're told to act, not to talk nonsense. As commanded by the family head, we are the young master's servants and prioritize his orders above anything else. I spoke out of turn. With that, the group leaps into the Ma family compound. Immediately, the lights of the Ma family are lit and screams fill the air. Half an hour has passed by the time the Lord of Qingxi City arrives with his troops. The scene before everyone makes them gasp in shock. Limbs and body parts are scattered everywhere. The 40-ish members of the Ma family all lie in pools of blood. Men, women, the elderly, and children, without exception. Truly, not even a single chicken and dog left. There's still residual vital energy. It must be the work of a core formation realm cultivator. It's likely all core formation realm cultivators. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so swift, and there are no signs of a fight. These people are well trained, not like ordinary cultivators, more like an army. My God, who did the Ma family offend to bring about such a catastrophe? Report this immediately, and send someone to the Juyan sect with the news. The next day, at the Juyan sect, Ma Wu is refining pills in the pill room. Bang. Disturbed in his thoughts, this is the third batch of pills he has ruined. No more refining, no more. Ma Wu walks out of the pill room with a dark face, appearing extremely irritable. Seeing this, the pill disciples all lower their heads, not daring to make any sound. What caused Ma Wu to be like this aside from the lingering fear from yesterday's events is that he has a bad premonition deep inside. As a core formation cultivator, Ma Wu knows such premonitions must have a cause, but he can't figure it out at the moment. Any news from Ninth Peak? He casually asks one of the pill disciples. Reporting to the elder, I took the opportunity to inquire discreetly while delivering pills. It seems that Jiang Chen has been punished by the head of Ninth Peak to face the wall and reflect. Dan Tong replied, just reflecting while facing the wall. Ma Wu frowned. What difference did such a punishment make from no punishment at all? In his opinion, at the very least, the status of a true disciple should be stripped, especially considering that Jiang Chen. What did Jong Chen do yesterday? After thinking for a long time, Ma Wu couldn't come up with a suitable charge. After all, his conflict with Jong Chen yesterday was merely a war of words, and the one who nearly killed him and brought disaster to the sect was Jiang Lianyue. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. That's right. Instigation? It must have been Jong Chen who knew Jiang Lianyue had fallen into madness and instigated her, nearly causing a catastrophe. His heart deserves punishment. Master, why are you so against that Ninth Peak eldest senior brother? Asked the young disciple. Against him? I, Ma Wu, am upright in my actions. I never target anyone. Ma Wu said disdainfully and earnestly, as my disciple, you should share the concerns of the sect and Elixir Peak. That Jong Chen has a despicable character, and his misdeeds are too numerous to record. If such a person remains in the sect, it's a disgrace to the righteous path, a disgrace to the Juyan sect. I will remember this, the disciple said while nodding repeatedly. It's strange. After all, the Zhang family is a millennium-old family, and the Zhang family's patriarch is imposing in all directions. How did they produce a degenerate like Jong Chen? If the top beam is not straight, the bottom beam will be crooked. I think that Zhang family is no good either, Ma Wu began to mutter to himself. Is the Zhang family very strong? The disciple asked again. Hearing this, Ma Wu's expression became a bit more serious, not just strong, but extremely strong. Do you think the sect doesn't know about Zhang Chen's misdeeds? Doesn't the Hall of Enforcement know? The reason they turn a blind eye is because of Xiao Hongai's partiality and also because of the concern for the Zhang family. The Juyan sect was already a first-class sect in the central domain, and besides the sects of the same level, only the imperial dynasty could surpass it. Even so, the Juyan sect still feared the Zhang family? Doesn't this mean that the strength of the Zhang family is such that even the Juyan sect has to be cautious? Thinking of this, the young disciple took a deep breath and decided that in the future, he must avoid Jong Chen at all costs. Seeing his disciple frightened, Ma Wu frowned again and scolded, why are you so cowardly? What if the Zhang family is strong? Once Jong Chen joined the Juyan sect, he became a disciple of the Juyan sect. Everyone knows that I have openly opposed him, and am I not still safe and sound? Give him 100 guts, would he dare to lay a finger on me? The sect rules are not just for show. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Mau, an elder from the Hall of Enforcement carrying a spiritual sword arrived in haste and said, there's been a disaster. More than 40 people of your Ma family have been slaughtered overnight. Not a single one was spared. What? Ma Wu jumped up in shock. The Ma family, slaughtered? Pfft. The next second, he felt darkness before his eyes, spat out a mouthful of blood, and passed out. Seeing this, the young disciple beside him turned pale and trembled uncontrollably. Host's actions conform to the villain's character setting, reward, minor achievement in swordsmanship, sword chi manifestation. Sword chi manifestation? In the wooden pavilion, Jong Chen's eyebrows raised. The way of the sword is divided into the following levels, beginner, minor achievement, major achievement, and grandmaster. A typical cultivator practicing the way of the sword must serve the sword for 10 years, temper the sword for 10 years, and train with the sword for 10 years before they can enter the beginner level of the way of the sword, becoming one with the sword and gaining the sword heart. The way of the sword is always known for its prowess in combat. Cultivators who achieve the sword heart not only wield more powerful sword techniques but also rarely meet an equal at the same level. When the sword heart is honed to the extreme, it can advance to the minor achievement level, allowing sword chi to manifest. When Jiang Lianyue tried to kill Ma Wu, the strands of icy sword chi she released were exactly sword chi manifestation. To be specific, given enough time, even a mediocre talent can reach the beginner level of the way of the sword. However, advancing further requires both talent and perseverance. The simplest example is that the Juyin sect has no shortage of sword cultivators who can manifest sword chi, but most of them are over 100 years old and have studied the way of the sword for many years. Yet Jiang Lianyue started practicing the sword at the age of 8 and had already shaped sword chi by 18, which is the posture of an empress. Jong Chen's talent is 1 in a 10,000, as said in the original story. As a major villain, he naturally has to have good talent and a strong background, making it satisfying for the readers when the protagonist defeats him. In his 9 cycles of reincarnation, Jiang Chen has honed the way of the sword to the extreme in several lives. He has severed mountains with one sword and sliced the sea with another. Under the influence of the villain's halo, he was once besieged by 5 sword grandmasters from the 7 luminaries sword pavilion. In the end, he fought 1 against 5, slaying several of them. That battle placed him above the sword grandmasters, shocking the central domain, and he was even rumored to have the bearing of a sword emperor, but as a result, not long after that incident, he was ganged up on by the protagonist and a group of female leads and supporting female characters. In the end, he had to self-destruct his life-bound spirit sword and flee for thousands of li. In summary, while the system's reward sounds powerful, Jong Chen's 9 lifetimes of practicing the sword have given him deep insights into the way of the sword. Even without the system, he could just immerse himself in hard practice for a few months to achieve minor success in swordsmanship and reach the realm where sword chi can take shape. This reward merely advances the timeline a little earlier. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. The massacre of the Ma family and the enraged state of Elixir Peak Elder Mau whose pill fire went out of control and caused him to fall into a coma was widely discussed within the Juyin sect. This incident spread like wildfire within the Juyin sect. Especially after learning the results of the investigation by the Lord of Qingxi City, the disciples of the Juyin sect were all shocked. The culprits who exterminated the Ma family were all at the core formation level, and there were over a dozen of them. What does this mean? In the central domain, core formation cultivators are already the foundation of an ordinary sect. Even in a first-rate sect like the Juyin sect, they are at the level of true disciples or elders. But to exterminate the Ma family, which only had cultivators of the lower 4 realms, they dispatched over a dozen core formation cultivators. This is not using a cleaver to kill a chicken but using a cleaver to kill an ant. TLN, proverb. Then, another question arose. Although many sects in the central domain have over a dozen core formation cultivators, these cultivators are too proud to gather together to attack the insignificant Ma family. Even a top-tier demonic sect would not stoop so low, so who could have exterminated the Ma family? Everyone couldn't help but ponder. No matter how you look at it, this doesn't seem like the work of a central domain force but rather an external force committing atrocities in the central domain. With this thought, a name that would strike fear into anyone just by mentioning it surfaced in everyone's minds. The Zhang family? Jong Chen's conflict with Ma Wu had been ongoing for a while, and many people were aware of it. And as the sole heir of the Zhang family, Jong Chen certainly had both the reason and the power to commit such an atrocity. Although it made sense, there was no concrete evidence. However, for some reason, almost everyone instinctively concluded that he must be behind it as soon as Jong Chen's name appeared in their minds. There was no second possibility. For a time, the Juyin sect was abuzz with discussion. Wherever Jong Chen went, the disciples avoided him like the plague. If they couldn't avoid him, they would flatter Jong Chen while cursing him with the most venomous words in their hearts. Jong Chen didn't care at all. After 9 cycles of reincarnation, the Ma family had been slaughtered several times, and even if it wasn't his doing, the blame still fell on him. It was also for this reason that his feud with Ma Wu had reached a point of life and death. This is the villain's halo. Under the influence of the villain's halo, he was bound to take the blame no matter whether the events were Jong Chen's doing or not. Whatever he did, his popularity among others would continuously decline. For 9 lifetimes spanning 1,000 years, Jong Chen had no idea how many times he had been wrongly blamed and misunderstood. But in this life, facing the curses and fears of others, he actually felt comfortable. Because he really was the one responsible this time, there were no misunderstandings. In the original plot of the novel, Jong Chen, the villainous eldest senior brother, had indeed acted against the Ma family. However, this event took place after the protagonist Lin Feng became a disciple of the Juyin sect, and Jong Chen didn't wipe out the entire Ma family, only killed a few people. The next day, Jong Chen was practicing his swordplay in front of the wooden pavilion while Jiang Lianyue squatted beside him, propping her face with her hands, watching him with a giggly smile. 5th junior sister, don't you have anything else to do? Jong Chen frowned and said. Recently, Jiang Lianyue appeared in front of the wooden pavilion, accompanying the first light of dawn, and stayed there all day until she was willing to leave at night. She did nothing but watch Jong Chen with a silly smile during this time. If Jong Chen spoke to her, she would smile even more charmingly. If he didn't, she would remain silent. To me, being able to see senior brother every day is the most important thing. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lianyue's smile blossomed beautifully. You don't cultivate anymore? Jong Chen asked again. How could that be? Jiang Lianyue shook her head, somewhat proudly saying, I cultivate very seriously every night. Jong Chen was speechless after seeing her with a please praise me look. Appearing here during the day and going back to cultivate at night. This also meant that Jiang Lianyue hadn't rested at all for this recent period. Although cultivators don't need to sleep, being on edge all the time is harmful to one's spiritual heart, so they would occasionally sleep or rest through meditation or contemplation. Despite Jiang Lianyue showing no signs of abnormality now, if this continued, she might go mad at best and completely lose her sanity at worst. Go back and sleep. Believe it or not, I'll strip you naked and throw you at the entrance of the 9th peak. Jong Chen threatened fiercely. He wasn't being kind. Rather, it was truly unnerving to be watched by a lunatic every day. Moreover, this lunatic had the potential to become even crazier. But as soon as he finished speaking, Jong Chen regretted it. Based on his understanding of Jiang Lianyue, she was always proud and would likely explode in rage when faced with such a teasing threat. If that really happened, with his core formation initial stage cultivation, he might actually lose his life. With this thought, Jong Chen's vital energy circulated within him, quickly gathering at his feet, ready to make a quick escape. He had only taken one step. Woo-woo, eldest senior brother actually cares about me. After a slight tremble, Jiang Lianyue suddenly covered her face with her hands and burst into tears. After staggering, Jong Chen felt his head buzzing. Li Fazhu, the great elder of the Juyin sect Hall of Enforcement. His features were stern, he rarely smiled or spoke unnecessarily, and he had an imposing presence even without anger. With his peak heavenly origin cultivation, he was only a step away from ascending to the higher realms. The Hall of Enforcement was directly governed by the head of the Juyin sect and did not have a hall master, so all matters, big and small, were handled by Li Fazhu. That day, Li Fazhu appeared at the foot of the 9th peak mountain while carrying an ancient sword. Upon seeing him, the disciples of 9th peak all felt a surge of joy. As an elder of the Juyin sect's elixir peak, Ma Wu's family was branded with the Juyin sect's mark and protected by the sect. Now that the Ma family has been slaughtered and Ma Wu remains unconscious, the Hall of Enforcement will naturally not stand idly by. The disciples didn't need to think twice to know that Li Fazhu's personal visit today was surely to interrogate Jong Chen. If the charges were confirmed, Jong Chen would be severely punished even with the backing of the Zhang family. At the least, his cultivation would be abolished, and he would be expelled from the Juyin sect. At worst, he could be executed according to the sect rules, which was not impossible. After all, although the Zhang family is powerful, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. The imperial laws are not just for show. The Ma family might be insignificant, and the imperial dynasty might turn a blind eye to their annihilation. However, if the Zhang family dares to leave the upper domain and directly attacks the sects of the central domain, according to imperial law, this would be a crime punishable by the extermination of their clan. I must cleanse the sect and uphold the rules of the Juyin sect today. Looking up towards the mountainside with a stern gaze, Li Fazhu's eyes were filled with cold determination. Stepping into the 9th peak, he didn't go to see Xiao Hong'ai but instead went straight to the pavilion between the mountains. He had intended to release his aura and intimidate Jong Chen with his peak heavenly origin cultivation as a show of force. But the scene before him left him speechless, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. In the open space in front of the wooden pavilion, Jong Chen lay comfortably in a wooden chair with Jiang Lianyue beside him. Lianyue, senior brother is thirsty. Lianyue, come and give senior brother a shoulder massage. Lianyue, that sword chi move I just did, wasn't it impressive? Lianyue, if someone challenges senior brother in the future, you beat them up? Understand? With each statement, Jiang Lianyue would smile and busy herself with a look of happiness. Sometimes she clapped her hands, sometimes she nodded earnestly, extremely obedient and attentive. At first glance, anyone would think that Jong Chen had taken a new maidservant. How dare you? Li Fazhu was furious after he snapped back to reality. Who was Jiang Lianyue? She was the person with the potential of an empress, the darling of the sect, and the hope of the 9th peak and the Juyin sect. It was well known among the higher UPS of the Juyin sect that Jiang Lianyue had fallen into madness, and her Dao's heart was unstable. Jong Chen, as the eldest senior brother of the 9th peak, not only failed to take care of her but took advantage of her vulnerability to treat her like a maidservant. This was absolutely intolerable. Jong Chen, you scum of the sect, do you have no conscience at all? Li Fazhu roared furiously with a thunderous voice. Conscience? Jong Chen sneered at the mention of the word. Hadn't it been these so-called upholders of justice like Li Fazhu who had trampled his conscience into dust over 9 cycles of reincarnation? Now they were talking to him about conscience? Where were they before? What brings elderly here? Jong Chen asked while feigning ignorance. You have harassed junior sisters and beaten junior brothers, and now you have exterminated more than 40 members of the Ma family, leaving no one alive. And now you are deceiving our sect's prodigy. Such atrocities have never been seen in the 1,000 years since the founding of the Juyin sect. For these multiple crimes, I will apprehend you today. Li Fazhu's eyes were wide with anger. Oh, then come on. You still dare to argue? I'll show you. What? Li Fazhu was baffled. According to his expectations, shouldn't Jong Chen desperately defend himself, even bringing up the Zhang family as his backing? Why was he simply telling him to come on? This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. While he was still stunned, he saw Jiang Chen turn to Jiang Lianyue and say, "Junior sister, being wrongfully accused has put senior brother in a very bad mood. Since senior brother is in a bad mood, then Lianyue." Her smile faded, then an ice jade cold sword appeared in Jiang Lianyue's hand. She looked straight at Li Fazhu, her eyes now filled with coldness. "Then Lianyue will kill him to cheer senior brother up." Li Fazhu's face instantly stiffened upon hearing those words. To kill him to cheer up her senior brother? He, the great elder of the Hall of Enforcement, had become a tool for Jong Chen's amusement? What's more, these words actually came from Jiang Lianyue's mouth. Li Fazhu understood in an instant. It seemed that Jiang Lianyue's madness was far beyond his understanding. But the problem was, even if Jiang Lianyue was mad, why did she listen to Jong Chen so obediently? Even Jong Chen himself had no answer to this question. At first, he found it puzzling too. But it's true that after spending days together, Jiang Lianyue indeed followed all of his commands. Unable to figure it out, he simply chalked it up to karma. As for Jiang Lianyue's suggestion to kill the elder to cheer him, Jong Chen just smiled. He didn't agree, but his meaningful gaze clearly said, "Go on. Kill him?" Without any hesitation, Jiang Lianyue took up her sword and went forth, her body suddenly exuding a cold aura, several times denser than before. Since the last time she tried to self-destruct her imperial essence, only a few days have passed, and she has made a breakthrough from human origin to earthly origin. Jong Chen's pupils shrank after seeing this. He was inwardly amazed. This speed of her cultivation was simply inconceivable. So exaggerated that it couldn't be described by talent or the stature of an empress? What Jong Chen didn't know was, as the saying goes, turning to the dark side makes you 10 times stronger, while redemption weakens you by a third. TLN, like in a video game, characters become stronger when they join the villain's side. After 9 lifetimes of retrospection, Jiang Lianyue, just like Jong Chen, had observed her 9 lifetimes and accumulated the understanding and cultivation of 1,000 years. This, coupled with her relentless practice, was why she could progress so rapidly. And from the beginning to the end, she had only one goal: to become stronger and to destroy heaven and earth. Only then could she kill every enemy of Jong Chen. Now back to Li Fazhu. The moment he sensed Jiang Lianyue's cultivation level, he too was shocked. Then, a surge of ecstasy followed. The potential of an empress is indeed extraordinary. She will definitely be a blessing to the Juyin sect if she grows successfully, Li Fazhu thought to himself. In the midst of his thoughts, the ice jade cold sword was already upon him. Li Fazhu dodged to the side, instinctively wanting to draw the ancient sword from behind, but hesitated. He didn't want to hurt Jiang Lianyue. Although Jiang Lianyue was now of earthly origin cultivation, he practiced the sword path and was at the peak of heavenly origin. For Jiang Lianyue to hurt him, she would have to self-destruct her imperial essence like last time. But if that really happened, then the Juyin sect would face a great disaster. Helpless, Li Fazhu had no choice but to puff up his chest and shout out, "Master of the 9th peak, will you really allow your disciple to act so recklessly?" His voice boomed and startling countless birds. The next moment, a figure in red descended from the sky, and Xiao Hong'ai indeed appeared. "Get out." Her voice was cold, and her rapidly rising aura caused the heavens and the earth to change abruptly. "Jong Chen, you are a disgrace to the sect, unworthy of being the true disciple of the 9th peak. Leave the 9th peak immediately and come with me to the Hall of Enforcement for your punishment." Li Fazhu nodded as if it was only natural. "I'm talking about you." Xiao Hong'ai's beautiful eyes were cold. As she spoke, a red whip appeared in her hand, its body like scales, blazing red and hot, causing the temperature around to soar. "Me." Pointing at his own nose, Li Fazhu was once again dumbfounded. "You dare to come to my 9th peak to capture someone without any evidence? If you don't leave within 3 breaths, you might as well stay here with your dead body." In the end, Li Fazhu gritted his teeth and left. He was no match for Xiao Hong'ai, so why should he humiliate himself? The fact that Jong Chen had slaughtered the Ma family was undeniable, but there was no evidence. Still, he wouldn't have a leg to stand on even if he took the matter to the sect master. However, before leaving, Li Fazhu couldn't help but say, "9th peak's peak master, Jong Chen is beyond redemption. I urge you to prioritize the righteousness of our section." Xiao Hong'ai remained silent upon hearing this. She stood there while gazing up at the sky, her beautiful eyes filled with struggle. In truth, she also believed that the massacre of the Ma family was Jong Chen's doing. But without evidence, how could she, as his master, allow Jong Chen to be taken away? Perhaps she did a wrong thing today, but she was willing to accept her mistake in the future. Sigh. Xiao Hong'ai let out a long sigh, stirring a sense of sorrow in anyone who heard it. "Thank you, master." Jong Chen's lips parted several times, but in the end, all he could do was bow and express his gratitude. "You." After giving him a deep look, Xiao Hong'ai replied, "Take care of yourself." Her simple words were laden with sadness and loss. Jong Chen felt a pang in his heart but could only shake his head and give a wry smile. Master and disciple fell into silence together. After a while, Xiao Hong'ai softly said, "Your second junior brother's injuries have improved. He can now get out of bed and walk. Since you were the one who caused his serious injuries, go and apologize." Until he fully recovers, you are to take care of his daily needs. I will follow master's orders. Jong Chen bowed again. Xiao Hongai's mood visibly improved after seeing him so obedient. Turning to Jiang Lianyue, she gestured, Lianyue, come to your master. Jiang Lianyue just looked at her silently, not moving a step. Xiao Hongai felt a bit awkward and added, the Supreme Great Elder personally went to the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss and retrieved an item called 9 Abyss Soul Embryo for you. This item can help stabilize your Dao heart. Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss? Jong Chen was surprised and couldn't help but smirk. That Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss was an extremely dangerous secret realm in the central domain, filled with countless ghosts and spirits. And the 9 Abyss Soul Embryo was an 8th grade spiritual treasure, formed from the purest ghost spirits, unaffected by ghostly energies, and only can be seen once in 1,000 years. If ghosts consumed it, they could remove their malevolent energies and solidify their ghostly forms. If human cultivators took it, it could stabilize their Dao heart and calm and nourish their soul. Like natural treasures and pills, the grades ranged from 1 being the lowest to 9 being the highest. Each time they appeared, such spiritual treasures were only found in the deepest parts of the ghost abyss. Although cultivators in the central domain coveted them, they dared not venture lightly into it. The reason was simple. Deep within the ghost abyss were ghosts and spirits on par with upper 4 realms cultivators, and they were numerous. Competing with these ghosts for the 9 Abyss Soul Embryo was akin to courting death. Jong Chen knew of only one person among the retired elders of the Juyin sect who could snatch such a treasure from the jaws of those ghosts and return it unscathed. Being personally dealt with by that immortal old man, as expected of the sect's hope. The potential of an empress is indeed different, Jong Chen thought disdainfully. He himself was also exceptionally talented. Having gone through 9 cycles of reincarnation, he had once shed blood and earned merits for the sect. But what was the result? Still, his cultivation was abolished, and he was expelled from the sect. On the other hand, there was Jiang Lianyue. Upon hearing 9 Abyss Soul Embryo, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but it was only for a moment. The next second, she said, no need, I'm not actually mad. This gave Xiao Hongai a headache as she thought to herself that indeed, those who are mad never realize it. What she didn't know was that Jiang Lianyue was indeed mad and had turned dark. But this was not due to an unstable Dao heart or a damaged soul, but rather because of the guilt from 9 lifetimes and 1,000 years of self-reproach. Simply put, it was a sickness of the heart. Such an ailment is difficult to cure, and even cultivators need a remedy of the heart. And her remedy was Jong Chen. Unless one day Jong Chen personally forgives her and can let go of the resentment caused by misunderstandings over 9 lifetimes, otherwise, Jiang Lianyue would continue to turn darker, beyond the reach of any cure. My good disciple, I know you're not mad, but what's the harm in trying? Don't worry, your master will always be with you. Xiao Hongai spoke with the patience of coaxing a child, but the look Jiang Lianyue gave her was as if she were looking at a fool. Xiao Hongai was speechless once again. This was not what she had expected. Considering the last time Jiang Lianyue was about to self-detonate her imperial source and then stopped because she didn't want to hurt her, now Jiang Lianyue's response was clearly not the same. Could it be that her madness has intensified? With this thought, Xiao Hongai's brows furrowed with worry, and she felt at a loss. Seeing this, and not wanting his beautiful master to be so troubled, as well as to be on the safe side, Jong Chen finally said, Junior sister, you should listen to master. Oh. Jiang Lianyue nodded and took small steps to Xiao Hongai's side. Xiao Hongai was full of question marks. What was going on? She recalled the last time Jiang Lianyue tried to self-detonate her imperial source and a wild thought popped into her head. Could it be? From the beginning to the end, Jiang Lianyue only listened to Jong Chen? On the way to the main peak, Xiao Hongai felt more and more that this might be the case. As the peak master of 9th peak, not a single grass or tree in 9th peak could escape her divine sense if she wanted to investigate. When Jong Chen orders Jiang Lianyue around as if she were a maid, Xiao Hongai thinks it is because Jiang Lianyue is not in her right mind. Now it seemed that might not be the case. This made Xiao Hongai even more worried. As a master, she always hoped her disciples would be united and close, but not in this way. Although Jong Chen hadn't done anything inappropriate, this was still not acceptable. She didn't want her disciple to stay by Jong Chen's side for a long time, potentially being influenced negatively. One rebellious disciple had already exhausted her. Another one would drive her mad, wouldn't it? The more she thought about it, the more Xiao Hongai felt she couldn't let things go on unchecked. With a smile on her face, she raised her hand to gently stroke Jiang Lianyue's head, trying to appear kind and approachable. Lianyue, how about you follow your master from now on, and stop seeing your eldest senior brother, boom. Before she could finish, a burst of icy aura exploded from within Jiang Lianyue. The aura grew stronger and stronger, causing even Xiao Hongai to shiver. Worried that Jiang Lianyue might react violently and self-destruct her imperial source, Xiao Hongai quickly tried to soothe her. I was just joking. As senior brother and sister, you should naturally spend more time together. Sure enough. As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Lianyue instantly retracted her aura, even obediently nodding her head. But your eldest senior brother. Xiao Hongai took the opportunity to continue. Boom. The icy aura appeared again, even more ferocious than before. Xiao Hongai was at a loss for words. She had figured it out. Anyone who tried to stop Jiang Lianyue from seeing Jong Chen or spoke ill of Jong Chen would immediately trigger Jiang Lianyue's outburst. No exceptions? What was this all about? If it weren't for Xiao Hongai's profound cultivation, allowing her to see that Jiang Lianyue was unharmed, she might have suspected that Jong Chen had bewitched Jiang Lianyue. Well, she would just have to wait and see. With a long sigh in her heart, Xiao Hongai had no choice but to forcibly change the subject. Hehe. The weather today is quite nice. After Xiao Hongai and Jiang Lianyue left, Jong Chen headed towards the summit of the 9th peak. There, the main hall of the 9th peak was located, and it was also where the disciples lived. Usually, he would never go there. The reason was simple: his junior brothers and sisters all despised him, and he felt the same discontent. In that case, it was better not to see each other. If they did meet, then he would do what a villain should do and collect system rewards. Walking along the ancient brick road, the disciples of the 9th peak who saw Jong Chen all showed fear on their faces. These people were the disciples of the various elders of the 9th peak, unlike the true disciples like Jong Chen and Jiang Lianyue, and they were usually responsible for various tasks. At this time, many disciples were cleaning the white tiles leading to the main hall, but someone shouted, "Eldest senior brother is coming." In an instant, most of the sweeping disciples scattered like birds and beasts, disappearing in a flash. A few disciples who were closer to Jong Chen and had caught his attention had no choice but to step forward with trembling hearts and salutes. "Greetings to eldest senior brother. MHM. With a slight nod, Jong Chen no longer paid them any attention. This allowed the disciples to breathe a sigh of relief. "You, go clean my wooden hut and bring supplies over." Jong Chen suddenly pointed at a female disciple. "Ah." The female disciple turned pale with fright. "What ah? Didn't you hear me?" Jong Chen's eyes were fierce, and his attitude was unpleasant as he said, "Remember, the only water I drink must be the spiritual spring water from the peak of 9th peak. The spiritual rice I eat must be of the finest quality. The spiritual fruits can be average, but they must be fruits that are harvested at least once every 10 years. Upon hearing this, the corners of the female disciple's mouth twitched involuntarily. Even the peak master, Xiao Hongai, wasn't so particular in her daily life. "I will go back and check later. If there is a speck of dust in the wooden pavilion, you know what the consequences will be," Jong Chen said in a calm voice. Although he spoke softly, the female disciple was so frightened that she nearly lost her composure and almost collapsed on the spot. Perhaps since the last time Jong Chen was severely punished by Xiao Hongai, he dared not do anything too outrageous within the sect. But with the massacre of the Ma family still fresh in everyone's minds, no one wanted to be the target of his attention. "Why don't you go quickly?" Jong Chen frowned. I'll go right now." The female disciple was so scared that she jumped up and fled in panic. During her escape, she was so terrified that she almost fell off the stone path and into the ravine. The other disciples watching from a distance could only sigh and express their helplessness. Continuing on his way, Jong Chen arrived at his destination. Before him stood a 3-story library pavilion with red pillars and blue tiles, exuding an ancient charm. If one listened closely, they could hear the sound of reading aloud from within. "A gentleman is cautious and does not deceive in the dark. He humbles himself and nurtures his character while maintaining integrity." Confucius said, "A gentleman who is not solemn will not be respected, and his learning will not be solid. Uphold loyalty and trust, associate only with those better than yourself, and do not hesitate to correct your mistakes." Confucius also said, "A gentleman does not stumble before others, does not lose composure before others, and does not misspeak before others. Therefore, the gentleman's demeanor commands respect, his presence commands caution, and his words command belief." Hearing these recitations, Jong Chen sneered. He strode forward and forcefully pushed open the red doors of the library. Bang! The recitation stopped abruptly. Inside the library, a young man dressed in a blue scholar's robe with a ceremonial cap and a fair complexion stood with a book in one hand and the other behind his back, his expression darkening. "Second junior brother, you always talking about gentlemen, truly worthy of being 9th peak sage of books? But aren't you a bit weak? I merely sparred with you, and you ended up bedridden for over a month." Jong Chen said mockingly. This young man was Lin Mubi, the second true disciple taken by Xiao Hongai after Jong Chen. Precisely speaking, Lin Mubi's talent for cultivation was absolutely the best among Xiao Hongai's disciples. Jiang Lianyue, though possessing the potential of an empress, was not much different from Jong Chen in terms of cultivation talent. They were both considered 1 in 10,000 cultivators. But Lin Mubi was different. He possessed an innate Dao bone, specifically in the rib bone near his heart. Those with innate Dao bone face no bottlenecks in cultivation. Whether it's the sword path, the saber path, or the pill path, they can integrate and comprehend with just a glance. TLN, swords, double-edged, sabers, single-edged. Breaking through several realms is as easy as eating and drinking when they enter a state of sudden epiphany. Such talent appears once in 10,000 years. Of course, there are drawbacks. That is, those with innate Dao bone lack sufficient destiny and seem to be envied by heaven and earth, thus facing many tribulations. With Lin Mubi's talent, if he had focused on cultivation, his achievements would not be low even if he couldn't become a great emperor. But he was stubborn. From a young age, he loved reading and did not wish to pursue the path of martial arts. Instead, he aspired to emulate the scholar emperor, enduring thousands of years of cold study. Though his cultivation made no progress, by reading the books of sages, he cultivated a vast and righteous spirit, aiming to one day attain the throne of an emperor. It was for this reason that Lin Mubi had only reached the core formation initial formation stage despite having an innate Dao bone. This was still due to the innate Dao bone automatically absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In the original text, Lin Mubi regarded Jiang Chen with disdain since becoming a disciple of Xiao Hong'ai. He studies the books of sages and cultivates an aura of righteousness, naturally finding it hard to tolerate the villainous eldest senior brother who does nothing but evil. The two frequently argue, and Jong Chen often beats him up, putting them at odds like fire and water. Through 9 cycles of reincarnation, Jong Chen continuously extends goodwill, hoping to change Lin Mubi's prejudices against him. However, Lin Mubi has long decided that his eldest senior brother is beyond redemption and thus remains wary of this so-called goodwill. Even if Lin Mubi's view of Jong Chen improves, it is often shattered again due to the protagonist's instigation and various coincidental events, sending any positive feelings plummeting once more. A month ago, Lin Mubi couldn't stand watching Jong Chen take away the jade spirit grass that their third junior sister was preparing to use for a breakthrough. But as soon as he tried to intervene, Jong Chen beat him so severely under the pretext of seeing a senior brother and not paying respects that he was bedridden for over a month. This incident made it clear to him. Eldest senior brother Jong Chen is the epitome of evil in this world. If one day he succeeds in attaining the imperial throne through the literary path, he must punish the wicked, promote the good, and cleanse the universe. With a look of disgust at Jong Chen, Lin Mubi shook his head slightly. He carefully put away the book in his hands as if it were a treasure, then gently placed it on the desk, incidentally dusting off the book's cover. After finishing, he turned to look at Jong Chen and said indifferently, "Eldest senior brother, if you wish to beat me, could we please leave the library first? These books are the culmination of my life's work. Damaging even a single page would be worse than killing me." Clearly, he had grown accustomed to being beaten by Jong Chen. "Aren't you going to resist? I've been demoted by our master and lost my core formation. Now my cultivation level is similar to yours," Jong Chen retorted. "I have abandoned the martial path for the scholarly one. There's no reason for me to resist with force." Lin Mubi shook his head. "Senior brother can beat me if he wishes. Just don't knock me out again. In exchange, I won't mention this to our master." "Afraid of passing out again? What, are you scared?" Jong Chen asked with a teasing look on his face. "Not at all." Lin Mubi shook his head again and explained, "It would interfere with my reading time." "What is this guy talking about?" Jong Chen was speechless. As Lin Mubi said, Jong Chen really did come to beat someone up. After all, as a villain, it was only natural for him to take care his junior brother who had just woken up from a coma. But Lin Mubi's attitude of "hurry up and hit me, I'm on a schedule" made it all rather dull for him. Suddenly, Jong Chen had an idea, his eyes lighting up. In a swift motion, he appeared at the desk, casually picking up a book and smiling. "Second junior brother, as everyone knows, you hold books dearer than life. I wonder what would you do if I were to destroy all the books in this library?" As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Mubi's calm demeanor vanished, replaced by a look of panic. Host's actions conform to the villain's character setting. Congratulations to the host for the cultivation progress from core formation initial formation early stage to mid stage. This reward from the system made Jong Chen's body jolt. After the system prompt disappeared, a surge of vital energy burst forth from his body, causing the books around him to fall off the shelves. Lin Mubi found the situation unbelievable. He knew his eldest senior brother was a scoundrel, but surely he wouldn't get so excited about destroying his books that he'd break through a minor cultivation realm on the spot, right? Could doing evil really excite Jong Chen that much? After snapping back to reality, Lin Mubi picked up the books from the ground with a pained expression and carefully placed them back on the shelves. Only then did he respond to Jong Chen's earlier question. "My library houses tens of thousands of books. If senior brother destroys even one, I will complain to our master and ask the Hall of Enforcement and the sect master to punish you personally." Do scholars also tattle? Jong Chen was incredulous. To deal with extraordinary people, one must take extraordinary actions. Jong Chen was left speechless once again. It had to be said that this threat was effective. Although Xiao Hong'ai was thoroughly disappointed and it was only a matter of time before she would expel him from the Juyan sect, that couldn't happen just yet. After all, the protagonist hadn't yet become a disciple. Who knew how it would affect the final outcome if he were to be expelled from the sect now? Moreover, even though Lin Mubi wasn't strong in combat, the vast righteous energy cultivated within him could be quite troublesome if he really fought with all he had. In this life, Jong Chen had finally found a chance to escape this world and save his master and the Jong family, so he had to be cautious. But the problem was, if he simply cowered, it would be impossible for the villain to save face. Besides, Lin Mubi had just described himself as an extraordinary person. How could he tolerate that? Junior brother must be joking. "As your eldest senior brother, how could I possibly destroy something you cherish?" Jong Chen said with a grin, putting down the books. "To be honest, junior brother, I am here on master's orders to take care of your daily needs since you're still recovering from your injuries. If that's the case, then please leave, eldest senior brother. I cannot afford your care," Lin Mubi flatly refused. "How could I do that?" Jong Chen's expression turned stern. I've already decided that to help junior brother recover as quickly as possible, I will take you to live in my wooden lodge on the mountainside. During this time, you should stop reading and focus on healing your injury. Lin Mubi was shocked again upon hearing this. Stop reading? That was practically killing him? Junior brother, don't resist. Everything senior brother is doing is for your own good. If you resist, I will have to take action by force. Then, if a fight breaks out, how many books get destroyed in your library will no longer be my concern and my fault, Jiang Chen added. A blatant threat? In essence, he just didn't want Lin Mubi to have an easy time, did he? With no other choice, Lin Mubi had to submit. He bowed deeply and performed a respectful salute. Senior brother, please forgive me. I misspoke earlier. Good. Jong Chen accepted the apology with ease. After getting up and seeing Jong Chen still staring intently at him, Lin Mubi had to bow again. This time Jong Chen was satisfied and left, resting his head on his arm. But just as he reached the door, he narrowed his eyes, looked back, and threatened maliciously. Remember, salute me before you see me next time. If you criticize what I do again, I'll burn down your library. And one more thing. Jong Chen suddenly smiled and added, Junior brother, since your innate Dao bone is useless to you, why not give it to your senior brother? Upon hearing this, Lin Mubi clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. After a while, the book pavilion regained its tranquility, but he no longer had the mood to read. That was his eldest senior brother. Not only did he snatch junior sister's opportunity, but he also threatened his junior brother with harsh words. Even worse, he wanted to take the innate Dao bone from within his body. There was no sense of fellowship at all. Jong Chen, you are like a wall of dung that cannot be plastered. Why not die if you are so worthless? Lin Mubi cursed under his breath. He usually read books of sages and seldom cursed others, unless he really couldn't help it. Lin Mubi just didn't understand. Why couldn't Xiao Hong'ai see Jong Chen's true nature? Why did she still favor such a scumbag like Jong Chen to this day? After being publicly ridiculed by Jong Chen, the simple-minded fourth junior brother left the sect on the pretext of a mission and did not return for many days. The third junior sister, worried about having her opportunity snatched by Jong Chen again, also left for the Hongduan mountain range under the guise of a mission. Although the fifth junior sister hadn't left the sect, she had reportedly gone mad since the last time she was harassed. He had no doubt that the ninth peak might just fall apart if things continued this way. I heard that more than 40 members of the Ma family in Qingxi City were slaughtered by Jong Chen. His actions are becoming more and more unrestrained. If this continues, not only the ninth peak but the entire Juyan sect might suffer. Lin Mubi was deeply worried. But what could he do? Unless he could attain the imperial throne through his literary achievements, he was powerless against Jong Chen. Feeling irritable, Lin Mubi took a jug of spiritual wine and drank by himself. He didn't use his internal energy to resist the effects of the alcohol, and after only half a jug, his vision was already blurred, and his face slightly flushed. After a few more cups, he shouted in his drunkenness, Jong Chen, you don't deserve to be the eldest senior brother of the ninth peak. Sooner or later, I will. Bang. Before he could finish, the door of the book pavilion opened. The dull thud startled him sober. It was just the wind. I thought Jong Chen had returned. After checking, Lin Mubi let out a long sigh of relief. Look how scared I got. In truth, he wasn't afraid of Jong Chen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have opposed him repeatedly. He was just worried that Jong Chen might really burn his books in a fit of rage. Ah, the jug is empty. I should go rest. In a daze, Lin Mubi found the sunlight somewhat glaring. Struggling to open his eyes and looking around, he realized he was on the ancient brick road halfway up the ninth peak. How did I end up here? Could it be that I sleepwalked here because I couldn't handle my liquor? Lin Mubi was confused. Though that was the case, he had never heard of a core formation cultivator sleepwalking due to drunkenness. Unable to figure it out, he gave up. He prepared to return to the book pavilion to read while shaking his head. Jong Chen interrupted his reading yesterday, and he didn't get enough time. That's why he had to make up for it no matter what today. Eldest senior brother is amazing. If it weren't for you, those bad guys would have snatched my jade spirit grass. A familiar and pleasant voice came from ahead. Along with the voice, a man and a woman appeared from the foot of the mountain, walking side by side. The man was handsome and dressed in white. The woman had black hair that reached her neck and wore a simple green dress, and when she smiled, 2 shallow dimples appeared on her face, making her look gentle and adorable. Jong Chen, junior sister Qingning. Lin Mubi was stunned. The appearance of Jong Chen didn't elicit much of a reaction from him. After all, his villainous eldest senior brother did nothing but wander around every day, taking pleasure in bullying his fellow sect members. But wasn't junior sister Qingning supposed to have gone to the Hongduan mountain range? How did she come back so soon? And even if she did return, how did she get mixed up with Jong Chen? Could it be? Lin Mubi's expression suddenly darkened. He instinctively assumed that Jong Chen must have used some sweet talk to deceive Qingning again. Qingning was naive by nature and had no idea just how bad her eldest senior brother really was. That's why she kept falling for his tricks over and over again. Jong Chen, you have no shame. An angry shout suddenly rang out. Who said what I wanted to say? While mentally giving a thumbs up, Lin Mubi turned his head to look. He wanted to see who else in the ninth peak dared to stand up against tyranny and despise evil so fiercely besides himself. But as he turned, his eyes widened in disbelief. because what he saw was himself. Before he could come back to his senses, another miraculous scene unfolded. Dense golden lines appeared out of nowhere, slowly converging, intertwining, and outlining to form two words. First life. First life? Lin Mubi was stunned. He rubbed his eyes repeatedly, and after making sure he wasn't seeing things, he shook his head in disbelief. So I'm still in a dream. No wonder the scene felt so familiar to him. He finally remembered that this was exactly what had happened over a month ago. Lin Mubi remembered clearly. That day, the third junior sister accidentally found a jade spirit grass that could help core formation realm cultivators break through their bottlenecks on her trip outside. When Jiang Chen found out, he tried to deceive her, and when that failed, he resorted to outright robbery. The third junior sister, Qingning, might not have been the most talented cultivator, but she was blessed with great fortune and had a pure character. Knowing she was easy to deceive, Jiang Chen often used various means to take the opportunities she gained for himself. At first, Qingning trusted her eldest senior brother quite a bit. However, as the number of times she was robbed increased, especially after the jade spirit grass incident, she completely lost hope in Jiang Chen and even refused to call him eldest senior brother anymore. That jade spirit grass was her hope of breaking through to the human origin realm after surviving a life and death ordeal. After waking up from his coma, Lin Mubi wanted to comfort Qingning immediately, only to learn that she had already left the sect. He found Xiao Hong'ai and learned the whole story. Junior sister Qingning knew her talent was lacking. Despite her dedicated cultivation, she made no progress. The cultivation manuals were like reading obscure and difficult to understand arcane texts to her. Seeing that she couldn't enter the core formation realm, their master, not caring about losing face, personally went to the first-class sect Ancient Pill Tower sect to ask for a perfect quality core formation breakthrough pill for her. At that time, Qingning decided that she would not disappoint Xiao Hong'ai and would make her proud to have accepted her as her disciple. But reality slapped her hard in the face. For an entire year, not only was she unable to enter the human origin realm, but her vital energy had only increased slightly, and her combat power was even less than that of inner disciples at the same realm. While it's true that ordinary core formation cultivators need years, or even decades, of insight and time to step into the human origin realm, Qingning's status was different. She was Xiao Hong'ai's direct disciple, a true disciple of the Juyin sect's 9th peak. Her eldest senior brother took just over a month to step from the core formation initial formation into the human origin realm. Although she and her second senior brother were of the same cultivation level, the latter abandoned his innate Dao bone and spent his days only reading and writing. Her fourth junior brother might be slow-witted, but he possessed the rare martial emperor physique. This kind of physique focuses on strengthening the body rather than cultivating the Dao, and as the body becomes stronger, the cultivation naturally follows, something she couldn't compare with. Qingning knew she couldn't match her other senior brothers and junior brothers, but she also knew her own strengths. From a young age, she had extraordinary luck and continuously encountered fortuitous adventures. Compared to dedicated and arduous cultivation, leaving the sect to travel and seek various heavenly and earthly treasures to achieve breakthroughs was the best approach. But even with good fortune, how easy could it be to find treasures that might help a core formation realm cultivator to break through? After traveling for half a year, she had visited desolate ancient ruins and traversed towering mountains and ridges. During this time, she had fallen into mountain streams and had been pursued by demonic cultivators. Although she encountered many adventures, they were only common heavenly and earthly treasures. Fortunately, heaven rewards the diligent, and she finally found the jade spirit grass that could enhance one's comprehension and help core formation realm cultivators break through their bottlenecks in the Hungduan mountain range, a territory of the demon race and a forbidden area for humans. But who would have expected? Their eldest senior brother, the one who should have been taking care of his junior brothers and protecting his junior sisters, harbored thoughts of seizing the treasure. Jong Chen first had his two lackeys pretend to be villains and snatch Qingning's jade spirit grass. At the critical moment, he appeared to resolve the situation and suggested keeping it safe for her. At first, Qingning believed him. Even when Lin Mubi saw through Jong Chen's intentions early on and was beaten for speaking out against him, she still believed. Because no matter how bad her eldest senior brother was, she thought he wouldn't deceive his junior sister for such an important item. But once again, reality slapped her in the face. Several days later, after Qingning had stabilized her mind and made all the necessary preparations, she went to Jong Chen to ask for the jade spirit grass. But the response she got was, "What jade spirit grass? I've never seen it." Qingning left in tears that day. Her trembling figure and choked sobs moved everyone to sigh with emotion. After learning about this, Lin Mubi, who had barely woken from unconsciousness, was almost angered into fainting again. If not for the victim Qingning kneeling and pleading, the enraged Xiao Hong'ai would have nearly crippled all of Jong Chen's cultivation. Clearly, even though her eldest senior brother had done such a thing, Qingning still couldn't bear to see him severely punished. Although she couldn't bear it, she was also thoroughly disappointed. Soon after, she left the sect and headed back to the Hungduan mountain range, saying the return date is uncertain. Thinking of this, Lin Mubi felt a sourness at the tip of his nose. What a good third junior sister she was. She should have grown up under the care of their master and senior brothers, but because of Lin Mubi's own incompetence and having a scumbag like eldest senior brother, she was forced to leave the sect and wander alone. In an instant, his feelings of disgust surged to the extreme. Lin Mubi glared hatefully at Jong Chen in the dream, and on that scholarly face, he saw nothing but disgust, as if looking at a fly. He suddenly paused. Wasn't Jong Chen wearing black that day? How did it change to white? Lin Mubi was somewhat puzzled. But soon, he stopped paying attention to this trivial detail. It was just a dream, after all. Some discrepancies were normal. Right now, he just hoped that he could help Qingning vent her anger properly and stop Jong Chen's evil deeds in the dream. After a shout of anger, the Lin Mubi in the image angrily accused before the Jong Chen in white could respond. Jong Chen, you're simply inhuman? After junior sister Qingning went through life and death, how could you, as the eldest senior brother, covet her jade spirit grass? Second senior brother, you've misunderstood him. Qingning stepped forward to shield Jong Chen, explaining, just now, someone tried to snatch my jade spirit grass. If it hadn't been for eldest senior brother to arrive on time, my spiritual grass would have been taken away. Junior sister, how many times do I have to tell you? Our eldest senior brother is beyond redemption. We can't trust him, not even the slightest bit. In my opinion, the person who stole the spiritual herbs was probably arranged by him too. How is this any different from before? Since you became a disciple, how many opportunities has eldest senior brother snatched from you? Every time master punishes him, you plead on his behalf. Although master is biased, he wouldn't dare to become increasingly arrogant if it weren't for your repeated forgiveness. Third junior sister, heed second senior brother's advice and stay away from eldest senior brother. He is twisted by nature, corrupt in morals, and is the shame of our ninth peak. He will be abandoned by everyone and meet a lonely and tragic end sooner or later. Well said. In the void, Lin Mubi clapped his hands in delight. Although these words were his own and exactly matched his memory, hearing them again still felt extremely satisfying. However, Lin Mubi's expression darkened once more after seeing Jong Chen in white approaching the image of himself. The events of that day were still fresh in his mind. His despicable eldest senior brother had always been domineering and overbearing. How could he allow himself to be insulted like this? If the dream was the same as reality, then what awaited him was an extremely vicious beating? Even if his junior sister Qingning wept bitterly and pleaded on his behalf, Jong Chen would still beat him half to death until he fell unconscious? As he saw Jong Chen in white getting closer to the image of himself, Lin Mubi silently closed his eyes. Even in his dream, his eldest senior brother wouldn't change in the slightest. He thought so. A warm voice suddenly appeared. Mubi, you study the sage's books and cultivate the righteous qi. Such hysterical insults will only disturb your state of mind. Lin Mubi was completely baffled. What was going on? The image of himself had cursed Jong Chen out like that, yet Jong Chen not only refrained from hitting him but also showed concern for his state of mind? Was this really his eldest senior brother? Upon closer inspection, Lin Mubi quickly noticed something was off. The Jong Chen in his memory always had a villain's trademark smirk on his face wherever he went. But the Jong Chen in white in the image was not like that. Not only were his eyes clear, but his smile was also warm. His gesture exuded an impression of being open and upright. Mubi, reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of li. It's not wrong to enter the Dao through literature, but if you wish to attain the imperial throne like scholar emperor, you must immerse yourself in the mortal world and experience all its hardships, said Jong Chen in white. This left Lin Mubi stunned once more. Haha. The image of himself was also taken aback, but then suddenly burst into laughter. He shrugged off Jong Chen's hand from his shoulder, and the image of himself lashed out again with harsh words. I was wondering why you were acting so out of character today. It turns out you're scheming to get me to leave the sect so that no one will oppose you. Jong Chen, listen well. You are not worthy of being the ninth peak's eldest senior brother. Although my cultivation is not as advanced as yours, I will not let you do as you please. Master may protect you for now, but she will eventually see through your true nature. The Zhang family gave birth to you and raised you, but sooner or later, they will be burdened by you, bringing about a great disaster. If one day, you suffer the pain of 1,000 swords piercing your heart and the agony of your soul burning, and you are on the brink of death, I will only say one thing. Serve you right. What's with that look in your eyes? Are you going to hit me? Come on. Today my cultivation is not as good as yours, and I can't escape being beaten. But one day, I will surely punish the wicked and promote the good and eradicate the source of evil if I attain the imperial throne. That was quite an excessive tirade. In the void, Lin Mubi frowned upon hearing these words. At this moment, he had discovered that Jong Chen in this dream seemed slightly different from the one in his memory. The man had done nothing wrong and had even shown concern, yet he had responded with harsh words, an act contrary to the path of the sage. The one who has the same thoughts is Qingning in the image. After hearing the words, Qingning quickly stepped forward with hands on her hips and puffed up with anger. Second senior brother, you've gone too far. It's true that eldest senior brother has done many bad things in the past, but we should give him a chance to reform. We are all disciples of the same sect, so we should love and support each other in unity and harmony. That way, we won't disappoint our master. Junior sister Qingning, you are still too kind-hearted, sighed Lin Mubi in the image. I joined the sect before you and once harbored the same illusions about eldest senior brother's reformation. But in the end, I only saw a person beyond redemption. I am me, and you are you. Qingning believes that eldest senior brother is not as bad as you think, she retorted without a moment's hesitation. Lin Mubi in the image was left speechless and could only say, fine, I won't argue with you today. Let's just wait and see. However, I know the jade spirit grass is extremely important to you. Remember? You must never let it fall into the hands of the wicked. Qingning knew that the wicked referred to Jiang Chen. Perhaps to prove her trust, or maybe to prove that second senior brother was wrong. She hesitated for a moment before a green box made of jade appeared in her hand. Inside the green box was a spiritual grass that emitted a rich green aura, and just one glance at it could clear one's mind. Eldest senior brother, I entrust this jade spirit grass to your care today. I trust your character and know that you will not disappoint Qingning. Qingning's face was filled with determination as she handed the green box to Jong Chen. No, Lin Mubi in the image panicked. This, Jong Chen also hesitated. Ignoring Lin Mubi, Qingning's expression grew even more serious. Eldest senior brother, you've seen what happened today. This jade spirit grass is a 7th grade spiritual treasure. Even though it's within the sect, it's not absolutely safe. Please help me keep it safe until my Dao heart is stable and my cultivation is firm, and then return it to me. Alright. After some thought, the white-robed Jong Chen finally agreed. Qingning, you will regret today's action. Lin Mubi in the image shook his head and sighed. The image came to an abrupt end. The voice faded, the image disappeared, and the void was once again enveloped in nothingness. Alas! Lin Mubi in the void also let out a long sigh. Although the image was different from his memory, the jade spirit grass still ended up in Jong Chen's hands. And knowing the latter as he did, he was certain that Jong Chen would forcibly take possession of it. Even though it was a dream, he was still very sure of this. The image of Qingning losing the jade spirit grass came to mind, and he sighed repeatedly. Indeed, losing the jade spirit grass was cruel to Qingning, but it was not without benefits. At the very least, it made her realize the maliciousness of human hearts and the incurability of Jong Chen. As these thoughts passed through his mind, the image changed. Lin Mubi appeared in front of the 9th Peak Grand Hall, and not far ahead were Jong Chen and Qingning. Jong Chen was still dressed in white, but a hint of panic could be seen on Qingning's face. Eldest senior brother, the jade spirit grass is very important to me. Could you please return it to me? Qingning asked with her head bowed and lips tightly pursed, her large beautiful eyes filled with a somber hue. Qingning, you've come for this multiple times. It's not that I won't return it to you, but your qi is unstable and your mindset is restless. It's not the best time to use it. Moreover, to fully utilize the jade spirit grass's efficacy, it needs to be refined into a jade spirit pill by a 7th grade or higher pill refiner. So, eldest senior brother, did you give the jade spirit grass to Elixir Peak? To help me refine the jade spirit pill? Qingning's eyes lit up again. To this, Jong Chen in white simply shook his head and said, you know that my relationship with Elixir Peak isn't good, so I went to the ancient pill tower instead. The pill should be ready in the next few days. Focus on stabilizing your mind, and I will bring it to you as soon as it's ready. Upon hearing this, Qingning opened her mouth as if to speak several times, but in the end, she only uttered one word, oh. Eventually, she walked away. Her figure seemed dejected, and her delicate fingers were tightly clenched. Her trust in Jong Chen was gradually crumbling after being denied several times. Seeing this, Lin Mubi, who was in the void, shook his head. What unstable qi, what jade spirit pill? In his view, these were definitely excuses. Based on his understanding of Jong Chen, the latter must have wanted to use these excuses to forcibly take away the jade spirit grass. Stepping closer to Jong Chen, although knowing that Jong Chen couldn't see or hear him, Lin Mubi still whispered, even in a dream, are you still so unworthy? Eldest senior brother, although I often oppose you, I have never stopped wishing to have an upright and admirable eldest senior brother like 3rd junior sister and 4th junior brother. I hope the ancient pill tower keeps its word and refines the pill quickly. Otherwise, my credibility as eldest senior brother will once again plummet, Jong Chen suddenly muttered to himself. This surprised Lin Mubi, because it sounded like Jong Chen didn't actually intend to seize the jade spirit grass. The scene shifted, and it was night. The bright moon hung high, and the stars twinkled. When Lin Mubi came to his senses, he found himself standing in an ancient forest far outside the sect. While he was still confused, a figure flashed by, and a weary Jong Chen appeared under an ancient tree. It's already 1,000 li of travel in a day, it's time to rest. Jong Chen in white panted heavily, leaning against the ancient tree and sitting cross-legged. With a thought, a pill exuding a rich fragrance appeared in his hand, and while examining it closely, he murmured, it's only of medium quality, but not bad. Those old men at the ancient pill tower had already finished the pill days ago but deliberately delayed it, clearly targeting me. It seems the rumors are true. Elder Mau from Elixir Peak indeed has a deep connection with the ancient pill tower. Well, I will go find junior sister Qingning after a short rest. She has come to me 4 times for the jade spirit grass. If I don't give it to her now, even she will be completely disappointed in me. Ah, why is it so hard to be a true and admirable eldest senior brother? From these words, Lin Mubi heard helplessness and bitterness. After taking a good look at Jong Chen, he smiled with relief. At this moment, he was certain. The Jong Chen in white before him was completely different from the one in his memory. Despite being misunderstood, he was indeed a respectable eldest senior brother. Thinking back on his own words in the dream, Lin Mubi was infuriated. Different from reality, the present Jong Chen always considered his junior brothers and junior sisters. Why couldn't the version of himself in the dream see through Jong Chen? Wasn't this eldest senior brother exactly what he had hoped for? Ah, thankfully it was just a dream, or else I would want to beat myself up, Lin Mubi sighed. It was strange to say. It was clearly a dream, yet it felt excessively real. If he wasn't careful, he would immerse himself in it, unable to extricate himself. Shaking his head continuously, Lin Mubi murmured, "It's just a dream. I study the sage's books, I couldn't possibly be as excessive as that exaggerated version of myself in the dream, right?" He was somewhat uncertain again. This feeling was inexplicable and without any reason. But the strong sense of guilt had already begun to spread in his heart. It's fine, as long as eldest senior brother gives the jade spirit pill to junior sister Qingning, everyone will see his change. Such misunderstandings should not happen again. Lin Mubi comforted himself. He suddenly felt some admiration for Xiao Hong'ai and Qingning. At least in this dream, Xiao Hong'ai was still biased toward Jong Chen, and Qingning did not harbor the intense disgust for Jong Chen as he did. With this thought, Lin Mubi's heart relaxed, and he exclaimed with emotion, "I have to admit this was indeed a beautiful dream, because in it, I truly had an upright eldest senior brother, Jong Chen." An angry roar suddenly erupted. The sound was so loud, like sunlight piercing through the night, startling countless sleeping birds and beasts. The vitality contained in the voice was like a wave, suddenly shaking the ancient trees and causing the withered leaves to fall. Looking in the direction of the sound, Lin Mubi's pupils shrank. He saw a youth dressed in Confucian attire, holding a sword in his left hand and a jug in his right, walking slowly with a heavy scent of alcohol. This person was himself? And at the sight of himself, Lin Mubi's heart skipped a beat with a vague sense of foreboding. "Mubi, have you been drinking?" The Jong Chen in white also frowned upon seeing this. Burp. The Lin Mubi in the image let out a hiccup, his face slightly flushed, his body swaying as he said, "What if I've been drinking? I listen to the music of the water while holding my cup of wine. I wake from a drunken stupor at noon, yet my worries remain unawakened. If I don't drink, how can I drown my sorrows? If I don't drink, how dare I come to see you, eldest senior brother?" These words made Jong Chen's expression turned serious. The Lin Mubi in the void felt the same. One knows oneself best, and his tolerance for alcohol was indeed not great. They say scholars love their drink, and Lin Mubi was no exception, but he would go on a rampage when he was drunk. When he first became a disciple, he drank 2 jugs in his excitement. That night, he sang loudly, recited 1,000 poems, and wandered through the 9th peak, even forcing Xiao Hong'ai to pour him more drink. As a result, he faced the wall in penance for 100 days. When he realized his eldest senior brother was a scoundrel, he drank 3 jugs and stormed into Jong Chen's residence, his angry shouts echoing through the sect. Had Xiao Hong'ai not arrived in time, his legs would surely have been broken. When he learned of his parents' death and that he was left alone in the world, he drank 5 jugs and barged into the sect master's residence of the Juyin sect, demanding the return of his parents. Enraged, the sect master was prepared to forcefully expel him, but who knew he would use the righteous qi within his body to resist. The sect master, not wanting to harm him, was in a difficult position. If not for Xiao Hong'ai's timely arrival again, the entire sect might have believed that Lin Mubi's parents were harmed by the sect master. Since then, Xiao Hong'ai has given Lin Mubi a strict order, do not drink more than 1 jug, or else his books will be burned. Lin Mubi valued his books as his life, so naturally, he did not dare to disobey. Hence, his drunken rampages had not occurred for a long time. Eldest senior brother, do you know that junior sister Qingning's state of mind is unstable, and she almost succumbed to demonic cultivation just now during her practice? Carrying the scent of alcohol, the Lin Mubi in the image asked. How could this be? Jong Chen was shocked. What do you mean how could this be? What a phrase. An infuriated drunk Lin Mubi raised his sword and demanded, no matter how others have tried to persuade her, junior sister Qingning has always trusted you. Yet you disregarded the camaraderie among sect members and took her jade spirit grass. She has asked for it back time and again, but you refuse to return it. And you still ask me how could this be? It's a misunderstanding, I was just about to. Jong Chen hurriedly tried to explain. Words are useless. With a grand gesture and slurred speech, Lin Mubi interrupted, today, I will cleanse our sect. Jong Chen, I've tolerated you for long enough. Sigh. Hearing this, Jong Chen sighed and said helplessly, second junior brother, there's been some misunderstanding between us, but now is not the time to argue. Let's return to the sect first, and once you've sobered up, I'll explain everything to you in detail. Explain? Eldest senior brother, I didn't come here to listen to your explanations. A drunken Lin Mubi shook his head. After taking another swig of wine, he raised his sword to the sky, his internal energy circulating. A mighty aura emerged from within him, converging at the tip of his sword and shooting straight into the clouds. Suddenly, the heavens and earth transformed. Several figures in Confucian robes with white hair and beards appeared as ethereal images among the clouds. Standing with their hands behind their backs, their gaze fixed on Jong Chen seemed to penetrate the soul. Their lips moved, emitting waves of ancient and wise sounds. Evildoers prosper through deceit, but it is not achieved through righteousness. Boom! The moment the voice fell, thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. Upholding ancient principles reveals justice, silencing evil people while the virtuous sing. The wind surged and clouds billowed. Several thunder dragons tumbled within the clouds, and with each roll, a muffled thunder sounded. The frequent flashes of lightning illuminated the earth as if it were daylight. Stop. Jong Chen shouted loudly, urgently saying, "You've studied diligently for more than 10 years in seclusion, and you've finally cultivated a trace of righteous qi. How can you waste it here? Haha." Lin Mubi in the image laughed loudly. "I've tolerated you until now for 2 reasons. 1. Our master does not wish to see her disciples harm each other, and 2. Because righteous qi is hard to come by, and I truly cherish it. Still, if I can use this trace of righteous energy to ensure peace in our Juyin sect's 9th peak from now on, it would not be a loss." "You want to kill me?" Jong Chen's expression darkened. "Kill you?" The drunken Lin Mubi shook his head. "I don't want to kill you, nor do I wish to. Although you're unworthy, you're still the eldest senior brother of the 9th peak. Besides, with the Zhang family behind you, eldest senior brother, how could you be without a trump card? I probably couldn't kill you even if I tried my best." "Then what do you want?" Jong Chen asked again. "Simple. I'll cripple your cultivation." The long sword in his hand slowly swung down, and Lin Mubi's eyes shone with a bright light, his voice merging with the ancient wise sounds. "The wicked fear the heavens not, the good are bullied by the heavens not. Eldest senior brother, it's time for you to turn back." Boom! As the voice fell, a dull thunder sounded again, deafening. In an instant, the thunder dragons in the clouds converged, forming a massive purple thunder dragon. Guided by the righteous energy of heaven and earth and empowered by the ethereal sages, it carried the might of the heavens and earth as it struck directly at Jong Chen. "Stop." The moment the purple thunder dragon struck down, Lin Mubi in the void yelled out in desperation. As an observer, he knew that everything was a misunderstanding. Yet, he never imagined that in this dream, he would go so far as to exhaust all his righteous qi just to cripple Jong Chen's cultivation. At this very moment, he wanted to strangle Lin Mubi in the image. Night after night, he had been hoping that Jong Chen would turn over a new leaf and live up to the name of 9th peak eldest senior brother. Even though it was just a dream, it was still a dream come true. But who knew that this dream version of himself would be such a madman, completely disregarding any of Jong Chen's explanations? If Jong Chen's cultivation were really destroyed, how could he ever forgive himself? After all, everything felt so real. He wanted to stop it, but he was powerless. He wanted to use his own body to shield Jong Chen from the thunder dragon that seemed like divine retribution. But the thunder dragon simply passed through his body and struck Jong Chen directly on the forehead. Boom! A dull sound echoed the next second. The thunder's impact caused the earth to crumble, ancient trees to spontaneously combust, and the air was filled with a thick scent of burning. Watching all this, Lin Mubi in the void was already pale as a ghost. How could he accept that the eldest senior brother of his dreams was destroyed by his own hands? "Mubi, calm down." A familiar voice sounded. The dust settled. Jong Chen was seen enveloped by an ancient, golden bell, its surface covered with obscure and ancient characters. The ringing of the bell was like the whisper of deities, making one's knees go weak, wanting to kneel and worship. Suddenly, the ancient bell disappeared. Jong Chen looked a bit pale, his vital energy depleted, but his cultivation was still intact. Phew! This made Lin Mubi in the void breathe a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to curse at the version of himself in the image, he was taken aback. He saw that his dream self was now lying on the ground in a spread-eagled position, sound asleep and snoring. "After I wake up from this dream, I'm definitely giving up alcohol," he decided. Jong Chen in the image was also helpless. After a brief rest, he got up, picked up his unconscious second junior brother, and slowly started heading back to the sect. But after only a few steps, Jong Chen seemed to sense something and suddenly looked at the palm of his right hand. "The jade spirit pill is destroyed." "What?" Upon hearing this, a thunderous shock exploded in Lin Mubi's mind in the void. Everything had happened too quickly, and in his urgency, Jong Chen could only focus on saving himself. So, was it he who destroyed Qingning Jr.'s sister's jade spirit grass? "Jong Chen? Qingning trusted you so much, how could you do this? Qingning is kind-hearted and gentle. When others doubted and criticized you, she always defended you. Even after being deceived by you many times, she still believed you were not beyond redemption. But this time, you've truly broken her heart. Do you know that even at the last moment, on the verge of going mad during her cultivation, she still murmured to herself to have faith in you? That you would never deceive her. But what was the result? All she got in return was your it's gone. How could you do this? How could you?" Inside the Grand Hall of 9th Peak, Xiao Hong'ai held Qingning, who was crying inconsolably, and roared in disbelief. At first, her words were filled with anger, but as she spoke, her tone gradually lowered, and tears shimmered in her beautiful eyes. "Master, Jong Chen, dressed in white, hesitated to speak. "You? What about you?" Sensing that her eldest disciple seemed to have unspeakable difficulties, Xiao Hong'ai softened her tone. "Master trusts you just the same. If there is a reason for this matter, just speak up. Master is not a person who makes arbitrary decisions and will investigate thoroughly." But all that answered her was Jong Chen's silence. The scene unfolding before his eyes left Lin Mubi in the void weeping silently. Due to the sudden incident last night, Jong Chen instinctively protected himself, but the jade spirit pill in his hand was affected by the power of thunder and turned to ashes. For this, Lin Mubi in the void had been blaming himself for a long time. He had thought that Jong Chen would tell the truth when Xiao Hong'ai questioned him today, but who could have expected? Perhaps knowing that speaking out would lead to punishment, or not wanting to let himself fall into self-blame and thus affect his state of mind. Or perhaps, knowing that speaking would be futile. In the end, no matter how angry Xiao Hong'ai was or how much Qingning cried, Jong Chen did not reveal a single word. Lin Mubi's body has run out of the vast righteous qi, and last night there were frequent thunderstorms near the Juyin sect. What exactly happened? Xiao Hong'ai asked again. Compared to her previous words, her tone had become clearly more severe. Jong Chen remained silent. Won't you speak? Xiao Hong'ai was furious. Now you won't even make excuses? Can't you even make up a reason to deceive me? Disciple does not wish to speak. Finally, Jong Chen squeezed out a sentence. This sentence exhausted all of Xiao Hong'ai's patience. While gently comforting Qingning, her aura continued to rise, pressing down on Jong Chen so much that he struggled to breathe. Seeing that she was about to take action, Lin Mubi in the void became anxious and immediately knelt down to plead. It's not like that. Master, it's not like that. It's all my fault. I was the one who jumped to conclusions, I was the one who attacked eldest senior brother, and I was the one who destroyed the jade spirit pill. Eldest senior brother did not lie, he did this only to protect me, and to prevent junior sister Qingning from harboring resentment towards me. Master, eldest senior brother is truly good. He is no longer the eldest senior brother who took pleasure in bullying junior brothers and sisters, but a righteous and respected eldest senior brother. Master, if you must punish someone, punish me. Undoubtedly, no one heard his words. Though her expression struggled, Xiao Hong'ai still said coldly, Jong Chen, if I do not punish you severely, how can I, as a master, have the face to hear Qingning call me master? Today, I will strip you of your cultivation. Don't. Before he could finish, Qingning in her arms stopped her with a cry, Master, please spare eldest senior brother. Seeing that Xiao Hong'ai did not respond, Qingning continued, eldest senior brother is master's first disciple. For the sake of a mere jade spirit grass, it's not worth it for master to lose a disciple. Ninth peak without eldest senior brother is truly not worth it. I am willing to forgive eldest senior brother. Having confirmed repeatedly that this was indeed her thought, Xiao Hong'ai had no choice but to close his eyes and sigh. Jong Chen felt a warmth in his heart and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, junior sister. I will definitely find a treasure of heaven and earth of the same caliber to make amends. The response that came from Qingning was an indifferent face. She had indeed forgiven Jong Chen, but she was also extremely disappointed. Soon after, Xiao Hong'ai and Qingning left, overwhelmed by their disappointment. Jong Chen stood alone in the great hall, his dejected expression wrenching the heart of Lin Mubi, who was watching from the void. If all of this is real, then it is definitely my worst nightmare. If all of this is false, I just want to wake from this dream as soon as possible, he murmured to himself. No sooner had he spoken than a young man, still reeking of alcohol, burst in, cursing loudly. Jong Chen, you really did steal junior sister Qingning's jade spirit grass? I knew you were beyond redemption, but I never imagined you would stoop so low. Don't think that I would be grateful to you just because you didn't report yesterday's incident to our master. Let me tell you, if there's a next time, I would do the same. You are not worthy of being the ninth peak's eldest senior brother. Hearing this, Lin Mubi in the void suddenly looked up and saw his own face in the image. His eyes bloodshot with self-reproach and guilt, emotions surged to their peak, and he charged like a madman towards his own image. I'll kill you. You are the beast. You are the one beyond redemption. It was you who destroyed junior sister Qingning's jade spirit grass? It was you who caused the complete rift between junior sister and eldest senior brother? It was you who made our master sad and eldest senior brother suffer. Lin Mubi, you bastard! Why don't you just die? What kind of sage's books have you read? What kind of noble righteous qi have you cultivated? How can you still have the face to spout such nonsense here? Punch after punch. Though all missed, and despite having no effect on his own image, Lin Mubi refused to stop, his expression becoming somewhat deranged. It seemed that only by doing so could he slightly alleviate the guilt in his heart. Lin Mubi felt this must be a nightmare, yet the nightmare did not end. As time passed, he found himself deeply trapped, unable to extricate himself. He no longer treated this as a dream but as the life of Jong Chen and his own life. Because everything was too real, real enough to drive him insane. Afterward, junior sister Qingning changed. The girl who used to smile now often wore a cold expression. She no longer wished to call Jong Chen eldest senior brother, and if they happened to meet, she would treat Jong Chen as if he were heir. Jong Chen kept trying. It took him a long time to finally find a treasure of heaven and earth that could match the jade spirit grass, but when he offered it to Qingning, she not only refused it resolutely but also looked at him with wariness. Due to the exhaustion of his righteous qi, he in the image briefly awakened but still fell into a coma, which made Lin Mubi in the void very happy. He believed that without him, Jong Chen would no longer be misunderstood. Without him, eldest senior brother should be able to be happier. But the result? Jong Chen's misdeeds continued, whether by coincidence or misunderstanding. He always seemed to be in the worst place at the worst time, leading to the worst assumptions. Jong Chen wanted to explain, but no one believed him. Because everyone thought that once or twice could be coincidental, but if everything was related to Jong Chen, then it wasn't coincidence, it was fact. Only Lin Mubi, as an observer, knew that all of this was indeed coincidental, coincidentally frightening. Looking up at the sky, he began to view fate with some displeasure. Not long after, Jiang Lianyue was accepted into the sect. Xiao Hong'ai rarely showed a smile, and the entire ninth peak seemed to sweep away the previous gloom. However, this situation did not last long. When Jiang Lianyue was afflicted with cold poison, and Jong Chen rushed over with the fire impurity pill that took him 100 days to refine, Lin Mubi in the image did not follow him, but he was certain that there would be problems. And indeed, there were. Jong Chen ended up being accused of peeping, and the target was the sect prodigy. Sect master of Juyin sect was furious, and the Hall of Enforcement was ready to act. But all of this was blocked by Xiao Hong'ai. Although she destroyed Jong Chen's core formation, she cried in the deep of the night. Master, in the entire sect, you are the only one standing by eldest senior brother's side. You must remain steadfast. If even you despise eldest senior brother, it would be the greatest harm to him. Lin Mubi silently prayed in the void. But this plea was clearly in vain. One day, a person named Lin Feng joined the sect. Just one glance and Lin Mubi in the image felt an inexplicable fondness for him. On the surface, Lin Feng seemed passionate, decisive, and determined. But as an observer, Lin Mubi saw another side of Lin Feng, cunning, lecherous, ruthless, and unscrupulous in achieving his goals. Jong Chen kept trying to prevent the junior sisters from getting too close to Lin Feng and wanted Xiao Hong'ai to see Lin Feng's true colors. But no matter what Lin Feng did, it seemed to be favored by the heavens, turning misfortune into fortune. And Jong Chen was always seen as the villain in everyone's eyes. Over time, Lin Mubi realized that Xiao Hong'ai's gaze toward Jong Chen had changed. He was no longer filled with disappointment but with cold disillusionment. Fortunately, things did not develop entirely in the worst direction. After awakening, perhaps seeing the changes in Jong Chen, Lin Mubi in the image gradually softened his attitude and began to see eldest senior brother in a new light. Although not fully trusting, the hostility was no longer there. Believing that Jong Chen was right about reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of li, Lin Mubi in the image left the sect to travel the world after getting his master's permission. One day, he encountered a disciple of the demonic sect senselessly slaughtering the innocent and immediately spoke out to stop him, eventually resorting to using the barely cultivated traces of his righteous chi to reluctantly kill the demonic disciple. The righteous and demonic paths were inherently at odds, and it was common for them to fight each other. But who would have thought that the demonic disciple he killed turned out to be a newly promoted true disciple of the ghost-controlling sect? Enraged, the sect sent people to relentlessly pursue him. This is the downside of having an innate Dao bone. One's luck is simply too bad. The Juyin sect could have resolved this issue, but Lin Mubi in the image saw it as his trial and wanted to face it alone. But what could he use to face it? His righteous chi was depleted, and his combat abilities were inferior even to those of ordinary cultivators of the same level. Fortunately, Jong Chen appeared at the critical moment. While holding a single sword, Jong Chen protected him for 100 days. True disciples of the ghost-controlling sect fell one after another in their attempts to kill him, and even when the older generation shamelessly intervened, Jong Chen managed to help him escape. And that wasn't all. During this time, he was injured, and Jong Chen even sacrificed his own core to help him rebuild his core formation, nearly condemning himself to a future where he could no longer advance. Who wouldn't be moved by such actions? Watching himself and Jong Chen in the image, chatting and laughing with ease, Lin Mubi was so overjoyed that he wept. This was the scene he had longed for in his dreams. Only this scene could slightly alleviate the guilt and remorse in his heart. Lin Mubi thought he had seen the light at the end of the tunnel. Little did he know that the real nightmare was just beginning, and it was unveiled by a conversation. Eldest senior brother, I think I've fallen for her. Who? The true disciple of the ghost-controlling sect, the one who has been after me these past few days. What? That's a demonic enchantress. Your core formation nearly collapsed because of her. I know, but I can't stop thinking about her. Even though I know she wants to kill me, I can't help wanting to see her again. Mubi, stay away from her. It's not about right or wrong. I just have a feeling that enchantress has ulterior motives. Eldest senior brother, that's prejudice? If you could turn over a new leaf, why can't you believe she can too? Lin Mubi in the void knew it wasn't because the demonic enchantress was so breathtaking that he was infatuated with her. It was that since she had entered his heart, he could no longer appreciate any other woman. To see the demonic woman a few more times, Lin Mubi in the image deliberately extended his time traveling abroad. Jong Chen was well aware of this but could only silently accompany him. Seeing him troubled by love, Jong Chen took him to wander the mortal world, indulging in wine and song for 1,000 days. Even so, he could not forget the beautiful figure in his mind. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and decided to take swift and decisive action. When the ghost-controlling sect woman appeared again one day, he mustered the courage to express his feelings, but her response was, "Compared to you, I find your eldest senior brother more appealing." Lin Mubi understood. The woman he fancied actually had eyes for his eldest senior brother. There was no anger, no resentment, and no unwillingness. He simply smiled wryly and left his sincere blessings. As a gentleman, he naturally wouldn't let jealousy turn to hate. Besides, matters of the heart can't be forced. Though he didn't get what he sought, his heart was now at ease. He and Jong Chen returned to their sect together, and their relationship had grown much closer through their daily interactions. Clearly, the ghost-controlling sect woman had not affected the hard-earned relationship between the senior brother and him. Although the silhouette of her lingered in his mind, Lin Mubi considered her merely a passerby in life. But fate, it seemed, had other ideas. Second senior brother, no sooner had you left the sect to travel than eldest senior brother followed suit. Everyone in the sect knows what kind of person eldest senior brother is. You must be careful. He likely wants to seize your innate Dao bone. One day, Lin Feng suddenly said. Lin Mubi in the image did not disappoint Lin Mubi in the void. After hearing Lin Feng's words, he didn't believe them at all. He even berated Lin Feng, accusing him of being narrow-minded and sowing discord. In the end, Lin Feng angrily left. The following days were relatively peaceful. After traveling through the mortal world for 1,000 days, Lin Mubi's state of mind had changed significantly. He still loved reading, but he would sigh in melancholy whenever he read about the love between men and women. During this time, Jong Chen committed many evil deeds. But unlike before, another person stood by Jong Chen's side aside from the master, his second junior brother. Thanks to Lin Mubi's reasoned arguments, many misunderstandings were clarified. For a while, despite Lin Feng, Jiang Lianyue, Qingning, and other junior sisters and brothers still detesting Jong Chen, there was no doubt that Jong Chen's reputation was gradually improving, and smiles appeared more frequently on the face of their master, Xiao Hong'ai. Everything seemed to be moving in the best possible direction. Until one day, Lin Mubi received a letter, and the sender was none other than the demon sect disciple he longed for. The content of the letter was brief, mentioning only that there was an important matter to discuss and asking him to leave the Juyan sect to meet at a blessed land 100 li away. After much hesitation, Lin Mubi went. But as soon as he arrived at the destination, he was ambushed from behind and knocked unconscious. In a daze, he felt someone pry open his chest, then insert a hand and, with an extremely brutal act, extract his rib bone, which was his innate Dao bone. Moments later, Lin Mubi finally managed to open his eyes with sheer willpower. What he saw was a man. The man stood before him, looking somewhat panicked, and in his raised right hand, he held a still dripping innate Dao bone. The fluttering white clothes before Lin Mubi had never seemed so glaring. Shortly after, an angry roar erupted. Jong Chen, you beast! The Lin Mubi in the void was dumbfounded. As an observer, he saw the whole process. The person who had dug out his innate Dao bone was not Jong Chen, but the ghost-controlling sect enchantress. Jong Chen had arrived just in time, not only severely injuring the enchantress but also retrieving the innate Dao bone. But just as he was about to reinsert the Dao bone into his body, Lin Mubi woke up in the image. Coincidence? How could there be so many coincidences? All of this was clearly intentional, and the instigator was none other than fate itself, which was presumed to be high and mighty. The scene shifted back to the 9th Peak Hall. Xiao Hong'ai sat high in the hall with the disciples of 9th Peak gathered. Jong Chen knelt inside the hall, his hands still stained with blood. He bowed his head and closed his eyes, silent as if resigned to his fate. Jong Chen, I thought you had improved somewhat, but who knew it was all to deceive us, to gain Mubi's trust, and then to commit murder by extracting the bone. An elder rebuked. Bullshit? Which eye of yours saw eldest senior brother commit murder by extracting the bone? Lin Mubi loudly defended himself in the void. Rivers and mountains are easy to change, but one's nature is hard to alter. Jiang Lianyue, the 5th junior sister, said. Are you blind? Use your brain and think about it. If eldest senior brother really wanted to steal my Dao bone, why didn't he do it while we were traveling? Why didn't he do it when I was seriously injured and my core formation was collapsing? Why wait until we got back to the sect to do it? And then get caught by all of you? Lin Mubi cursed vehemently. I had already warned second senior brother, but alas, he wouldn't listen. Lin Feng mocked coldly. Damn it, it was you? You did this? Even if you didn't do it with your own hands, it was this damn fate that favored you? You are the one who deserves to die the most. Seeing that the other disciples wanted to jump out and accuse Jong Chen with venomous words, Lin Mubi had lost his reason and kept spewing foul language. All of you, be quiet. Xiao Hong'ai's cold voice suddenly rang out, startling everyone from the 9th Peak. Master. Lin Mubi knelt down. Although he knew Xiao Hong'ai couldn't hear him, he still cried out, Master, it's not like that. You've always been partial to eldest senior brother, please don't give up on him now. Jong Chen, you have committed a heinous crime against your fellow disciples. It's an unforgivable sin. From now on, you will no longer be a true disciple of Juyan Sect's 9th Peak, nor will you be my disciple, Xiao Hong'ai. Today, I will strip you of your cultivation. If the Zhang family has any complaints, let them come to me, Xiao Hong'ai declared coldly. Upon hearing this, boom, Lin Mubi felt as if a thunderbolt had exploded in his mind. Expelled from the sect, stripped of cultivation, his eldest senior brother, the one who was always kind, who took care of all his junior brothers and sisters, yet was constantly misunderstood. Why should he be treated like this? How unjust is heaven? Whoosh! A hurricane suddenly arose in the hall. Lin Mubi watched as a scorching aura emerged from Xiao Hong'ai's body, mixed with the distinct presence of a cultivator from the upper 4 realms, like thousands of mountains, smashing hard into Jong Chen's chest. There was no mercy in this strike. Without uttering a single word, Jong Chen was blasted out of the hall, falling from the summit of the 9th Peak, and only when he was thrown out of the sect did he finally crash to the ground. At this moment, Jong Chen was completely devoid of cultivation and had fallen unconscious. In the normally secluded place in the sect, a middle-aged man dressed in a crimson robe appeared. The middle-aged man spat on the ground, his face full of schadenfreude. The noble young master of the Zhang family, now like a stray dog. Jong Chen, if only you had known, why did you ever begin? By the way, I know you were wrong this time. After all, I was outside the sect gathering herbs in the spiritual fields yesterday, and I happened to see a demonic sect woman knock Lin Mubi unconscious. It must have been that demonic sect woman who wanted to steal Lin Mubi's innate Dao bone, and you just happened to arrive, right? Also, the last time Qingning returned to the sect, it was I who drugged you, causing you to lose control and barge into Qingning's residence, only to be caught red-handed. Don't blame me, Jiang Chen. Xiao Hongii is biased, and the people of Juyan sect are wary of your Zhang family. I had no other choice. You are despicable in character and corrupt in morals. The 1,000-year reputation of the Juyan sect must not be destroyed in an instant because of you. All I have done is for the sect to defend the true way of the Juyan. With each sentence that reached his ears, Lin Mubi's expression grew more ferocious. Murderous intent, guilt, self-reproach, various emotions filled his mind, causing his body to tremble and his eyes to redden. Crack. A crisp sound emerged. Lin Mubi knew that this was the sound of the core formation breaking inside Jong Chen's body. At the same time, it was also the sound of his heart breaking. Suddenly turning his head, he watched the middle-aged man's retreating figure and shouted madly, "Ma Wu, I swear I will kill you." After Jong Chen was expelled from the sect, the disciples of the ninth peak cheered. Xiao Hongii had completely lost hope in Jong Chen, and anyone who mentioned his name would instantly enrage her. Lin Mubi in the void watched all this with cold eyes. Given the choice, he was more concerned about Jong Chen's situation after leaving the sect, but the image remained fixed on the Juyan sect's ninth peak. One day, Lin Mubi in the void learned of the destruction of the Zhang family from Lin Feng's mouth. He couldn't imagine the despair in Jong Chen's heart after losing his footing once again. Lin Mubi thought that Jong Chen would never appear again. But fate, it seemed, was not willing to let his eldest senior brother go. More than a decade later, news of Jong Chen reached the ninth peak. Though his cultivation was ruined, perhaps due to some fortuitous encounter, he had become an upper four realms cultivator again, and alone he fought against 5 of the sword grandmasters from the 7 luminaries sword pavilion, ultimately slaying several of them. Such a proud record earned him the title of bearing the sword emperor stature. Then the displeased Lin Feng took a group of junior brothers and sisters to trouble Jong Chen. In the end, Jong Chen self-destructed his life-bound spirit sword and fled for tens of thousands of li. It was another decade later when he appeared again, and he actively sought out Lin Feng for a duel to the death. The outcome was a tragic death. Lin Mubi in the void didn't understand. Why doesn't he just leave? Why did his eldest senior brother insist on preventing his junior brothers and sisters from getting too close to Lin Feng? And why, despite being subjected to cold treatment and misunderstandings, did he still insist on opposing this son of destiny? This question was not answered until 100 years later. Only when he personally witnessed Lin Feng killing a righteous woman and saw himself dying under Lin Feng's blade in his quest for revenge did Lin Mubi understand. His eldest senior brother wanted to save everyone. The first life came to an abrupt end. Then the second life emerged. At this time, Lin Mubi had lost the elegance of a scholar and had become mad, often loudly questioning the heavens. His emotions fluctuated wildly, one second indifferent, the next filled with murderous intent. Especially when he realized that all this was not just a dream but the reality that Jong Chen had experienced. He collapsed. Life after life, although the plot changed slightly, he still destroyed the jade spirit grass, causing junior sister Qingning and Jong Chen to completely sever ties. Life after life, under various coincidences and misunderstandings, and with the influence of numerous junior brothers and junior sisters, Jong Chen also gradually walked towards the abyss, ultimately dying at the hands of Lin Feng. Until the end of Jong Chen's ninth life. Go to hell, you damn heavens, *ck your son of destiny? I, Lin Mubi, am going to defy fate. Lin Mubi laughed loudly, his speech devoid of any scholarly grace. Clearly, he had also gone mad. 10th life. Since heaven wants me to be the villain, why should I defy it? This remark from Jong Chen made Lin Mubi's eyes light up. Nodding continuously, Lin Mubi muttered to himself. Eldest senior brother, you know, the two of us, with your 1 in 10,000 talent and my innate Dao bone, we should be able to kill that Lin Feng if we work together. No, killing him isn't satisfying enough. We need to be more ruthless. Kill his whole family? Oh, it seems he's an orphan. Destroy his cultivation, annihilate his body, and seal his soul in a latrine for 1,000 years. That won't do either. That bastard is the son of destiny. He might escape and leaving trouble behind. Let me think. How about, while Lin Feng has not yet joined a sect, we play a trick on him? Doesn't Lin Feng have some close ties in the lower domain? I'll go and kidnap them all, and hand them over to you, senior brother, for training. 1 second, Lin Mubi was contemplating how to be a villain alongside Jong Chen and kill Lin Feng. The next second, he was back to reality. With a vacant gaze, he was stunned for a long time. It wasn't until an hour later that he slowly turned his head to look out the window. The night outside the window was still the same, but he was no longer his former self. The guilt and self-reproach suppressed for 1,000 years 9 cycles of reincarnation made him want to rush to Jong Chen and apologize, even if it meant getting beaten to death. But this thought was fleeting. Like Jiang Lianyue, Lin Mubi also believed that, at least in this life, Jong Chen should be allowed to live freely. No one and nothing should affect him. Looking around, his eyes fell on the thousands of books. once as precious to him as life itself, now these books seemed extremely glaring to the eye. Bang! He pushed over the bookshelf and knocked over the spirit candle. Lin Mubi walked slowly outside the book pavilion, watching the flames engulf the books and then light up the sky. Haha, good. Lin Mubi laughed wildly. Mubi, have you gone mad? An anxious voice sounded. A flash of red appeared as soon as the voice reached his ears, and Xiao Hong'ai stood before him with her expression one of disbelief. Master, it's not me who's mad. It's you who's mad, it's all the junior brothers and junior sisters who's mad, it's this world. Lin Mubi continued to laugh. Xiao Hong'ai was stunned. She felt she had heard this sentence somewhere before. After thinking hard, she felt as if struck by lightning. This was exactly the same as what Jiang Lianyue said not long ago when she intended to detonate her imperial essence. Mubi, calm down. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Hong'ai soothed. Don't let a moment of impulsiveness lead to irreversible actions. How can you burn all these books if you plan to attain the imperial throne through the literary path? Take a good look, these are all the works of sages. Sages' works? May I ask, Master, who wrote these works of sages? And where are these people now? Lin Mubi questioned. Of course, they were written by the great sages and scholars before they ascended to become emperors. Such powerful beings stand shoulder to shoulder with the heavenly Dao and naturally reside above the 9 heavens. Xiao Hong'ai replied instantly. This answer did not surprise Lin Mubi. He grinned, his eyes narrowing into slits with amusement, and added, if that's the case, then I haven't burned the wrong thing. Not only that, but I also want to say, to hell with the sages? To hell with the sages' books. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hong'ai covered her mouth with both hands, almost screaming in shock. At the same time, there was a boom sound as thunder suddenly roared in the sky. As the thunder faded, a mysterious and dazzling white stream of qi burst forth from Lin Mubi's body and then disappeared into the heavens and earth. This was the noble righteous qi. Lin Mubi's words had clearly angered the ancient sages, and they had severed his chance of attaining the imperial throne through the literary path in their fury. Haha, get lost? What rubbish righteous qi, keep it to yourselves? I don't give a damn. Lin Mubi continued to laugh heartily, his laughter even more carefree. Mad, he had really gone mad. Xiao Hong'ai was dumbfounded. She had always been confident about Lin Mubi, her second disciple. Although he was a bookworm with not much to say about his drinking habits, after more than 10 years of diligent study, Lin Mubi's character was resilient, he despised evil, and his morals were certainly excellent. But now, the universally acknowledged gentleman of the 9th peak, even of the Juyin sect, was spouting foul language? He was not only burning thousands of books but also cursing the celestial sages in the 9 heavens. As Xiao Hong'ai came back to her senses and was about to scold him, she saw Lin Mubi suddenly staring blankly at the sky, his gaze unfocused, with spiritual energy converging around him, immersing him in an indescribable and mysterious state. Could this be an epiphany? Xiao Hong'ai's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She knew Lin Mubi had an innate Dao bone and that he would fall into an epiphany if he had a realization. But the problem was, she had never heard of anyone having an epiphany by insulting the sages. And what could possibly be realized in such a situation? Without time to ponder, Xiao Hong'ai personally protected Lin Mubi, strictly forbidding anyone from disturbing him. Time passed, and Lin Mubi's epiphany lasted for several hours until the first light of dawn and the sky began to brighten. Then, a vast spiritual energy formed a vortex around Lin Mubi. The vast spiritual energy entered through the pores of his body and eventually converged in his purple mansion, where it was absorbed by the core formation floating within. Boom, boom. The sounds of breakthroughs followed one after another. Xiao Hong'ai watched, her eyes wide open, as Lin Mubi's aura continued to climb. Initial formation middle stage. Initial formation late stage. Human origin early stage. Human origin middle stage. Human origin late stage. Until earthly origin early stage. Xiao Hong'ai was dumbfounded, noticing someone breaking through 6 minor realms and 2 major realms, leaping from initial formation to earthly origin in one go. A cyan streak of light shot out from the main peak of Juyin sect and arrived in front of Xiao Hong'ai in an instant. Junior sister, what's going on? Is this an epiphany of the innate Dao bone? Replying to sect master senior brother, it seems to be the case. Has Lin Mubi abandoned the literary path for martial arts? I don't know. Was he stimulated by something? I don't know. Then what do you know? I only know that it seems another disciple has gone mad. Have you heard? Second senior brother burned the book pavilion and reached earthly origin overnight. F***ck, for real. It's true. Peak Master was personally guarding second senior brother when he had his epiphany, and he reached earthly origin overnight and even alarmed the sect master to come in person. If I'm not mistaken, second senior brother must have given up on the literary path for martial arts. With his innate Dao bone, he is naturally beyond our comparison. But I heard that second senior brother seems to have gone mad. Nonsense. Second senior brother didn't go mad after studying in seclusion for over a decade, nor did he go mad after being repeatedly beaten up by eldest senior brother. How could he go mad after reaching earthly origin overnight? That's absurd. That's right. Regardless, this is absolutely great news for our 9th peak. Indeed, second senior brother is amiable and detests evil. Previously, his cultivation was not as high as eldest senior brother's, but he still stood up for us many times. Now that second senior brother has reached the earthly origin realm, eldest senior brother can no longer act arrogantly. Haha, do you think eldest senior brother will get beaten up by second senior brother? The next day, ninth peak was extremely lively, with the disciples' discussions heard everywhere. Zhang Hu, as the disciple of the great elder of ninth peak, his status was definitely the highest in the entire ninth peak, aside from true disciples like Jong Chen. But no one knew that he lived in fear every day. The reason was simple. Among the many disciples, Jong Chen disliked him the most. Whenever they met, at the very least he would be ordered to do a bunch of chores, and at worst, he would be beaten up. This made Zhang Hu want to cry. Was it easy for him? When he first joined ninth peak and became a disciple of the great elder, he thought his good days had come. But now, he worried every day that he might be beaten to death by Jong Chen. Facing Jong Chen's menacing presence, Zhang Hu dared not speak out in anger. But this would become a thing of the past. Because his always caring second senior brother had an epiphany and reached earthly origin overnight. That was the earthly origin realm, a top existence even among true disciples. Zhang Hu was certain of this. From now on, he would cling tightly to Lin Mubi's coattails and then become the true number one person under the true disciples of ninth peak. Humph, times change. Jong Chen, don't bully the poor. Zhang Hu crossed his arms and muttered to himself proudly. Eldest senior brother? Someone is cursing you? I heard it. A loud voice suddenly rang out. Zhang Hu jumped in fright after hearing this. He turned his head abruptly, and what he saw was a fellow disciple with a sharp chin and monkey cheeks. Zhang Hu remembered this person, one of the lackeys who often followed Jong Chen. This also proved. Thinking this, Zhang Hu swallowed hard and stiffly turned his head to look into the distance. Sure enough, it was him, Jong Chen, who took pleasure in bullying his fellow disciples during his leisurely strolls. Zhang Hu instinctively thought to run, but he was ultimately a step too slow. Upon hearing this, Jong Chen quickly approached while saying menacingly, "What did you just say?" Zhang Hu was at a loss for words, and after struggling for a while, he finally managed to utter a complete sentence. I said, eldest senior brother is wise and powerful, open-minded, and modest. Truly an example for us at ninth peak, a paragon of virtue. Is that what he said? Jong Chen turned to ask his lackey. No, he said, 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west side of the river. Do not look down on the young for being poor. He also said that you, eldest senior brother, are not even worth one of second senior brother's fingers and that he will eventually beat you down and take your rightful inheritance. The lackey immediately replied. TLN, 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west side of the river. Do not look down on the young for being poor. It means fortunes or circumstances can change over time, from the east side to the west side, so don't underestimate people based on their current condition. Being poor, Kmaye. Zhang Hu's face instantly stiffened. Shameless, truly shameless. Eavesdropping was bad enough, but to exaggerate as well? Although he had thought those latter words, he had never said them. At that moment, Zhang Hu made the most correct decision of his life. After taking a deep breath, there was a plop sound. He knelt down. Eldest senior brother, please spare me. I was just speaking without thinking. I meant no disrespect to you. Zhang Hu squeezed out tears while pleading. He had thought that even so, he wouldn't escape a beating today. But who knew? Jong Chen, who usually looked fierce and malevolent, was unexpectedly amiable today. Helping Zhang Hu up, Jong Chen said with a smile, don't worry, I won't hold it against you. But I'll need you to take a trip to the east of the river. The east of the river? Zhang Hu was confused again. Within 100 li of the Juyan sect, there was no place called the east of the river. Isn't it 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west? Jong Chen asked with a smile. Zhang Hu's expression changed, sensing something was wrong. Since that's the case, then I'll just have to kill you in the east of the river. Jong Chen's tone suddenly changed, his eyes revealed a fierce light. The host's actions conform to the villain's character setting. Reward, third junior sister's belly band. Third junior sister? Qingning? What kind of bizarre reward is this? Jong Chen was utterly speechless. He had long known that the system's rewards were not all desirable, but he hadn't expected them to be this absurd. And what made him even more speechless was yet to come. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hu was so scared that his limbs went limp and his body trembled. He grabbed Jong Chen's leg, shaking it desperately while begging for mercy. Eldest senior brother, please spare me. I have an 80-year-old mother above and below. Before he could finish his sentence, influenced by the shaking, a piece of green clothing slipped from Jong Chen's arms and fluttered to the ground. The name Qingning embroidered in red thread was particularly eye-catching. Zhang Hu glanced at the clothing on the ground, then looked up at Jong Chen. He was thinking about whether he should pretend not to see. Jong Chen, speechless, was about to quickly pick up the belly band from the ground. A graceful figure swiftly approached from a distance, pausing in surprise at the sight of the belly band on the ground. Eldest senior brother, is this Qingning's? Jiang Lianyue asked. F***ck? Dog system? Jong Chen felt embarrassed and cursed inwardly. But the next second, he thought something was off. Wait, why feel embarrassed? He's the villainous eldest senior brother. As long as he's not embarrassed, it's others who should feel that way. Ahem. With a light cough, Jong Chen casually picked up the clothing from the ground, sniffed it, and nonchalantly stuffed it back into his chest. Jiang Lianyue, Jiang Hu, and even his two junior brothers looked at him with strange expressions. He wore a cynical smile and declared, "As the eldest senior brother of the 9th peak, isn't it perfectly reasonable for me to safekeep one or two junior sisters' belly bands? Reasonable, my foot?" Jiang Hu complained silently in his mind. Noticing Jong Chen's unfriendly gaze, he quickly took a stance. "Reasonable. Very reasonable." Hearing this, the two junior brothers beside Jong Chen also nodded desperately, indicating that this logic was very meticulous and stood up to scrutiny without any issues. Only Jiang Lianyue did not respond. Her expression fluctuated. Could it be that her madness has been cured? Jong Chen speculated secretly. But so what if it was cured? At worst, she would just go and complain to Xiao Hongii. Jong Chen was not at all concerned about this. As the villainous eldest senior brother, isn't disappointing the master part of the job? He figured Xiao Hongii wouldn't kick him out of the sect just for this. "Eldest senior brother, what about mine?" Jiang Lianyue finally asked after a while. "Yours what?" Jong Chen was taken aback. "Of course, this." She pointed to the belly band peeking out from Jong Chen's arms, blinked her beautiful eyes, and said earnestly, "Eldest senior brother surely wouldn't be so unfair as to only carry around Qingning senior sister's personal clothing and not have mine, right?" Diagnosis complete. "She's still mad?" Jong Chen instantly got his answer. Seeing Jiang Lianyue looking at him with anticipation, he was torn inside. In the end, adhering to the principle of not disappointing his junior sister, he pulled out another light blue belly band from his arms to show her. Several hours later, Jiang Hu appeared on the mountainside of 9th Peak. Although Jong Chen didn't actually kill him in the end, a beating was inevitable, and by now, he was battered and bruised. Jiang Hu had been searching for Lin Mubi for a long time. After some investigation, he learned that Lin Mubi had moved to live on the mountainside, not far from the wooden pavilion where Jong Chen had resided after the book pavilion had been burned down. Many people were not surprised by this, thinking that Lin Mubi wanted to keep a close watch on Jong Chen. Jiang Hu thought the same. So now, he was eager to find Lin Mubi to complain, hoping the latter would take his side. Following the winding path along the mountainside and passing by Jong Chen's wooden pavilion, a newly constructed house came into view at the end of the path. After some searching, Jiang Hu finally saw a figure in scholar's attire at the edge of the cliff on the right side. Second senior brother. Taking a deep breath, he ran over with a crying tone. Hearing this, the figure turned around. Jiang Hu had intended to reveal all the atrocities Jong Chen had committed against him in one breath, but suddenly he froze. Because the person he saw was not the usual Lin Mubi with a scholar's demeanor, meticulous about his appearance, and always carrying a book wherever he went. Instead, it was an unkempt man with bloodshot eyes, hair as messy as a bird's nest, his scholar's robe torn with the sleeves ripped off, bare arms, and wielding two machetes. F***ck? Who the hell are you? Jiang Hu was so scared that he jumped. "What do you want?" The man spoke in a deep voice. Feeling that the voice was very familiar, Jiang Hu began to scrutinize the man carefully. Although the man in front of him looked like a wild man and a very agitated one at that, his facial features were indeed identical to Lin Mubi's second senior brother. Tears filled Jiang Hu's eyes as his voice trembled. How did you become like this?" Lin Mubi did not respond, just coldly sized him up. Recalling the rumors among the disciples of 9th Peak today, a thought emerged in Jiang Hu's mind. Could it be that second senior brother has really gone mad? What's with that look? Believe it or not, I'll chop you up. Seemingly noticing Jiang Hu's thoughts, Lin Mubi raised the blade threateningly with a menacing voice. "What?" Jiang Hu was dumbfounded. Could these words possibly come from Lin Mubi, who studies the sage's books and cultivates the righteous qi? If he hadn't been certain he wasn't mistaken, he would have doubted whether the person in front of him was Jong Chen in disguise. Before he could recover from his shock, Jiang Hu saw vital energy gathering on the two machetes, and the next second, Lin Mubi actually swung the blade at him. This gave him another fright. Fortunately, Lin Mubi didn't use his full strength with this blade, and Jiang Hu himself was a core formation initial formation cultivator, so he managed to dodge it at the critical moment. "Second senior brother? Look carefully, it's me, Jiang Hu. Aren't we the closest brothers who share everything with each other?" Jiang Hu shouted desperately. "You scoundrel, it's exactly you that I'm chopping at." Lin Mubi immediately attacked again. He had seen Jong Chen misunderstood countless times for 9 lifetimes and 1,000 years. Although these had nothing to do with Jiang Hu, every time Jong Chen was scolded by Xiao Hongii or disliked by junior brothers and sisters, this guy laughed the loudest. In desperation, Jiang Hu shouted again, "I have something to say. It's about eldest senior brother." At these words, Lin Mubi's body stiffened, and the violent energy in his body gradually calmed down. "There's a chance?" Jiang Hu was overjoyed in his heart, thinking, it seems that even if second senior brother has gone mad, his disdain for eldest senior brother has not diminished. With this thought in mind, he immediately recounted everything Jong Chen had done. He didn't exaggerate, as the matter was already outrageous enough. Not only did Jong Chen beat up a fellow disciple in public, but he also had the personal items of a junior sister in his arms, 2 of them. Knowing Lin Mubi, Jiang Hu was sure that he would be ashamed and take revenge on everyone's behalf upon hearing this. "You're saying eldest senior brother had Qingning junior sister's personal belongings on him?" After a long silence, Lin Mubi asked. "It's true." Jiang Hu patted his chest to assure, "I saw it with my own eyes." Not just Qingning senior sister but also Lianyue senior sisters? What's more outrageous is that eldest senior brother even sniffed them in front of me. Is that really so? Lin Mubi was shocked. Indeed it is. Zhang Hu nodded earnestly, sighing, alas, I never imagined that our ninth peak eldest senior brother would be so shameless. This is simply great. Lin Mubi interrupted loudly. Zhang Hu was instantly confused. Great? He couldn't see what was so great about it. What he didn't know was that for 9 cycles of reincarnation spanning 1,000 years, Jong Chen had always considered everyone else but never himself. All of this was seen by Lin Mubi. But in this lifetime, Jong Chen was not only willing to play the villain, but he also disregarded the opinions of others and completely let himself go. Jong Chen living so freely and unrestrained was exactly what Lin Mubi had hoped for. Lin Mubi didn't expect that his eldest senior brother would have such a hobby, but that was a trivial matter. After all, nobody's perfect, and it was reasonable for someone as outstanding as Jong Chen to have 1 or 2 flaws. Lin Mubi's expression darkened again as he turned to look at Zhang Hu, who was still confused, and asked, wait, who did you just call shameless? Oh, I was talking about eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother is shameless and despicable. That's why second senior brother, I beg you to take action and let eldest senior brother understand what divine retribution is. Zhang Hu's words were emphatic. Divine retribution. Lin Mubi's eyes narrowed slightly. That's right. Only you, second senior brother, can carry out heaven's will. Zhang Hu replied instantly. Haha. Lin Mubi laughed. His laughter was somewhat eerie. His face suddenly twisted with ferocity and full of murderous intent as he wielded his twin machetes. I'll chop you up first, and one day I'll cut down the heavens too. Divine retribution? To hell with divine retribution? Whoever dares to speak of divine retribution, I'll chop them. Under the chilling murderous aura, Zhang Hu's expression turned to horror, and he trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, he was certain that his second senior brother had truly gone mad, completely irrational. Escape? He must escape. As the thought crossed his mind, Zhang Hu tried to turn and run, but he quickly realized. Affected by the murderous intent and Lin Mubi's powerful earthly origin realm aura, his blood had stagnated, and his vital energy was blocked, rendering him unable to move a step. In the end, all he could do was watch in terror as Lin Mubi swung his machetes, slicing through the air towards him. F***ck, where did this savage come from? A surprised voice suddenly rang out. At that sound, the twin machetes stopped right in front of Zhang Hu's forehead. Looking at the person who came, after a brief moment of shock, Lin Mubi's limbs trembled slightly, his breathing became heavy, and in an instant, tears welled up in his eyes and streamed down his cheeks. The relief of a narrow escape made Zhang Hu turn his head to look as well. He saw a man in black not far away, looking in disbelief at everything before him while eating a spiritual fruit in his mouth. Eldest senior brother. Lin Mubi's voice was choked with emotion. Holding on to a sliver of hope, Zhang Hu also pleaded, eldest senior brother, second senior brother has gone mad? Save me. Clang. The twin machetes fell from his hands, dropping to the ground. He wiped the tears from his cheeks and cried out, eldest senior brother. After that, Lin Mubi opened his arms and ran straight towards him. Jong Chen's scalp tingled after seeing this. He hadn't expected that the savage before him was actually Lin Mubi, although there were rumors that Lin Mubi had burned thousands of books and achieved earthly origin in one night, and that he had fallen into madness. Jong Chen didn't believe them. After all, he knew better than anyone how much Lin Mubi valued books and how resilient his nature was. But at this moment, he had no choice but to believe. Because this madman was running towards him, and also crying like a lunatic? Since the madness was real, it naturally followed that Lin Mubi's overnight achievement of earthly origin was also true. In an instant, Jong Chen decided to retreat. He had no desire to deal with a madman. What if Lin Mubi went crazy and attacked him? Not that he was scared, but why should he fight a madman? He wasn't crazy. Moreover, with Jiang Lianyue's madness before and Lin Mubi's madness after, Jong Chen felt that this kind of madness might be contagious. With a swoosh, Jong Chen quickly turned and sprinted away. Eldest senior brother, wait for me. Lin Mubi's shout came from behind, to which Jong Chen disdainfully curled his lip. Only a fool would play with a madman. As he ran, he found himself being overtaken by a figure. It was Zhang Hu, who was also running for his life at full speed. Clearly frightened by Lin Mubi, Zhang Hu's potential was unleashed, and his speed even surpassed his own cultivation level. Eldest senior brother, listen to me. Lin Mubi's voice rang out again. Listen my foot. Cursing inwardly, Jong Chen sped up, reached forward, and grabbed Zhang Hu by the collar. Zhang Hu was bewildered. Dare to run ahead of me? Ahaha, go back. Zhong Chen gathered his vital energy in his arm and threw the happily running Zhang Hu back towards Lin Mubi while laughing. Host's actions conform to the villain's character setting. Reward, heart-devouring soul-bewitching pill. Coincidentally, the rapidly flying Zhang Hu crashed precisely into Lin Mubi's arms, who instinctively caught him. Both stood still, looking at each other. Lin Mubi, Zhang Hu. After a brief pause, Zhang Hu swallowed hard and awkwardly smiled. Second senior brother, how about you put me down and I run again? Courting death. Enraged, Lin Mubi threw Zhang Hu to the ground and started pummeling him with punches. Moments later, Zhang Hu lay on the ground, barely alive, and Lin Mubi, having vented his anger, looked up only to find that Jong Chen had long disappeared. Sigh. Lin Mubi let out a long sigh with a somber expression. Jong Chen had run away too fast, making him feel as if his eldest senior brother was unwilling to forgive him. Memories of 1,000 years across 9 lifetimes surfaced in his mind, and he felt it was to be expected. After all, his eldest senior brother, Jong Chen, had shouldered everything alone. With this thought, Lin Mubi kicked Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu screamed in agony. Hearing this, Lin Mubi frowned and decided to deliver a few more kicks. There was no particular reason. He simply felt disgruntled. Half an hour later, Lin Mubi appeared at the foot of Elixir Peak. He was still dressed like a savage, carrying 2 machetes on his back. These 2 machetes, he had specially visited the Weapon Peak earlier that day and robbed them from the Weapon Peak's armory. Though unnamed and unremarkable in appearance, both were superior grade spiritual weapons. Such level of spiritual weapons, even for a sect as well endowed as the Jiang sect, were only entitled to be owned by true disciples of each peak and senior elders who were high in the hierarchy, and they required a considerable amount of merit to be exchanged. Had Xiao Hong'ai not appeared in time during Lin Mubi's robbery to negotiate with Weapon Peak's peak master and exchange them for equivalent level spiritual weapons, Lin Mubi wouldn't have been able to seize them. And Lin Mubi had only one purpose for coming here: to kill Ma Wu. Only by doing so could he alleviate his guilt and vent Zhong Chen's anger. He had inquired that Ma Wu had awakened from his coma, but due to the massacre of the Ma family, the Hall of Enforcement feared Zhong Chen would strike again, so they took strict measures to protect Ma Wu. Lin Mubi was well regarded by the disciples of both Elixir Peak and the Hall of Enforcement. Although these people didn't understand why Lin Mubi was dressed like this today, they did not prevent him from entering the peak. After all, it was normal for disciples from other peaks to come to Elixir Peak to refine or exchange pills. In the first place, the only person the disciples of the Hall of Enforcement were on guard against was Zhong Chen alone. Upon entering Elixir Peak, Lin Mubi, familiar with the place, quickly arrived at the residence of Elder Mau. Mubi, why are you dressed like this? Li Faju said at the door in surprise. Lin Mubi remained silent. Over the course of 9 cycles of reincarnation spanning 1,000 years, this Li Faju also made things difficult for Zhong Chen multiple times. He didn't act immediately because he knew he was no match. Seeing that Lin Mubi did not respond, Li Faju's confusion deepened. Is it you, nephew Lin? Please, come in quickly. Ma Wu's voice called out from inside the room. Hearing this, Lin Mubi strode in. Li Faju thought for a moment but did not stop him. In the past, because both Lin Mubi and Ma Wu were extremely angry about Zhong Chen's actions, the two had a good relationship and often visited each other. Now that the Ma family had been slaughtered and Ma Wu had just woken up from a coma, it seemed reasonable for Lin Mubi to come and visit. However, Li Faju could never have imagined. After Lin Mubi entered the room, as Ma Wu had just risen from his bed, "Die!" Lin Mubi shouted ferociously and immediately swung his twin machetes at Ma Wu's head, unleashing several strikes. Lin Mubi, have you gone mad? Li Faju exclaimed in shock. Seeing that Ma Wu's life was in danger, he unsheathed the ancient sword on his back with his vital energy and instantly unleashed several sword chi strikes. Although he didn't understand the situation, Li Faju had always had a good impression of Lin Mubi. Therefore, although the sword chi was fierce, it ultimately only struck Lin Mubi's machetes, narrowly saving Ma Wu's life by a hair's breadth. Clang! Impacted by the sword chi, the machetes emitted a piercing tremor. The peak cultivation of heavenly origin was something Lin Mubi couldn't withstand, and the impact caused by the sword chi forced him to retreat several steps in an instant. Master! Lin Mubi suddenly looked towards the door and shouted loudly. Xiao Hong'ai is here? Li Faju was startled and turned his head to look as well. But to his surprise, there was nothing there, absolutely empty. Not good. Li Faju guessed what was happening and exclaimed in shock. He quickly turned his head. Sure enough, he saw Lin Mubi once again raising his twin machetes, with vital energy converging upon them. As he swung the machetes, several blade shadows appeared, their cold light piercing to the eye. At first glance, Lin Mubi's blade technique seemed crude, but the intense killing intent, coupled with the crazy surge of vital energy, also displayed the strength of the earthly origin realm to its fullest. Li Faju felt it might be too late, but he had to try. Ha! With a loud shout, his peak heavenly origin aura pressed toward Lin Mubi like a tsunami. At the same time, he swung his sword again, and a sword chi a jong wide reappeared. The overwhelming aura hit Lin Mubi, causing him to stagger. Facing the rapidly approaching sword chi, he had no intention of dodging and still gritted his teeth to swing down his blade. Are you insane? You're willing to be seriously injured just to kill someone? Li Faju was furious. Lin Mubi possessed the innate Dao bone, and the fact that he had reached earthly origin in one night was already known by the sect. Li Faju certainly did not want to harm the sect's prodigy with his own hands, so he had to strike with another sword move, faster this time, instantly neutralizing the previous sword chi. But as a result, my hand. As the blade light fell, Ma Wu clutched his bloody right shoulder while screaming in pain. Li Faju let out a long sigh of relief. Although Ma Wu had lost an arm, it was good as long as he wasn't dead. Seeing Lin Mubi about to make another move, he quickly rushed in to stand in front of Ma Wu and sternly rebuked him. Lin Mubi, do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Lin Mubi did not reply but gripped his twin machetes tighter. But the next moment, he retracted his aura and said towards the door, "Master, you're so stubborn? Still want to deceive me?" Li Faja grew even angrier. As night had fallen, Jong Chen returned to his residence after wandering around Ninth Peak for a while. Sitting at the wooden table, he propped his head with his left hand and with a gentle flip of his right hand, a pale pink pill appeared in his palm. This pill was the reward he had just received, the heart-devouring soul-bewitching pill. This pill was a poison and of perfect quality. If a cultivator were to ingest it, regardless of gender, they would lose all sense of reason and attack any member of the opposite sex in sight like a wild beast. The so-called attack was not about fighting and killing but rather the kind between men and women. After ingestion, the heart-devouring soul-bewitching pill would dissolve quickly and merge with the cultivator's flesh and blood, so even if a cultivator of the upper four realms were to investigate, they would not detect anything unusual, only able to make baseless guesses. With such properties, the heart-devouring soul-bewitching pill was definitely the best poison pill for harming others undetected, and its grade was also high, at the 7th grade. 7th grade pills, throughout the entire central domain, could only be refined by the ancient pill tower, and even then, only of lower quality. The perfect quality heart-devouring soul-bewitching pill was not even in the same concept as the lower quality ones. Not only was the effect of the perfect quality stronger, affecting both genders and not distinguishing between humans and animals, but it would also completely devour the cultivator's mind, irreversible. Even after the effects of the pill had completely dissipated, the cultivator who took it would become a complete fool with no sense of reason. And as for the lower quality heart-devouring soul-bewitching pill, Jiang Chen had taken it before, more than once. The person who went to great lengths to deceive him into eating was none other than Mau from Elixir Peak. Throughout 9 cycles of reincarnation, Jiang Chen lost his sanity in many lives. He attacked his own third junior sister Qingning, only to be caught in the act at critical moments. All of this was thanks to Mau. Due to the special concealment properties of the heart-devouring soul-bewitching pill, coupled with Jiang Chen's notorious reputation, no one believed him no matter how he explained it. Ironically, Mau used various means to harm Jiang Chen, all under the guise of justice. In his eyes, doing evil to the wicked was just a way to defend justice. "I can't sleep until Mau is dead," Jong Chen murmured softly with his eyes half-closed. "This man must die." Destroying the Ma family was just to prevent Mau from dying too easily. As for how to kill Mau, Jong Chen already had several plans in mind. But alas, after learning of the massacre of his family, Mau had been in a coma, only waking up today. Moreover, the Hall of Enforcement had been lingering around Elixir Peak, guarding against any hidden move. Of course, if Jong Chen disregarded everything and used the power of the Zhang family, he could still kill Mau, but that would lead to great trouble. At the very least, he would be expelled from the sect. At this time, Lin Feng had not yet joined the sect, but what if the villain eldest senior brother of the Juyan sect was already gone? The consequences would be unpredictable. Although the plot could be changed, this was not just a change but a plot collapse. If the plot collapsed, Jong Chen would lose his advantage by being unable to predict future events. In severe cases, it might even affect the ending and lead to mission failure. Therefore, he had to follow the plot. That's also why he was waiting. Waiting for an opportunity that wouldn't cause the plot to collapse yet would allow him to kill Mau in a short time. Knock, knock. In the midst of his thoughts, there was a knock on the door. Then, a faint male voice said, "Eldest senior brother, something has happened at Elixir Peak." Hearing this, Jong Chen got up and quickly opened the door. Without needing to ask, the man outside with a sharp chin and monkey cheeks reported, "Eldest senior brother, that madman Lin Mubi has gone to Elixir Peak and attacked Mau." This person named Lu Wu was one of Jong Chen's underlings. Due to his good agility, he was usually responsible for gathering information and monitoring the movements at Elixir Peak. "Is Mau dead?" Jong Chen asked urgently. "He's not dead, but he lost an arm," Lu Wu said with schadenfreude. "Right now, the Peak Master and the people from the Hall of Enforcement are taking Lin Mubi to see the Sect Master. It looks like they're going to severely punish him." That's good. That's good." Jong Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Mau must die, and he must die by his hand. If that madman Lin Mubi killed him, where would he vent the hatred in his heart? As for Lin Mubi being severely punished, Jong Chen didn't believe it for a second. Although Lin Mubi was mad, he was still an innate Dao bone and had always had a good reputation. On one side was an Elixir Peak elder, and on the other, a sect genius who was temporarily insane. Without even thinking about it, anyone could tell that without a real murder, the sect would at most give a verbal warning and instruct Xiao Hong'ai to keep a close watch on Lin Mubi. After all, only Jong Chen, the villain, would be so harshly criticized by the sect. Wait. Jong Chen's eyes suddenly lit up, and he asked, "Are you sure the people from the Hall of Enforcement have left?" Not all of them, but only a few disciples from the Hall of Enforcement are left, with cultivation levels no higher than core formation initial stage, and their vigilance has decreased a lot. Lu Wu confirmed. Upon hearing this, Jong Chen immediately smiled. He was just wondering when the opportunity would arise. And now, hasn't it come? Inside the Elder's room at Elixir Peak, Ma Wu lay on the bed, his complexion pale and his gaze dull. The massacre of the Ma family was still vivid in his mind. He had just awakened from a coma, only to find that he had lost an arm. The events of just a moment ago are clear in his memory, and every time Ma Wu thinks about it, he feels a wave of fear. That final strike from Lin Mubi, if Li Fazhou hadn't desperately intervened, what would have been lost wouldn't have been an arm, but his head. Damn it! It must be Jong Chen's doing? Lin Mubi and I had a good relationship, so how could this happen so inexplicably? It must be Jong Chen taking advantage of his madness to bewitch him. Ma Wu growled in anger. It was clearly Lin Mubi who had chopped off his hand, yet he blamed Jong Chen. Such behavior seemed so natural to him. Thinking of Jong Chen, Ma Wu's expression turned extremely dark. He had originally thought that a disciple like Jong Chen, with such despicable conduct, should be stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the sect, but now he had changed his mind. He must die. Jong Chen is a scourge upon the world, a malignant tumor within the sect. If this man does not die, he will harm countless others. Even if I have to commit evil deeds and bear a bad name, I must kill him. The Zhang family must also be eradicated. A family that can raise such a scourge must also harbor malicious intentions. Xiao Hong'ai is kind-hearted and cannot see the true nature of her eldest disciple, so I will help her. Yes, poisonous pills. I can make a trip to the ancient pill tower and request a heart-devouring soul-bewitching pill. This pill is extremely covered and will surely expose Zhang Chen's true nature to everyone. The Zhang family may be strong, but they are not invincible. Even a millennium-old family can be exterminated when the imperial dynasty is enraged. As he spoke, Ma Wu laughed. He already had a detailed plan in his mind, and if the plan succeeded, none of this would be difficult. Then, he thought of Jiang Lianyue and Lin Mubi. Both were prodigies of the sect, yet they had fallen into madness one after another, both wanting to kill him. Could it be that their madness is also Zhang Chen's doing? Yes, it must be. Otherwise, why would they act this way to me when we have no grudges? Ma Wu nodded continuously, his expression suddenly brightening. Although there was no evidence, all clues pointed to Zhang Chen. Who else could it be? Just as Ma Wu was thinking about how to expose Zhang Chen's actions and save the two sect prodigies. Master, it's time for your medicine. A young boy with his head bowed entered, holding a bowl of medicine. What medicine is it? Ma Wu asked. It's just ordinary nourishing medicine. In addition to that, your disciple has also crushed some blood replenishing pills and mixed them in. You are currently in a weak condition, master, and directly swallowing the pills requires the use of vital energy to activate them. Crushing the pills can save a lot of vital energy, the young disciple added. Ma Wu responded lightly, feeling that there was nothing wrong. The fact that he could think things through so carefully also proved that he had indeed taken on a good disciple. Without hesitation, he took the medicine bowl with his remaining left hand and drank it all in one gulp. Throughout the entire ordeal, Ma Wu remained oblivious. The pale and terrified face of his young apprentice went completely unnoticed. The young apprentice visibly relaxed after taking back the medicine bowl from Ma Wu. Cough, cough. Ma Wu suddenly started coughing. The abrupt sound startled the young apprentice, causing him to tremble and drop the medicine bowl from his hands. Crash. The bowl shattered, scattering in all directions. Ma Wu frowned and turned to look at his apprentice. That one glance caused the young apprentice to lose his composure, his face turning as pale as paper. With a thud, the young apprentice knelt and kowtowed. Master? Spare my life, master? It was all Jong Chen who forced me. I had no choice. Jong Chen? Hearing this name, Ma Wu's eyes widened suddenly, and he immediately made a connection. Glancing at the broken bowl on the ground, he suppressed his anger and asked, "What have you done?" The disciple just crushed the pill Jong Chen gave me and mixed it into the medicine bowl earlier. Jong Chen said that the pill could make you, master, instantly vigorous and at least 10 years younger. The young apprentice kowtowed again. You. Ma Wu was furious, his eyes blazing with anger. What vigorous and 10 years younger? He knew at once that these words meant it must be a harmful medicine pill. Fortunately, although his cultivation was not high, he was a 6th grade pill refiner, and a mere poison pill could easily be forced out of the body with the use of pill fire. Jong Chen really underestimates me. Ma Wu scoffed while saying to his apprentice, I know you fear Jong Chen, but I didn't expect you to be so terrified. Well, considering you were forced, as your master, I will forgive. Before he could finish, a surge of medicinal power emerged from his danshan, rushing to his head through his limbs and bones. Driven by this medicinal force, he breathed rapidly, drenched in sweat, indeed feeling vigorous as if he had become 10 years younger. In an instant, Ma Wu thought of the Ma family. He thought of the Ma family's cook, the gatekeeper de Zhuang, and the sister-in-law he used to often bother. He also thought of the Ma family's big yellow guard dog. Not good. Ma Wu was alarmed and sat cross-legged on the bed. He never expected that the pill he had ingested would be so potent and take effect so quickly. Immersing in his mind, Ma Wu immediately stimulated the pill fire within his body, hoping to use its power to burn the chaotic heat inside. The power of the pill fire is related to the grade of the pill refiner. A 6th grade pill refiner is already a rare existence in the central domain, and the pill fire they possess is naturally extraordinary. Just as Ma Wu was confident and ready to destroy the medicinal power in one fell swoop, an unexpected event occurred. Influenced by the medicinal power, the pill fire also started to act abnormally. It became overly excited as if it had met a loved one and was ready to dance. The next second, the pill fire went out of control, perfectly merging with the medicinal power, running wild through the meridians, quickly beginning to seep into the soul, gnawing at the mind, and penetrating deep into the marrow, heart-devouring soul-bewitching pill. Ma Wu cried out in shock. It was only then that he remembered an important issue. Being a 6th grade pill refiner himself, how could he not have noticed something odd in the medicine bowl? Not only did he not notice, but he also drank it directly? This could only mean the pill that Jiang Chen tricked him into taking was a poison pill of a grade higher than 6, with extremely potent and concealed toxicity. The heart-devouring soul-bewitching pill was precisely of the 7th grade. Ma Wu panicked. Just moments ago, he was planning to use the heart-devouring soul-bewitching pill to expose Jiang Chen's true colors. Who would have thought that he himself would have taken it by now? As a pill refiner, he naturally knew the effects of the heart-devouring soul-bewitching pill. A slight mishap could lead to a loss of reputation and social death. Suddenly turning his head, he looked at his young disciple and roared angrily, "You dare to collude with Jiang Chen to poison your master? Unforgivable. Master, please spare my life." The young disciple begged again. "Jiang Chen threatened me with the lives of my family members outside our section. I had no choice but to comply. The Jiang family is too powerful, so I can't fight them. Not only you're as cowardly as a mouse, but you also help a tiger hunt? Jiang Chen is ruthless and inhumane. Do you think he will let you go after this? How can he hide his despicable actions if you remain?" Ma Wu roared again. "This disciple is not stupid. I obviously know all of this. But by doing so, only I would die, yet it could save the lives of my family members," the young disciple replied. Ma Wu closed his eyes, momentarily speechless. Perhaps having resigned himself to his fate, the young disciple suddenly stood up, his face no longer showing any fear, replaced instead by hate. Bitter, teeth-gritting hate. Looking straight at Ma Wu, he hysterically said, "Master, you're so noble, you're so great. Even now, you're still scolding me. Great? Really great? But have you ever thought about my situation? Do you know how I've been bullied? Just because I am your disciple, the disciple of an elder who hates evil as if it were his enemy? Those disciples you've scolded and reprimanded all come to bully me. I'm wronged? I haven't done anything wrong. You want to be the pioneer of righteousness, then go ahead. Why do you have to drag me and my family into this? I can't take it anymore. Better to be dead, then no one will bully me anymore. I don't regret what happened today. You forced me to listen to so many grand principles, but today I want to be a bad person? A person who personally betrays his master, a person beyond redemption. You. Ma Wu was so angry he couldn't speak coherently. He had sworn to never coexist with evil, yet he never imagined that the disciple he had taken in would kneel before evil. What does it matter if one is bullied or wronged? For the sake of righteousness, for the sake of the sect, one should be prepared to sacrifice oneself, even to the point of tarnishing one's own reputation. Today, I will cleanse the sect. After a roar, Ma Wu leaped up from the bed and swung his left palm toward his disciple's forehead. Seeing this, the young disciple closed his eyes in despair. Indeed, Jong Chen had forced him, but wasn't this also a form of rebellion? Shortly after becoming Ma Wu's disciple, he had realized, sooner or later, he would be killed by his own master. That's why he was so terrified when he heard that the Ma family had been slaughtered. But, the anticipated pain did not come. The young disciple was somewhat surprised and slowly opened his eyes. Ma Wu was still in front of him, but it seemed he had abandoned the idea of cleansing the sect and was instead gently caressing his cheek with his remaining left hand. The palm on his cheek was slightly rough, but the young disciple's tears fell like rain. He regretted it. He truly regretted it. He could never have imagined that after making such a grave mistake, not only did his master not strike him, but he also forgave him with this gentle caress on the cheek. The young disciple's heart was racked with guilt and self-reproach. After a moment, "Why?" the young disciple cried out loud, once again kneeling and clinging to Ma Wu's legs, sobbing loudly. "Master, how can I ever repay your kindness to me? Disciple is wrong. I failed to see the good intentions behind Master's strictness, and I couldn't learn Master's integrity and nobility. I will definitely reform and start anew. I will reflect on myself daily and vow to never coexist with evil. Master, I was wrong." Such sincere and heartfelt words moved the young disciple to tears. But as soon as the words were spoken, he, the strange laughter of Ma Wu echoed. At the main peak of the Juyan sect, in the sect master's hall. In the vast hall, aside from Xiao Hongii and Lin Mubi, there were 16 elders of the Hall of Enforcement, 32 disciples of the Hall of Enforcement, and a middle-aged man in a blue robe exuding an aura of authority. The atmosphere in the hall was delicate, and everyone exchanged glances. Tui. Lin Mubi glanced at the blue-robed middle-aged man above and spat on the jade stone floor. Everyone was stunned. Sect master, esteemed elders, it seems that Lin Mubi might. Li Faju stepped forward, cupping his hands towards the blue-robed middle-aged man deep in the hall. His expression was one of regret. He might be mad. Another elder of the Hall of Enforcement added. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately burst into discussion. What do you mean might be? It's clear he's gone mad. The person with Empress bearing has fallen into madness with no signs of recovery, and now another with an innate Dao bone has gone mad too. Could it be that the fortune of our Juyan sect is fading, and a calamity is imminent? Maybe it's not a problem with the Juyan sect, but with the 9th peak. Are you talking about that Jong Chen of the 9th peak? Exactly. All those who have gone mad are from the 9th peak, and they all wanted to kill Ma Wu. If you say it's a coincidence, I don't believe it. I've said it before that Jiang Chen is a scourge to our sect, but you all were concerned about the Jiang family? Now look, he has poisoned 2 of our sect's geniuses. Sect Master, this is a serious matter. We must investigate thoroughly. Indeed, if we find evidence, we must punish him severely even if the Jiang family's patriarch intervenes. The topic kept circling back to Jiang Chen. Without any evidence and merely based on conjecture, many elders of the Hall of Enforcement were clamoring about how Jiang Chen should be severely punished. Silence. The blue-robed middle-aged man rebuked in a cold voice. At his words, the elders all bowed their heads, no longer daring to speak. Junior sister, what do you think about this matter? The middle-aged man turned to Xiao Hong'ai. Sect Master Senior Brother, are you referring to Mubi's madness? Or are you talking about Jong Chen harming his fellow sect members? Xiao Hong'ai asked with an expressionless face. The middle-aged man in the blue robe had not yet replied. You old people, gathering here and planning to harm Senior Brother? How dare you? Watch as I chop you all up today. Lin Mubi suddenly flew into a rage, brandishing his sword and charging towards the nearest elder. But he had only taken one step. Xiao Hong'ai frowned slightly, and with a palm strike, she knocked him out. Seeing this, the elder's expressions grew even more regretful. The Lin Mubi of the past was so upright and noble, but now he had become like a butcher, always ready to chop someone up. Who would believe it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes? Ignoring Lin Mubi on the ground, the middle-aged man in the blue robe continued the previous topic. Junior sister, the fact that Lin Mubi has gone mad is now established, and there's no use in us dwelling on it. However, with the geniuses of the 9th peak continuously falling into madness, this matter must be treated with caution. Senior brother, are you suggesting that we pursue the crime of Jong Chen for harming his fellow disciples? Xiao Hong'ai's beautiful eyes narrowed. The middle-aged man did not reply, but his eyes were filled with meaning. Gu Changqing. Xiao Hong'ai was furious and immediately stated coldly, you are the sect master of the Juyin sect, yet you want to convict a disciple without any evidence? Believe it or not, I will overturn your main peak if you dare to do so. How audacious. Upon hearing this, Li Fajia rebuked angrily, 9th peak's peak master, your words are tantamount to treason against the sect. Treason. Xiao Hong'ai sneered, if the Juyin sect has truly become so corrupt, then what does it matter if I truly commit treason? What can you do to me? With these words, the entire place fell silent. They really had no way to deal with Xiao Hong'ai. In terms of cultivation, Xiao Hong'ai was only among the higher ranks of the 9th peak's lords, but when it came to her background, the entire Juyin sect could be hers. Juyin old ancestor came from the Xiao family, and out of the 12 supreme elders of the Juyin sect, 6 were from the Xiao family. The most senior and strongest supreme great elder was also Xiao Hong'ai's own grandfather. It's no exaggeration to say that if it weren't for Xiao Hong'ai finding the position of sect master too tiresome, the one sitting in the sect master's seat right now would not be Gu Changqing. After hearing Xiao Hong'ai's words, although Gu Changqing's expression remained unchanged, a coldness flashed in his deep eyes. Hehe, junior sister, don't be angry. Gu Changqing suddenly smiled while soothingly saying, just now, everyone was merely expressing their own views. Without evidence, no one will pursue Jong Chen's accusation. Moreover, although Jong Chen's character is questionable, his talent is 1 in 1,000, and he is also considered a prodigy of our section. Upon hearing this, the elders also began to express their agreement. Indeed, for the sake of the Zhang family's old ancestor, we should not act rashly. Although Jong Chen's conduct is questionable, as a disciple of the Juyin sect, we will treat him fairly. Peak Master Xiao, please calm your anger. Our words just now lacked consideration. The Juyin sect has been established for 1,000 years. Let us not harm the unity of the sect over this matter. Upon careful consideration, even if Jiang Lianyue and Lin Mubi's madness is due to external forces, this matter seems more like the handiwork of the demon sect. It's a wake-up call indeed. It must be the myriad Dao demon sect causing trouble. That makes sense, that makes sense. Hearing this, Xiao Hong'ai's anger subsided quite a bit. In truth, she didn't have much confidence in Jong Chen either, but as long as there was no evidence, she would always protect her own disciple to the end. Hong'ai, are you throwing a tantrum again? Suddenly, an ethereal voice rang out. The moment the voice reached their ears, everyone felt a gentle breeze pass by, and an old man dressed in a grey robe with white hair and a crane-like complexion appeared inside the hall. The old man stood straight with a friendly expression on his face. As soon as they saw him, including Gu Changqing, everyone was startled and then hurriedly bowed with their hands clasped, saying, "Greetings to the Supreme Great Elder. You all carry on with your conversation. I'm just here to see my granddaughter," the old man said while waving his hand casually. What's the point of continuing out talk now? Everyone thought to themselves in silence. How could they continue their conversation when the leader had arrived? And not just any leader, but the highest authority next to the Patriarch Juyin himself? Who would dare to speak now? Didn't they see Gu Changqing, the sect master, wisely standing off to the side? Grandpa, a tender voice called out as Xiao Hong'ai approached him with a face full of joy. Clinging to the old man's arm, she cooed, "Grandpa, I wasn't being willful. I was just following the sect's rules." In front of disciples like Jong Chen, Xiao Hong'ai always maintained the demeanor of an elder. She was extraordinarily assertive in front of high-ranking sect members like Gu Changqing. But at this moment, she turned into a charming young girl, her smile as beautiful as a flower. The old man tapped her on the head helplessly and said, "Since when does the master of a peak threaten to rebel against the sect? Isn't that being willful?" But Xiao Hong'ai started to argue. "No buts." The old man raised his hand to interrupt her, his expression suddenly stern. "Juyin sect has been established for 1,000 years, and the sect rules are not for show. If you don't start distinguishing between what's important and what's not, I'll find someone to marry you off." "I was wrong," Xiao Hong'ai quickly conceded, bowing her head. The old man nodded and then turned to the others, saying, "I have personally investigated Jiang Lianyue's madness. It was not caused by external forces but seems to be the result of a severe shock. The true nature of the incident still needs to be investigated. You all bear the heavy responsibility of the sect and must not pursue the guilt of a disciple based merely on conjecture. We will follow your command," the crowd responded, bowing again. Seeing this, Xiao Hong'ai smiled. Although the old man didn't say it outright, this was also indirectly speaking up for Jong Chen. "Grandpa, my second disciple has also fallen into madness. Do we still have any of the 9 abyss soul embryo?" she asked expectantly, pointing to Lin Mubi, who was still unconscious. In Xiao Hong'ai's view, even though the 9 abyss soul embryo did not cure Jiang Lianyue's madness, it had at least some effect. Now, Jiang Lianyue wouldn't blow up the sect at the drop of a hat. What she didn't know was that Jiang Lianyue's restraint from destroying the sect was only because Jong Chen stopped her. In fact, the 9 abyss soul embryo had no effect whatsoever. "Do you think that's as common as cabbage?" the old man said, exasperated. "The 9 abyss soul embryo appears once every 1,000 years. Last time, I had to snatch it from the hands of a nightmare spirit. Even though it appears once in 1,000 years, it doesn't mean there's only one. Grandpa, you're so powerful, why don't you help Hong'ai snatch 2 more? Xiao Hong'ai was whining as she shook the old man's arm. "Why snatch 2? The old man was puzzled. Of course, to have a spare. Everyone was left speechless. How to say it, it seems to make sense. After all, 2 have gone mad already. Who knows if another one might lose it. Just as this thought settled. "Sect Master, Elder Mau from Elixir Peak has gone mad." A loud shout came from outside. When Jong Chen arrived at Elixir Peak, the whole place was in chaos. Shock, screams, and terror filled the air, one after another. Many disciples were fleeing down the mountain in panic. Female disciples clutched their clothes with tears in their eyes. Male disciples acted strangely, cursing loudly while clutching their groins as they ran. During this time, Jong Chen also heard the pitiful cries of some spiritual beasts and birds. Whistling with his hands behind his head, he leisurely walked towards the upper reaches of Elixir Peak. On any other day, his presence at the foot of the mountain would have drawn attention and word would have quickly spread throughout Elixir Peak. But today, everyone was too busy running away to notice the brave soul dared to run up the mountain. Soon, Jong Chen reached his destination. The upper peak was where the Elixir Peak disciples, elders, and the pill rooms were located, usually bustling with people and fragrant with the scent of pills. But today, at first glance, everything was a mess. Ancient trees had been uprooted and lay on the ground, leaves scattered, branches broken, and the trunks bore deep holes. The stone tiles on the ground were pockmarked with holes of various sizes and depths as if they had been pounded into. Birds and beasts were fleeing in all directions, all of them plucked of feathers or fur. Wherever his gaze fell, he could see puddles of yellow liquid emitting a pungent stench, presumably from those who had been scared into wetting themselves. Jong Chen always thought of himself as someone who had seen a lot, but even he had to admit defeat at this scene and could only exclaim in admiration, "Awesome." The perfect quality heart-devouring soul-bewitching pill could make people lose the distinction between humans and animals, but that didn't include everything else. This indirectly proved that perhaps Mau have harbored such thoughts. Jong Chen continued forward. "Don't come any closer. Help? Someone save me, I'm just here to deliver herbs." "Elder Ma, calm down. Look carefully, I'm a man." "Mau, this is outrageous, put down my sword." "Even the sword scabbard won't do." Cries of alarm and disbelief came from ahead. Jong Chen quickened his pace. Soon, he caught sight of Mau, who was holding onto a sword scabbard with a look of enjoyment on his face and refusing to let go. Is that even possible? Jong Chen was dumbfounded. His worldview was refreshed once again. Perhaps because the scene was too bizarre, the several Hall of Enforcement disciples surrounding Mau were also speechless. An old woman and a male disciple from Elixir Peak saw their chance to slip away. But just as they were getting up from the ground, a burst of aura unique to core formation cultivators erupted from Mau, pressing the two back down firmly. Seeing Mau drop his scabbard and walk towards them with a strange laugh, the male disciple from Elixir Peak cried for help. "Aren't you guys from the Hall of Enforcement? Why aren't you saving me? This is the 10th time already." Hearing this, the disciples of the Hall of Enforcement were in a dilemma. It wasn't that they didn't want to save him. They simply couldn't. They had just joined the Hall of Enforcement and were only at the core formation initial formation stage of cultivation, having just begun to learn the way of the sword. Mau was an elder of Elixir Peak, at least at the human origin stage. Now, his pill fire was running wild and he had lost his mind. If they couldn't defeat him, ugh. One of the Hall of Enforcement disciples glanced at his own scabbard on the ground and swallowed hard. "Jong Chen, eldest senior brother of the 9th Peak? Please save me, I'm willing to be your servant." The Elixir Peak disciple pleaded with Jong Chen again. "Jong Chen, Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Hall of Enforcement instantly became alert. Due to the shocking scene just before, they had only now noticed an additional black figure among them. Jiang Chen, what are you here for? A disciple from the Hall of Enforcement questioned. To watch the show, Jiang Chen replied instantly. Everyone was speechless. In an instant, the disciples of the Hall of Enforcement's eyes lit up. Although Jiang Chen's behavior was questionable, they still recognized his talent for cultivation. Even though he was only at the core formation initial formation stage, if he really took action, just using the treasures from the Zhang family could be enough to smash Ma Wu to death. In other words, from the current perspective, Jiang Chen was the only one who could stop Ma Wu's rampage. Senior brother, Ma Wu has gone mad. Please take action and save Elixir Peak. The leading disciple of the Hall of Enforcement said. No rush. Doesn't Elixir Peak have other elders? Jiang Chen shook his head. It's urgent? Very urgent. The Hall of Enforcement disciple continued. The cultivation levels of the other elders of Elixir Peak are all on par with Ma Wu. These elders are worried about the consequences if they fail, if you know what I mean. In other words, they all ran away. But this was also within Jiang Chen's expectations. After shrugging his shoulders, Jiang Chen still refused. How could I lay hands on an elder of a peak? Who in the Juyin sect doesn't know that I, Jiang Chen, am the most respectful towards teachers and the Dao? Shameless? Everyone thought the same thing in their hearts. What's with those looks? Should I leave then? Jiang Chen's expression became stern. Don't go. The leading disciple of the Hall of Enforcement said, in extraordinary times, extraordinary measures are needed. Besides, I'm not asking you to kill Ma Wu, just to capture him. Ma Wu is one of the few 6th grade pill refiner in the Juyin sect, so he can't die. He can't die? Jiang Chen sneered inwardly. As expected, these so-called righteous people of the Juyin sect only ever focused on him. Seeing the Hall of Enforcement disciple about to persuade further, Jiang Chen waved his hand to interrupt. Enough. I'm not saying it's impossible for me to take action, but what? Disciples from the Hall of Enforcement pressed for answers. Kneel down and beg me. Host's actions conform to the villain's character setting, reward, ancient swordsmanship, first form, skybreaker. As these words were spoken, the faces of the disciples from the Hall of Enforcement darkened instantly. Could they really kneel and beg Jiang Chen? They represented the sect's rules, and Jiang Chen was the epitome of a sect's disgrace. It was like black and white or water and fire. How could they possibly kneel to him? Judging by the time, the sect master should have been informed and is on his way here. What do you think will be the punishment when he arrives and finds that the disciples of the Hall of Enforcement, out of concern for their own safety, have allowed Ma Wu to run amok? Jiang Chen said with a sinister smile. The disciples were startled after hearing this. According to the sect's rules, they would at least be expelled from the Hall of Enforcement. As everyone knows, the Hall of Enforcement is currently managed by Li Faju. What will you face if you cause him to lose face in front of the sect master? Jiang Chen asked. The disciples knew the answer all too well. The sect master had the intention of promoting Li Faju, allowing him to become the hall master of the Hall of Enforcement, which is why he delegated authority. If Li Faju lost face in front of the sect master, it meant losing that possibility. Would he let them off easily then? With such a big incident at Elixir Peak and Ma Wu going mad, who do you think should take the blame? Jiang Chen asked again. At these words, the disciples of the Hall of Enforcement sensed trouble. Clearly, they had been negligent in their duties, prioritizing their own safety, and they were definitely the best candidates to take the blame. Please, senior brother, take action. After weighing the pros and cons, the disciples finally knelt down in unison. Jiang Chen smiled in satisfaction. Glancing at the distant main peak, he walked coldly towards Ma Wu. At this moment, Ma Wu is still immersed in his own world, completely unaware that his life is in grave danger. Ma Wu, it's time to settle our score. Holding the flame blood dragon sword, Jiang Chen's voice was like that of a grim reaper. He. Ma Wu kept letting out a strange laugh, his eyes fixated on the disciples of Elixir Peak with a pink light flickering in them. Seeing Jiang Chen approaching with a sword, the disciples of Elixir Peak felt as if they had been pardoned and struggled to get up, fleeing desperately towards the distance. The prey was escaping, so Ma Wu seemed displeased. After exhaling a heavy breath, the fiery energy within his body formed into a serpent shape and lunged at the Elixir Peak disciples. Jiang Chen had no intention of saving them, but the fire serpent also darted in his direction. Whoosh! With a swing of the flame blood dragon sword in his hand, a flash of bloodlight decapitated several fire serpents, dissipating them into the air. Even in his maddened state, Ma Wu was taken aback by this. But it was only for an instant. The moment he saw Jiang Chen, drool flowed from the corner of his mouth as if he had seen a rare treasure, and he let out an even louder hee-hee. Jiang Chen instantly got goosebumps. The flame blood dragon sword swung again, its blade bursting with blood-red light. Under the drive of vital energy, a Zhong-wide blood-colored sword qi shot out from the blade. With a whoosh sound, the swiftly moving sword qi caused all the surrounding spirit swords to tremble. Wherever it passed, the air was sliced, stone bricks shattered, and a scorching aura emanated from the sword qi, instantly sweeping the area. The sword qi enveloped the surrounding spiritual power and enhancing itself. In just a moment, it expanded from 1 zhong to 2, then 3. By the time it reached Ma Wu, the sword qi was 10 zhong wide. Way of the sword minor achievement, sword qi manifestation, exclaimed a disciple from the Hall of Enforcement upon seeing this. Since Jong Chen was a special person of interest to the Hall of Enforcement, they were very familiar with his information. Even the newest disciples knew that although Jong Chen had exceptional talent, when his core formation was destroyed, his understanding of the way of the sword was merely at the beginner level, having just obtained the sword heart. But now, he had actually reached the minor achievement stage of the way of the sword and manifested sword chi. Wasn't that a bit too exaggerated? Keep in mind that it had been less than a month since Jong Chen's core formation was destroyed. To go directly from way of the sword beginner to minor achievement in such a short time was something perhaps only those with special way of the sword physiques could achieve. What was even more exaggerated was, ordinary sword chi isn't this exaggerated. If I'm not mistaken, that blood sword in Jong Chen's hand must be a superior grade spirit sword, said the leading disciple of the Hall of Enforcement with envy. The other disciples also coveted it. That was a superior grade spirit sword? A spiritual weapon that only sword cultivators of the higher 4 realms could possess? Elderly Fajo of the Hall of Enforcement had been practicing the sword for many years, and he was only one step away from the higher realms, yet his spirit sword was merely high grade. Tisk, tisk, worthy of being the young master of the Zhang family, his wealth is indeed different, another disciple from the Hall of Enforcement commented sourly. As for Ma Wu, having lost his sanity, he did not show any sign of shock. However, the blood-colored sword chi that was getting closer still instinctively made him feel a threat to his life. No longer laughing crazily, all the pill fire within his body mixed with a hint of pinkish aura burst out after a mad roar and condensed into a fire snake as thick as an adult's thigh, biting onto the sword chi. But it was futile. The appearance of the fire snake did not hinder the blood-colored sword chi at all. The next second, sizzle. The fire snake was cut in half in its struggle, and in the blink of an eye, the blood-colored sword chi pierced through Ma Wu's body. AHH. Ma Wu screamed in horror. His remaining left arm along with the left half of his body and left leg were directly severed. Blood sprayed everywhere, turning the surrounding crimson. Such an injury would have certainly resulted in the immediate death of a cultivator in the lower 4 realms. However, a core formation cultivator could use the vital energy in their core formation to forcibly sustain their life. Even so, Ma Wu still fell straight to the ground, no longer capable of any movement. Seeing this, Jong Chen walked forward with his sword, his expression stern and his cold voice echoing around. A superior grade spirit sword is certainly not easy to control. Otherwise, with that strike just now, you would have surely died even if you were at the human origin level. Hee. Ma Wu continued to let out a strange laugh even with his breath as thin as a thread. Jong Chen shook his head, his gaze looking down from above. With a slight tilt, he pressed the tip of the flame blood dragon sword against Ma Wu's heart. Sensing Jong Chen's intent to kill, the disciples of the Hall of Enforcement wanted to intervene, but none dared to speak up. The reason was simple. The murderous aura emanating from Jong Chen was terrifying to the bone. The disciples feared that if they tried to stop him at this moment, Jong Chen might turn his aggression towards them. Jong Chen slowly exerted force, and the flame blood dragon sword gradually pierced into Ma Wu's chest. The intense pain made it impossible for Ma Wu to laugh any longer. Perhaps due to excessive blood loss or the weakening effect of the medicinal pill, a trace of clarity returned to his eyes. Jong Chen. Ma Wu was horrified and filled with panic. How does it feel to be betrayed? Did you enjoy the pill? Jong Chen asked with narrowed eyes. Upon hearing this, everything that had just happened flashed through Ma Wu's mind. He had thought that the heart-devouring soul-bewitching pill Jong Chen had given him was of inferior quality, as the perfect ones were extremely rare even in the upper domain. But the result, struggling to turn his head, Ma Wu looked not far behind him. There lay a gruesomely unwatchable corpse, his young disciple. From the look of the death, it seemed the disciple had committed suicide after being unable to bear the humiliation. Jong Chen, do you even have any humanity? Ma Wu shouted with the last of his strength. Humanity? Jong Chen shook his head. He had always possessed it through 9 cycles of reincarnation. Even in this life, determined to play the villain, he still had it. However, he had none for people like Ma Wu, who aimed to eliminate him. Indeed, to kill Ma Wu with the least collateral damage, Jong Chen had indeed implicated many others. But how many of them were truly innocent? Through the repeated cycles of reincarnation, the pain they had inflicted on Jong Chen out of their own dislike was undoubtedly many times greater than what they were suffering now. Take, for example, Ma Wu's young disciple. For several lifetimes, this person had followed Ma Wu's orders, repeatedly deceiving Jong Chen into taking poisonous pills. Even when exposed, he would only say, "My master forced me to do it." In previous lifetimes, Jong Chen had not held it against him. After all, he saw that the young disciple was indeed involuntary, but after many lifetimes, he realized the crux of the matter. The young disciple feared him and thus also wanted him dead. Each snowflake in an avalanche pleads not guilty. To be able to forgive even a few snowflakes, that is the greatest extent of my humanity. Jong Chen murmured to himself. Jong Chen, stop it now. A deep roar suddenly sounded from behind him. To this, Jong Chen turned a deaf ear. With a cruel smile, he exerted force in his arm, and the blood sword fiercely plunged down. PFFTGH. The blood sword instantly pierced through Ma Wu's heart, and blood sprayed out of his mouth. Even in the last moment of his life, Ma Wu still cursed, You will not die a good death. Indeed, I will not die a good death. After all, I have already died like this 9 times. While murmuring to himself, Jong Chen pulled out the blood sword, raised his hand to wipe the blood splattered on his cheek, and then flashed a grin. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the Hall of Enforcement felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. At the same time, Li Faju appeared, questioning coldly, "Didn't you hear me when I told you to stop just now?" "Ah, sorry." Jong Chen squinted and smiled, "I really can't hear the words of an idiot." "How dare you?" Li Faju was furious. As an elder of the Hall of Enforcement, he had never been called an idiot by a disciple like today. Moreover, even after clearly hearing his own words, Jong Chen dared to kill someone right in front of him? According to the sect rules, he must be punished. His eyes narrowed slightly. Li Faju reached for the ancient sword behind him, his aura gradually rising. But soon, he gave up, because an extremely cold aura was now locking onto him. Peak Master of 9th Peak, you saw it just now. Jong Chen committed murder in public. If this is not pursued, where is the sect's discipline? Li Faju turned his head to ask. Murder in public. Xiao Hong'ai laughed, retorting, "I only saw Ma Wu lose his mind. The disciples of the Hall of Enforcement dared not step forward, and my disciple bravely risked his life to slay Ma Wu, saving the people of Elixir Peak and upholding the sect's reputation." Although Ma Wu was mad, he was a 6th grade pill refiner and made considerable contributions to the sect. In principle, his life should have been spared for a thorough investigation. Li Faju argued with reason. Li Faju. Xiao Hong'ai became angry, pointing around and saying, "Look around you. Under such circumstances, how could Ma Wu's life be spared? It's already not easy for Jong Chen to fight above his level, and yet you still expect him to capture Ma Wu with ease. No matter what, a disciple killing an elder is a grave sin, even for a true disciple." Li Faju was unyielding, adding, "Furthermore, Peak Master of 9th Peak, don't forget, he and the Ancient Pill Tower." "Shut up! You dare use the Ancient Pill Tower to pressure me." Xiao Hong'ai's voice grew colder, and her aura became even more unfriendly. Li Faju instantly cowered. Why must junior sister be angry? Li Faju is also working for the section. A blue figure arrived. It was the sect master, Gu Changqing. With the sect master's support, Li Faju straightened his back again and said with a bow, "Sect master, this matter is strange, and Jong Chen has always been at odds with Ma Wu, I suspect. Everything requires evidence? We cannot rely solely on speculation." Gu Changqing raised his hand to interrupt, smiling, "The words of the Supreme Great Elder are still ringing in our ears. We cannot act merely based on likes and dislikes." "Understood." After a brief silence, Li Faju had no choice but to relent. Regarding the matter of Jong Chen insulting him, he should definitely be punished according to the sect's rules. However, with Xiao Hong'ai present, arguing over such a minor mistake is pointless. Li Faju also didn't want to completely offend Xiao Hong'ai, as he couldn't afford to do so. Elderly is correct. Ma Wu went mad without reason and committed such atrocities. There must be a cause for this. Gu Changqing shifted the topic and looked towards Xiao Hong'ai. "Junior sister, would you mind if I examine Ma Wu's corpse?" "Please do as you wish, Sect Master Senior Brother." Xiao Hong'ai did not stop him. She had defended Jong Chen just now as it was her duty as his master. However, if this matter truly involved Jong Chen, she would not continue to show favoritism. After a slight nod, Gu Changqing moved and appeared beside Ma Wu's corpse. With just a light touch, a visible spiritual light emanated from his finger and entered Ma Wu's body. A moment later, there are no residual impurities of poison pills or soul damage in the body, nor any signs of external forces. Moreover, it's impossible to investigate further since Ma Wu is dead. Gu Changqing eventually concluded. Everyone present was knowledgeable. Judging from Ma Wu's behavior, they had all deduced that it was likely due to a special poison pill. But the absence of any residual poison pill negated this conclusion. Heart-devouring soul-bewitching pill. Li Faju muttered softly. "It's possible," Gu Changqing nodded. "But the only place capable of refining the heart-devouring soul-bewitching pill is the Ancient Pill Tower, and at most, they produce low-grade pill quality. If Ma Wu indeed took a heart-devouring soul-bewitching pill, it would have to be of perfect quality to cause such madness." Upon hearing this, Xiao Hong'ai breathed a sigh of relief. This statement undoubtedly cleared Jong Chen of any connection to the incident. How could a perfect heart-devouring soul-bewitching pill, which even the Ancient Pill Tower couldn't refine, come from Jong Chen? It is known that although the Jong family is strong, they are not skilled in pill cultivation. Even if the Jong family could purchase it from a superior pill refiner master, a pill refiner capable of refining a perfect 7th grade pill would be at least an 8th grade pill refiner master or higher. Such level of pill refiner are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns even in the upper domain. To hire such a level pill refiner master, the Jong family would have to offer their foundation. Without a doubt, Ma Wu was not important enough to warrant such an action from the Jong family. Moreover, even if the Jong family was willing to pay the price, they simply couldn't hire one. Because pill refiner masters of the 8th grade and above are generally imperial pill refiner masters, and the relationship between the Jong family and the imperial dynasty is very delicate at the moment. Gu Changqing and Li Faju thought the same. However, even so, their suspicion towards Jong Chen did not diminish. After all, the circumstances were too coincidental. First, the Ma family was slaughtered. Then, the mad Lin Mubi cut off one of Ma Wu's arms, and after the sect was alerted, Ma Wu was killed due to his madness. And the person who killed him was none other than Jong Chen? Everything seemed to be telling everyone that Jong Chen was the mastermind behind the scenes. But alas, there was no evidence. Recently, strange incidents have been occurring frequently in the sect, and most of them are untraceable and related to the ninth peak. At this point, Gu Changqing looked towards Jong Chen and said with a slight smile, Jong Chen, as the top disciple of ninth peak, do you have any clues? I do. Jong Chen replied instantly. Hearing this, everyone was taken aback. This answer was clearly beyond everyone's expectations. Oh, then tell us, who is the mastermind behind all this? Gu Changqing straightened his expression and asked seriously. The mastermind behind this? Jong Chen grinned and pointed to one side. It's none other than Elder Li Fazhou from the Hall of Enforcement. What? Li Fazhou was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe it and, filled with rage, said, Jong Chen, stop slandering me? Do you really think I wouldn't dare to lay a hand on you? See. Jong Chen shrugged. Elder Li is already showing his guilt, wanting to silence me. Everyone was speechless again. Li Fazhou was so flustered that he almost couldn't catch his breath, nearly suffocating. Jong Chen, you must not speak nonsense. Xiao Hong'ai couldn't stand it any longer and scolded with a stern face. Master, this is not nonsense. Jong Chen shook his head and continued to analyze. Master, think about it. Both the third junior sister and the second junior brother went mad one after another, and both wanted to kill Ma Wu. What does this indicate? Obviously, it indicates that both of them hold a grudge against Ma Wu. While the actions of those driven mad cannot be deduced by common sense, there are still traces to follow. The most obvious point is that seeing the instigator behind one's madness or an enemy will increase their madness. From this, it's clear that Ma Wu must be related to the madness of junior sister and junior brother. If we continue with this line of thought, Ma Wu is just an elder of Elixir Peak. Where would he get the audacity to poison the talents of our sect without being discovered? The answer is simple, someone is instructing and shielding him. And the person with the ability to shield him, allowing Ma Wu to leave no traces, is naturally our elder Li Fazhou from the Hall of Enforcement. Upon hearing this, both Gu Changqing and Xiao Hong'ai fell into deep thought. Although it felt absurd, it wasn't without logic. Especially considering that both Jiang Lianyue and Lin Mubi wanted to kill Ma Wu, it was possible that Ma Wu was indeed related to their madness. Nonsense. Li Fazhou was frantic and retorted, what's the motive? Why would I poison the talents of our sect? What benefit would that bring me? Moreover, if I had instructed Ma Wu, why would I kill him? Hearing this, Jong Chen feigned surprise. He looked at Li Fazhou in disbelief and said to Gu Changqing, Sect Master, Elder Li has confessed and admitted his own crimes. In my opinion, his cultivation should be abolished, his meridians destroyed, he should suffer the agony of 1,000 swords piercing his heart, and his soul suppressed under the sect's main path for 1,000 years, enduring the trampling and cursing of the disciples every day. What nonsense are you talking about now? Before Gu Changqing could respond, Li Fazhou roared again. I just said that you instructed Ma Wu to harm my junior brother and junior sister. I didn't say you killed Ma Wu. Isn't this basically a confession? Jong Chen countered. This. Li Fazhou was dumbfounded again. In his heart, he had always believed that everything was done by Jong Chen, including the death of Ma Wu. Therefore, when Jong Chen deliberately threw mud at him, it was natural for him to make such an association. Unexpectedly, he fell right into Jong Chen's trap. Seeing Li Fazhou at a loss for words, Gu Changqing raised his doubts. Ma Wu probably died because of the perfect quality heart-devouring soul-bewitching pill. How could Elder Li obtain such a level of elixir? It's just speculation. Jong Chen replied instantly, apart from the heart-devouring soul-bewitching pill, some high-level demon sect techniques can achieve the same effect. Maybe Elder Li has learned demon sect techniques, or perhaps he has demon sect accomplices. At this point, hiss. Jong Chen took in a sharp breath. His expression was one of utter disbelief as he pointed at Li Fazhou's nose. You're actually a demon sect spy. Everyone was speechless again. Li Fazhou wanted to curse out loud. Wait, let me analyze this further. Jong Chen's expression turned serious, and he murmured to himself. Elder Li is a demon sect spy, yet he has been in charge of the Hall of Enforcement for many years, repeatedly trying to harm me, the hope of the sect. This must be a demon sect plot. Every elder of the sect has been part of the sect for many years and has passed the mental state test. Elder Li's true identity as a demon sect spy is the same. This is enough to prove that the demon sect spies infiltrating the Juyin sect are not just Elder Li alone. Someone is covering for him. And the person covering for Elder Li must hold a high position, otherwise, he couldn't have passed the mental state test and taken charge of the Hall of Enforcement. If that's the case, doesn't it mean? With that, Jong Chen's eyes widened as he slowly turned his head to look at Gu Changqing, who was completely baffled. Gu Changqing. So, he, the sect master, was also a demon sect spy? Nonsense. Gu Changqing frowned. I was able to assume the position of sect master of the Juyin sect because I had the support of at least 60% of the supreme elders. Are you suggesting that these 60% of supreme elders are also demon sect spies? He thought this would make Jong Chen back down. But to his surprise, Jong Chen actually nodded after a brief contemplation. It's not entirely impossible. Gu Changqing's face darkened. Jong Chen, you are forcing your analysis, distorting right and wrong? You are not only framing the sect's elders and the leader, but you are also damaging the unity of the sect? Such actions are what a true demon sect spy would do. Li Faju seized the opportunity to curse loudly. Sect master, elderly is confessing his crime again. Jong Chen bowed once again. Li Faju was dumbfounded. Gu Changqing was speechless and couldn't be bothered to respond to Jong Chen. Xiao Hong'ai, who was listening with great interest, asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Replying to master, according to elderly, forcing an analysis is distorting truth and harming the unity of the sect, which is the behavior of a demon sect spy. Isn't his repeated slander without evidence against me exactly the behavior of a demon sect spy? Jong Chen responded. That makes sense. Xiao Hong'ai nodded. You. Li Faju nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in frustration. After hemming and hawing for a while, he finally gave up, turned his head away, and stopped paying attention to Jong Chen. At this moment, Li Faju found himself somewhat ridiculous. As an elder of the Juyin sect's Hall of Enforcement, why should he engage in a war of words with Jong Chen here? It was simply beneath his dignity. Sect master, elderly knows his identity has been exposed and has nothing more to say. Jong Chen's voice rang out again. Li Faju's cheek twitched once more. Gu Changqing was also extremely troubled and didn't know what to say. Xiao Hong'ai, on the other hand, found it quite interesting. Although she didn't believe Jong Chen's words, she didn't have a good impression of Li Faju either, which is why she had spoken up to go along with him just now. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Let's discuss this matter later. Dropping this remark, Gu Changqing prepared to leave. Seeing this, Jong Chen spoke up first. Sect master, what about my reward? Reward? What reward? Gu Changqing blinked in confusion. Of course, it's the reward for saving Elixir Peak, upholding the reputation of the Juyin sect, and incidentally exposing the true faces of Li Faju and Ma Wu. For such a great contribution, it wouldn't be wrong to reward me with a divine-grade spiritual weapon, right? Jong Chen stated that it was a matter of course. Gu Changqing's mouth twitched. Although Jong Chen had been twisting logic for a while, in his eyes, Jong Chen was still the suspect in all these strange events. Now, the suspect was actually asking him for a reward? And he was asking for a divine-grade spiritual weapon right off the bat? It was preposterous. But then again, on the surface, it seemed like Jong Chen did have some merit. What? The sect master of the Great Juyin sect won't reward merit? Seeing that Gu Changqing hadn't replied for a while, Jong Chen pressed on. Your reward. Gu Changqing gritted his teeth and then tossed a pill over. A 4th-grade spirit induction pill? Isn't this a pill for cultivators of the lower 4 realms? And it's of the lowest pill quality. Catching the pill, Jong Chen looked dissatisfied. This made Gu Changqing feel quite pleased. He was well aware that the spirit induction pill was useless for a core formation realm cultivator and was purely meant to irritate Jong Chen, the disciple with no filter in his words. Li Faju guessed the sect master's thoughts and smirked smugly. Only Xiao Hong'ai was dissatisfied and seemed ready to say something. The sect master of the Great Juyin sect can only come up with such inferior quality pills as a reward for his disciple. Jong Chen sighed deeply, sympathetically saying, Sect master, why don't you go serve the Zhang family? If you do, I'll cover for you. I won't say anything else, but I can guarantee you'll have enough pills of this level. Gu Changqing felt as if he had disgraced the sect. Several days later, a gust of wind burst forth from the wooden hut where Jong Chen resided, causing the surrounding branches to sway, breaking through to the human origin realm in one fell swoop. Not bad at all. Inside the hut, Jong Chen smiled with satisfaction. After being ridiculed by him, Gu Changqing had no choice but to offer up another primordial spirit pill as a reward that day. The primordial spirit pill, a 5th-grade medicinal pill, was not only superior in quality but also had few impurities, making it perfect for Jong Chen's breakthrough. With the aid of the medicinal pill and his talent, he spent just a few days in seclusion and crossed the final stage of initial formation, breaking through to the human origin realm. Before his core formation was destroyed, Jong Chen was an earthly origin realm cultivator. Although his cultivation was not bad, his combat power was only on par with cultivators of the same realm due to his insufficiently solid foundation. But now, having recondensed his core formation and possessing an exceptional spirit sword, his combat power could no longer be measured by his realm. Jong Chen estimated silently. With his current cultivation at the early stage of human origin, fighting against an ordinary late-stage human origin cultivator would pose no difficulty. And if he used the first form, Skybreaker awarded by the system, even a weak earthly origin realm cultivator would directly be slain by him. With all his methods at the ready and using the protective trump card given by the Zhang family, he could escape even from a heavenly origin realm cultivator if he couldn't win. Compared to his previous 9 lives, this was a qualitative leap. The problem at the moment was, others didn't know how strong he was. As a villain and the eldest senior brother, how could this be acceptable? After some thought, Jong Chen summoned a lackey who usually ran errands for him. This lackey was Lu Wu, known for his good agility. Eldest senior brother, how can you be so outstanding? I felt your breakthrough aura from afar, and you went straight to the human origin realm? If you don't keep a low profile, how can the other disciples even live without shame? As soon as he entered, Lu Wu couldn't help but express his amazement. Stop with the flattery? Has there been some rumor going around 9th Peak lately, saying that I'll surely be beaten if Lin Mubi doesn't go mad? Jong Chen asked directly. After some hesitation, Lu Wu reported truthfully, indeed, there are such rumors, but they're just nonsense. Eldest senior brother, you don't need to stoop to the level of a madman. I heard that madman has obtained a fairly good sword technique manual from the sect master and has been practicing it day and night recently. In his eyes, even though Jong Chen had reached the human origin realm, he was still no match for the earthly origin realm Lin Mubi. Cultivation level was one aspect, but the key point was that Lin Mubi still possessed an innate Dao bone despite his madness, which made practicing sword techniques incredibly fast. To this, Jong Chen just sneered with disdain. I had no intention of arguing with a madman, but that Lin Mubi has gone too far. Go now and issue a challenge to Lin Mubi on my behalf. Tell him I want to have a friendly spar with him, and the place will be at the sparring platform at the summit of 9th Peak. Lu Wu was completely stunned. The next day, Juyin Sect's 9th Peak were abuzz with discussion. The challenge Jong Chen issued to Lin Mubi was known by all disciples of the 9th Peak thanks to the publicity of a few of Jong Chen's lackeys. The challenge letter was even posted in the most conspicuous spot in front of 9th Peak's main hall. After reading the challenge letter, the disciples were all speechless. It's utterly shameless. Everyone knows it. Before going mad, Lin Mubi was beaten up by Jong Chen every other day, often ending up bedridden for days. After going mad, although Lin Mubi also moved to the mountainside, he didn't seek revenge. He just practiced his swordmanship skills by the cliff every day. Under such circumstances, Jong Chen actually says that Lin Mubi is going too far? Who is really going too far here? Doesn't he have any sense of shame in his Dao heart? Everyone had agreed that there wouldn't be much to this sparring match. After all, Lin Mubi had gone mad, so why would he bother with Jong Chen? Moreover, even if he did pay attention, with Xiao Hongai's character of not allowing disciples to fight each other, she would likely stop the fight. But unexpectedly, Lin Mubi accepted the challenge. When Xiao Hongai found out, she not only allowed it but also agreed to act as the referee. Suddenly, 9th Peak was in an uproar. The disciples cried tears of joy, and the elders wept openly. How many years had it been? They had waited for so many years, and finally, the time had come. The moment they had been waiting for. Jong Chen was going to be beaten up. This was definitely the most celebratory event since Jong Chen's apprenticeship. From the perspective of cultivation, eldest senior brother is definitely no match for the second senior brother. But eldest senior brother has the backing of the Zhang family and has many good things at his disposal. The second senior brother is at a disadvantage in this regard. In their joy, a disciple couldn't help but worry. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a bucket of cold water had been poured over the enthusiasm of the 9th Peak disciples and elders. But soon, Xiao Hongai's voice echoed through 9th Peak. For this sparring match between true disciples, the focus is on mutual improvement. Therefore, neither side may use any elixirs during the match, and aside from their personal weapons, no other spiritual artifacts are allowed. Before the 9th Peak disciples could rejoice, they heard Xiao Hongai say, the rules cannot be changed. If you lack confidence in yourself, either party can forfeit before the sparring officially begins. This left the disciples hanging in suspense again. After all, wouldn't they miss out on a good show if Jong Chen really forfeited? Fortunately, that didn't happen. In response to the rules set by Xiao Hongai, Jong Chen simply replied, if there's a fight to be had, then let's fight. Although these words sounded domineering, the disciples felt that something was off. Without dwelling on it, the disciples once again became excited. In the evening, the sky was filled with red clouds. Half an hour before the sparring was to begin, the sparring platform at the summit of 9th Peak was already surrounded by a dense crowd. Among them, one could even spot figures from the Hall of Enforcement and other Peak disciples. Elderly, Jong Chen knows he's no match for Lin Mubi, but he still issued a challenge. Could he have gone mad too? Below the sparring platform, a young man holding a spiritual sword spoke, somewhat puzzled. If that were the case, it would be good. Li Faju snorted coldly. Since ancient times, good people don't live long, but evildoers linger for 1,000 years. In my opinion, that Jong Chen must have some kind of scheme or trick up his sleeve. That makes sense. The young man nodded, his eyes shining with determination. If Jong Chen tries any tricks and breaks the rules, even if the Peak Master of 9th Peak doesn't punish him, we from the Hall of Enforcement can't just ignore it. Indeed, I have the same intention. Li Faju nodded. As the two chatted, make way, make way. A scolding voice came from behind the crowd, and Jong Chen arrived, flanked by several followers. He kept his hands behind his back, still dressed in black, with a cynical smirk on his lips. With a light leap, Jong Chen landed on the sparring platform. The sparring platform was constructed from stone bricks and tempered by the sect's underground fire, making it large and spacious. Walking around the platform, Jong Chen spoke out loud, "Thank you everyone for coming to witness my prowess. Without further ado, each person will need to pay 10 low-grade spirit stones." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. What does he mean? Is he actually asking for money? Jong Chen, this is the 9th Peak sparring platform, not a stage for performances. Since you've issued a challenge, all disciples have the freedom to watch. Where does the idea of collecting spirit stones come from? A 9th Peak elder was the first to object. That's true. Jong Chen replied without anger while nodding. You have the freedom to watch, and I have the freedom to forfeit. It's simple. No spirit stones, no fight from me. The crowd was instantly speechless. Li Faju snorted with self-righteousness. This Jong Chen must know he's no match and is looking for a way to forfeit without losing face, hence this method of collecting spirit stones. As these words reached their ears, many disciples had a sudden realization, thinking to themselves, this ninth peak eldest senior brother is really too cunning. If it costs money, so be it. Paying to see the notorious eldest senior brother get beaten would be worth it. With this thought in mind, many disciples took out their spirit stones and handed them to Lu Wu and the other followers of Jong Chen. After a moment's hesitation, Li Faju also took out 10 low-grade spirit stones. You need to pay 10 mid-grade spirit stones, Jong Chen added upon seeing this. Why? Li Faju frowned. Because I feel like it. Jong Chen said as if it were the most natural thing in the world. You can choose not to pay, and I'll simply forfeit. But remember, the money that's been collected so far is non-refundable. Li Faju was so angry he almost crushed his teeth as he gritted. Mid-grade spirit stones were not the same as low-grade. It was equivalent to a month's salary for him as an elder of the Hall of Enforcement. But it seemed he had no choice but to pay. His desire to see Jong Chen get beaten was no less than anyone else present. If Jong Chen broke the rules, he could use that as an excuse to take action. After an internal struggle, Li Faju reluctantly threw out 10 spirit stones, gritting his teeth. 10 mid-grade spirit stones to see you get beaten is worth it. Jong Chen didn't reply and just rolled his eyes. Soon, his followers had collected all the spirit stones and nodded to Jong Chen. This brought a satisfied smile to Jong Chen's face. As the only son of the Jong family, he wasn't short of money. His actions were merely to annoy the spectators, especially Li Faju. Time passed. Boom. An elder struck the bronze gong beside the sparring platform. As the sound faded, Xiao Hong'ai floated down, taking a seat on the jade seat in front of the platform. Where's Mubi? After looking around, she asked. Her words made many disciples' hearts hang in suspense. Only now did they remember an important issue. Lin Mubi, he's gone mad? How could they expect a madman to arrive on time for a match? If Lin Mubi didn't show up today, not only would they miss the long-awaited scene of Jong Chen getting beaten, but the spirit stones they paid would also be wasted. Everyone move. A sudden harsh voice rang out. Everyone turned around and let out a sigh of relief. It was Lin Mubi. Although still dressed like a wild man, the sharp and powerful aura he exuded was a clear sign of his improved strength. Second senior brother, I support you. Justice is served at this moment? Beat up eldest senior brother until he's searching for his teeth on the ground. Second senior brother, if you beat eldest senior brother, you'll be ninth peak's #1 true successor. We cheer for you. The crowd instantly erupted. Shut up, otherwise, I'll chop you all up. Lin Mubi was irritable and threatened with a harsh voice. At his shout, the crowd fell silent once again. Eldest senior brother is so cool. A delicate voice suddenly rose. Someone dared to support Jong Chen? That was simply outrageous. With this thought, everyone looked in the direction of the voice. At the back of the crowd, Jiang Lianyue was excited like a little fan, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration for Jong Chen. The words of Jiang Lianyue made the audience sigh in disappointment. Now, all the disciples of Ninth Peak had heard about her descent into madness. There had been rumors that after going mad, she was completely obedient to Jong Chen. At first, everyone had their doubts. After all, those who were born with the imperial essence and had the bearing of an empress were all individuals with strong minds and great determination. But now, they had no choice but to believe it. Because the relationship between Jiang Lianyue and Jong Chen was well known. If she weren't mad, if she weren't truly obedient, she would never have been able to shout out such words as eldest senior brother is so cool. Ah, the disciples sighed in their hearts again. It's so unfair. Jiang Lianyue was stunningly beautiful, and although somewhat aloof, she had never troubled other Ninth Peak disciples. Lin Mubi, with his innate Dao bone, was a graceful gentleman who also cared for the Ninth Peak disciples. How did these two end up mad? If anyone should be mad, it should be Jong Chen. Could it be as Li Faju said, good people don't live long, but evildoers linger for 1,000 years? Lianyue, come to your master. After sighing, Xiao Hong'ai beckoned to Jiang Lianyue. After a moment's thought, Jiang Lianyue obediently walked over and stood behind her master. Her docile appearance pleased Xiao Hong'ai, who thought to herself, the 9 Abyss Soul embryo really has some effect. What she didn't know was that the reason Jiang Lianyue was so obedient was simply that Jong Chen had told her to listen to her master. Lin Mubi, if you dare to hurt eldest senior brother, I'll cut you into pieces and throw you into the latrine. Standing next to Xiao Hong'ai, Jiang Lianyue threatened fiercely. At her words, the crowd shook their heads again. Xiao Hong'ai pretended not to hear and stood up to announce, this is a sparring match among fellow disciples, and we should stop at the point of contact. If anyone seriously injures the opponent intentionally, they will be dealt with according to the sect rules for harming a fellow disciple. I have no objections. Jong Chen nodded in agreement. Lin Mubi remained silent. If anyone wants to forfeit, now is the time, Xiao Hong'ai added with a meaningful tone. Naturally, these words were intended for Jong Chen. In terms of talent, Jong Chen was 1 in 10,000, but he didn't possess Lin Mubi's innate Dao bone. As for their cultivation levels, just a few days ago, he was at the early middle stage, and now, in just a few days, he has stepped into the human origin realm. Has Jong Chen been taking pills again? How many times have I said that one should take fewer elixirs, as they can cause an unstable foundation? Why doesn't he listen? Glancing at Jong Chen, Xiao Hongai's pupils contracted slightly. She felt exhausted. Despite his exceptional talent, her eldest disciple always looked for shortcuts through pills instead of diligently cultivating. Whenever he faced a bottleneck, he would resort to taking pills. If this continued, heavenly origin would be his limit, and he would never reach the higher four realms. The elders of Ninth Peak and the audience below, including Li Faju, also noticed the change in Jong Chen's cultivation. After a brief shock, they all looked on with schadenfreude. Did you all hear what I just said clearly? Xiao Hongai asked again. Lin Mubi remained silent. Jong Chen nodded and turned to Lin Mubi, second junior brother. Master has made it very clear, don't you understand? You can still surrender now. I tend to be heavy-handed, and it will be too late to give up later. How shameless? The onlookers almost sneered upon hearing this. But after a moment's thought, they showed expressions of as expected. After all, Jong Chen, the eldest senior brother of Ninth Peak, had never cared for face. Today, even if I die, I will not surrender. Lin Mubi, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. His tone was low, but his expression was exceptionally determined. Upon hearing this, whoa, the scene instantly erupted into a buzz. The watching disciples and elders immediately understood. Although the sparring was supposed to stop at contact, the match would continue if no one surrendered or lost the ability to fight. Lin Mubi's words clearly meant he was ready to go all out against Jong Chen. There was even a hint of a fight to the death. Such courage and fearlessness were admirable. In an instant, the crowd was stirred. The disciples shouted and cheered, and the elders were moved to tears. Second senior brother's words have shaken all of us. He is a role model for us. From his words, I heard second senior brother's bold fearlessness and chivalrous spirit. We, the hundreds of disciples of Ninth Peak, take pride in second senior brother. Sob sob. I've waited so long, and finally, this day has come. Today, second senior brother will use his towering stature and valiant fighting spirit to reshape the clear skies of Ninth Peak. Today is definitely the happiest day since I became an elder of Ninth Peak. Indeed, evil cannot suppress the righteous. It's not that there won't be retribution, but the time has not yet come. Seeing this situation, Xiao Hongai could only helplessly shake her head. With her watching over, nothing serious would happen. Now, she could only hope that this sparring session would resolve the conflict between Jong Chen and Lin Mubi and make Jong Chen rein in his temperament a bit. So be it, let's begin then. Xiao Hongai waved her red sleeve and sat down again. Boom. An elder from the Ninth Peak struck the bronze bell beside the sparring platform once more. The sparring officially began. The atmosphere turned suddenly tense. Standing on the platform, Jong Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, a few malicious glints flickering within. He hadn't expected that Lin Mubi, even in his madness, would actually want to go head-to-head with him. Since that was the case, don't blame him, the eldest senior brother, for striking too hard. With this thought, a blood sword appeared in his hand. The moment the blood sword appeared, spiritual energy from the surroundings converged, and the temperature shot up sharply. Jong Chen had only slightly infused it with his vital energy, and the blood sword burst into dazzling blood light. The sword's hum from its intense trembling even faintly contained a hint of a dragon's roar. Is that a superior grade spiritual weapon? Xiao Hongai's brows furrowed slightly. Superior grade spiritual weapons were mostly in the hands of cultivators from the upper four realms, their power completely different from that of high-grade spiritual weapons. Just a glance at one could cause an ordinary core formation cultivator to feel as if their mind and spirit were about to shatter. On the day of the incident at Elixir Peak, it was with this blood sword that Jiang Chen killed Ma Wu. At that time, Xiao Hongai had realized at a glance that the sword was no ordinary item, but due to the urgency of the situation, she hadn't looked at it properly. She hadn't expected it to be a superior grade spiritual weapon. Li Faju was equally shocked. Although many disciples from the Hall of Enforcement had seen Jong Chen use this blood sword and reported it to him during the Elixir Peak incident, but Li Faju didn't believe it. After all, even he didn't possess a spiritual sword of this level. Looking at the entire Juyin sect, only the Sword Peak's Peak Master had won. Ninth Peak's Peak Master. Jong Chen is breaking the rules by using a superior grade spiritual sword given by the Zhang family. After a face full of envy, Li Faju suddenly shouted. At this moment, the surrounding disciples understood the level of the blood sword in Jong Chen's hand and subconsciously swallowed. Wasn't this a bit too exaggerated? Superior grade spiritual weapons were exclusive to cultivators of the upper four realms, yet Jong Chen possessed one with his human origin realm cultivation? What's the difference between this and a child wielding a divine weapon? Although the Zhang family was powerful, superior grade spiritual weapons were not common items, and they probably didn't have many. But to bring out such a precious spiritual sword for a mere intersect sparring session? Indeed, the Zhang family is utterly ruthless. Despite this, everyone had to admit it. Even though Jong Chen couldn't unleash the full power of the superior grade spiritual sword, his combat strength would indeed skyrocket. Jong Chen, no wonder you have the confidence to challenge me but this superior grade spiritual sword is a gift from your family, which violates the rules set by the Peak Master. The great elder of the Ninth Peak also shouted loudly. Are you stupid? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Jong Chen cursed directly. The rules set by Master are that one cannot take pills, and aside from personal weapon, no other spiritual weapons are to be used. Jong Chen, the eldest senior brother of the ninth peak, and the only son of the Zhang family. What's wrong with having a superior grade spiritual sword as a personal weapon? You got a problem. Li Faju and the great elder of the ninth peak were left speechless by the retort. What could they say? It seemed like there really wasn't a problem. It's maddening to compare oneself to others. Who could compete with Jiang Chen, who was backed by the colossal Zhang family? When Xiao Hong'ai initially set these rules, it was essentially to prevent Jiang Chen from using the Zhang family's resources. The reason it wasn't explicitly stated was simply to avoid being too targeted. Who would have thought that this would also give Jiang Chen a chance to turn the tables? Indeed, it doesn't count as breaking the rules. Xiao Hong'ai nodded her head. Humph. The disdainful Li Faju sneered. Although the superior grade spiritual sword is strong, with your human origin cultivation, you can only hold it for at most 10 breaths, and you can't unleash its full power. You're dreaming if you think you can defeat Lin Mubi, who has the innate Dao bone and is at the earthly origin realm with this sword. The other elders of Ninth Peak thought the same and thus did not dwell on the matter. Jong Chen couldn't be bothered to waste words with these people and was ready to take action. Of course, he needed to establish his villain persona before he made a move. Holding a sword in his right hand and his left hand behind his back, he looked at Lin Mubi and said, "Second junior brother, heed our master's words. You can't beat me, so quickly kneel and admit defeat. Swords and sabers have no eyes. If I accidentally destroy your innate Dao bone, that would be unfortunate. TLN, swords, double-edged, sabers, single-edged." Xiao Hong'ai, heed our master's words? When had she ever said such things? He was blatantly lying in front of her. Host's actions conform to the villain's character setting. Reward, superior grade manual, Azure Lotus Sword Art, beginner. Azure Lotus Sword Art? Jong Chen was delighted in his heart. This system reward was not bad at all. The levels of martial arts manuals and spiritual weapons were the same, ranging from low, medium, high, superior, and divine grade. Martial arts were for cultivation, while manuals were key to enhancing combat prowess. Although Jong Chen was a true disciple of the Juyin sect, the sect's core martial arts and manuals had nothing to do with him. It wasn't that Xiao Hong'ai didn't want to teach him, but to obtain the sect's core martial arts manuals, one had to establish enough merit and get the approval of the Juyin sect's supreme elder. Xiao Hong'ai might be protective, but this was one of the strictest rules of the Juyin sect, and she dared not violate it. The Zhang family had plenty of high-level martial arts manuals, but the problem was that they were all somewhat unorthodox. Therefore, from the beginning, Xiao Hong'ai instructed Jong Chen that he could not learn the Zhang family's martial arts manuals as long as he was a disciple of the Juyin sect. Reluctantly, Jong Chen had to bear the title of eldest senior brother of Ninth Peak, yet he practiced only the most common martial arts manuals. In his 9 cycles of reincarnations, he had tried to establish merit for the sect and gain the recognition of those supreme elders. But of course, it was useless. According to the original story, it was only after he was stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the Juyin sect that Jong Chen started from scratch, cultivating the Zhang family's martial arts and quickly becoming stronger with his talent. As the sole heir of the Zhang family, there were also many reluctances behind Jong Chen joining a central domain sect. In short, it's the idea that one cannot tolerate others snoring beside their bed. The current relationship between the Zhang family and the imperial dynasty was very delicate, and it was clear to any discerning eye that the imperial dynasty would take action against the Zhang family if given the chance. The upper domain was the center of the imperial dynasty's power, while the central domain was far from the emperor's reach. Moreover, Juyin old ancestor was not as simple as he seemed on the surface, which is why the Zhang family sent Jong Chen to apprentice under the Juyin sect. Putting these thoughts aside, Jong Chen focused on the system reward he had just received. The Azure Lotus Sword Art was a superior grade martial art, only cultivable by monks in the upper 4 realms or those with special constitutions. He clearly did not meet either of these conditions. But since he instantly has beginner proficiency, he should be able to learn it smoothly with the system's help. With this thought, Jong Chen couldn't help but feel excited. With his current strength, he could indeed only wield a superior grade spiritual sword for a maximum of 10 breaths. Exceeding this time would risk the sword's power affecting his mind, causing mental damage and foundation disruption. However, this risk would no longer exist if he learned the Azure Lotus Sword Art. After all, a superior grade sword technique was meant to better control and wield a superior grade spiritual sword. By then, he was clearly at the human origin level of cultivation, but he was able to wield a superior grade spiritual sword and cultivate a superior grade sword technique. Containing his excitement, Jong Chen focused on the battle at hand, intending to make it quick. Although the Azure Lotus Sword Art could be learned instantly, it still required an absolutely quiet environment, which was clearly not the case at the moment. One move? I only need one move to defeat you. It's not too late to kneel and admit defeat now. Looking at Lin Mubi, Jong Chen spoke again. These words made many people want to laugh. To think of overcoming a realm gap with just a superior grade spiritual weapon? Impossible? Jong Chen didn't bother explaining, simply closing his eyes slightly. Buzz. The flame blood dragon sword suddenly let out a loud hum, and spiritual weapons gathered around him, a majestic ancient charm gradually emerging. Immersed in ancient charm, Jong Chen, dressed in black, stood as his clothes billowed without wind, his figure piercing the sky like a sword. Before he even made a move, a wild wind had already begun to rage. Does eldest senior brother expect me to kneel and admit defeat? As Lin Mubi slowly approached, he asked softly. Jong Chen, who was gearing up for a big move, chose not to respond. Admitting defeat is out of the question, Lin Mubi added. This statement made the onlooking crowd nod in agreement. There was no need to emphasize further. They all understood. With Jong Chen being so arrogant, how could he possibly admit defeat? He definitely needed to be put in his place. Second senior brother, we support you, a disciple shouted, raising his arm. Mubi, go all out without any reservations. Even the finest spiritual sword is not strong enough to defeat you. Li Faju nodded and smiled. The disdainful Jong Chen continued to charge up his big move. Soon, Lin Mubi was standing right in front of Jong Chen, only a step away. This made Jong Chen a bit panicked. The system's rewarded moves and secret manuals were all instant access, requiring no practice or learning. So, it was only now realized that the casting time for this sword technique was ridiculously long. Couldn't the cast time be reduced? Stay calm, it's just a small scene. Jong Chen reassured himself in his mind. Worried that Lin Mubi might suddenly attack while he was still charging up his move, he blurted out. Second junior brother, take a few steps back. You're too close to me, senior brother feels a bit pressured. Upon hearing this, Lin Mubi was stunned. Xiao Hong'ai was also speechless. Li Faju and the rest of the audience, who were holding their breath in anticipation of the battle, nearly stumbled. What was this nonsense? This was supposed to be a sparring match. A head-on confrontation? Indeed, shamelessness knows no bounds. Who asks their opponent to step back a few steps just because they feel pressured? Why not just ask them to stick out their neck for you to chop? Jong Chen, you're going too far. Second senior brother may be mad, but he's not an idiot. Your words are an insult to our upright and justice-seeking second senior brother's intelligence. Unable to contain his sense of justice, a disciple burst out in anger. After speaking, he immediately regretted it. If Jong Chen sought revenge later, a hellish life awaited him, but the words were out and couldn't be taken back. Now, all he could hope for was that Lin Mubi would beat Jong Chen to the point of being half-disabled, preferably bedridden for a decade or so. Naturally, his words won the approval of the others. Start quickly, no more verbal disputes. Xiao Hong'ai frowned, clearly becoming impatient. Just when everyone thought, after hearing Jong Chen's words, the mad Lin Mubi would surely erupt in rage and teach this villainous eldest senior brother what divine retribution meant. Oh, after nodding obediently, Lin Mubi actually took a step back. He looked up and saw no reaction from Jong Chen. He thought for a moment, then kept retreating until he reached the edge of the platform. At that moment, everyone fell silent. Not only did they fall silent, but they all wanted to slap themselves. No one expected this. Jong Chen had merely insulted Lin Mubi's intelligence with his words. But Lin Mubi? He proved himself with his actions, showing he was not only crazy but also stupid. The second senior brother has always been respectful and law-abiding, honoring his teachers and valuing the way. Think about it this way, this proves that even if he's gone mad, he would still show the basic respect to the eldest senior brother. A certain disciple tried to explain as best as he could. Not bad. That makes sense. The others gave a stiff smile in agreement. What else could they do if they disagreed? They had already paid and were influenced by the atmosphere. Many had said harsh words to Jong Chen just a moment ago. If they didn't firmly stand by Lin Mubi now, wouldn't they be completely done for? On the other hand, Jong Chen, seeing Lin Mubi being so obedient, he couldn't help but be stunned. However, this was only for an instant. After all, the words and actions of a madman can't be deduced by common sense. Fortunately, this indeed bought him a lot of time to continue charging his powerful move. Eldest senior brother, Lin Mubi suddenly shouted. What did you say? It's too far. I can't hear you. Jong Chen smirked cunningly. Should I come closer? Lin Mubi asked again. Lin Mubi, we are sparring, not joking around. Jong Chen scolded. If you have something to say, come over and say it. Everyone and master have waited too long. Let's have a proper fight after you finish speaking. Oh, Lin Mubi nodded and took steps forward again. Seeing this scene, the onlookers felt for the first time that Jong Chen was right. They should indeed finish the nonsense quickly, as a head-on tough spar was what they wanted to see. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Mubi approached Jong Chen once more. Eldest senior brother, he called out softly. Everyone straightened up and listened intently. At this point, they also wanted to know what Lin Mubi really wanted to say, but unexpectedly, Jong Chen suddenly opened his eyes. His powerful move was fully charged. Haha, Lin Mubi, all is fair in war. If you had suddenly attacked earlier, I might have been caught off guard. But now, you've already lost. Even kneeling and surrendering is useless. Watch closely. This is an ancient sword technique. Jong Chen laughed arrogantly. As he spoke, he swung the flame blood dragon sword in his hand, and a chilling sword intent emerged from within him. Seeing this, the onlookers were dumbfounded. Their opinion of Jong Chen, the Ninth Peak's eldest senior brother, and his shamelessness reached a new low, just as everyone was worried that Lin Mubi might not be able to defend himself in such a sudden attack. Thump. Lin Mubi knelt down. Not only did he kneel, but he also buried his head and let out a clear sound of crying. Xiao Hong'ai. Hundreds of Ninth Peak disciples. The abrupt situation left Jong Chen completely dumbfounded, instinctively holding back the sword technique he had been ready to unleash. F***ck. He cursed inwardly. Well, that was a waste of a big move. The scene was very quiet for a while and also a bit awkward. After taking a closer look at Lin Mubi, Jong Chen suddenly realized. Well played, Lin Mubi, I really underestimated you? I didn't expect you to counter my killing move in such a way. Utterly shameless. Inhuman. Hearing this, the disciples were speechless once again. The guy already knelt down. And you're still calling him shameless? Who's really the shameless one here? Don't you have any sense? No wonder I felt a strong sword intent coming from Jong Chen just now, so he was holding back a killing move. After a long silence, Li Faju finally came to a realization. It must be a very powerful technique. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so much time. The young man beside him analyzed. If you were to spar with Jong Chen, are you confident you could win? Li Faju asked. Borrowing a phrase from Jong Chen, the young man said with a confident smile, not modest at all. One move? I only need one move to make him lose immediately. He won't even have the chance to use his trump card. Faced with such confident words, Li Faju did not question him but instead agreed deeply. The people from the Hall of Enforcement were also the cream of the crop from various peaks. And the young man beside him, naturally, was no exception. His name was Jiang, named after the sword, a rare innate sword body. Jiang started practicing the sword at the age of 3 and achieved beginner level in the way of the sword in the same year, obtaining the sword heart. At 5, he was taken in by the Juyin sect's sword peak, and by the age of 10, he reached minor achievement in the way of the sword, manifesting his sword chi. The following year, he was promoted to become the #1 true disciple of sword peak. In the way of the sword, Jiang's talent is undoubtedly far superior to his fellow disciples. It is well known that the way of the sword is profound, requiring specialization and many years of dedication. This also results in sword cultivators having slightly lower cultivation levels compared to other cultivators of the same age. However, in exchange, they possess the combat power to fight across realm. Why was Li Faju able to take charge of the Hall of Enforcement with just a peak heavenly origin cultivation level? Isn't it because he not only came from the sword peak but was also a sword cultivator? And then there's Jiang. Aside from his talent in the way of the sword, his own cultivation talent should not be underestimated. Jiang was 1 year younger than Jiang Chen and the same age as Jiang Lianyue. Just a few days ago, he broke through to the earthly origin realm. An earthly origin realm cultivator at the mere age of 18 and a sword cultivator. Even if placed in the upper domain, such talent would definitely be considered a prodigy. These were the reasons Jiang looked down on others. Li Faju looked at Jiang with admiration and smiled with satisfaction. Then, his eyes narrowed slightly, as if he was planning something. Enough, let's end this spar here. Xiao Hong'ai suddenly spoke up, breaking the eerie atmosphere. At this moment, her head hurt even more. She finally understood that expecting a madman to have a proper spar was unrealistic. How can this be? Jong Chen was the first to object. Master, the sect rules state that once you step onto this sparring stage, a victor must be determined. As the eldest senior brother of 9th peak, how can I not set an example? Mubi has gone mad. Xiao Hong'ai's mouth twitched. So what if he's mad? I didn't force him to accept the challenge. Besides, when second junior brother accepted the challenge, Master, didn't you agree to it even knowing he was mad? Jong Chen asked again. This. Xiao Hong'ai was at a loss for words. She thought about it carefully and felt that indeed, it wouldn't be fair to treat them differently. If the situation is favorable, agree to spar with Lin Mubi, but if not, cancel? That's definitely not something a master should do. In that case, Mubi, you might as well surrender. Xiao Hong'ai added. His words made the hearts of the onlookers sink to the bottom. After all, they had paid money for this. No, Lin Mubi, will not surrender today. Lin Mubi suddenly roared. His words brightened the eyes of the crowd. But the next second, their expressions turned strange. After all, making such a declaration while kneeling doesn't seem very credible. Good, it seems that my second junior brother still has the will to fight. Jong Chen smiled with satisfaction and began to prepare his powerful move again. He had laid the groundwork for this spar for so long, naturally, he was not willing to cancel it. The same old saying. As the villainous eldest senior brother, he had to show everyone just how strong he was. The crowd tensed up again. But what they got was not Lin Mubi standing up, but the sound of his continuous crying. Eldest senior brother, you're right, I've gone too far. I'm simply not human. You can tell me to kneel and admit defeat, but surrendering is impossible. If I surrender, then you won't be able to beat me up. Eldest senior brother, don't be soft-hearted. The harder you beat me, the better. I can take anything. Surrendering is out of the question, but I can kneel. Today, I will kneel and let you hit me. Even if you beat me to death, I will never surrender. Will you, eldest senior brother? The crying grew louder and louder until, finally, he was sobbing uncontrollably. The crowd sighed in despair. After so many shocks, they had become somewhat numb. But no one had expected. After all this fuss, Lin Mubi was just here to be beaten by Jong Chen? All the bold words from before, they had misunderstood. They knew Lin Mubi was crazy but didn't expect him to be this crazy. And they had paid money to see Jong Chen get beaten, not to watch Lin Mubi cry like a woman, insisting on being beaten by Jong Chen. Damn it! Refund? After a brief silence, Jong Chen was also a bit stunned. He didn't care how crazy Lin Mubi was. He was just pondering one question. If someone is begging to be beaten, wouldn't it be too embarrassing not to oblige? But Lin Mubi's crying was so over the top, with snot and tears everywhere, he couldn't bring himself to do it. It wasn't that he couldn't bear it, but the thought of all those snot and tears getting on him during the beating. Just the thought made Jong Chen shiver and get goosebumps all over. Enough, I won't beat you today. Next time, you, just stay away from me. With that, Jong Chen prepared to cancel his move and leave. It proved that one really shouldn't fight a madman. Seeing this, Xiao Hong'ai breathed a sigh of relief. She was really worried that under such circumstances, Jong Chen would still strike him. The audience also felt bored, and although they still felt like they had spent money on nothing, they could only leave. But before the crowd could take action, eldest senior brother, you can't leave. Lin Mubi suddenly jumped up and grabbed Jong Chen's leg, wailing like a banshee. Hit me now. If you don't hit me, I'm going to go crazy. Aren't you already crazy enough? Jong Chen kicked him away. No, I'm not crazy. I've never been as clear-headed as I am today. Leaping up from the ground, Lin Mubi shouted loudly. As he spoke, his expression gradually twisted into a ferocious snarl, and the machete that was nurtured within his purple mansion materialized in his hand. Seeing this, everyone was taken aback for a moment, then a wave of excitement followed. What's the matter? You want to fight or not? Jong Chen voiced what everyone was thinking. After speaking, he continued to charge up his powerful move. Lin Mubi didn't respond but quickly raised the machete in his hand, his aura surging as thick blood vessels appeared in his eyes. He was ready to fight to the death. Jong Chen was startled and sped up the charging of his powerful move. Holding the machete, Lin Mubi's body trembled. He infused his vital energy into the blade, and the once plain machete suddenly burst into a dazzling brilliance. This is the beginner level of the Way of the Saber. The blade moves with the heart. TLN, different from Way of the Sword, double-edged. Saber here means single-edged blade. An elder skilled with sabers exclaimed. It's only been a few days, and he's reached the beginner level of the Way of the Saber? Jong Chen was shocked once more and put even more effort into charging his powerful move. Finally, his powerful move was fully charged. At the same time, Lin Mubi also raised his machete, creating multiple blade shadows. I didn't want to bother with a madman, but since the madman doesn't play by the rules, I won't be polite. This move is called Ancient Sword Technique. Jong Chen made the first move, swinging his blood sword as he spoke. If senior brother is unwilling to hit me, then today I will dig out my own bones and offer it to senior brother. Lin Mubi suddenly roared in anger. As he finished speaking, his machete swung straight towards his own chest. Jong Chen. Not only did Jong Chen feel like cursing, but almost everyone did. They had just begun to hold out hope for Lin Mubi, thinking he would fight Jong Chen to the death. Who would have thought? He really did fight to the death, but it's just with himself. Mubi, stop. Seeing this, Xiao Hong'ai called out in a delicate voice. As she spoke, her slender fingers flickered, and a beam of spiritual light shot out instantly, knocking the machete from Lin Mubi's hand. Before everyone could catch their breath, Lin Mubi picked up another machete and continued to shout, "Don't try to stop me, I'll chop anyone who does." Needless to say, no one paid any attention to the words of a madman. Several elders leaped up at the same time and immediately pinned Lin Mubi to the ground, rendering him immobile. "Let me go, or I'll kill all of you." Lin Mubi struggled incessantly. How could someone become so crazy all of a sudden? An elder sighed. "I'm not crazy. You're the one who's crazy. Your whole family is crazy." Lin Mubi cursed loudly. The elder who had spoken suddenly turned pale. After a moment, Xiao Hong'ai floated down to the arena. Glancing at Lin Mubi on the ground, he turned to Jong Chen and said, "Mubi's madness has intensified. Let's put this spar on hold for now. We'll continue after the Supreme Great Elder retrieves the 9 Abyss Soul Embryo from the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss." The 9 Abyss Soul Embryo again? Jong Chen was taken aback. The 9 Abyss Soul Embryo might be good for him, but the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss wasn't owned by the Juyin sect. They couldn't just go and take it whenever they wanted. Once or twice might be okay, but if they tried to take it too often. At that thought, a ghostly figure flashed through Jong Chen's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. If they weren't careful, the Juyin sect might even bring disaster upon themselves. But that's none of my business. After all, the 9 Abyss Soul Embryo isn't for my use. Jong Chen thought so. What do you think? Xiao Hong'ai asked again. Since Master has spoken, naturally I have no objections. After all, as the 9th peak eldest senior brother, I care about the physical and mental health of every junior brother and junior sister. Jong Chen replied seriously. His words left everyone speechless once again. He did seem to care, as long as they were healthy enough to take a beating. Xiao Hong'ai couldn't be bothered to respond and said with a wave of her sleeve, "If that's the case, then everyone is free to leave." Although the disciples were reluctant to accept this outcome, they had no choice but to bow and take their leave. But just as Xiao Hong'ai was about to leave with Lin Mubi, "Please wait, 9th peak's peak master." Reevaluating suddenly spoke up. "What is it?" Xiao Hong'ai frowned. "Today, everyone came to witness a spar between prodigies. It would be somewhat dull to disperse like this. I have a suggestion, but it requires the consent of the 9th peak's peak master." Reevaluating said with a loud laugh. "A suggestion?" Xiao Hong'ai sensed a hint of a scheme. She didn't want to bother with Li Fazhu, but then a young man holding a spiritual sword stepped forward and said with a bow, "Ninth Peak's Peak Master, I would like to issue a challenge and use the Ninth Peak's arena to spar with Jiang Chen. May I? Are you Zhou Jian, the top disciple of the Sword Peak?" Xiao Hong'ai asked. Indeed. Zhou Jian admitted openly, then used a provocative tactic. Jiang Chen is the top disciple of the Ninth Peak, and I am the top disciple of the Sword Peak. Doesn't the Ninth Peak's Peak Master want to see how strong the Sword Peak is? Xiao Hong'ai's expression turned cold immediately. Was he implying that the Ninth Peak were weak? Of course, I have no interest in experiencing the depth of the Zhang family. Therefore, the rules remain the same, no consumption of pills, and only personal weapons may be carried. Zhou Jian added. The rules remain the same? Wasn't this just a clear way to beat up Jiang Chen? Everyone knew that sword cultivators could fight beyond their level, especially since Zhou Jian was in the earthly origin realm. For a moment, the disciples were in a dilemma. Seeing Jiang Chen getting beaten up was naturally a sight they enjoyed. However, the problem was that Jiang Chen, after all, bore the title of the #1 true disciple of Ninth Peak, and his defeat would be a loss of face for him and the entire Ninth Peak. How dare you? A Ninth Peak elder suddenly stepped forward, scolding, "Zhou Jian, Ninth Peak is not a place for you to run wild. Who doesn't know that you are a sword cultivator of the earthly origin realm, while Jiang Chen is merely at the human origin level? Our Ninth Peak eldest senior brother, we can beat up, but outsiders cannot." F***ck. These words instantly made Jiang Chen unhappy. He didn't want to bother with Zhou Jian, but could this even be considered reasonable? What does it mean that we can beat up but outsiders cannot? In this life, he hasn't been beaten by anyone yet? I accept this challenge. Jiang Chen waved his hand grandly. Glaring at the elder who had just spoken, he said disdainfully, "So what if he's an earthly origin realm sword cultivator? Since he's seeking humiliation, I won't be polite. Are you serious?" Ignoring the mocking words, Li Fazhu excitedly pressed on. In fact, his real intention in having Zhou Jian issue a challenge to Jiang Chen was to have Jiang Chen refuse and then lose face in front of everyone. After all, with such a significant difference in combat power, anyone who wasn't a fool would not accept the challenge. But unexpectedly, Jiang Chen's foolishness far exceeded his expectations. In any case, this was also a golden opportunity. Li Fazhu came from Sword Peak and would naturally do things for Sword Peak. When Jiang Lianyue joined the Juyan sect, due to her cultivation and natural talent in the way of the sword being at the genius level, she was fiercely fought over by the masters of various peaks of the Juyan sect. Among them, the Sword Peak's Peak Master and Xiao Hong'ai were the most aggressive. Unfortunately, Xiao Hong'ai had too strong a backing, and under the persuasion of several supreme elders, the Sword Peak's Peak Master had no choice but to give up. This matter caused some friction between Sword Peak and Ninth Peak. And now, if the challenge was truly accepted, Jiang Chen would not only get beaten up but also allow Sword Peak to overshadow Ninth Peak. This naturally excited Li Fazhu greatly. "Of course, I'm serious. I never speak falsehood." Jiang Chen nodded solemnly, then changed the subject. However what? Zhou Jian also became excited. "If you think it's unfair, I can suppress my cultivation to the human origin realm. How about that?" "No need." Jiang Chen flatly refused, saying directly, "What I mean is, as Ninth Peak's eldest senior brother, I will fear no challenge and defeat all enemies of Ninth Peak to defend the glory of Ninth Peak. I agree to your terms, but there's a fee." Upon hearing this, not only Li Fazhu and Zhou Jian but also the people of Ninth Peak were stunned. A fee? What fee? Soon, some disciples remembered that when Jiang Chen sparred with Lin Mubi, he had asked for 10 low-grade spirit stones from each person. Could it be that he wanted to charge again? Jiang Chen did not disappoint everyone. After looking around calmly, he said righteously, "To fight for Ninth Peak, each person will pay 20 low-grade spirit stones. That's reasonable, right?" "Reasonable, my foot." Everyone cursed in their hearts. If it was to pay to see Jiang Chen get beaten up, they would be happy to do so. But to pay to lose face for Ninth Peak? Who would want to do that? Seeing everyone shaking their heads, Li Fazhu gritted his teeth and said, "I'll pay for them." Hundreds of people were present, and 20 low-grade spirit stones each added up to thousands. Converted into mid-grade spirit stones, that was dozens. Including the 10 mid-grade spirit stones Li Fazhu had initially offered, he was about to lose more than half a year's salary. Clearly, he was all in to achieve his goal. Elderly is truly worthy of being a demon sect undercover agent. It seems the people from the demonic path treat you quite generously. Jiang Chen immediately laughed. An undercover agent for the demonic path? What undercover agent? The Ninth Peak disciples were all confused upon hearing this. Only Xiao Hong'ai knew that Jiang Chen was still slinging mud at Li Fazhu. Well, how should she put it? At least at this moment, she found it quite satisfying to listen to. "Jiang Chen, stop bewitching people with your nonsense. You've accepted the challenge, and I've put the money. Can we start the spar now?" Li Fazhu asked angrily. "The price I mentioned earlier is the internal rate for disciples of Ninth Peak. The price for you and Zhou Jian is separate, let's say 100 mid-grade spirit stones each," Jiang Chen declared. 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Li Fazhu and Zhou Jian exclaimed in shock. The number was simply outrageous. 200 mid-grade spirit stones in total. With that amount of money, one could buy a rather fine high-grade spiritual weapon in the market. Although Li Fazhou could grit his teeth and come up with the sum, this would completely bankrupt him. What if someone in Sword Peak and the Hall of Enforcement made a breakthrough, or they returned from completing a mission and held a banquet? He wouldn't have any money to contribute? Wait, Jong Chen, even to spar with you on stage, I have to pay? Zhou Jian asked in disbelief. Of course. Jong Chen replied as if it were the most natural thing in the world, this is called a venue fee, understand? Since you want to spar with me on the 9th peak platform, you have to pay the venue fee. Then, can we change the venue? What do you think? Li Fazhou and Zhou Jian realized. Jong Chen was clearly repeating his old tricks, trying to use this as an excuse to avoid the spar. But what could they do upon realizing this? They truly couldn't afford so many spirit stones. Just as Li Fazhou was considering giving up. I'll pay for it. An ethereal voice suddenly came from outside 9th peak. As the voice fell, a middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe with his hands clasped behind his back and carrying a huge sword case landed beside Xiao Hong'ai. The middle-aged man stood as straight as a sword, his facial features sharp, and a faint smile always playing on his lips, occasionally stroking the short goatee on his chin with his right hand. Little junior sister, you wouldn't mind an uninvited guest, would you? The middle-aged man said with a smile. Unwelcome, get lost. Xiao Hong'ai replied instantly. This left the middle-aged man looking rather embarrassed, but he still said, since today's spar involves my Sword Peak and the first true disciple of 9th Peak, as Sword Peak's Peak Master, I naturally have to be present to witness it. Humph. Xiao Hong'ai turned her head and snorted softly. The middle-aged man's name was Zhong Lingfeng, and he was the Peak Master of Juyin Sect's Sword Peak. In recent times, whenever he and Xiao Hong'ai met, they would engage in all sorts of sarcasm and snide remarks, with a strong undercurrent of tension. The reason behind this was none other than Jiang Lianyue. There's no helping it. The allure of the Empress's bearing is simply too great. Even after it became certain that Jiang Lianyue would become a disciple of 9th Peak, Zhong Lingfeng still couldn't settle his heart and even went to the Juyin old ancestor to tattle. Xiao Hong'ai can't tolerate this. So she went to Sword Peak the day she learned of this and scolded Zhong Lingfeng thoroughly in front of everyone. And so, the feud between the two was established. Now, not only do the leaders of Sword Peak and 9th Peak not get along, but even the disciples of the two peaks often have arguments when they encounter each other. Junior sister doesn't welcome me, could it be because she's afraid that 9th Peak will lose too badly? Zhong Lingfeng raised an eyebrow. Lose? 9th Peak will lose. Xiao Hong'ai scoffed, retorting, you know full well that Jong Chen's cultivation was abolished, and now he's only at the human origin realm, yet you agreed to let Zhou Jian spar with him. What, has Sword Peak declined to the point where you can't even send out a swordsman of the same realm as Jong Chen? Junior sister's words are surprising. It was Jong Chen himself who accepted the challenge, no one forced him. Just now, Zhou Jian said he was willing to suppress his cultivation to the human origin realm, and he didn't agree, did he? Xiao Hong'ai was momentarily at a loss for words, and then glared at Zhong Chen. She, as his master, hadn't agreed, yet Zhong Chen had directly accepted the challenge, even using money to force Zhong Lingfeng, the Sword Peak's Peak Master, to show up? If she stopped it now, wouldn't that be admitting inferiority? Master, since it's a sparring between true disciples, then I am willing to fight Zhou Jian. Jiang Lianyue suddenly appeared, her peerless face covered with frost. Hearing this, Xiao Hong'ai's eyes lit up, thinking this was a good idea. Zhong Lingfeng, however, was somewhat surprised. He naturally knew that Jiang Lianyue's madness had not yet been cured, but from the conversation just now, it seemed there was nothing inappropriate. At least logically, there were no issues. Suddenly, Jiang Lianyue waved to Zhong Chen on the stage and said with a charming smile, eldest senior brother, rest assured, I will definitely kill that Zhou. I'll twist his head off for you to kick around like a ball. His utterly tragic appearance is even worthy to lift a hand against you. Zhong Lingfeng decided to retract his previous thoughts. Zhou Jian's mouth twitched. His appearance might not be handsome, but it wasn't that bad, okay. Being spoken of like this by a peerless beauty made him feel quite hurt. I think that's a good idea, Xiao Hong'ai said nonchalantly. Since it's a sparring between true disciples, let Jiang Lianyue fight in place of Zhong Chen. She's also at the earthly origin realm and has some knowledge in the way of the sword, so this sparring would be fair. This, Zhong Lingfeng hesitated. In his view, Zhou Jian sparring with Zhong Chen, victory was without any suspense. If it was Jiang Lianyue sparring, then the odds were 50-50 as long as Jiang Lianyue didn't suddenly self-destruct her imperial essence. Comparing the two, Zhong Lingfeng ultimately chose the latter. Beating him up would indeed be satisfying since Zhong Chen usually spoke harshly to the Sword Peak disciples, but the actual benefits Sword Peak would gain were not significant. Compared to this, it was better to let Zhou Jian spar with Jiang Lianyue. If Zhou Jian could win, then Sword Peak's reputation would completely overshadow 9th Peak. Agreed. Jiang Lingfeng nodded and stroked his beard. This is indeed more fair. My Sword Peak disciples never bully the weak. Who he referred to as the weak, everyone understood all too well. Just as Xiao Hong'ai and the others from 9th Peak breathed a sigh of relief, and even had some anticipation about who would be stronger between Jiang Lianyue and Zhou Jian. Peak Master Zhong, I can't pretend I didn't hear that. Zhong Chen wore a look of dissatisfaction and added, contrary to Sword Peak, what I enjoy most in life is bullying the weak. Therefore, Zhou Jian, I've set my sights on bullying you. His words shocked everyone present. Xiao Hongai's beautiful eyes widened as she raised her hand to cover her mouth. The disciples of Ninth Peak had their mouths agape, forming an O shape. They seemed to recall something, which made them a bit excited. Zhou Jian's reaction was the most vivid and exaggerated. He was first enraged, then suddenly had an epiphany, and after pondering deeply, a hint of regret appeared in his eyes. After a while, Zhang Lingfeng voiced everyone's thoughts. Junior sister, it seems this Jong Chen has gone mad too. Xiao Hongai didn't respond, just sighed softly to herself. When Jong Chen accepted the challenge, she thought it was just a young man unable to withstand verbal provocation and acting impulsively. When Jong Chen suggested adding money to the spar, she mentally applauded, thinking it was a clever way to get out of the spar. But now, the spar had nothing to do with Jong Chen, yet he still jumped out. And not just that, he even said he wanted to bully Zhou Jian, a human origin realm daring to boast about bullying an earthly origin realm sword cultivator? What is it if not madness? Fortunately, I asked Grandpa to go to Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss to snatch 2 9 Abyss Soul embryos. The spare ones can just be given to Jong Chen. Xiao Hongai consoled herself internally. Although she was dissatisfied with Jong Chen and extremely disappointed, as long as Jong Chen was her disciple, she would treat him with equal concern. Jong Chen, I think you're tired, go back and rest. Rubbing her fair forehead, Xiao Hongai said with a somber voice. Go back? Impossible. Jong Chen naturally didn't want to. Not to mention anything else, he had already sensed what everyone was thinking, and if he really went back, wouldn't that confirm their suspicions of his madness? He didn't want others to lump him together with the 2 madmen, Jiang Lianyue and Lin Mubi. Master, you know me. I wouldn't humiliate myself if I didn't have confidence. Jong Chen took a deep breath and said. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongai was momentarily stunned. When he said these words, Jong Chen dropped his frivolous demeanor, and his words exuded immense self-confidence. Such a demeanor was indeed rare for him. Jiang Lianyue, this battle has nothing to do with you, go stay wherever it's cool. Jong Chen then turned to Jiang Lianyue. Oh. Without any hesitation, Jiang Lianyue nodded obediently. With that, she looked around and slowly walked to the ancient tree on the right side of the arena, sat down on the ground, and propped her head with her hands. That should be quite cool there, everyone guessed in their minds. Seeing Jiang Lianyue give up, Xiao Hongai had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, since that's the case, let today be the battle between Jong Chen and Zhou Jian. Good. Li Fazhou clapped his hands in agreement. Upon hearing this, the elders and disciples of Ninth Peak all shook their heads silently. Junior sister, you haven't gone mad as well, have you? Zhang Lingfeng blurted out. Xiao Hongai didn't respond, her aura gradually intensifying as a red whip appeared in her hand. Zhang Lingfeng instantly cowered, turning his head to look away, adopting an I didn't say anything demeanor. He wasn't that scared, but he knew that if a fight really broke out, plenty of supreme elders would come out to stop them, and then take the opportunity to mess with him a bit. Since that's the case, you guys go ahead and start. After dropping this line, Zhang Lingfeng left the arena to watch from in front of the main hall. Xiao Hongai thought for a moment and did the same. The atmosphere became tense once again, and everyone fell silent. Zhou Jian leaped onto the stage, and with a clang, he drew the spirit sword from his chest. Jong Chen, do you dare to battle me? He was brimming with fighting spirit. Jong Chen didn't respond, simply spreading out his right hand. What does that mean? Zhou Jian was taken aback. Pay up. God, he hadn't forgotten about the money? Helplessly, Zhou Jian turned his head to seek help from Zhang Lingfeng. Zhang Lingfeng was straightforward, immediately taking out hundreds of mid-grade spirit stones and tossing them to Zhong Chen. Not enough? After counting, Zhong Chen shook his head. How can it not be enough? Zhang Lingfeng frowned. Zhang Lingfeng, are you not human? Zhong Chen shook his head. Whoosh. As soon as these words came out, the crowd was instantly in an uproar. Daring to directly insult a peak master as not being human? So audacious? Seeing Zhang Lingfeng's eyes narrow with a dangerous aura, Zhong Chen asked again. Since you are a human, why don't you pay up when everyone else has to? You still owe me 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Zhang Lingfeng was left speechless by the retort, glaring at Zhong Chen before reluctantly taking out another 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Seeing this, Xiao Hongai thought for a moment and also took out 100 mid-grade spirit stones. After verifying that everything was correct, Zhong Chen tossed all the spirit stones to his lackeys. Divide them amongst yourselves. What? Lu Wu and the other lackeys were completely dumbfounded. These numbers of spirit stones is something they had never even seen before. If taken to the market, they could exchange them for much better equipment. Don't look like you haven't seen the world. Following this eldest senior brother, you'll not only get soup but meat as well. Remember, the one thing I'll never lack in this life is money. Zhong Chen scolded. Then why do you still want to take our money? Add more money? Upon hearing this, everyone's first reaction was to complain internally. They knew that Zhong Chen was just messing with them, but they couldn't refute it because it was a fact that the only son of the Zhong family really wasn't short of money. Glancing at Lu Wu and the others who were kowtowing in gratitude, many disciples began to consider whether they should also become Zhong Chen's lackeys. No need to take a beating, and there's money to be had. Begin quickly, Zhang Lingfeng urged. Zhou Jian nodded, his fighting spirit surging once again as he shouted, Zhong Chen, let's fight. Wait a moment. Jong Chen refused again? Like a deflated ball, Zhou Jian asked. What's the matter now? You've taken the money. You're not going to back out, are you? Joke? Would I go back on my word? Jong Chen replied disdainfully, I just had a life and death battle with Lin Mubi. My vital energy is depleted right now, so what's wrong with resting for a while? A life and death battle? Who are you kidding? Zhou Jian was speechless. He had watched the entire fight from beginning to end, and there hadn't been a single exchange of moves, right? What? Is Sword Peak trying to take advantage of someone's moment of weakness? Jong Chen asked again. Recover quickly. You may take medicinal pills. Zhang Lingfeng said, not wanting to waste words, and urged again. With no choice, Zhou Jian had to suppress his fighting spirit and wait once more. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged. He didn't take any medicinal pills, and there wasn't even a gathering of spiritual energy around him. This made many people start to doubt whether he was just stalling for time. As time passed, several moments later, Jiang Chen finally opened his eyes. Standing up on the arena, the flame blood dragon sword appeared again in his hand with a thought. This scene did not surprise the others. In their view, although with Jiang Chen's realm, he could at most wield a superior grade spirit sword for 10 breaths, Jiang Chen had repeatedly stored the flame blood dragon sword inside his purple mansion during the fight with Lin Mubi. Adding to the fact that he had just rested, holding the superior grade spirit sword for another 10 breaths should not be a problem. Just as Zhou Jian was looking at the flame blood dragon sword with envy, Jiang Chen suddenly shouted, Zhou Jian, do you dare to fight me? Haha, I've been waiting for a long time. Zhou Jian laughed heartily. As his voice fell, he swung the spirit sword in his hand. Vital energy converged in the sword, and as it slashed down, it instantly released several sword chi. The sword chi tore through the air, heading straight for Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen didn't dodge or avoid. He too slashed out several blood-colored sword chi to meet the attack. Boom! When the two sword chi collided in midair, they produced a dull sound and stirred up a spiritual energy hurricane that made it difficult for the audience below to keep their eyes open. Both were merely testing the waters, and they seemed evenly matched. This caused Li Faju in the audience to suddenly narrow his eyes. He had already heard from the disciples of the Hall of Enforcement that Jiang Chen had achieved minor achievement in the way of the sword, and his sword chi had manifested. He had been skeptical at first, as achieving minor achievement in the way of the sword in a short time would definitely require an extremely powerful talent for the way of the sword. I admit it. Your eldest disciple's talent in the way of the sword is indeed impressive, Zhang Lingfeng said appreciatively. It's just barely passable. Xiao Hong'ai waved her hand with an indifferent tone. Despite her appearance of treating this as a minor scene, her heart was actually in turmoil, because she, as his master, only now realized Jiang Chen have talent in the way of the sword. Although Jiang Chen's talent in the way of the sword is not bad, his cultivation level is ultimately too low compared to him, Zhang Lingfeng added. The vital energy contained in Zhou Jian's strike just now was only at the human origin level, and he possesses an innate sword body. If he truly goes all out, one sword strike could defeat Jiang Chen. This time Xiao Hong'ai didn't respond, because her reason told her that Zhang Lingfeng was right. The innate sword body not only accelerates the training speed in the way of the sword but also greatly enhances the power of sword moves. At least at this moment, she couldn't see any possibility of victory for Jiang Chen. What exactly is it that makes you so confident? Xiao Hong'ai's beautiful eyes stared intently at Jiang Chen on the stage while murmuring in her heart. Seeing that his sword chi had been completely blocked, Zhou Jian was also shocked. But this was only for an instant. On the contrary, Jiang Chen's talent in the way of the sword ignited an even stronger fighting spirit in him. Huff! After slowly exhaling a breath, the spiritual light of the sword in his hand grew brighter, and an oppressive force unique to the earthly origin realm began to spread in the air. The pressure was mountainous, seemingly weighing thousands of jin, making it difficult for the disciples with lower realms around to breathe. Buzz! The flame blood dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand suddenly trembled violently, and with the power of the sword alone, it dissipated the pressure into nothingness. Suddenly, Zhou Jian made his move. He dashed forward like an arrow, swinging his spiritual sword again, and a chanting sound followed from his mouth. Ocean Surge Sword Art, First Form, Ocean Breaks the Timber. As his voice fell, the sword chi became rampant, and a three-jong sword chi condensed and formed. The sword chi burst forth, carrying the surrounding spiritual power, and carved a trench on the stage, attacking Jiang Chen with an unstoppable force. It's already over. Seeing this scene, Zhang Lingfeng smiled with satisfaction. The Ocean Surge Sword Art that Zhou Jian used had a total of 12 moves and was a superior sword technique. Although Zhou Jian had only learned the first 3 moves, and this was just the first one, with his cultivation and the enhancement of the innate sword body, it was not something a human origin cultivator could withstand. Even if Jiang Chen held a superior grade spiritual sword, it was still the same. A superior grade spiritual sword is strong, but only a cultivator of the upper 4 realms can fully unleash its power. Xiao Hong'ai didn't respond, just quietly watching. Although she also felt this was the case, she couldn't see any signs of panic on Jiang Chen's face. Instead, he still appeared confident. A three-jong sword chi whistled through the air, arriving in front of Jiang Chen in an instant. He didn't dodge or avoid it. Instead, he stepped forward. Jiang Chen raised his flame blood dragon sword to meet the incoming sword chi with a horizontal slash. Roar! The flame blood dragon sword's bloodlight surged, and the sound of a dragon's roar emerged once again. During the battle with Lin Mubi, the dragon's roar from the flame blood dragon's sword was extremely faint, barely noticeable unless one listened carefully. But now, the dragon's roar echoed in all directions, shaking everyone's soul. The bloodlight of the flame blood dragon's sword grew even brighter upon striking the incoming sword chi. As two flaming dragon phantoms emerged from the blood sword, a clear sound of shattering rang out with a mere swipe of their claws. Crack! Under everyone watchful eyes, the sword technique unleashed by Zhou Jian, using all his cultivation, and the sword chi formed with the enhancement of his innate sword body, was actually torn apart with a single claw. It happened so swiftly that the crowd didn't even have time to react. Moments later, this is impossible. Zhang Lingfeng, Li Fazhu, and Zhou Jian on the scene all exclaimed in unison. Xiao Hong'ai was also shocked, because the strike Jiang Chen had just delivered, simple as it was, had unleashed the full power of a superior grade spirit sword. This truly seemed impossible, because Jong Chen was not an upper four-realm cultivator, and someone with a human origin cultivation to fully wield an exceptional spirit sword was absolutely unheard of in both ancient and present times. Are you an upper four-realm cultivator? Yes, that must be it. You've concealed your cultivation level. Zhou Jian's voice trembled, no longer possessing his previous confidence and composure. Are you stupid? After rolling his eyes, Jong Chen said, if I were an upper four-realm cultivator, why would I bother sparring with you? Are you even worthy? Zhou Jian fell silent, finding no fault in that logic. Upper four-realm cultivators were the pinnacle of the central domain, the foundation of the Juyan sect. How could Jong Chen possibly be one at his young age? Furthermore, not long ago, he had his core formation destroyed by Xiao Hong'ai. The whole sect knew about it. Don't panic, he must have a special physique. Zhang Lingfeng's voice transmission appeared in Zhou Jian's mind. So that was it. Zhou Jian suddenly understood. If it were a special physique, that could explain everything. But was it really so? The next moment, he began to panic again. After all, he and Jong Chen hadn't been cultivating for very different lengths of time, yet he had never heard of the latter having any special physique. At this moment, Zhou Jian's confidence completely collapsed. The battle had just begun, and Zhou Jian was already questioning his life. Seeing his evident panic, Li Fazhu from below the stage shouted, Nephew Zhou, even if Jong Chen can wield an exceptional spirit sword, his cultivation is still insufficient. You just need to focus on defense. Focus on defense? Upon hearing this, Zhou Jian's eyes lit up. Just as Li Fazhu said, what if he could fully wield an exceptional spirit sword? Insufficient realm meant a lack of vital energy? Zhou Jian secretly estimated that with Jong Chen's early human origin cultivation, a full-force sword swing like the one before could be performed at most 3 times. And if he could just withstand those 3 times, Jong Chen would deplete his vital energy and directly lose. With this in mind, Zhou Jian quickly took a step back. After taking a deep breath, he no longer took the initiative to attack but held his sword at the ready. Aren't you coming over? Seeing this, Jong Chen asked. Zhou Jian shook his head, indicating that only a fool would go through with it. The 2 flame dragons from before had truly frightened him. If he were to be caught by one, he didn't even want to imagine what would happen. Since that's the case, I'll make a move. Jong Chen shrugged indifferently. With those words, his figure shifted. Then, a flash of azure light appeared. In the next second, Jong Chen appeared behind Zhou Jian. At the same time, he raised the flame blood dragon sword in his hand. From start to finish, Zhou Jian's eyes couldn't keep up with this speed. It was only when the flame blood dragon sword swung down that he felt a powerful sense of crisis. He turned his head abruptly. Relying purely on instinct, Zhou Jian swung his sword to block. Clang! The 2 swords touched in midair, emitting a piercing sound. Jong Chen only exerted a little force. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded once again. This time, the 2 flame dragons did not burst forth from the blood sword, but the hardness of the blood sword itself was not something an ordinary spiritual sword could withstand. Crack! The crisp sound echoed once more. Zhou Jian watched as the flame blood dragon sword cleaved his spiritual sword in 2, then swung towards his forehead. In a moment of winning or losing, Zhou Jian shouted loudly while holding half of his spiritual sword and gathering all the vital energy from his core formation into it. Then he switched to holding the sword with both hands and swinging it down fiercely. The half-sword suddenly shone brightly, instantly slashing out a waterfall like pale blue sword chi. The sword chi flowed like water, surged like waves, and increased layer upon layer. Its speed was so fast that it caught up with the flame blood dragon sword, which had swung first. Its power was so great that it changed the direction of the flame blood dragon sword's attack. This was Ocean Surge Sword Art second form, flowing water. In the end, the flame blood dragon sword barely passed by Zhou Jian's nose. Although it didn't touch his skin, he could still feel the scorching heat of the flame blood dragon sword, and this heat seemed to burn his skin through the air, causing a soul-deep pain. Zhou Jian took advantage of the sword technique not dissipating and retracted the half-sword while enduring the intense pain, then thrust it towards Jong Chen's neck. Good. Such a scene earned high praise from Zhang Lingfeng. Finding an opportunity to counterattack at the moment of life and death, Zhou Jian indeed did not disappoint him. The second form of the Ocean Surge Sword Art was known for its speed, and at such a close distance, almost no core formation cultivator could dodge it. Xiao Hong'ai also sighed, ready to intervene. At this point, the outcome of the spar was no longer important, because in just a few moves, Jiang Chen, with his human origin realm cultivation, had pushed a sword cultivator of the earthly origin realm to such a state, which was already a matter of pride. But in the next second, both of them were stunned. Zhou Jian was also stunned. The half-sword thrust out a pillar of water, but ultimately, it was stabbing nothing. Jiang Chen, who had been within arm's reach, had suddenly vanished. The only trace left was on the ground tiles, a lotus formed from condensed sword chi. This is Azure Lotus Sword Art. Zhang Lingfeng looked as if struck by lightning, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. Xiao Hong'ai, who knew little about the way of the sword, looked puzzled. This is a very special sword technique. Although it has no specific moves, it can enhance the power and speed of other sword techniques for cultivators of the way of the sword, explained Zhang Lingfeng. Oh, but what does this have to do with Jiang Chen's incredible speed? Xiao Hong'ai was puzzled. Others might not have seen it clearly, but she had seen it distinctly. When Zhou Jian's attack came, Jiang Chen was calm and composed. He simply shifted his figure and stepped on several azure lotuses, instantly leaving his original position. This is the most precious aspect of the Azure Lotus Sword Art. Cultivators who practice this secret technique can store sword chi in the Purple Mansion and use the sword chi to form Azure Lotus Sword Chi at critical moments. The Azure Lotus Sword Chi can be used to fend off enemies and also to increase speed by stepping on the lotuses. Simply put, this is a way of the sword secret technique that combines sword techniques with movement skills. Zhang Lingfeng explained again. Are you making this up? Upon hearing this, Xiao Hong'ai's expression darkened. She had heard of such secret techniques that included movement skills, but without exception, they were all top-secret manuals exclusive to cultivators of higher realms. Jong Chen was merely at the human origin realm. Even if the Zhang family gave him a top-tier secret text, he wouldn't be able to cultivate it. Why would I lie to you? Zhang Lingfeng became anxious while exclaiming, isn't that your disciple? How do you not know anything about it? I just fought with a sword cultivator who practiced the Azure Lotus sword art not long ago. That person was a grandmaster from the Seven Luminaries Sword Pavilion. What? At this moment, Xiao Hong'ai was also stunned. She could feel that Zhang Lingfeng wasn't lying, and indeed, the sword techniques cultivated by the way of the sword grandmaster were at least of the finest quality, but this was impossible. Cultivating a superior grade manual with core formation cultivation? Such a thing had only occurred in the upper domain, and that person was a human sacred body prodigy? Xiao Hong'ai. Vigilant of their surroundings, Zhang Lingfeng asked in a low voice. Is Jong Chen actually of the human sacred body? How could you keep such a big matter hidden until now? No wonder he can wield a superior grade spiritual sword. It turns out he has cultivated a superior grade sword art. He's not. Faced with this question, Xiao Hong'ai became somewhat flustered. What do you mean he's not? Do you understand what a human sacred body implies? If word gets out, the upper domain imperial dynasty, the 4 great sacred lands, and the demonic sect will definitely come to snatch him away. The transcendence powers of this world would personally take Jong Chen as a disciple. In front of those people, our Juyan sect is like ants on the ground, easily crushed to death. You've always been willful, and after all, the Juyan sect can be considered your Xiao family's property. But can you really keep such a thing secret? I must report this matter to the ancestors so they can personally deal with you. This is seriously reckless and audacious. You have to face the consequences. As he spoke, Zhang Lingfeng noticed that Xiao Hong'ai's expression was off. At first, Xiao Hong'ai looked bewildered, but by the end, her beautiful eyes seemed to contain a volcanic fury, ready to erupt at any moment. Why don't you continue? Xiao Hong'ai asked with a cold gaze. Zhang Lingfeng felt a bit awkward but still stubbornly said. This is a serious matter, and we won't be able to bear the consequences if something goes wrong. He is my own disciple. You think I don't know him well? When Zhang Chen first became my disciple, I personally tested his talent and constitution. I can tell you with certainty that he is not of the human sacred body. Xiao Hong'ai revealed the key point. What? Now, it was Zhang Lingfeng's turn to be stunned. Not of the human sacred body? Then how could he cultivate a superior grade manual? This didn't make sense. Although there are many constitutions that are awakened later in life, the human sacred body is definitely not among them. Xiao Hong'ai said gravely, if Zhang Chen is cultivating a superior grade manual with human origin cultivation and doesn't have a special physique, then it's possible. Possible what? Zhang Lingfeng instinctively asked. It's possible that he is the reincarnation of a great emperor. Hiss. Zhang Lingfeng took a sharp breath of cold air. This was getting more and more exaggerated. That was the reincarnation of a great emperor, someone destined to become an emperor? The bearing and potential of an empress only indicates the possibility, but the reincarnation of a great emperor? Sorry, that's already an emperor. Impossible, right? A person who is the reincarnation of a great emperor carries memories from their past life, possesses complete imperial essence, and their cultivation advances by leaps and bounds every day. Jong Chen doesn't seem like it. Zhang Lingfeng expressed his doubts. Maybe his memories from his past life haven't awakened yet. Xiao Hong'ai speculated. But how do you explain the imperial essence? If Zhang Chen truly had complete imperial essence, then every breakthrough would cause a phenomenon between heaven and earth. Zhang Lingfeng questioned again. Xiao Hong'ai was left speechless by the question. It's impossible? So how do you explain Jong Chen's across major realm battle and his cultivation of the superior grade sword technique? This is not a question of talent? Both of them were scratching their heads in frustration. But since they couldn't figure it out, they eventually had no choice but to give up. After all, there are many things in this world that cannot be explained, and being too obsessed can only disturb one's Dao heart. Glancing at the arena and seeing that Jong Chen's aura had clearly weakened, Zhang Lingfeng stroked his beard and smiled. Even so, the victor of this match is still my sword peak. There's no denying that the superior grade spirit sword combined with the superior grade secret manual has indeed given Jong Chen an extremely exaggerated boost in combat power, but he still suffers from a lower cultivation level and insufficient vital energy within his body. Zhang Lingfeng stroked his beard and smiled. Humph. Xiao Hong'ai snorted lightly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. On the sparring platform, Zhou Jian looked like a complete fool after watching Zhang Chen instantly move far away from him. He didn't have the insight of Xiao Hong'ai and Zhang Lingfeng. To him, everything that had just happened was like seeing a ghost. Zhang Chen had disappeared in a swoosh. After a long while, Zhou Jian finally came back to his senses. Worthy of the Zhang family, the movement skill you just used must be of a high grade, right? Guess. Zhang Chen grinned. Guess my foot? Zhou Jian cursed in his heart. He had never experienced such an absurd fight. Despite going all out, he was being suppressed by someone at the human origin realm, and even his spirit sword had broken? That was a high-grade spirit sword. It was the spirit sword rewarded to him by Zhang Lingfeng when he broke through to the earthly origin realm. When he got this sword, he was so excited about it for a long time. Thinking of this, Zhou Jian glanced at the flame blood dragon sword in Zhang Chen's hand, filled with both envy and hatred. Why was there such a huge gap between people? With a clang, Zhou Jian threw the broken half of his spirit sword onto the platform. Are you surrendering? Zhang Chen frowned. How could that be? Zhou Jian shook his head and said, the spirit sword is broken, and it won't have much power if I continue to use it, but I still have a way to defeat you. Could it be that this guy still has an ace up his sleeve? Zhang Chen raised an eyebrow. Thinking this, he immediately straightened his expression and became alert. In his 9 cycles of reincarnation under the influence of the villain's halo, his opponents always gave him some unexpected scares, so no matter what they said, he never underestimated anyone. Who? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhou Jian slowly exhaled a breath while his left hand gently touched the spirit ring on his right index finger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 10 sword lights shot out from the spirit ring, hovering in the air. Zhang Chen glanced at the more than 10 spirit swords in the air, his brow slightly furrowed. Apart from one mid-grade spirit sword, the rest were all low-grade. Due to the lack of nourishment from the purple mansion, the sword lights of these spirit swords were clearly dim. Afterward, gathering all the vital energy in his body once again, Zhou Jian formed a hand seal with both hands and shouted loudly. Fall. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Over 10 spirit swords fell to the ground at the command, forming a circle around Zhang Chen and embedding themselves into the stone tiles of the arena. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhou Jian brought his fingers together as if holding a sword and drew a streak of sword light in the air before pointing at the spirit swords. Buzz. In an instant, the spirit swords trembled simultaneously, their sword cries echoing non-stop, never leaving the ears. With the sword cries, the blades of the spirit swords suddenly expanded more than tenfold under the enhancement of sword chi. Such a spectacle had already elicited gasps from the audience. But it wasn't over yet. Zhou Jian let out a loud shout, activating his innate sword body. Vital energy emerged from his pores, enveloping his figure, and eventually formed a giant sword of spiritual energy. Under the influence of this giant spiritual sword, the surrounding giant swords encircling Zhang Chen suddenly shone dazzlingly bright, and sword chi spread out like silk in all directions. In the blink of an eye, a visible sword chi net wall formed around Zhang Chen at the center. This is the crossing calamity sword formation. Li Fazhou, watching from below, was extremely shocked. He knew that Zhang Lingfeng had passed this sword formation onto Zhou Jian, but he hadn't expected Zhou Jian to have already mastered it. The crossing calamity sword formation was a superior sword formation. It wasn't just Zhang Chen, with his human origin cultivation, but even an ordinary heavenly origin cultivator could be trapped for a long time. The difficulty of cultivating a sword formation was far greater than that of sword techniques, especially a superior sword formation. Even if one succeeded, the difficulty of controlling it was equally great. Li Fazhou understood it in an instant. The reason Zhou Jian could refine the crossing calamity sword formation so quickly was due to his innate talent in the way of the sword. The reason he could control it so effortlessly was because of his innate sword body. Haha, Zhang Chen, you've lost. Li Fazhou laughed out loud. Zhou Jian thought the same. Although the sword formation could only trap Zhang Chen and not defeat him directly, with Zhang Chen's current strength, he would have to wield the flame blood dragon sword with all his might if he wanted to break free. Doing so, however, would deplete his vital energy. By then, he would be nothing more than someone waiting to be slaughtered. And even if Zhang Chen didn't use brute force to break the formation and just waited it out, the crossing calamity sword formation was, after all, a killing formation. The gathered sword chi would continuously press down on the person within the formation. Although not very powerful, it would eventually deplete Zhang Chen's vital energy. Thus, Zhang Chen would still inevitably face defeat. Jong Chen, I must admit that you have the strength to fight me, truly worthy of being the #1 true disciple of the 9th peak, but your defeat is certain today. Zhou Jian smiled confidently, already assuming the posture of a victor. Seeing Jong Chen with a grim face, he added, you don't need to be discouraged. In this fight, I had the advantage of a higher realm. I probably would have been defeated long ago if you were also at the earthly origin level. Hearing this, the surrounding audience nodded in agreement. The fact that Jong Chen had fought to this extent was already far beyond their expectations. How to put it? It was a glorious defeat? Setting aside his character, Jong Chen's strength was indeed worthy of being the eldest senior brother of the 9th peak. As for Xiao Hong'ai and Zhang Lingfeng, shocked time and again, both remained silent. After all, Jong Chen's performance was too mysterious, and even they dared not determine the outcome. Jong Chen, won't you surrender? It's better to surrender now than to be defeated in a sorry state after your vital energy is exhausted. Li Fazhu taunted from below. If you're willing to surrender, I can say it was a draw to the outside world. After a moment's thought, Zhou Jian chimed in. After all, he knew that he was a whole major realm above Jong Chen and also specialized in the way of the sword. Even if he barely won, there was nothing to be proud of. His words undoubtedly offered Jong Chen a way out. Just when Zhou Jian thought that Jong Chen would surely be grateful and immediately surrender. Is that it? The silent Jong Chen finally spoke. Is this your trump card? I was on guard just now, and here you are, making jokes. Zhou Jian blinked in confusion. He wondered if Jong Chen was unable to grasp the situation. Li Fazhu let out a cold smile with his arms crossed. Though he didn't speak, his disdain was obvious. This is not a trump card. It's a self-made trap. Jong Chen spoke again, his voice soft. I wanted to keep a low profile, but my strength wouldn't allow it. Today, I will show you what a real trump card is. A real trump card? Upon hearing this, both Zhou Jian and Li Fazhu were taken aback. They then remembered. During his battle with Lin Mubi, Jong Chen seemed to have been brewing a powerful move all along, and judging by the time it took to prepare, the power of this move must be extraordinary. But what of it? Even if Jong Chen's move could break through the crossing calamity sword formation, his vital energy would still be depleted. Wouldn't the outcome be obvious by then? Thinking this, Zhou Jian crossed his arms and shook his head. His lazy posture and slightly raised eyebrows clearly conveyed to Jong Chen. Do what you want. If you don't surrender, you might die. Jong Chen's gaze turned icy. Thank you for the concern, but I do not believe you. Zhou Jian shrugged his shoulders. Jong Chen glanced at Zhou Jian and said no more. With his left hand behind his back and his right hand holding the sword, his eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, spiritual energy surged wildly around him, and a chilling sword intent emerged from within him. Xiao Hong'ai and Zhang Lingfeng's pupils shrank when the sword intent appeared. Then, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. As Jong Chen's aura became more stable, the sword intent grew more pronounced. And then, an image of an old swordsman with white hair and a crane-like complexion like a figure of an immortal appeared behind him. The moment the old man appeared, buzz! Swords within 100 li vibrated, emitting a sky-shaking sword cry. At the same time, the wind rose like a sword, slicing the sky. Clouds surged violently, as if they contained the shadows of swords. The fierce wind caused the trees to sway back and forth, and with each movement of the trees, it was as if a sword grandmaster was dancing with his sword, filling the surroundings with an aura of solemn killing intent. Suddenly, thump thump thump, the sword case on Zhang Lingfeng's back also began to shake violently. His eyes snapped open, his body tensed, and he shouted anxiously, Zhou Jian, surrender quickly. His words awakened Zhou Jian, who had already turned pale with fear. Zhou Jian didn't understand what was happening, but the increasingly intense sense of life-threatening danger was undeniably real. I sir. He hurriedly shouted in anger, but it was a step too late. Ancient swordsmanship, first form, Skybreaker. Jong Chen's murmuring voice rose. As his voice fell, he and the white-robed elder behind him swung their spiritual swords simultaneously. The sword technique was simple and unadorned, yet it produced 100 Zhang sword qi. The 100 Zhang sword qi instantly broke through the sword formation, its power undiminished, and swept forward with unstoppable force. Under the influence of the sword qi, the solid and sturdy platform below was split in half, and the dark clouds overhead were also cleaved into two. Zhou Jian could only watch helplessly. He watched as the sword qi drew closer and closer to him. His expression went from shock and horror to despair and pallor. Under the influence of the heavenly might and the 100 Zhang sword qi, he was not only unable to speak but had even lost control over his body. All he could do was wait for death. At this moment between life and death, Zhang Lingfeng appeared beside Zhou Jian. He opened his sword case, gripped the ancient long sword, and with all his might, swung it towards the incoming 100 Zhang sword qi. Due to the urgency of the moment and lack of preparation, even he couldn't completely neutralize the 100 Zhang sword qi, only managing to slightly alter its trajectory. In the end, the 100 Zhang sword qi grazed past Zhang Lingfeng and Zhou Jian, slashing towards the uninhabited mountains of the Juyan sect behind them. The scene that followed would be unforgettable for all who witnessed it. As the 100 Zhang sword qi swept across, the majestic mountains were cut in half as if by a single stroke. This was, indeed, one sword splits the mountain? This act, I finally pulled it off. Looking at his own masterpiece, Jong Chen smiled with satisfaction. Silence enveloped the surroundings as if death itself had descended. Seeing the mountain now reduced to half its size, everyone wore expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Zhou Jian swallowed hard, thinking to himself, if Zhang Lingfeng hadn't intervened, would he now be like that mountain, dead and dismembered? Li Faji's expression was extremely grave. The spectacle he had just witnessed was too exaggerated. Although a sword strike capable of splitting a mountain could be achieved by him, a peak heavenly origin realm swordsman, he certainly couldn't have caused such a grand scene, nor could he have invoked a vision of the heavens and earth. Such a powerful sword technique was unheard of. It couldn't even be classified within the known levels of sword techniques. And then there was Zhang Lingfeng. His ancient sword had now completely quieted down, showing no further anomalies. After placing it back into the sword case, he looked incredulously towards Jiang Chen and asked, "Where did you learn this ancient way of the sword?" Before Jiang Chen could respond, Zhou Jian instinctively inquired, "What does the ancient way of the sword mean?" "Literally, it's the way of the sword from ancient times." Zhang Lingfeng elaborated, "As for how far back the ancient times are, I do not know. The only thing I know is that before the 10 great emperors came into being, this world was in constant turmoil among various races, with mountains of corpses and seas of blood everywhere. The ancient way of the sword, secret manuals, and techniques were created by the humans, demons, ghosts, and devils of that era. Their power far exceeds anyone's imagination, but for some reason, most have been lost to time. To give you a better idea, let me provide an example. Among the 10 great emperors, there was an ancient emperor who, it is said, obtained an ancient cultivation technique, thereby attaining his imperial status." Hiss! Upon hearing these last words, everyone in the audience gasped. Could something from ancient times actually help one ascend to the throne so smoothly? Could it be comparable to imperial essence? It was terrifying. After their astonishment, the crowd's faces turned bitter. Before, they didn't know how strong Jiang Chen, their eldest senior brother, was, but they had no choice but to submit to his imposing presence. Now, knowing his strength, wouldn't their future days be even more difficult? "What are you talking about? What ancient way of the sword? I've never heard of it." Jiang Chen suddenly spoke up, "This sword technique came to me in a dream, and there's only one move. Peak Master Jiang, isn't it a bit beneath your dignity to interrupt a spar like this?" The corner of Zhang Lingfeng's mouth twitched. Could he not have interrupted the spar? Under the circumstances just now, Zhou Jian would have been done for if he hadn't stepped in. I concede." Zhou Jian responded immediately while cupping his fist in salute. Good." Jiang Chen smiled contentedly, then his tone shifted. "You don't need to be discouraged. After all, the gap between us is just a little too big. If it weren't for my fondness of bullying the weak, you wouldn't even qualify to fight me." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jian felt a surge of annoyance in his heart. But quickly, that annoyance turned into helplessness, into disappointment. Although Jiang Chen's words were infuriating, they were an undeniable truth. Everyone had seen the fight, and compared to Jiang Chen, he was indeed too weak. "Did you just say that you learned that ancient sword technique in a dream?" Zhang Lingfeng's questioning voice rang out. "Did I say that?" Jiang Chen feigned confusion. "You did. Oh, then you might have heard wrong. Actually, I figured it out myself." "What, you figured it out yourself?" "Yeah, but it was during a dream. Is it really that amazing? Just a trivial thing for me. Would you die if you didn't show off? Would you die if you didn't ask so much?" Zhang Lingfeng's expression darkened. Jiang Chen was spouting nonsense, leaving him completely unsure which statement was true. Seeing this, Xiao Hong'ai floated over and asked, "Disciple, tell your master honestly. How can you cultivate such a superior grade secret technique and also understand the ancient way of the sword?" Replying to master, Jiang Chen straightened his expression, speaking earnestly, "I'm not entirely sure myself, but one thing you can confirm is, that night, I slept with the personal belongings of the 3rd junior sister and the 5th junior sister as my pillow, and then I comprehended this ancient sword technique." Xiao Hong'ai was also stunned. She felt that Jiang Chen was talking nonsense, but at the same time, she believed it was something Jiang Chen would do. For a moment, she too found it hard to distinguish truth from falsehood. "If master doesn't believe me, you could give me some of your personal belongings to sleep with for 10 or 8 years, and I should be able to comprehend the second move of the ancient sword technique," Jiang Chen said with a straight face. Xiao Hong'ai's expression darkened. If it weren't for the fact that Jiang Chen had indeed made a name for 9th peak today, she would have shown him what master's wrath was. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's figure swayed, and he clutched his head. "Master, I feel dizzy." Seeing him about to fall, Xiao Hong'ai quickly went to support him and reminding him that ancient sword technique is too powerful, and using it with your cultivation level indeed give you a big burden. You should use it less in the future. Jiang Chen nodded, taking the opportunity to fall into his master's arms. He wasn't faking his dizziness, but taking advantage of the situation was a basic operation. Host's actions conform to the villain's character setting. Reward, 1 Xiao Hong'ai silkworm white eye silk. F***ck. Jiang Chen was instantly startled. This reward was too thrilling, especially since he was still in Xiao Hong'ai's arms. If he were to be discovered like last time. With that thought, Jiang Chen couldn't care less about his dizziness and prepared to make a quick escape. But just then, no sooner had he lifted his head than Xiao Hong'ai pressed it back down. "What are you fussing about? Your vital energy is depleted, and your blood is drained. You'll cause lasting damage to your body if you force yourself to move. Xiao Hong'ai chided softly. What a wonderful master. Jong Chen was deeply moved. As her disciple, how could he let his master down? With this thought in mind, he nuzzled his head a bit and then wore a face of enjoyment. This gesture made Xiao Hong'ai's face turn red. From a distance, Jiang Lianyue saw this and her brows furrowed tightly. She approached with a frosty expression, grabbed Jong Chen's arm, and began to pull him away forcefully. Junior sister, what are you doing? Senior brother is dizzy. Go play with mud. Jong Chen remained immovable. Lianyue, stop this nonsense. Xiao Hong'ai's face turned stern. I know you have grievances against Jong Chen, but today he fought for the 9th peak. Let him rest properly. Jiang Lianyue kept a cold face and did not reply. Seeing that she couldn't pull him away with strength alone, she summoned her vital energy, channeling it all into her fair arm. Then she pulled even harder, and then, there was a rip sound. Jong Chen's black sleeve was torn off by her. If you keep this up, I won't be gentle with you anymore. Jong Chen was furious and cursed. Xiao Hong'ai shook her head helplessly and began to tidy up his clothes. You are the eldest senior brother. You know her condition, so why bother with your junior sister? Today you indeed worked hard and made progress. I am very pleased. Before she could finish the word pleased, she pulled out a white silk from Jong Chen's clothes. The white silk was very familiar. It was made from heavenly silkworm eye silk, and just a slight touch could make one feel a chill. Looking at the white silk in her hand, Xiao Hong'ai blinked in confusion. Immediately after, Jong Chen, you even stole your master's personal item. Xiao Hong'ai was furious, her voice echoing around. F***ck, Jong Chen was speechless. This dog system and this cursed villain aura always brought him these coincidences and these troubles. Seeing Xiao Hong'ai on the verge of rage, he quickly said, Master, listen to my excuses. No, I'm not making excuses. I mean, let me explain. At the main peak, in the sect master's hall, when all was quiet in the deep of the night, the hall was gathered with more than a dozen elders of the main peak, 3 supreme elders, and the 2 peak masters, Zhang Lingfeng and Xiao Hong'ai. Are you saying that Jong Chen is not a human sacred body, yet he can cultivate superior grade manuals with human origin cultivation and even comprehend an ancient way of the sword technique? Sect Master Gu Chengqing couldn't believe it. Indeed, I have seen it with my own eyes. Zhang Lingfeng nodded solemnly. At this statement, the whole place was in an uproar. The elders of the main peak whispered among themselves while the 3 supreme elders wore puzzled expressions, frowning in thought. Soon, everyone began to discuss. But no matter how much they discussed, they could only come to one conclusion. They just don't get it? Even the 3 supreme elders, who are worldly and knowledgeable, are utterly baffled? Supreme Elder, Sect Master. Zhang Lingfeng bowed with his hands clasped and said, regardless of the truth, Jong Chen's talent in the way of the sword is something I've rarely seen in my life. It is my wish for him to leave 9th peak and join the sword peak. You're dreaming. Xiao Hong'ai retorted, Jong Chen is the foremost true disciple of the 9th peak. How could he join your sword peak? In our Juyin sect, except for the 1st and 2nd peaks, all peaks should be named after their strengths. The 8th peak excels in elixirs, hence it's called elixir peak. The 7th peak excels in weapons, hence it's called weapon peak. My 3rd peak is full of sword cultivators, hence it's called sword peak. Only the 9th peak stands out without a name. What does this prove? It proves that the legacy of the 9th peak is mixed and not refined. Only by joining my sword peak can Jong Chen receive better cultivation. Zhang Lingfeng argued with reason. There was indeed no fault in his words, and Gu Chengqing nodded in agreement. Ridiculous. Xiao Hong'ai scoffed, Jong Chen is my first disciple and has been my disciple for over a decade. Although I can't teach him the way of the sword, the bond between teacher and student surpasses everything. Surpasses everything? Junior sister, if I remember correctly, didn't you just punish Jong Chen to face the wall and reflect on his actions? Zhang Lingfeng asked back. Xiao Hong'ai was left speechless. Bringing up this matter made her furious. She thought that Jong Chen had made some progress in his attitude today, but to her surprise, he had stolen her personal belongings. She would have punished him severely if not for Jong Chen's merits today. This was somewhat embarrassing, and naturally, she couldn't speak of it here. Knowing this, Zhang Lingfeng had deliberately brought it up. This was undoubtedly a ruthless tactic to poach a disciple. Absolutely detestable. No matter what, I will not give up on my disciple. After a moment of silence, Xiao Hong'ai said, I haven't given up on Jong Chen despite his repeated mistakes. I didn't abandon him when you all despised him. Now that he has shown his talent, you want me to give up? That's absolutely impossible. Sensing the determination in her words, Zhang Lingfeng also fell silent. Truth be told, he didn't have much affection for Jong Chen, but Jong Chen's talent had indeed tempted him to consider taking him as a disciple. Have you ever considered that Jong Chen might be the reincarnation of a great emperor? Gu Chengqing suddenly asked. We've considered it, but the fact that he doesn't have a complete imperial essence is also true, Xiao Hong'ai said. Perhaps the Zhang family has hidden Jong Chen's complete imperial essence? Although the likelihood is small, it's not zero, Gu Chengqing added. Impossible. A supreme elder spoke up, if Jong Chen were truly the reincarnation of a great emperor, the Zhang family would have announced it to the world with drums and gongs. Only by doing so could they resolve the crisis facing the Zhang family. This statement led many elders to nod their heads and express their agreement. The Supreme Elder's words are sensible. Although the imperial dynasty is strong, they must act cautiously in the face of the reincarnation of a great emperor. After all, the imperial throne is vacant in our world. The current empress of the imperial dynasty self-proclaimed her title, not decreed by heaven. She wouldn't want to provoke the reincarnation of a true great emperor. With that said, Jong Chen is unlikely to be the reincarnation of a great emperor. Then how could he cultivate the supreme secret texts and that ancient way of the sword? The topic had come full circle, ending up back at the beginning. With the talent Jong Chen had shown so far, even if it was incomprehensible, the high ranks of the sect would have been excited to have such a prodigy. But things were not that simple. Firstly, there were concerns about Jong Chen's character, which was not in line with the righteous path. Secondly, if they really focused on cultivating Jong Chen, the Juyin sect would have to stand against the imperial dynasty, potentially bringing about the sect's destruction. This was the important reason why Jong Chen was disliked by the high ranks of the Juyin sect. Under these circumstances, and influenced by the villain's halo, Jong Chen's repeated 9 lifetimes meant that no matter what he did, he could not change the sect's view of him. They were all millennia-old foxes, and none could outwit the other. The Zhang family's intention for Jong Chen to become a disciple of the Juyin sect was crystal clear to the sect. If it weren't for the Zhang family's ancestor owing a favor to the ancestor of Juyin, and the latter personally agreeing, Jong Chen wouldn't even be able to step through the gates of the Juyin sect. The mediocre creates his own troubles. Just observe how things unfold and change. As everyone was at their wits' end, an ancient and vicissitudinous voice appeared in their minds. Upon hearing this, everyone was startled into jumping up, and they hurriedly clasped their hands in salute. We shall respectfully follow the ancestors' decree. At the summit of 9th Peak, behind the cloud-soaring hall, the land was barren and had no vegetation. The only thing there was a huge stone tablet on the cliffside inscribed with the words self-reflection. Sitting cross-legged in front of the stone tablet, Jong Chen lazily yawned. He often came here and had grown accustomed to it without realizing it. Suddenly, a breeze carrying a delicate fragrance passed by. Without turning his head, Jong Chen said impatiently, "Fifth junior sister, what brings you here? Are you trying to harm me again?" The response was a sobbing sound. Turning around, Jong Chen indeed saw Jiang Lianyue's face, tear-streaked and as pitiful as a pear blossom bathed in rain. Why bother arguing with a madwoman? After shaking his head helplessly, he waved his hand. "Forget it. Your senior brother is magnanimous. I forgive your heinous crime. Senior brother, you're so kind," Jiang Lianyue said, breaking into a smile. She came to sit beside Jong Chen, her knees drawn up, her beautiful eyes still glistening with tears, looking at Jong Chen with a smile that could topple kingdoms. This made Jong Chen pause. Although after 9 cycles of reincarnation spanning 1,000 years, he had no affection left for Jiang Lianyue, he couldn't deny that any man's heart would race at the sight of her beauty. "Eldest senior brother, if you really hated someone, how would you wish them to die?" Jiang Lianyue asked abruptly. "Do you want to kill me?" Jong Chen became alert and shifted to the side. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lianyue's eyes dimmed. She sighed softly, shifted her body as well, and rested her head on Jong Chen's shoulder. Her lips moved as if she had 1,000 words to say, but she couldn't utter a single word in the end. Eventually, she gave up. She closed her eyes slightly, beginning to feel the breath from Jong Chen's cheek. The atmosphere quieted down instantly, leaving only the sound of their breathing and the distant chirping of insects. Perhaps because the atmosphere was too warm, Jong Chen also fell silent, staring blankly at the stone tablet in front of him. Memories of his 9 lifetimes began to surface in his mind. Thinking of Lin Feng, who was about to be accepted into the Juyin sect, he suddenly clenched his fists and said with a fierce look in his eyes, "There's someone I hate so much, I wish I could press him to death in a latrine." Jiang Lianyue understood and silently nodded. At this very moment, she made a decision in her heart. No matter how long it would take, no matter the cost, she, Jiang Lianyue, would definitely press that Lin Feng to death in a latrine. Jong Chen's life in seclusion was quite comfortable. Jiang Lianyue would occasionally come to massage his shoulders and legs. His underlings often brought him spiritual fruits and the latest news from the sect. One day, eldest senior brother, Lin Mubi has been captured, and several elders from the 9th peak are taking turns guarding him. Lu Wu, one of the underlings standing behind Jong Chen, relayed the information he had gathered. Jong Chen was not surprised by this news. After all, Lin Mubi was indeed mad. Although Jiang Lianyue also had a tendency to explode and cause trouble for the sect, she could be stopped in time, and her behavior on normal days was relatively sane. But what about Lin Mubi? When he went mad, he would even attack himself? Xiao Hong'ai couldn't keep an eye on him all the time, so naturally, it was best to keep him restrained. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lianyue thought to herself, serves him right? To this day, she still believed that she was the only one who had seen the 9 cycles of reincarnation. Now the entire 9th peak thought that both she and Lin Mubi had gone mad, but she believed only Lin Mubi was truly insane, while she had seen the true nature of the world. "Lianyue, do you see? This is the fate of those who oppose me," Jong Chen said with a hint of schadenfreude. "Exactly." Jiang Lianyue nodded earnestly. "Lin Mubi's madness is definitely retribution? I've always seen that he's stubborn and brainless. Do you think so too?" Jong Chen raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Although he didn't usually want to play along with Jiang Lianyue, he couldn't resist her frequent approaches, and she was very obedient to his words. At first, Jong Chen was somewhat apprehensive, worried that Jiang Lianyue might suddenly come to her senses and then, in a rage, cause trouble for him. But as the days went by, Jong Chen began to let loose. When Jiang Lianyue massaged his shoulders, he would sometimes take advantage of the situation. Hehe. After a wicked chuckle, Jong Chen took Jiang Lianyue's hand and said meaningfully, "We seem to share similar views. I think it's necessary to have a deeper exchange." Catching the implication in his words, Jiang Lianyue's cheeks flushed slightly. She took the initiative to wrap her arms around Jong Chen's neck from behind, her lips close to his ear, her breath fragrant. "Eldest senior brother, whatever you want." Hiss. Jong Chen immediately took a deep breath. This is too damn exciting. If not for his rational restraint and knowing that Xiao Hong'ai would occasionally check on Jiang Lianyue's condition with her divine sense, he would have found it hard to control himself. "I have to say, this villain role is cool. I can feel at ease doing whatever I want," Jong Chen murmured to himself. Of course, that's assuming there's no protagonist. Lu Wu, the underling, pretended to be blind and deaf to the exchange between the two. After seeing that there were no further actions between them, Lu Wu spoke up again, "Eldest senior brother, there's another piece of news. It's said that Qingning senior sister has sent a letter back, and the Peak Master seems to be in a good mood after reading it." Upon hearing this, Jong Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The previously smiling Jiang Lianyue also turned cold. Is this part of the plot finally starting? Both thought to themselves in unison. In the original story, after Jong Chen forcefully took the jade spirit grass from Qingning, she went back to the Hengduan mountain range, hoping to rely on her fate to find a treasure of equal value. The Hengduan mountain range is the territory of the demon race, located at the border between the lower domain and the central domain. It was there that Qingning encountered the protagonist Lin Feng, who had come from the lower domain to the central domain, and it was during a moment of crisis that she was saved by Lin Feng. This cliché scenario of a hero saving a damsel in distress naturally made Qingning feel grateful. Upon learning that Lin Feng wished to find a master in the central domain, Qingning naturally recommended the Juyin sect. Although Lin Feng didn't have a special physique, his talent was rare, and he was cultivating an ancient cultivation technique. Who wouldn't love such a prodigy? Xiao Hong'ai was naturally extremely excited when she heard about this. "It seems that my period of seclusion will be ending in a few days," Jong Chen murmured softly. Lu Wu was completely confused when he heard this. Anyone with clear eyes could see that Xiao Hong'ai was very angry. After all, his own disciple had set his sights on her. Now, the entire Ninth Peak was speculating that Jong Chen might have to face the wall for several years or even a decade. However, even Jiang Lianyue knew that things would indeed develop in this way. Because Qingning didn't want to return to the sect, following the plot, Jong Chen, the eldest senior brother of Ninth Peak, would indeed receive instructions from Xiao Hong'ai to go to the Hengduan mountain range and bring Lin Feng back. "Eldest senior brother, I need to leave the sect for a while," Jiang Lianyue suddenly said. "Where to?" Jong Chen was taken aback. "I've made breakthroughs too quickly recently, and my state of mind is somewhat unstable. I've taken on a mission and plan to go out for some experience." "Oh, that makes sense. Do you know how to build a latrine, senior brother?" "What? A latrine?" Jong Chen was instantly baffled. Such things as latrines were only needed by cultivators in the lower four realms. Once one became a core formation cultivator, although they would still consume some spiritual rice and fruits, their bodies would no longer produce any tangible waste. He really couldn't understand why Jiang Lianyue would want to build a latrine. "I was just asking casually, senior brother. If you don't know, never mind." Jiang Lianyue quickly changed the subject. "Don't know? Is there anything I don't know?" Jong Chen was immediately displeased. Seeing Jiang Lianyue looking at him with anticipation, he thought carefully again. It seemed he really didn't know. He is the sole heir of the Zhang family and the eldest senior brother of the Juyin sect's Ninth Peak. How could he possibly know how to build a latrine? Seeing this, the junior brother Lu Wu hurriedly interjected. "Fifth senior sister, a vulgar thing like a latrine, the eldest senior brother knows how to build but disdains to speak of it. However, in this regard, I am a professional." "You?" Jiang Lianyue looked skeptical. "It's the truth." Lu Wu patted his chest, proudly saying, "Senior sister might not know, but all the latrines in the Ninth Peak were built by me. I even send people to collect the usage fees, and most of the proceeds are handed over to the eldest senior brother." There was such a thing? Jong Chen expressed that he was completely unaware. Upon further thought, he suddenly realized. No wonder every month Lu Wu and the other juniors would present their filial piety. Using the excuse of paying respects, he brought Jong Chen many spiritual fruits and spiritual rice. It turned out that all these were purchased with the toilet fees collected. Instantly, those spiritual fruits and spiritual rice lost their appeal. Jong Chen had always known that his underlings were throwing around his name and throwing their weight around in Ninth Peak. However, he never expected that they would start doing business. But Jong Chen didn't care about this matter. Although Lu Wu and the other underlings were typical sycophants, after 9 cycles of reincarnation, Jong Chen's fondness for these underlings far exceeded that for those who self-proclaimed to be the upholders of justice. "From now on, keep the toilet fees for yourselves, and don't send any more spiritual fruits or spiritual rice. Also, make sure to wash your hands before you come to see me in the future." Jong Chen ordered sternly. Thank you, eldest senior brother. Lu Wu was incredibly excited. Seeing that the two had almost finished their conversation, Jiang Lianyue suddenly asked, eldest senior brother, I'm in need of an underling too. How about Lu Wu follows me from now on? Lu Wu was stunned. Follow a madwoman? Wasn't that too dangerous? Besides, you're a pampered genius of the sect with the potential of an empress? Why would you need an underling? How could that be possible? Jong Chen was also reluctant. As a villainous eldest senior brother, he had his principles. His underlings could be beaten up or used to attract hatred for him, but they were not to be given away. Please, eldest senior brother. Jiang Lianyue cooed, hugging Jong Chen's arm and speaking softly, I just bought a blue ice jade black silk garment. Shall I wear it for you before I leave? Black silk? Jong Chen's eyes lit up. Lu Wu, from now on, you will be junior sister's underling. He agreed immediately. After feasting his eyes for a few days, Jiang Lianyue took Lu Wu away. Watching Lu Wu leave with a look of reluctance, Jong Chen could only sigh softly. Black silk and such didn't matter. What matters is that it is better for Lu Wu to follow Jiang Lianyue than to follow him, a villain. He had the Jong family as a backing, but Lu Wu did not. This seemed like a heartless trade, but in reality, Jong Chen was doing it for Lu Wu's own good. Alas. Continuing his contemplation, Jong Chen sighed deeply. An eldest senior brother who cared so much for his underlings was indeed rare. As the sigh faded, he touched the black silk in his pocket. It's smooth. Collection +1? Maybe one day I can ask if the other junior sisters and the master need underlings. Jong Chen murmured to himself. Suddenly, there is a flash of red, and then Xiao Hong'ai appears at the side. You seem to be quite enjoying your wall-facing punishment. Her voice was somewhat cold. Master, you are mistaken. Jong Chen shook his head. I was merely having a normal conversation with 5th junior sister. A normal conversation? Xiao Hong'ai was so amused she almost laughed. Is normal communication supposed to involve physical touching? Does a normal conversation require one to specifically put on black stockings? If she didn't know that after going mad, Jiang Lianyue would only listen to Jong Chen, and it was only when she was with Jong Chen that she would act somewhat normally. Otherwise, Xiao Hong'ai would have definitely intervened. Have you thought about the consequences once Lianyue recovers from her madness? Xiao Hong'ai asked again. To this, Jong Chen just curled his lips. So what if she recovers? Throughout the 9 reincarnations, Jiang Lianyue has never shown him a friendly face. If that's the case, what difference does it make if she hates him a little more? After all, none of this was his initiative. Xiao Hong'ai shook her head, not knowing what else to say to Jong Chen. Eventually, she got to the point. Qingning has encountered a prodigy from a lower domain who wishes to join the Juyin sect. Since Qingning has no plans to return to the sect for now, you need to set off immediately and bring that person back from the Hengduan mountain range. Upon hearing this, Jong Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He killed Ma Wu, and Jiang Lianyue and Lin Mubi went mad one after another. These were all plot developments that were not found in the original story. He was worried that these events would affect Lin Feng's entry into the Juyin sect, but it seemed that there was no impact so far. Jong Chen also thought about how to deal with the plot after Lin Feng became a disciple. There was no way he was going to be slapped in the face again. He was fed up with that, but he couldn't lose his villain character either. Satisfying both wasn't difficult, it was just that throughout the 9 reincarnations, Jong Chen himself never had the power to turn the plot around. But this life was different. He was a man with a system. Although the system was a bit unreliable, it was incomparable to the previous 9 lives. At this point in the original story, Jong Chen was only at the middle stage initial formation stage, while Lin Feng was at the early stage. And the plot was after the villain eldest senior brother Jong Chen arrived at the Hengduan mountain range and saw Qingning's favorable impression of the protagonist. He became jealous and made things difficult for Lin Feng, even going so far as to attack him after thinking he was a whole realm higher. The result? As the protagonist, Lin Feng was adept at fighting above his level, and he easily repelled Jong Chen, thus slapping him in the face. Jong Chen suspected that the author of the original story wrote about his core formation being destroyed perhaps as a setup for the protagonist to slap him in the face. The initial plot won't change in this life, but the outcome will. Jong Chen's combat power was now far beyond the original setting. With Lin Feng's initial formation cultivation, there was no way he could force Jong Chen back. Even using his trump cards, it would be the same. The only thing to be careful of was Lin Feng's Son of Destiny protagonist setting. However, as long as he didn't push Lin Feng into a corner and knew when to stop, there shouldn't be any unexpected situations. Of course, all of this was Jong Chen's speculation. As to what would actually happen, he wasn't completely sure in his heart. After all, in the 9 cycles of reincarnations, he knew the development of the plot and wanted to counter it in advance. But in every life, Lin Feng's actions would exceed expectations, and sometimes characters or items that weren't written in the plot would appear. Therefore, he had to play it by ear. If Jong Chen couldn't defeat Lin Feng even with a system, then he would just leave Juyin sect and hide outside until the grand finale, when he would reappear before Lin Feng. You have another task. You must bring Mubi back. Xiao Hong'ai added. Lin Mubi? Didn't you tie him up, master? Jong Chen was startled. Mentioning this matter gave Xiao Hong'ai a headache. Since being tied up, Lin Mubi had been behaving himself and hadn't thought about harming himself again. However, Lin Mubi's madness intensified yesterday while several of the guarding elders were discussing Lin Feng. He began spouting nonsense and even threatened the elders that if they didn't release him, he would destroy his own Dao foundation and ruin his core formation. The elders didn't want Lin Mubi to waste his potential, so they reluctantly untied him. After being released, the elders breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that Lin Mubi didn't have any extreme reactions. But unexpectedly, Lin Mubi suddenly launched a sneak attack. He knocked out the elders with the back of a knife and then fled the sect. At that time, Xiao Hong'ai was discussing matters at the main peak, and by the time she learned of the incident, Lin Mubi was long gone without a trace. Jiang Chen, both Lianyue and Mubi have gone mad one after the other, and both have left the sect. Is it because I, as their master, didn't care for them enough on a daily basis? Xiao Hong'ai asked softly. Her beautiful eyes closed as she spoke, and her delicate face showed many shades of sadness. Seeing this, Jong Chen felt a pang in his heart. Dropping his usual frivolous demeanor, he said seriously, Master, you don't need to take all the blame for your disciples' mistakes onto yourself. You've been great, and it's we who have failed to appreciate your earnest efforts. Hearing this, Xiao Hong'ai opened her eyes. She gave Jong Chen a deep look, feeling that her eldest disciple seemed a bit out of the ordinary. If you know that I have been earnest, then how dare you steal my personal clothing? Xiao Hong'ai's eyes widened in exasperation. Jong Chen was at a loss for words and awkwardly chuckled. Master, isn't that all in the past? In the past? I'm going to punish you severely today. Another punishment? I've already been facing the wall for many days. Horse stance. Horse stance? What kind of new punishment was this? Jong Chen was speechless and pleaded pitifully. Master, can't we choose another form of punishment? I'm a core formation cultivator. What's the point of doing horse stance? Xiao Hong'ai didn't reply and just clenched her fist. Jong Chen had no choice but to comply. Normally he was a head taller than Xiao Hong'ai, but in the horse stance, he could only look up at her. How long do I have to do this? Master, I'm feeling dizzy. Jong Chen continued to play the sympathy card. Sigh. Xiao Hong'ai sighed softly. She raised her hand and tapped Jong Chen's head, then suddenly stepped forward and pulled Jong Chen's head into her embrace. This abrupt gesture took Jong Chen by surprise. At that moment, he finally understood. Xiao Hong'ai didn't want to punish him, she wanted to hug him. The reason she asked him to do the horse stance was because of the noticeable height difference between them, and as the master, Xiao Hong'ai naturally couldn't throw herself into his arms. Jong Chen, I don't need you to be a paragon of virtue, I just hope you can stand with a clear conscience between heaven and earth. I don't know why, but now in the 9th peak, you are the only disciple I have left, and you too will leave tomorrow. I truly can't bear to part with you. You are my first disciple, and I have always been quite partial to you. This is because, although everyone says you are beyond redemption, I don't believe so. As your master, I know that there are still people and things you care about the most in your heart. Promise me to take good care of junior brother and junior sister and shoulder the responsibility of the 9th peak's eldest senior brother. As long as you have a heart inclined towards righteousness, I will stand in front of you even if the empress herself comes to trouble you. The words of Xiao Hong'ai echoed in his ears one after another. The emotions contained in these words made Jong Chen's eyes instantly moist. He suddenly couldn't bear it. He couldn't bear to let Xiao Hong'ai continue to be disappointed and couldn't bear to see her so sad. But wouldn't that just lead to an endless cycle of repetition? Suddenly, Jong Chen stood up and broke free from Xiao Hong'ai's embrace. Ignoring Xiao Hong'ai's bewildered gaze, he grabbed her wrist, pulled her into his arms, and held her tightly. Feeling the warmth from Jong Chen's chest, Xiao Hong'ai's cheeks instantly flushed red. She could have easily broken free with her strength, but she sensed that Jong Chen's body was trembling slightly. Before she could recover, she heard Jong Chen say, Master, whether it's 100 years or 1,000 years, no matter what happens in the future, no matter how disappointed you are with me, I just want to say, if one day, I am no longer in this world, if one day, you find yourself all alone, if one day, you wake up from your grief and anger, please remember this saying from your disciple, I won't let you die, never, even if you end up hating me for it. Xiao Hong'ai didn't understand these words. Although she didn't understand, she felt the desperate emotion that Jong Chen was pouring out. After a moment's hesitation, she honestly leaned her head on Jong Chen's chest, gently patted his back with her jade hand, and comforted him. Silly disciple, your master will not die. Jong Chen remained silent. The next day, Jong Chen left the sect under Xiao Hong'ai's gaze with a few junior brothers in tow and still wearing a carefree smile, heading towards the Hongduan mountain range. Xiao Hong'ai's beautiful eyes were somewhat dim. I won't let you die. The words Jong Chen had said the day before reappeared in her mind. After pondering all night, she still didn't understand their meaning. Remembering the embrace with Jong Chen from the previous night, her cheeks flushed again. Undoubtedly, that hug had clearly crossed the boundaries of a master-disciple relationship. All right, he was simply taking advantage of me. Xiao Hong'ai suddenly came to her senses. The more she thought about it, the more she was convinced it was true. After all, how could she possibly die? Even if Jong Chen really knew something, why wouldn't he speak up? Wouldn't speaking out be the best way to solve the problem? Believing she understood Jong Chen's motives, Xiao Hong'ai was furious. To think she had been so troubled last night? It turned out that it was her own senior disciple causing trouble again? A red whip appeared in her hand in a fit of anger and embarrassment. The whip moved gently, tracing a streak of red light in the air. The red light shot out rapidly, and in the next second, it struck Jong Chen's back from a distance. "Ah, master, it hurts." Jong Chen cried out in pain and then fell to the ground, motionless. Pfft. Xiao Hong'ai couldn't help but laugh. Although that strike seemed powerful, she hadn't used any real strength. "Okay, he sure acted it out convincingly. I'll whip you 100 times more if you don't leave now." With a serious expression, Xiao Hong'ai spoke softly. Hearing this, Jong Chen immediately sprang up and whoosh, he was gone without a trace. This made Xiao Hong'ai shake her head helplessly. Hongduan Mountain Range. Here, the mountains are steep and majestic, with peaks rising sharply, stretching for 900 li. Within it, the first 300 li are infested with small demons, the middle 300 li are dominated by large demons, and the last 300 li are where demon kings roam, also known as the Forbidden Zone for humans. It is well known that the Hongduan Mountain Range is the territory of the demon race. The flesh and bones of demons are important materials for crafting spiritual tools and medicinal pills, and the Hongduan Mountain Range is rich in various natural treasures, hence cultivators come here incessantly. The demon race also welcomes this, as consuming the flesh and blood of human cultivators can likewise enhance their own cultivation. To put it plainly, this is a battle where only the victor reap the benefits, and there are no rules whatsoever. In the middle of the mountain range, about 400 li from the entrance, on a flat terrain, a man and a woman, both cultivators, were taking a brief rest. The man had tan skin and closely cropped hair, and although his appearance was only average, his smile was clean and gave off a strong sense of affinity. The woman was gentle and lovely, with bright, expressive eyes, and when she laughed, her voice was as melodious and ethereal as that of an oriole. The young man set up a campfire, and soon, smoke was rising. Qingning senior sister, although the Hutang snake is a lesser demon, its flesh is tender and has a unique flavor when roasted, the young man said. Lin senior brother, you know so much, the young woman said with a smile. Even though I'm a bit older than you, I should address you as senior sister since I've decided to join the Juyan sect. The young man waved his hand. But you saved me and you know so much, I should call you senior brother, she insisted. The girl was determined. Seeing the girl's serious expression, the boy stopped arguing and called out, Qingning junior sister. Right here. Qingning raised her delicate hand, her smile revealing 2 shallow dimples. This sight made Lin Feng momentarily stunned, finding her too adorable. Lin Feng hadn't expected to encounter such a charming beauty in the Hongduan Mountain Range, a place teeming with demons. Such beauty, such character, tisk tisk. She was on a completely different level compared to his old flames in the lower domain. Although this girl's talent is not outstanding, she has great fortune. Just look at the white tiger beside her. It's comparable to a heavenly origin realm cultivator. An old voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. A demon beast comparable to a heavenly origin realm cultivator? Lin Feng was startled. Such a powerful demon beast could easily take down any cultivator below the top 4 realms. Qingning was only at the later stages of initial formation, yet she could control such a formidable demon beast? That didn't make sense. It's probably not beast taming, but an equal contract. From what I observe, the white tiger is not just any ordinary demon beast. I sense a trace of ancient bloodline within it, and it will eventually ascend to become a demon king? You've missed out big time. The voice in his mind spoke again. So powerful? Lin Feng was shocked again. Had he known this earlier, he wouldn't have generously let Qingning have the white tiger. A few days ago, Qingning had fallen off a cliff into a cave. When Lin Feng went to rescue her, he found not only Qingning but also the white tiger in the cave. At that time, the white tiger was seriously injured and weak. Lin Feng had initially wanted to eat it, but Qingning couldn't bear to do so and fed it many precious herbs and treasures. Lin Feng didn't object to this. After all, with his character of being smitten by beauty, he naturally valued Qingning's opinion more. But who would have thought that after the white tiger recovered from its injuries and its aura was restored, it turned out to be a powerful demon beast, and one with the potential to become a demon king? Had he known, he would have formed a beast-taming contract first, especially since the white tiger was in no condition to resist back then. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? Are you trying to trick me? Lin Feng cursed inwardly. Humph, I've told you before, beautiful girl is only a skeleton inside. Women will only hinder your path to becoming an emperor. You won't understand until you suffer a loss. The voice inside his head retorted. Old man Tianji, I'll say it again, I want both women and to become an emperor. You're practicing the ancient 7 purities annihilation technique, which eradicates all 7 emotions and 6 desires? You're practicing the heartless way of the saber. So what? Didn't you say I'm the son of destiny? Others can't, but I can. Ignorant child. Say that again? Believe it or not, I'll throw away the ring. The voice in his mind abruptly stopped, clearly conceding. Lin senior brother, what are you daydreaming about? It looks like it's going to burn. Qingning suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, Lin Feng immediately slapped his forehead and scurried off to prepare food for Qingning. Licking dog, licks them until finally left with nothing. TLN, someone who excessively flatters or serves others without self-respect, often without gaining anything in return. The voice in his mind appeared again. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to respond and after skewering the snake meat, he handed it to Qingning. After taking a bite, Qingning praised, "The meat is tender and fragrant. Delicious? Lin senior brother, you're really amazing." Lin Feng smirked smugly to himself, thinking, "Old man Tianji, did you say that? This girl has already been won over by me? Just look at the way she gazes at me. It's full of admiration." Humph. Old Master Tianji scoffed, unimpressed. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Seeing that Qingning had almost finished eating, Lin Feng asked, "Junior sister Qingning, can you tell me about the 9th peak of the Juyin sect? I'm about to join the 9th peak, so I should learn a bit about it." "Sure." Wiping the grease from the corner of her mouth, Qingning earnestly said, "The 9th peak's peak master, who is also my direct master, is a great beauty." "How beautiful?" "As beautiful as you." Lin Feng immediately followed up. "Senior brother Lin, you're joking again." Qingning shook her head and said seriously, "Compared to my master, I am but a firefly in the night, while she is the bright moon in the sky." Hiss. Lin Feng took in a sharp breath. If Qingning was already so beautiful, then how celestial must his yet-to-meet master be? 5th junior sister has the bearing of an empress, and her beauty could topple cities and nations. Qingning added. Wow. Lin Feng was even more excited. 3 great beauties in one peak, this was truly like a dreamland of paradise. 4th junior brother has a somewhat dull personality, but he possesses the martial emperor physique. Oh. 2nd senior brother is amazing. He has the innate Dao bone, and it's even the rib bone close to the heart. However, he prefers reading and seeks to prove his worth through literary path. Oh. Lin Feng's reaction was still quite indifferent, clearly uninterested in men. Anything else? Lin Feng asked. There's also. Qingning's eyes suddenly dimmed. They're also eldest senior brother, but I don't want to talk about him. There's a story here. Initially, Lin Feng lost interest upon hearing the title eldest senior brother, but now his curiosity was piqued. Junior sister Qingning, is your eldest senior brother really that bad? Lin Feng inquired. Qingning didn't want to speak ill of Jong Chen. Although she had given up any hope for Jong Chen, her kind nature still made her reluctant. Junior sister Qingning, you have to tell me about this. I'm about to join the Juyin sect's 9th peak, so I should at least know who this eldest senior brother is, right? Lin Feng pressed. Qingning felt that he had a point. If Lin Feng didn't know Jong Chen's true face, he might have been deceived by him just like her, time and again. After pondering for a while, she finally revealed all the things Jong Chen had done. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was furious. It was one thing to bully fellow disciples, but Jong Chen even dared to disrespect their master and peep at junior sister Jiang Lianyue while she was bathing? This was so unreasonable. He couldn't imagine. Qingning was so adorable, so how could someone be so shameless as to deceive her, not just once but repeatedly? Sigh, junior sister Qingning, you're just too kind. But don't worry, once I join the Juyin sect, I'll keep an eye on that Jong Chen for you. Jong Chen used to be arrogant because he hasn't met me yet. Lin Feng immediately patted his chest to assure her. Qingning didn't respond, just nodding her head. However, whenever Jong Chen was mentioned, her face lost all its smile, and the disappointment and distress that showed made anyone who saw it feel heartbroken. This made Lin Feng scratch the back of his head, wanting to comfort her but afraid of saying the wrong thing. After a while, "Senior brother Lin, I want to be alone for a bit." Leaving those words behind, Qingning mounted the white tiger and headed towards the dense forest nearby. Seeing Lin Feng stay put, the old man Tianji wondered. What's the matter? The beauty is upset, and you're not going to comfort her. Tisk tisk, you don't understand. Lin Feng shook his head with a look of I totally get it. Sometimes, giving a woman some time to be alone is the true gentleness of a man. Old man Tianji scoffed. Speaking of which, that Jong Chen really isn't a good person. Lin Feng added. This person should be your stepping stone. Stepping stone. Yes, you are the son of destiny, destined to rise above many. And that Jong Chen meets all the criteria to be your stepping stone. I see. So, I really must go to the Juyin sect. I don't know. Why don't you know? Old man Tianji fell silent. After Lin Feng's persistent urging, he finally said. The Great Dao has 50, but Heaven's operation has 49. Even the heavens aren't perfect, so this one is the variable of destiny. About a month ago, I sensed someone with great determination vying for this bit of fate. Although the general direction remains unchanged, many unexpected events are likely to arise. TLN, Tianji usually means the secrets of heaven or fate. Meanwhile, Qingning rode the white tiger aimlessly. With her head down, large teardrops fell from her eyes onto the back of the white tiger. Is your eldest senior brother really as bad as you say? The white tiger spoke human language. If Lin Feng had heard this, he would have been extremely surprised. Because, by common sense, only a demon king could speak human language. The fact that the white tiger could do so at the great demon level proved that the ancient bloodline within him was exceptionally strong. As for the white tiger's words, Qingning simply responded with a soft For a moment, her heart felt even more uncomfortable. She had such faith in Jong Chen. Even when everyone was advising her and trying to stop her, she still stood by Jong Chen's side. But in the end, Jong Chen's actions slapped her in the face. That slap made Qingning realize what it meant to have a treacherous heart and that one's true nature is hard to change. Don't worry, I will protect you when we return to the sect, White Tiger said soothingly. Qingning nodded, leaned on White Tiger's back, and hugged its neck, saying, Ziobai, I've been having a dream frequently lately. A dream. Yes, a dream that is very alluring yet extremely painful, both a sweet dream and a nightmare. What do you mean? You can't tell the difference between a good dream and a nightmare. It's not that I can't tell the difference, but the dream is somewhat blurry. I can only hear some voices, but I can't see the scenes clearly. In the dream, I am always laughing, my master and other senior brothers are also always laughing, and, in the dream, I keep shouting, eldest senior brother, Qingning likes you the most. Xiaobai fell silent instantly. After a long while, it finally sighed deeply and said, Qingning, you should learn to grow up. After all, it's just a dream, not reality, you. Suddenly, it stopped talking, because Qingning on its back was breathing very steadily, clearly asleep. Humph, Jong Chen, is it? Dare to treat Qingning like this? I will eat you sooner or later. Xiaobai's face showed a fierce light as it muttered softly. Qingning was the kindest human cultivator it had ever seen. From the moment it signed an equal contract with Qingning, it decided to protect her for life. To devour all those evil people who dared to bully her? Eldest senior brother, Qingning likes you the most. Qingning's sleep talking came from the back. Sigh. Xiaobai sighed deeply and slowed its pace. It was the same dream again, but somewhat different. The dream was exceptionally clear this time. Qingning could even see Jong Chen's doting smile. In the dream, Jong Chen was dressed in white, his smile was pure, and his eyes were bright. No matter what difficulties Qingning faced, he would always appear first to drive away those who harbored malice towards her. At the foot of the 9th peak of the Juyin sect, Jong Chen and Qingning walked side by side. The two were returning from their training, and from their expressions, it was clear that the journey had not been easy. Qingning, senior brother can't protect you for your whole life. So, you need to grow up and at least understand that the human heart can be treacherous, Jong Chen in white sighed. Scolded again. Qingning muttered, playing with her fingers and her head down like a child who had made a mistake. Jong Chen added, Master always says that it's because I spoil you too much, that's why you never grow up. Master must be envious. Qingning pouted, a rare act of talking back. Envious of what? Of course, she's envious that I get to be with you every day, eldest senior brother. Master must be afraid that I'll steal eldest senior brother away. Jong Chen was speechless. Eldest senior brother, you don't dislike Qingning, do you? Qingning asked again. As she spoke, obvious fear was present, and her bright, lively eyes began to shimmer with tears. Jong Chen's heart softened, and he could only rub her head. No matter what you become, I will always be your eldest senior brother, and you will always be my junior sister. That will never change. Just junior sister. Qingning felt downhearted. But soon, she hugged Jong Chen's arm and said with an innocent and romantic laugh, eldest senior brother, Qingning likes you the most. Jong Chen rubbed her head again. Hee, she giggled, then let go of Jong Chen and started hopping up the ancient stone steps of 9th peak. Qingning, how many times have I told you? Don't hop around on the 9th peak path. What if you fall into the ravine? Jong Chen scolded from behind. Eldest senior brother is lecturing me again, better run. Qingning pretended to be scared, but her hopping became even more spirited. You, Jong Chen said with a wry smile. Right, he suddenly remembered something and spoke with slight hesitation. I took your jade spirit grass to the ancient pill tower to refine it into a jade spirit pill. Those old fellows at the ancient pill tower are dragging their feet again, so please wait a bit longer. Okay. Qingning nodded with a smile, even if it's gone, it doesn't matter. As long as I have eldest senior brother, that's enough. Suddenly, a figure in red arrived in the dream. Xiao Hong'ai tapped Qingning on the head and scolded, Qingning, are you being spoiled with your eldest senior brother again? Hearing this, Qingning stuck out her tongue and quickly bowed in respect. It's not your fault. You have a simple nature and great fortune upon you. If it weren't for your eldest senior brother always being with you, all those heavenly treasures you've obtained would have been snatched away by others long ago, Xiao Hong'ai said with a smile. Exactly. Another voice echoed from afar. Lin Mubi came forward and also said with a smile while holding a book, not just that, if it weren't for eldest senior brother's care, not only would my core formation have shattered, but the innate Dao bone within me would have been taken by that demonic enchantress. Fourth senior brother sent a message back, saying he won't return to the sect until he breaks through his cultivation level. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Jiang Lianyue followed suit. What's there to be embarrassed about? Eldest senior brother doesn't care about such things. Instead of wandering around aimlessly, fourth junior brother would do better to help eldest senior brother manage the 9th peak and alleviate some of his stress. Qingning was extremely dissatisfied. It's not his fault. Jong Chen spoke up in his defense, fourth junior brother takes things too seriously. I told him not to rush, but he's more anxious than anyone. It's not that he takes things too seriously. He admires you too much and doesn't want to let you down. Xiao Hong'ai interjected. Having eldest senior brother in the 9th peak is our good fortune. Lin Mubi remarked sentimentally. Stop flattering me. Jong Chen said helplessly, if it weren't for your trust when all those coincidences and misunderstandings happened, and you still chose to believe in me, I wouldn't have been able to keep going. What are you talking about? Xiao Hong'ai asked sternly. I trust my disciples, and they trust you as their eldest senior brother. Isn't that natural? Exactly. Lin Mubi nodded earnestly. It should be so. Jiang Lianyue nodded as well, then smiled mischievously. Eldest senior brother, be honest? When I had an attack of cold poison during my bath last time, you rushed in with the fire impurity pill. Did you or did you not see anything? Nothing? Absolutely nothing. Jong Chen shook his head vigorously. I accuse you? Eldest senior brother is blushing. Qingning raised her right hand high. The next second. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into hearty laughter, creating a warm atmosphere. Suddenly, Qingning's body stiffened. Her eyes blinked rapidly as she pointed to the sky above the 9th peak, puzzled. Eldest senior brother, why are there characters in the sky? Characters? What characters? Jong Chen looked up but saw nothing. Qingning, don't talk nonsense. Xiao Hong'ai also saw nothing. I'm serious. Qingning became a bit anxious. There really are characters in the sky, and they're big golden ones? Eldest senior brother, looking at these characters makes me uncomfortable. Can you help me erase them? I really didn't see them. Looking up at the sky again, Jong Chen wondered, why would the characters make you uncomfortable? Qingning fell silent. She didn't know why. It was just that those few golden characters seemed exceptionally glaring to her, their brilliant radiance like sharp knives piercing straight into her heart. What does it actually say? Seeing her pained expression, Jong Chen also straightened his demeanor. Suddenly, Qingning began to choke up. After a long while, she finally managed to utter a sentence, haltingly. In the sky, it's written. Do you want an eldest senior brother like this? Do you want an eldest senior brother like this? As her voice faded, the scene before her eyes suddenly froze, and then rapidly faded away. Sparks appeared out of nowhere, spreading like burning paper, gradually engulfing everything in her field of vision. Qingning just stared blankly, until the sparks reached the motionless Jong Chen, slowly consuming his smile. No, stop. Qingning cried out in desperation, attempting to rush forward and extinguish the sparks on Jong Chen. But she had only taken one step. All the images vanished in an instant. The world fell silent, leaving only her standing alone in the pitch-black void. She was stunned. Her normally lively eyes seemed to have lost their luster. Eldest senior brother. After a long time, Qingning murmured, her mood somber. Do you want an eldest senior brother like this? The golden characters appeared before her eyes. I want it. Can you just give him to me? Qingning became angry, her question tinged with tears. She truly wanted him, more than anything, even in her dreams? No, you don't want it. I do. Qingning shouted again. No, you really don't want it. How would you know what I want when you're not me? Qingning argued. This time, no text appeared, but the void around her began to twist. Then, a ray of sunlight broke through, dispelling the darkness. Qingning quickly realized. She was back at the Juyin sect's 9th peak, but the golden characters that floated in the sky had now changed. First life. Qingning, from now on, this will be your home. At the foot of 9th Peak Mountain, a woman in red clothes was leading a bright-eyed girl who looked to be about 10 years old. Qingning in the void knew that the little girl was herself. She was an orphan and didn't even know who her parents were. Before she met Xiao Hong'ai, she lived with an old lady. Although life was hard, the old lady always taught her to have a heart inclined towards goodness and to never lose the innocence in her heart. 6 years ago, she arrived at the Juyin sect. At that time, she was full of hope for everything and felt the meaning of home for the first time. But, Master, is this my third junior sister? A young man dressed in a white robe arrived. Xiao Hong'ai nodded and warned, Qingning is still young. If you dare to bully her, I will not forgive you. Master, rest assured, I may have been unruly in the past, but from now on, I will take on the responsibilities of the eldest senior brother, the young man replied. The young man was Jong Chen from 6 years ago. Qingning always remembered these events, and the scene before her was no different from her memory. Wait, wasn't the eldest senior brother wearing black clothes that day? Qingning in the void was a bit uncertain. Regardless, it was the first time she had met 9th Peak's eldest senior brother. She remembered it clearly. Back then, the naive and romantic girl even took the initiative to hold Jong Chen's hand, thinking it would bring them closer. However, although Jong Chen was smiling, his dark eyes were as cold as the depths of winter. Are you my eldest senior brother? The little girl in the scene indeed stepped forward and took Jong Chen's hand. Qingning felt a pang in her heart. If only she had realized Jong Chen's true character, then she wouldn't have been deceived for a full 6 years. Indeed, I am your eldest senior brother, the young Jong Chen said while patting his chest. From now on, you are my third junior sister. If anyone bullies you, just tell me, I'll beat them up. Hearing this, Qingning was stunned. No, that was completely wrong. She couldn't have misremembered. Jong Chen had definitely not said those words back then. Eldest senior brother, Qingning has something to give you, the little girl spoke again. After saying this, she searched her bosom with her small right hand and then took out a wooden object. It was a small wooden sword. Though crudely made, its shape was recognizable. I made this myself. Grandma always praised me for being skillful with my hands, the little girl said with a proud smile. Wow. The boy's face lit up with joy as he took the wooden sword as if it were a precious treasure, praising, Qingning, you're amazing. I really like this wooden sword. I'd even take it with me to the grave if I died. Hehe. The little girl touched her nose. Seeing this scene, Qingning felt a pang of pain in her heart. The dialogue was correct. Jong Chen had indeed said that on that day. However, it was only after her jade spirit grass was taken that she heard from a fellow disciple that Jong Chen had actually thrown the wooden sword into the latrine long ago. It was because of this that she finally realized she had been deceived by Jiang Chen for a full 6 years. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. During this time, the young Jong Chen kept his promise. Whenever someone bullied Qingning, he would appear immediately. Whenever people from the outer peaks said that Qingning's talent didn't qualify her to be a true disciple, he would loudly object, and if objections were futile, he would even challenge them to a duel. Over the course of 3 years, Jong Chen was always at the sparring platform, standing up for Qingning. This provided the young Qingning with tremendous psychological support. Although others spoke ill of Jong Chen to her, and even though during this time, the young Qingning had witnessed Jong Chen doing some bad things, she didn't mind and even felt vaguely happy. Because eldest senior brother was only good to her. When she returned from her travels and presented the heavenly and earthly treasures she had obtained through her destiny to Jong Chen, he would ruffle her hair and say, "Qingning is really amazing." When her cultivation was stagnant and she felt distressed, Jong Chen would practice with her and impart teachings. When she accidentally made a mistake and was scolded by Xiao Hong'ai, Jong Chen would stand in front of her and say, "Master, I am the eldest senior brother. If Qingning has made a mistake, it's because I haven't taught her well. If you must punish someone, punish me." All these instances made Qingning believe that her eldest senior brother was the best person to her aside from her grandma. Of course, Master and Lin Mubi were also good to her, but they could be too strict at times, which made her feel a lot of pressure. Only by Jong Chen's side could she completely relax and enjoy the feeling of being fully cared for. To repay Jong Chen and make her eldest senior brother happy, the young Qingning began to go on frequent adventures, even venturing into extremely dangerous regions, and then she would give Jong Chen the heavenly and earthly treasures that she couldn't use or that were extremely precious. Eldest senior brother, this is a 5th grade treasure fungus. Master said I don't need it, so I'm giving it to you. Eldest senior brother, I found a superior palm technique manual. Can you keep it for me? Eldest senior brother, aren't you practicing swordsmanship? Qingning will give you this mid-grade sword technique. Eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother. In the image, Qingning would find Jong Chen first and present him with the treasures she had obtained every time she returned from her travels. And each time, Jong Chen would ruffle her hair and say, "Qingning is really amazing." Seeing all these images, Qingning felt a heart-wrenching pain. Back then, she was so naive, naively believing that Jong Chen was truly praising her and that he was truly proud of her. But she suddenly realized after the incident where the jade spirit grass was taken from her, all of it was fake. The reason Jong Chen treated her so well and the reason he always stood up for her was to win her favor and then to continuously deceive her in order to obtain more heavenly and earthly treasures. The image continued. The young Qingning returned once again. This time her complexion was pale, her green dress stained with traces of fresh blood, and her fair, tender cheeks still bore obvious marks of dirt. Even walking required all her effort, yet she still found Jong Chen first. Although she was weak and breathless, upon seeing Jong Chen, she still forced a smile and said excitedly, "Eldest senior brother, look. A superior grade spiritual sword? This time Qingning finally found something useful for you." This scene was still fresh in Qingning's memory. She remembered clearly. During that time, Jong Chen repeatedly made mistakes, angering their master Xiao Hong'ai. Xiao Hong'ai believed that Jong Chen bullied the weak because he relied on being the only son of the Zhang family. To make his eldest disciple mend his ways, Xiao Hong'ai strictly ordered Jong Chen not to use any of the Zhang family's items. Although the order was soon lifted, during that period, Jong Chen, 9th peak eldest senior brother, didn't even have a decent spiritual sword. He even lost to a true disciple of the beast-taming peak in a sparring match. Seeing Jong Chen's low spirits, Qingning went out again, hoping to obtain a respectable spiritual sword for her eldest senior brother. But at that time, Qingning was merely a lower 4-realm cultivator while Jong Chen had already reached the core formation realm. And the spiritual weapons in the hands of core formation cultivators were at least of medium quality? For the young Qingning, this was undoubtedly an enormous challenge. She couldn't buy one because she didn't have enough spirit stones, and unclaimed spiritual weapons of medium quality or higher was certainly not within reach of lower 4-realm cultivators. Even so, Qingning refused to give up. She resolutely went there when she heard that a cave heaven and blessed land had appeared hundreds of li away from the Juyan sect. With her lower realm cultivation, she followed a group of core formation cultivators inside. After many life and death experiences, she managed to secretly bring back a superior spiritual sword without others noticing. Qingning is really amazing. Jong Chen rubbed her head again. The same words, the same gesture. Upon hearing this, the young Qingning he laughed, her eyes crescent-shaped, her voice like a tinkling bell. That sentence seemed to have a better effect than any divine elixir, instantly healing her tired body and soul. On the contrary, Qingning in the void bit her teeth tightly after seeing this scene, her delicate body trembling non-stop. She was cursing herself? Why was she so foolish? She wanted to ask the Jong Chen in the image. Couldn't he see her covered in wounds? Couldn't he see her breath was as thin as a thread? Is there only the spiritual sword she brought back in your eyes? Soon, Qingning calmed down and gave a pale smile. How could he not see? He was just pretending not to notice. After all, in the eyes of her eldest senior brother, she was nothing more than a tool for obtaining various treasures. From beginning to end, Jong Chen never truly cared about her. "Qingning, don't give me gifts anymore," Jong Chen in the scene suddenly said. Why? Does senior brother dislike Qingning now? The young Qingning was anxious. Jong Chen shook his head while embraced her in his arms, and said softly, "Qingning, thank you. Everyone misunderstands me, questions me. No matter what others say, only you still firmly stand by my side. Before, senior brother didn't dare to refuse your kindness, because senior brother was worried that by doing so, I would push you away and make you become like everyone else. But now I realize that I've been really selfish." As he said this, Jong Chen suddenly knelt down. He grasped young Qingning's small shoulders, looking directly into her large eyes. His hands trembled, tears filled his eyes, and he nearly wailed, "You're hurt so badly. How on earth did you make it back? Do you want to break senior brother's heart?" Young Qingning was frightened. It seemed to be the first time Jong Chen had ever yelled at her. She should have felt pain, but for some reason, her young heart was filled with warmth instead. Qingning in the void was also startled. She had never heard these words before. She had never seen Jong Chen show such concern for her. Memory seemed to have deviated. Jong Chen's face in the vision was so familiar, yet at this moment, it suddenly became strange. Who are you?" Staring at the white-clothed Jong Chen who looked so distressed, Qingning asked blankly. Qingning felt this was not a dream. Because everything was too real, and as a cultivator, she couldn't wake up on her own. She also felt this was not her memory. Because the deviation in her memories was growing larger, it felt real, but she had no recollection of it. In the vision, Jong Chen once again broke his promise. For the next 3 years, he steadfastly refused to accept it no matter what she sent him. When she repeatedly put herself in danger and came back injured, Jong Chen even placed her under house arrest. During this time, Jong Chen continued to do bad things. The drunk second senior brother Lin Mubi found Jong Chen and verbally abused him. Jong Chen endured it until Lin Mubi began to insult the sect leader, and the Juyan old ancestor, at which point he had no choice but to knock him out. When Xiao Hongii arrived and saw this, he thought Jong Chen was assaulting his junior brother. Jong Chen had repeatedly warned his underlings not to bully others under his name or to commit evil deeds in his name. Some listened, others did not. The result was, without a doubt, that the actions of his underlings were all attributed to Jong Chen. A disciple from Sword Peak had a conflict with Jong Chen and died tragically while away on a mission. The incident alarmed the Supreme Elder, and after the sect investigated, they found no evidence. Despite the lack of evidence, everyone believed it was Jong Chen's doing. The reason was funny. Aside from the conflict between Jong Chen and the disciple, Jong Chen had also left the sect on the day of the incident. Jong Chen had no way to defend himself. Only Qingning in the void knew that Jong Chen left the sect that day because she had been unable to advance in her cultivation, so he contacted the Zhang family to find some heavenly materials and earthly treasures that could improve her talents. Afterward, Jong Chen's bad reputation worsened, and disciples of the Juyan sect would almost always walk around him. Gradually, Qingning realized. The eldest senior brother, who usually had a bright smile, would look up at the sky alone in the dead of night, his face full of loneliness. Qingning felt heartache. She reminded herself that all of this wasn't real, but her heart still ached unbearably. She doesn't understand. She doesn't understand why Jong Chen is frequently misunderstood, nor why those people are unwilling to give Jong Chen a chance to explain. Even less does she understand. Such a good eldest senior brother, why Master and other senior brothers and juniors were unwilling to believe and cherish him. Fortunately, the her in the image still stood by his side despite encountering many bad things related to Jong Chen believing that her eldest senior brother is not that kind of person. Until, eldest senior brother is so kind? If it weren't for you, those bad people would have snatched my jade spirit grass. The emergence of this voice made Qingning in the void heart beat faster. At this moment, even if she had seen nothing yet, she believed that Jong Chen would never take her jade spirit grass like he did in reality. She consoled herself. Since the memories are different, the development of events should also be different. She hoped to believe that no matter what happens, she must trust Jong Chen. Because this eldest senior brother is different? But the result. Boom. A bolt of purple lightning struck from the sky, and a drunken Lin Mubi used all his righteous qi to destroy Jong Chen's cultivation, but in the end, it only destroyed the jade spirit pill. Eldest senior brother, can you return the jade spirit grass to me? The Qingning in the image asked with her head down. Jong Chen had no words to respond. It took him a long time to finally say, it's gone. It wasn't just gone. It was destroyed. Watching Jong Chen being scolded by Xiao Hongii and watching the crying self in the image, Qingning in the void was completely bewildered. She thought she was different. She thought that even if the whole world doubted him, she would never doubt this upright eldest senior brother in the image. But all these were just her own assumptions. In the end, she was no different from the others. Do you want an eldest senior brother like this? The golden characters emerged again. Qingning still nodded. No, you don't want it. This time, Qingning didn't argue. She wanted to. She really wanted to. She even dreamed of it. But it was she herself who pushed away such an upright eldest senior brother? What exactly are you trying to tell me? Suddenly looking up, Qingning demanded. She didn't want to watch any longer. Many things were deviating from her memory, but the outcomes were almost exactly the same. At this moment, she couldn't even distinguish between reality and illusion. The disgust for eldest senior brother in her mind was gradually replaced by the image of Jong Chen in the image. She began to question everything, even herself. She started to speculate. Could all the realities she knew also be misunderstandings? But the Jong Chen in her memories was clearly not like this. She felt lost and uncertain, conflicted at every moment. Sometimes she would laugh, sometimes cry. She feared that she would go mad if she continued watching. Unfortunately, her questions remained unanswered. The scenes continued, and Qingning instinctively wanted to close her eyes, only to find that she simply couldn't. Fortunately, the focus of the scenes shifted from the Juyin sect as she went outside. Is this the Hunduan mountain range? Looking around, Qingning was startled. A young man appeared in the scene, saving her from a dangerous situation. Although the young man had dark skin, he was very approachable, and one glance at him would make anyone feel amiable. Your name is Lin Feng? The girl in the scene asked. Correct. The young man waved his hand grandly, his voice carrying a bit of boldness, Lin as in standing out in the forest, and Feng as in the wind that topples trees. So you're very low profile. The girl asked again. You've misunderstood. The young man grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. I am the wind that topples trees, not the tree that stands out in the forest. What do you mean? The girl was puzzled, blinking in confusion. It means. The young man scratched his head. Oh well, it just means I'm awesome. Anyone who stands in my way will be crushed by me as easily as if they were withered branches. The girl seemed to understand. This must be a very confident person. And quite interesting to talk to. Not long after, Lin Feng joined the Juyin sect, while Qingning continued her training outside. After becoming a disciple, Lin Feng, apart from Jong Chen, was deeply favored by the master and other senior brothers and sisters. The atmosphere of the ninth peak changed. Over time, it seemed as though everyone had forgotten they had an eldest senior brother. The first person they thought of in any situation was Lin Feng. Watching herself in the scenes getting closer and closer to Lin Feng, Qingning frowned. She always felt that something was off. Because Lin Feng's luck was just too good, even better than hers, who was supposed to be a person of great destiny. There was clearly no need for Jong Chen to oppose Lin Feng, yet he kept preventing others from interacting with Lin Feng. Despite being ridiculed and proven wrong repeatedly, he persisted. Qingning in the void felt that Lin Feng and Jong Chen were natural adversaries. Lin Feng is like light, illuminating the hearts of everyone wherever he goes. Jong Chen, on the other hand, is darkness, shunned by all. But who decides what is light and what is dark? And why can't it be changed? Is someone destined to be engulfed in darkness can't change their situation, no matter how much they struggle? It's not fair, Qingning murmured. The scene suddenly shifts to several years later. She, who had disappeared and refused to return to the sect, had finally come back. Before even entering the gate, she saw Jong Chen, who seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Qingning Jr. Sister, this is Dao Enlightenment Leaf, which can greatly improve your innate talent, Jong Chen said, presenting a vibrant green leaf. Senior brother, are you trying to make amends for taking my jade spirit grass? The returning Qingning asked. Junior sister, I've always wanted to explain that to you. I didn't intend to take the jade spirit grass. There were many unexpected accidents along the way. Accidents? If it was unexpected, then it has nothing to do with you, eldest senior brother. Why bother giving me this enlightenment leaf, which is also precious in the upper domain? Jong Chen fell silent. Sigh, Qingning in the image sighs. She was never one to hold grudges, and years of experience had matured her significantly. Eldest senior brother, I've come to understand and have grown up, Qingning said earnestly. You may have deceived me for 6 years, but you also took care of me for 6 years. The two cancel each other out. We owe nothing to each other. From now on, you are still my eldest senior brother, but don't expect me to be a tool again. If I had a choice, I wouldn't want you to grow up this way, Jong Chen said sadly. If I had a choice, I wouldn't want to either. Qingning walked away after leaving those words behind. Junior sister, this Dao Enlightenment Leaf, Jong Chen called out from behind. Senior brother, keep it for yourself. Don't misunderstand. I'm not holding a grudge anymore. It's just that I no longer need Dao Enlightenment Leaf. The Zhang family had spent years searching for Dao Enlightenment Leaf, only for it to be rejected by her. Watching Jong Chen's disappointed expression, Qingning in the void began to dislike herself. She thought she was the victim, but everything was proving that she and the other senior brothers and sisters were the real instigators pushing Jong Chen towards the abyss. Fortunately, things were not beyond repair, because the Qingning in the image had indeed let go of her resentment towards Jong Chen. Although she no longer relied on him as before, she would occasionally go out with Jong Chen for training. Their conversations were few, but with Jong Chen's efforts, their relationship was clearly warming up. Just when Qingning thought there might be a turning point, it seemed that fate did not want to let Jong Chen have it easy. The long silence of the ninth peak was shattered by a scream, startling many white cranes. Inside Qingning's residence, Jong Chen's eyes carried a hint of pink as he continuously approached Qingning while making strange noises with his mouth. Qingning in the image covered her chest and trying to escape, but she was bound by a powerful vital energy and couldn't move. She cried for help and cursed loudly. But Jong Chen was indifferent. At the critical moment, Xiao Hong'ai arrived with a group of senior brothers. Xiao Hong'ai immediately noticed something was wrong with Jong Chen, wrapped him up with a red whip, and began to examine Jong Chen's body. There was nothing unusual. Could it be the heart-devouring soul-bewitching pill? Xiao Hong'ai was shocked. With her intervention, Jong Chen naturally did not succeed. But rumors started to spread throughout the ninth peak. Xiao Hong'ai knew about the existence of the heart-devouring soul-bewitching pill, but the other disciples did not. They unanimously believed that this was just Xiao Hong'ai's way of favoring Jong Chen. After all, many people had examined him, and there was nothing unusual in Jong Chen's body at that time. Some even thought that even if Jong Chen really did take a special poison pill, it must have been of his own doing, trying to take advantage of the situation. That way, he could still get away with it even if he was exposed. Qingning in the image was also a bit confused, but her relationship with Jong Chen, which had just begun to thaw, was affected by this incident and fell to rock bottom again. Junior sister Qingning, you're just too kind. Before, the eldest senior brother's so-called care was actually exploitation, and now he has learned to use this method to absolve himself of guilt. You must not be fooled. Lin Feng had been persuading her by her side. What if it really has nothing to do with eldest senior brother? Impossible? Think about it. Eldest senior brother already has a terrible reputation, so why would anyone want to poison him to do bad things? What would be the point of such an action? Moreover, who doesn't know that eldest senior brother is backed by the Zhang family? Does someone no longer care for their own life? Qingning in the image was silent, feeling there was some truth to it. Seeing this, Lin Feng seized the opportunity and continued, Junior sister, even if you don't believe me, you should still stay away from eldest senior brother. You need to learn to protect yourself. Okay. Having achieved his goal, Lin Feng walked away cheerfully. Qingning in the void frowned as she watched his retreating figure. As an observer, she felt that this matter definitely had nothing to do with Jong Chen, but for the moment, she couldn't think of anyone who would be so malicious as to poison Jong Chen. The scene suddenly changed. What came into Qingning's view was Lin Feng and a middle-aged man. She had a slight recollection of this middle-aged man, who seemed to be an elder of the Elixir Peak named Mau. Mau, have you lost your mind? Poisoning Jong Chen? Do you realize he almost succeeded? Lin Feng shouted in a panic. Why the panic, nephew? Mau smiled slightly, confidently saying, I am very clear about the effects of the heart-devouring soul-bewitching pill, so there will be no accidents. Although Jong Chen was not severely punished this time, Xiao Hong'ai's reputation has been tarnished because of this. Xiao Hong'ai will definitely not have the face to continue to protect him if Jong Chen makes another mistake next time. Isn't this too sinister? Lin Feng, never engage in such despicable acts. Lin Feng frowned. Nephew, we are doing this for the Juyin sect. That Jong Chen will sooner or later bring disaster to the sect. Haven't you noticed that the disciples of the ninth peak have slightly changed their views of him recently? Lin Feng hesitated. But it was only for a moment. He indeed was lustful and unscrupulous in achieving his goals. But he always felt that this matter was too low and dirty. It did not match his identity as the son of destiny. Elder Ma, no need to say more. Lin Feng waved his hand grandly, although I despise that Jong Chen, I disdain to use such methods. Tomorrow, I will report your deeds to the Hall of Enforcement, and you just wait to be punished. Hearing this, Ma Wu did not panic but instead asked, and then? After everyone knows they misunderstood Jong Chen, how will you deal with him? Defeat him openly. Lin Feng replied instantly. Junior sister Qingning used to rely heavily on Jong Chen, and once she knows the truth, she will definitely change her view. At that time, are you sure you can win her heart by openly competing with Zhang Cheg? Lin Feng hesitated again. Nephew, when we fight against evil, we must be prepared to tarnish our own feathers. You are a dragon among men, the hope of the Juyin sect. Do not lead yourself astray. With these words, Ma Wu left directly. Lin Feng stood there. After a long while, he made a decision. Qingning junior sister is mine? Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with me. I don't know anything. Boom! Upon hearing these words, Qingning in the void felt as if she was struck by lightning. She had long sensed that Lin Feng in the image was not as bright and shiny as he appeared on the surface, but she never imagined he could stoop so low. True, the matter was not Lin Feng's doing, but he was undoubtedly an accomplice. Those who aid and abet tyranny are as despicable as the instigators, and she had personally brought such a person into the Juyin sect in front of her master and fellow disciples. Qingning finally understood this. Why had Zhang Chen always been opposing Lin Feng? Perhaps it was because he saw through Lin Feng's true nature? At this moment, she has never despised someone so much. Even when she misunderstood Zhang Chen, thinking that she was being used as a tool, what she felt was more loss than anything else. But what did understanding change? After all, she could not alter anything. Due to various coincidences and misunderstandings, Zhang Chen's misdeeds continued. No matter how hard he tried, the worst outcomes were what he got. Gradually, even Xiao Hong'ai, who had always been biased towards him, became disillusioned. Now Qingning finally understood. Lin Feng must be the son of destiny, favored by the heavens and earth. And Zhang Chen, perhaps, was a stepping stone specially prepared by the heavens for Lin Feng. Heaven is not benevolent. It treats all beings as straw dogs. Looking up at the sky, she suddenly remembered this saying. Should Zhang Chen continue to be misunderstood just because it was the will of the heavens? And Lin Feng could easily win everyone's favor in the most effortless way wherever he went? Why? Why should the heavens decide everything for a person? Why should her upright eldest senior brother be reduced to a stepping stone for the son of destiny? The most hateful was herself. If she had trusted Zhang Chen a little more, if she had not introduced Lin Feng into the Juyin sect, perhaps none of this would have happened. What am I thinking? Qingning shook her head again in the void. For a moment, she had completely immersed herself in the situation, treating everything as if it had really happened. This is an illusion. It must be an illusion. My eldest senior brother is not that upright. He did indeed beat up fellow disciples and stole my jade spirit grass. He did indeed act indecently towards the master and many junior sisters. He really did. As she spoke, Qingning began to cry. The more she reminded herself, the more painful it felt, and all the images that had appeared were branded in her mind, never to be erased. Looking at Jong Chen in the image, she finally choked up and said, "Eldest senior brother, I'm sorry." A year later, at the 9th Peak Cloud Soaring Hall, Jong Chen knelt in the hall, his face somber, the dried blood in his hands extremely glaring. Around him were curses directed at him. Just now, Jong Chen was found holding Lin Mubi's bone by Xiao Hong'ai and others. He wanted to explain and prove his innocence, but every time he tried to speak, he was interrupted by others' rebukes. Seeing this scene, Qingning felt her heart being sliced bit by bit. At this moment, she was no longer struggling with whether this was an illusion or reality. After watching from the sidelines for so long, she had completely put herself in the situation, crying out for the injustice against Jong Chen and shedding tears for him. She could not imagine. At this very moment, even she, a mere observer, felt such distress. How much more unbearable must it be for Jong Chen, the person directly involved? During that time, she tried to explain things on behalf of Jong Chen. She had also cursed at her fellow sect senior brothers and sisters, calling them and herself in the image heartless and ungrateful. Because of this, she had already cried until her eyes were swollen and red, and she had shouted until her voice was hoarse, but no one could hear her words. The accusations continued unabated. Jong Chen had done nothing wrong, yet he was treated like an unforgivable villain, awaiting the punishment by the so-called righteous. Gradually, Qingning gave up. She can't help but admit it. In this world, except for eldest senior brother, everyone else was bad including herself. All she could do now was to snuggle up beside Jong Chen, sharing the malice that surrounded him. Eldest senior brother. Can we leave? Leave 9th Peak, leave Juyin sect. Let's find a place where there are no people and live together. Even if I am trapped for a lifetime, I am willing to be with you. Even though you can't hear me, I can sing to you. Even though you can't see me, I can accompany you to sleep. Even though you can't feel me, I can hold you, cry with you, laugh with you. As she spoke, she began to cry again. Tears flowed uncontrollably as she knelt in front of Jong Chen, pleading, "Eldest senior brother, please. If this is the price of being upright, Qingning hopes you will be a bad person for a lifetime." Despite her screaming with all her might and crying heart-wrenchingly, Jong Chen still could not hear her, his expression still as lifeless as a puppet's. "Jong Chen, you have committed a heinous crime against your fellow disciples. It's an unforgivable sin. From now on, you will no longer be a true disciple of Juyin sect's 9th Peak, nor will you be my disciple, Xiao Hong'ai. Today, I will strip you of your cultivation. If the Zhang family has any complaints, let them come to me." Upon hearing this, Jong Chen's body trembled. Qingning stood up abruptly, and a deep hatred emerged in her originally lively eyes. Boom! An overwhelming aura appeared, instantly blasting Jong Chen out of the Juyin sect. Qingning hurriedly followed. But just as she was about to leave the cloud-soaring hall, she suddenly turned back. The faces of Xiao Hong'ai and the others, which had always seemed so amiable, now appeared utterly detestable in her eyes. Her fists clenched, her eyes swollen and red, she screamed with a touch of madness. "I hate all of you." After saying this, she added in her heart, "I hate myself even more." Running out of the cloud-soaring hall, Qingning sprinted all the way. She passed by the sparring platform. "I am 9th Peak's eldest senior brother. If anyone speaks ill of my third junior sister behind her back, come and fight me." She ran down the 9th Peak Avenue. "Qingning, how many times have I told you? Don't hop around on the 9th Peak path. What if you fall into the ravine?" She reached the foot of 9th Peak Mountain. "Qingning, if anyone bullies you, just tell me. I'll beat them up." Jong Chen's words echoed in her mind with each place she reached. She felt her heart bleeding. Stumbling along the way, she finally arrived at the sect and saw Jong Chen, who was unconscious and covered in wounds. "No matter what you become, I will always be your eldest senior brother, and you will always be my junior sister. That will never change." Jong Chen's words resurfaced in her mind. Suddenly, Qingning smiled. She squatted beside Jong Chen, her right hand gently caressing his cheek. With tears in her eyes and a smile blooming like flowers, she said, "Eldest senior brother." It's only now that Qingning understands. "It turns out I don't care whether you are good or bad. I don't care what you have done to others. People say I'm foolish and I can't see through your true nature. But that's not the case. In reality, Qingning is not that noble. In fact, I am quite selfish. When I learned that you had deceived me for 6 years, I was in despair, in pain, and there's a voice in my head. That voice kept saying, eldest senior brother never really cared about me. Now I finally understand. I never really cared about the jade spirit grass. What I cared about, what concerned me, was whether I was in your heart. Hey, eldest senior brother. Qingning still likes you the most." She was selfish. Even though Jong Chen in the image had been stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the sect, she felt somewhat happy. This meant that she could always be by Jong Chen's side. From now on, no one could hurt Jong Chen or separate her from him. At this moment, Qingning knew her true heart. Even if this was all an illusion, even if the Jong Chen before her was just a figment of her imagination. Still, as long as Jong Chen cared about her, she was truly willing to stay in this illusion for a lifetime, accompanying Jong Chen every step of the way until the end of her life. Suddenly, a figure clad in a robe appeared. The moment she saw this person, a strong murderous intent surfaced on King Ning's cheeks. This person was Ma Wu. The proud young master of the Zhang family has fallen to such a state. Ma Wu laughed loudly. His laughter was grating, and each word that followed only intensified the murderous intent in King Ning's eyes. After enjoying his mockery, Ma Wu left. Before leaving, he didn't forget to praise his own righteousness and admire his own selflessness. Watching Ma Wu walk further away, Qing Ning felt a sense of powerlessness. She wanted to tear Ma Wu to pieces, but she was utterly incapable of doing so. Whoosh! A sudden breeze appeared. An old man dressed in a purple robe, leaning on a purple blood-silver dragon staff, appeared like a ghost beside the unconscious Jong Chen. The old man hunched over, his wrinkled face filled with distress as he looked at Jong Chen. Bang! His staff struck the ground, emitting a crisp sound. As the sound reached his ears, Ma Wu, who had already walked far away, suddenly lost control over his body and stood frozen in place with a face full of fear. The old man stepped forward slowly, muttering to himself. Young master, you repeatedly instructed me to stay away from the Juyin sect. This old man is in pain? After all, young master is someone I watched grow up, and you even called me grandpa when you were little. How can there be a reason not to let a grandpa see his grandson? Young master, you always said, no matter what happens to you, I must not lay a hand on anyone from the Juyin sect. I listened. For more than 10 years, no matter how people treated you, I listened, because these were young master's orders, the wishes of my grandson. But what was the result? Then the old man suddenly raised his head and asked in a cold voice. The result is that you dare to cripple my grandson's cultivation? Expel the Zhang family's young master from the sect? And allow such vermin to frame him time and time again? His voice, filled with boundless anger, was like thunder. In just an instant, it spread throughout the entire Juyin sect, shaking all the peaks of the Juyin sect and causing birds and beasts to flee in all directions. Bang! The old man's cane struck the ground again. Boom! A dull sound echoed. It was Ma Wu, who had been standing stiffly in the distance, who suddenly exploded. Ma Wu instantly turns into a mist of blood. How dare you? Chen Sheng? You demon, you actually killed an elder of the Juyin sect. The Zhang family took you in? You do not think of repaying their kindness, yet you tarnish the Zhang family's name by acting like this. I knew that this demon could never truly reform. Since you've killed an elder of the Juyin sect, then you shall stay. Several deep voices rose from within the Juyin sect, and as the voices fell, several streaks of spiritual light came rushing toward him. Humph! The old man sneered disdainfully, and his hunched body gradually straightened. As he straightened his body, a tremendous spiritual force burst forth from within him, like a towering wave, layer upon layer, directly rushing towards the incoming spiritual light. Immediately after, the spiritual light collided with the waves in the air and was instantly knocked down. Several old men fell from the sky, crashing into the peaks of Juyin like cannonballs with muffled groans echoing. You've reached the divine passage realm, exclaimed a supreme elder of the Juyin sect. Humph! Central domain ants, how can you comprehend the might of the Zhang family? The old man snorted coldly, disdainfully saying, if you want to keep me here, then let the Juyin old ancestor come personally. Arrogant. A supreme great elder appeared, saying coldly, you're not worthy of the old ancestor's attention. The Zhang family's actions will not be ignored by the imperial dynasty. If not for the consideration of the imperial dynasty, the Juyin sect would have been annihilated today, the old man retorted instantly. The supreme elders were left speechless by the retort. Suddenly, the old man's ears twitched as if he heard something. After pondering for a moment with a frown, he continued, Juyin old ancestor, you might fool me, but you can't fool the Zhang family. You better explain this to the family head yourself. Otherwise, my Zhang family will surely annihilate your Juyin sect first before the imperial dynasty takes action. Having said that, the old man raised his hand towards the unconscious Jong Chen, who was immediately enveloped in a mist and then began to float. Young master, it's time to go home. Qing Ning in the void was dumbfounded. The old man, with his own strength, had not only killed Ma Wu at the entrance of the Juyin sect, but his power also overwhelmed all the supreme elders of the Juyin sect, preventing them from even raising their heads. She had always known that the Zhang family was strong, but she had never imagined they were this powerful. As the old man walked further and further away, she started to panic and hurriedly followed him. But just as she was about to step out of the Juyin sect, she was bounced back by an invisible force. It seemed as if there was an invincible wall in front of her that she couldn't pass through. Let me through, she cried, desperately pounding on the membrane wall, nearly going mad. She thought she could accompany Jong Chen on his journey, but she never expected that she couldn't even leave the Juyin sect. Watching Jong Chen leave while she was unable to do anything was worse than killing her. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. With her delicate body, she kept slamming into the invisible membrane wall. Each collision sent her flying several jong back, but she would immediately jump up and continue her efforts, regardless of the injuries she sustained. After hundreds of collisions, when her figure was on the verge of collapsing, she finally broke through the membrane wall and fell to the ground ahead of her. Qingning took a deep breath, looked around, and then realized she could no longer see the old man or Jiang Chen. Eldest senior brother must have returned to the upper domain, Qingning muttered to herself. She instinctively wanted to set off but had no idea how to get to the upper domain. It's okay, the scene will change again, and maybe next time I'll see eldest senior brother again, she consoled herself. But after waiting for several hours, she was still at the same spot. The world seemed to have suddenly returned to normal, and she could clearly feel the slow passage of time. Is this a punishment for me? Qingning said with a wry smile. Her wish was simple. She just wanted Jong Chen to care about her and to always be by his side. But even such a simple wish was not granted by the heavens. I can wait, I'll wait forever, Qingning whispered again. Although she didn't know the way to the upper domain, she knew the direction where it was located. She decided to wait at the end of that direction. No matter how long it took, she had to wait for Jong Chen to come back. Even if Jong Chen never returned, she would keep waiting. With her mind made up, Qingning walked away. After taking a few steps, she looked back at the Juyin sect behind her. It wasn't that she was reluctant to leave, but she felt that there seemed to be someone sighing in her ear at the moment she broke through this membrane wall. Several years passed in the blink of an eye. There was a bottomless, endless chasm in the northernmost part of the central domain. Within the chasm, the cold wind was like a knife, seemingly able to slice through souls, and the occasional black mist that spewed from below was like a bloodthirsty monster capable of devouring cultivators below the fourth realm, leaving nothing but bones. Beside the chasm, a young girl had been standing for several years. She was Qingning, who had come in search of Jong Chen. Over the years, Qingning had tried countless times to float across the chasm with her ethereal body. But without exception, she was always blown back by the cold wind within the chasm. Qingning in the void didn't understand. Her voice and appearance were invisible and inaudible to others. So why could the cold wind in the chasm blow her back as if her ethereal body was solid? Unable to figure it out, she gave up. Since she couldn't cross, the only thing she could do was wait. Fortunately, cultivators from the upper domain would pass by occasionally, and through their conversations, Qingning also learned some news about Jong Chen. Not long ago, the Zhang family seemed to have been annihilated. Qingning couldn't imagine what had happened that could cause such a powerful family to be wiped out overnight. She worried about Jong Chen's safety but was powerless to help. Just as Qingning decided to try crossing the chasm again, even if it meant death, to find Jong Chen in the upper domain, a man stood atop an ancient, grand bell, slowly drifting over from the other side of the chasm. Despite his unkempt appearance, his features remained handsome. His face was expressionless, yet his dark eyes still sparkled with light. Eldest senior brother, Qingning called out with a choked voice. She had finally waited until this moment. As Jong Chen leaped down from the bell, she hurriedly wiped away her tears and quickly followed him. Standing behind Jong Chen, she was half a step behind him. He walked ahead with his head held high, and she followed closely, step by step. No one disturbed them. This was exactly what Qingning had been longing for. Haha, eldest senior brother, I stepped on your shadow? You lose. Qingning suddenly laughed as they walked. Time seemed to fly by for Qingning. In this world, she was alone. No one could hear her words, and no one could see her form. Yet, she felt blessed. A decade had passed, and she had accompanied Jong Chen through almost the entire central domain. They had ventured deep into the Hongduan mountain range, where Jong Chen found a pure white fox with 3 tails. Qingning was sure the fox was female. Otherwise, why would it cling to Jong Chen every day, even snuggling into his arms when sleeping? She also thought the fox was ungrateful. Jong Chen treated it so well, but it never appeared again after the fox advanced to a demon king. They had been to the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss. There, Jong Chen encountered a demoness from the ghost-controlling sect, seemingly the one who had dug out Lin Mubi's innate Dao bone. They had just met when Jong Chen fiercely attacked, intending to kill the demoness on the spot. However, the demoness seemed to have a significant background, possessing a protector from the upper 4 realms. Undoubtedly, although Jong Chen had regained his cultivation, he was no match for a cultivator from the upper 4 realms and had to flee deep into the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss to hide. Unexpectedly, due to various fortuitous coincidences, he was chased by a female ghost. Qingning believed that the female ghost must have been a pervert, for despite her unfathomable cultivation, she chased Jong Chen everywhere while laughing flirtatiously. She must be coveting eldest senior brother's good looks. Qingning was certain. Having barely escaped from the Ghost Ridge Soul Abyss, Jong Chen once again faced pursuit from the ghost-controlling sect. After escaping death, he infiltrated the ancient pill tower. It was clear that Jong Chen wanted revenge. After destroying the ancient pill tower's treasure cauldron, he quietly slipped away. Remembering the female tower master of the ancient pill tower stamping her feet in rage, Qingning also felt extremely thrilled. Then Jong Chen met a woman of stunning beauty, not inferior to the likes of Xiao Hong'ai. This woman made Qingning feel extremely threatened. Unlike others who despised and hated Jong Chen, she launched into an almost pathological, frantic pursuit of him. She was a true disciple of the myriad Dao demon sect. For Jong Chen, she killed her own master. For Jong Chen, she infiltrated the Juyin sect alone and intending to kill everyone from the 9th peak. When her actions were exposed, she did not forget to slap Lin Fang several times before fleeing. For Jong Chen, she kidnapped the Sword Maiden from the 7 Luminaries Sword Pavilion, wanting to make her Jong Chen's concubine. For Jong Chen, she had almost fallen into madness. All these things nearly moved Qingning to tears. But Jiang Chen was very troubled. Because of the witch's actions, his bad reputation spread once again in the central domain, and after losing the backing of the Zhang family, what awaited him was endless pursuit. The pursuit by various forces lasted for years. By the time he came to his senses, Jiang Chen had become an upper four-realm cultivator, surrounded by 5 Wei of the Sword Grandmasters from the 7 Luminaries Sword Pavilion. That battle made Qingning's blood boil, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Eldest senior brother is so cool." In the final outcome, Jiang Chen faced 5 opponents alone and directly killed several of them. He was hailed as having the stature of a sword emperor. Qingning believed this should have been Jiang Chen's shining moment. But she soon realized, it was just the beginning of another nightmare. Jiang Chen, your evil deeds are too numerous, and you will receive your retribution today. Lin Feng arrived with a group of junior brothers and junior sisters. In the crowd ahead, Qingning saw herself again.